Uncles, aunties, big brothers, and sisters, come take a look at Tutu's toys. Tutu's toy stall has beautiful Barbie dolls and cool mecha models. In the mountain forest, a childish voice echoed around. The little girl waved her pink little hands, her chubby face flushed red from this made her look even cuter. She wore a pink dress, her black hair tied into a ponytail, a bit of sweat on her porcelain doll-like. After her shouting, some passers-by would stop to look, but when they saw it was a toy stall, they lost interest. Seeing no one buying toys, Tutu pouted, her big eyes blinking, looking extremely cute. "Woo, Dad, why isn't anyone buying our toy?" Obviously, Dad has so many kinds of toys. Tutu trotted with her short legs in 3 steps, and 2 came to the side of the young man behind the stall. The young man opened his arms and scooped the 6-year-old Tutu into his embrace. Zhang Fan patted Tutu's little head. "Tutu, don't lose heart, Dad believes we will sell them." Zhang Fan comforted her softly. Tutu obediently nodded her little head, then ran back, with dong 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 steps, and started shouting again. Zhang Fan exhaled and looked at the system panel. Host Zhang Fan toys sold 0, current location outskirts of the Monster Beast Forest. Host level mortal, host ability none. Looking at his panel, Zhang Fan felt even more anxious. Zhang Fan and his daughter had both transmigrated to this world called Jinwu continent. In this world, everyone could practice martial arts, and warriors combined with modern technology formed this extraordinary world. Zhang Fan had even seen people walking in the air and beasts as tall as hundreds of meters. One beast could destroy a city. He had even seen people die in the mouths of beasts. Zhang Fan had thought he would die in this fierce world, but the sudden appearance of a toy-selling system ignited his hope. As long as he sold toys, he could get countless rewards. There were heaven-defying techniques and unique physiques. Unfortunately, the stall location was completely random. Every week the stall would be randomly relocated. This time the system placed him in a very remote location, actually on the outskirts of this beast-infested forest. Although there were warriors who came here to train or hunt beasts for money, setting up a toy stall in such a place was inherently unreasonable. Forget about selling. Zhang Fan had been shouting the whole day. His throat felt like it was on fire, yet no one came to buy. Tutu saw him tired, so she pulled Zhang Fan to sit down, and then she went to the front of the stall, imitating him by shouting. Looking at his sensible daughter, Zhang Fan secretly resolved to protect Tutu and ensure she could grow up safely and happily in this world. Just as Tutu was shouting, deep in the forest, several young people in student uniforms walked out as a group. The school name could be seen on their uniforms, Shinwu University. Under the white-blue uniforms were somewhat youthful faces. They all had some traces of fighting on them. Zhang Fan and Tutu had been in this world for a week and had learned about the local situation. For example, Shinwu University was the best university in the Daxia Empire's. The students here were all exceptional, and every week teachers led them to train in the Monster Beast Forest. The forest was dangerous. Without sufficient foundation, it was impossible to bring students here. Now seeing these students, Zhang Fan became interested instantly. Other warriors might not buy toys, but university students were another matter. Toys for adults, they might seem childish, but for university students, they were just perfect. Especially Tutu, who was naturally eye-catching. Almost immediately after leaving the forest, some students noticed the stall. "Look, there's an adorable kid over there. Really just like a porcelain doll." Some girls' eyes went wide immediately. Some male students also felt a tug at their hearts and couldn't help but take a few more glances. It wasn't their fault. Tutu was just too cute. "Brothers and sisters, won't you come see Tutu's toys? Please buy some. Tutu hasn't made a sale in 3 days." Tutu blinked her big eyes, looking pitifully at the passing student. "Wow, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Monster Beast Forest. Someone actually set up a stall here." "Yeah, and it's selling cheap toys." "Boss, how can you bring a child to such a dangerous place?" Some students looked around nervously. "Boss, how can you bring a child to a place like this? It's so dangerous." Some students couldn't help looking around. This was the Monster Beast Forest. Beasts could attack at any time. The boss was really carefree, bringing his daughter to set up here. "Little one, what's your name?" At this moment, a beautiful young girl crouched down and gently pinched Tutu's cheek. Big sister is not allowed to pinch Tutu's face. Only daddy can pinch Tutu's face. Tutu puffed her cheeks, looking exactly like a pufferfish. Suruwashi became even more enchanted. Tutu's cheek felt like cotton, impossible to resist. "But if big sister buys daddy's toys, Tutu will let sister touch for 1 minute." Little Tutu held up one finger. Her small face showed hesitation turning into determination. This immediately amused the surrounding students. "So young and already selling, she'll be unstoppable when she grows up. Such a cute kid. How much are your toys? Big sister will buy them all." "Now, I've never seen these toys before. Which TV series are they from?" Some male students looked at the stall. They found that many things on the stall were unfamiliar, especially the white glowing light stick and the golden belt, all very strange. Suruwashi also glanced at the items on the stall. She figured the toys would not be too expensive. To be able to pinch the child's cheek, she decided to buy one. "How much is this thing?" Suruwashi pointed at a red transformation device. "This is an ability lock. Press this button and a red belt extends. Exquisitely made official product. Only 30,000 yuan. Zhang Fan held up 3 fingers with a kind smile. "Only 30,000 yuan. All the students gasped. 30,000. Their monthly allowance was only a few hundred yuan. 1 or 2 might have a little over 1,000. A toy like this selling for 30,000. No wonder the boss had no business. Boss, the stall is already in this godforsaken place, and a toy costs 30,000. Are you crazy for money? Yo, what ability lock? Just a shabby belt. Su School Beauty, let's go, this boss is a scammer. Bringing a daughter here, maybe she's not even his. Su Ruashi frowned slightly. Her fair face showed some surprise. She looked at the little girl who didn't seem coerced. This doll is cheap, only 100 yuan. Zhang Fan quickly promoted another toy. After all, as long as he sold something, he could get a... Su Ruashi looked at the doll. Just a pink ballet doll, very ordinary. She was past the age for such things. Su Ruashi's family was wealthy, one of the top business conglomerates in the eastern province. Her family's enterprises were spread everywhere. Plus her outstanding looks and ethereal personality, she captured many youths' hearts. Her family status and appearance made her the top school beauty of Jinwu University, without surprise. I'll buy this. Su Ruashi didn't care about the price, Su Ruashi bought things for emotional value. As long as the emotional value was enough, she didn't mind the expense. Su School Beauty, that's 30,000 yuan. Buying a shoddy toy is such a loss. Yeah, it's not worth 3,000. Boss, can you lower the price? This is robbery. Some male students protested. Zhang Fan just shook his head. The price was set by the system, he had no choice. If big sister also buys this, Tutu will give sister a kiss. At that moment, Tutu blinked her big eyes, looking at Su Ruashi expectantly. The childish voice made Su Ruashi's heart melt, wanting to hold Tutu in her arms. She pointed at the red badge next to it. This was a toy that matched the ability lock. Looking at Tutu's pink little lips, smelling the soft fragrance of her Su Ruashi's heart, she simply couldn't resist such a child acting cute in front of her. How much is this? Su Ruashi asked. Not expensive, 18,000. Tutu showed the number with her two little hands. By now everyone understood. Maybe the owner wasn't the cunning one. It was the child who was truly wicked. She was like a little demon. Tutu raised one finger with her left hand and ate with her right, selling a badge for 18,000. The surrounding classmates gasped in shock. Knowing that a class monster corpse and its core sold for only a few thousand, and that required risking one's life. Yet you sell a broken toy badge for 18,000. Do they really take people for fools? Even the rich aren't stupid. Would anyone really buy this just for a child's kiss? Buying for emotional value. School Beauty, Su, I can see it now, this kid is a blackheart merchant. There's one that sells a kiss for 18,000. A young man stepped forward and said. The crowd shook their heads one after another, but Su Ruashi paid no attention to the male student's words. Her big eyes looked at the meter-tall Tutu with amusement. This little girl was quirky and adorable, which was to her liking. Since these two sisters bought it, Tutu can kiss now. Su Ruashi pointed to her delicate white cheek, the jade-like cheek that many dreamed of, but now a child was about to take the first move. Tutu was not shy at all. She stood on tiptoes and gave a smack kiss. Oh no, School Beauty, Su's first kiss. Why isn't it me? Hearts shattered audibly. Okay, a deal is a deal. Tutu lifted her little head, looking spirited. Su Ruashi took out a card and handed it to Zhang Fan. Charge it, Su Ruashi said, and Zhang Fan quickly took the card. Ding, congratulations on selling the toy red psionic lock. Successfully reward received, god level physique, supreme saint body. Ding, congratulations on successfully selling the toy flame saber badge. Reward Xian Huang blade art. Ding, congratulations, the Xian Huang blade art has been automatically mastered, automatically achieved, great success. Supreme saint body has fully connected with the host body, fully merged. The system sounds came instantly at the moment of swiping. The best thing about this system was that Zhang Fan didn't need to cultivate the rewards himself. This avoided many things such as talent. Most people had average talent, not to mention the time required for personal comprehension beyond talent. The system bypassed the two most troublesome aspects entirely. This ensured Zhang Fan could become stronger in a short time, even enough to protect his daughter. Looking at the two newly acquired abilities. Supreme Saint Body was an extremely heaven-defying talent physique, dozens of times faster than ordinary martial artists in cultivation, and also immune to all poisons. The Xian Huang blade art had no lengthy description, only that at the highest level it could cleave all things. Nearby, seeing that School Beauty Su had actually bought the two toys, the surrounding classmates felt a pang of regret. School Beauty Su's family is rich, but this is no way to spend money. I heard School Beauty Su's monthly allowance is hundreds of thousands, a few thousand is nothing to her. So what if she's rich? Can money buy anything? It's her money, if she can spend it however she wants. We have no say. Some classmates whispered, some even looked at Su Ruashi with envy. At this moment, Su Ruaxi's hand had already landed on Tutu's chubby face, like a playful demon. Tutu's face was gently kneaded by Su Ruashi, changing expressions one after another, looking extremely cute. Su Ruashi was having fun too, as she hadn't been this happy for a long. Okay, 1 minute is up, sis, stop rubbing, or it'll become a little tabby cat. Tutu said, but she didn't push Su Ruaxi's hand away. Su Ruashi reluctantly released her jade-like hand. If only School Beauty Su would rub me. Not just 1 minute, even 5 minutes would be fine. Bro, are you only good for 5 minutes? Several students looked enviously at Tutu. Others would kill to be rubbed, but she actually complained. Sister will come back again. Su Ruashi clenched her fist, then touched Tutu's face before slowly standing up. She casually put the toys into her small bag and left the booth with the other classmates. After Su Ruashi left, other classmates came to ask about the toy price. But upon learning the price, many simply shook their heads and left. In this world, money was durable. For example, 18,000 was half a year's salary for an ordinary person. That's why Su Ruashi's spending so much shocked her classmates. After the Jinwu University students left, Zhang Fan finally had time to look at his system panel. Host Zhang Fan. Level Mortal. Physique Supreme Saint Body Xian, Huang Blade Art. Strength 10, HP 100. Looking at the attribute panel, Zhang Fan felt that the road ahead was still long and arduous. Without a cultivation technique, only a physique and a blade art survival was still too difficult. Daddy Tutu helped Daddy sell toys. Tutu hopped over to Zhang Fan looking as if she was waiting to be praised. Good girl Tutu. When we get home, Daddy will make you braised pork. Zhang Fan held Tutu in his arms, not stingy with praise. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Jinwu University students who had come for training had arrived at a square. The instructor was assembling the class students, counting the number of people heading to the forest. Many students were also exchanging tips on fighting monsters in the forest. Did you hear? Someone set up a stall outside the forest. What? A stall? Selling what? Monster cores? Someone asked. It seemed to be toys, and the most absurd thing is I heard School Beauty Sue bought one from the stall. Toys? What's good about toys? School Beauty Sue probably just had a whim. I heard the stall owner's daughter has a charm physique that caught Sue's attention and charmed her. Now the classmates were spreading more and more fantastic rumors about the toy stall. They even compared Tutu to some kind of charm demon saint body. Is it really that exaggerated? A few classmates were talking when Su Ruashi arrived at her class. Facing the gazes of her classmates, Su Ruashi stood quietly in her own area. Within a 10-meter radius of her area, no classmate approached. Su Ruashi was used to the surrounding gazes and didn't care. She took out the toy she had just bought, caressing it, as if she were touching the little girl's face. Su Ruashi didn't know why, but the moment she saw Tutu, she felt warmth in her heart. She couldn't help wanting to get close, wanting to snuggle with Tutu. This toy is quite lifelike. Su Ruashi looked at the psionic lock. The psionic lock in her hand was overall red with some sci-fi design, like a lock tightly holding the core in the middle. The central core could be pressed like a button. No one knew what would happen when pressed. Su Ruashi looked around, then put the psionic lock away. She couldn't play with toys in public, it would be too embarrassing. Now students gather up. Today everyone performed well, especially classmate Su Ruashi, who solo killed a class monster and earned 10 points for the class. Our class is one step closer to being the #1 grade this year. The leading teacher wore a tight short skirt, black film-like stockings covering her slender thighs. Her mature temperament was eye-catching. However, her stern words made the class dare not say a word. Tomorrow the school's research and forging departments will hold a forging exhibition match. I hope all students will watch with the best mentality. School leaders will also be present to watch. The instructor finished, clapped her hands, and dismissed. Students began to look forward to tomorrow's class competition. Is Senior Wang Heng participating in the competition tomorrow? He's a top 100 forging expert nationally. Wang Heng is a national forging expert. He's said to have developed spiritual equipment exoskeleton. I wonder what new products he'll bring out tomorrow. I heard Wang Heng has been pursuing School Beauty Sue, but she ignores him. How blind. If Sue and Wang got together, they'd be a perfect couple. Wonder if there'll be a surprise tomorrow. Students whispered. The biggest school gossip was nothing more than these trivial matters. Su Ruashi didn't care about the talk, nor did she care about the forging competition. She only wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming strong enough could she shake off the shackles her family placed on her and control her own life. After the other students left, Su Ruashi returned to the forest alone. In fact, Su Ruashi was also a martial arts fanatic. She had few real friends, so she spent more energy improving herself. Arriving at the forest, the original stall had disappeared. It was now evening. The owner naturally wouldn't sell toys at night, especially with a little girl. Coming to the forest edge, Su Ruashi soon spotted a class monster. Class monster Wind Wolf. As a martial disciple, she was more than a match for a class monster. But just as Su Ruashi planned to fight the class monster alone, suddenly, in the forest, countless red eyes appeared. Following that came an overwhelming oppressive aura. It was a pack of wind wolves. Howl. A wolf howl rang out, the voice of the class wolf king. Clearly the wind wolves had marked Su Ruashi as prey. One wolf was manageable, but a pack. Even a martial master would struggle to eliminate them all. Su Ruashi frowned slightly, her heart trembling. She remembered this area. Monsters were supposed to be controlled by the government. Especially this outer perimeter. It was impossible to have such a large pack unless something had attracted them. Su Ruashi looked around, holding a jade pendant. This was a life-saving pendant her family had given her. Crushing it would summon powerful reinforcements. She would only use it as a last resort. Her palms were sweating. While Su Ruashi hesitated whether to use the pendant, a burning sensation surged from her bag, an intense power emanating from within. This is... Su Ruashi hurriedly pulled out the bag, and the next second she froze. The psionic lock she had bought at the stall was emitting an eerie red light. The glow at the core pulsed like a beating heart. What is this? This scene left Su Ruashi utterly bewildered. Could this really be a toy? Why would a toy emit such formidable energy and feel so real in her hand? Even the visual effects were breathtaking. The blue core at the center of the ability lock pulsed incessantly like a living heart. The hand gripping the ability lock vibrated rhythmically, as if she held not a mere toy but a throbbing, vibrant heart. A wave of heat surged through her body. Suruwashi could sense the yearning emanating from the ability lock in her hand. You want me to wear you? Sensing its pulsations, Suruwashi felt a resonance forming. At her words, the ability lock vibrated with even greater intensity. Grr. The Gale Wolf Pack had encircled Suruwashi, their ferocious howls and murderous glares locking onto her. If Suruwashi did not make a choice quickly, she risked being mauled to death by the wolves. In one hand she clutched a jade pendant. In the other she held the ability lock. Hesitation lingered in her heart. Shattering the pendant would summon a powerful ally, but it would also alert her family to her unauthorized excursion, likely resulting in confinement. She might even be reprimanded. Yet this ability lock was just a toy. She had no idea if it would work. In her hand it pulsed with urgency. After a moment's hesitation, Suruwashi gritted her teeth. She could always shatter the pendant if she couldn't win. She had come to the beast forest to grow stronger. She wanted to break free from her family's constraints by becoming more powerful. If she called for help at the first sign of danger, what was the point of her journey? As she pressed the button, a blazing flame enveloped her body with particles swirling around her waist. The next second, a red belt materialized out of thin air around. The belt's material was unknown, but its metallic sheen suggested it was no ordinary toy. A precise slot in the center awaited the ability lock in her hand. Click. The mere appearance of the belt sent a crimson wave blasting the dozen wolf demons away. This seems like more than just a toy. Suruwashi now sensed something was amiss. How could an ordinary toy threaten these wolves? Clearly this was a spiritual artifact. In this world, besides martial artists, there were artificers who forged spiritual artifacts. These craftsmen underpinned the world's technological. From battle armor to weapons, their creation depended on artificers. They were a revered profession capable of building legacies that lasted millennia. Yet this was the first time Suruwashi had seen such a spiritual artifact, let alone used one. She was awestruck. The stall owner was no ordinary man, but a master artificer, hiding his true strength. Forging an artifact of such precision meant he was undoubtedly high-ranked. No wonder he dared to sell goods with his daughter in this perilous forest seemingly without fear. He had the strength for it. Crackle. A pulling force emerged as crimson lightning arced from the belt's slot, bonding with the ability lock. As if eager to merge, Suruwashi couldn't hold back. With a click, the ability lock and belt fused seamlessly. The slot was filled. Then a red light radiated from her waist, spreading over her entire body. The belt shattered into several crimson shards which drifted down like glowing. Suruwashi felt a transformation throughout her being. Her bones, her skin, all seemed to receive a tremendous boost. Most strikingly, a thick red breastplate had appeared on her chest. It fit her like a second skin, accentuating her perfect waist without any discomfort. Light then coursed through her limbs, encasing her entire form in red armor. Finally, a concentrated beam of red light shot from her waist, precisely mapping onto her face. A metallic crack texture closed over her head from both sides. Under the moonlight, a streamlined, yet fearsome armor glowing with red light stood amidst the wolf pack. It seemed forged from the abyss, its mere presence terrifying the wolves. Suruwashi felt as if she had merged with the armor. Every move was natural, and she experienced an unprecedented surge in power. Boom. Suruwashi threw a punch at the Wolf King. Its speed was so astonishing that even she was shocked. Before the Brank Wolf King could react, a crimson light struck it. Instantly blood splattered, and the Wolf King was slain. Suruwashi froze. Was this power truly hers? Killing a Brank beast with one punch was the feat of a martial master. And she hadn't even unlocked the ability lock's other functions. Many abilities lay before her still dormant. Blazing Kick, Thunderclap, Palm. Seeing dozens of locked abilities, Suruwashi grew impatient. As a martial arts fanatic, she yearned to unlock them all instantly. Her strike had scattered the wolf pack, leaving only the Wolf King's corpse and a crater. Ah, the medal. Remembering the medal, Suruwashi waved her hand, and a red medallion appeared in her palm. It instinctively aligned with the belt. With a flash of light, a crimson long blade materialized in her hand. Feeling the weapon's killing intent, Suruwashi felt she could face even a martial king without. That was the confidence this armor gave her. Hiss. Awe filled her heart. Such a formidable spiritual artifact cost only 30,000. Was the owner insane, or was she? Suruwashi now felt it was an incredible bargain. For an ordinary martial artist to rival a martial king. What level was that? Had he reached martial emperor, or even higher? And she had doubted him. Could buying all the medals unlock those abilities? Now Suruwashi yearned to see the stall owner again. Not for the girl, but for power. This ability lock had never been in the news. It must be the creation of a hidden master. As the wolves were defeated, the armor dissolved into scattered light. In Suruwaxi's hand reappeared the red toy-like ability lock. This time she no longer treated it as a toy. She carefully placed it in her bag. Suruwashi hoped the owner would return to sell toys tomorrow. She would buy them all. After collecting the Wolf King's core, Suruwashi quickly left the forest. Her mind wandered, filled with thoughts of the girl and the young man. Who was the owner? Why would he sell such a powerful artifact as a toy? Would she ever meet him again? Outside the beast forest in a small town, Zhang Fan and Tutu lived in a modest room. It was an apartment Zhang Fan had rented after working a day of labor. The room held basic necessities. With money in hand, Zhang Fan naturally wanted to treat Tutu, buy her new clothes and some good food. But before he could act, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Product upgrade. New toy added marble balls. Ding. Rule upgrade. Purchase limit updated 1 item per person per day. Item quantity limit increased. Zhang Fan checked the system shop interface. New items had appeared, colorful glass marbles. They were the marbles he used to play with. But the price was outrageous, 50,000 for one. Zhang Fan wondered if the system was broken. Who would buy these? As for the new rule, Zhang Fan didn't care. He was lucky to find one sucker a month for his toys, so the limit was irrelevant. It just prevented someone from clearing the shop, which made sense. He looked at the panel. Host Zhang Fan. Available items: Barbie doll ability lock transformer, toy marble ball. Unlockable items: divine light stick, magic mask, toy model sublimator, music box, megaphone, etc. With marbles already so expensive, Zhang Fan shuddered to think of the prices for future toys. Would anyone actually pay for them? Daddy Tutu wants to go to the mall. As Zhang Fan was browsing the new arrivals in the mall, his hand was tugged gently. Tutu's little face appeared before him. Zhang Fan smiled and nodded, closed the system panel, and quickly left the house with his daughter. The mall was bustling with people at past 8. Zhang Fan had assumed Tutu would take him to buy snacks and toys. To his surprise, however, she led him straight to the men's clothing section. Daddy's been wearing the same clothes for days. Let Tutu pick out new ones for you. Tutu has so many clothes already, so I don't need any more. He'll buy some for Daddy. Tutu waved her little hands, her childish voice echoing through the store. The surrounding staff noticed the scene, their eyes softening. Children as thoughtful as this were truly rare. A warmth surged in Zhang Fan's heart. He unconsciously tightened his grip on Tutu's hand. Since arriving in this world, Zhang Fan had also struggled with confusion and helplessness. But whenever he saw Tutu's innocent, delicate little face, Zhang Fan felt that all those troubling thoughts faded into insignificance. He had only one goal: to protect Tutu and ensure she grew up safely. That was enough. Before any system items were sold, Zhang Fan had been working multiple part-time jobs. As a result, he had only a few clothes, but he never skimped on Tutu's outfits or meals. Tutu knew this, which was why she had deliberately brought him here to buy clothes today. All right, Daddy will listen to Tutu. Zhang Fan smiled and ruffled her hair. Miss Tutu wants this one, and this one too. Tutu stood on tiptoe beside a casual wear counter, pointing at each garment. Her 2 little canine teeth glinted faintly under the lights. The saleswoman patiently handed down each piece, her smile unwavering. Tutu then pulled Zhang Fan to try on several sets of clothes. The father and daughter had practically toured the entire mall. Soon they emerged with bags and packages in hand, having spent just over 1,000 yuan in total. This showed that the cost of living in this world was not particularly high. Back in the rented apartment, both were exhausted after a long day. After her bath, Tutu slipped into bed and fell fast asleep. Her little hand still clung tightly to Zhang Fan's arm, as if afraid he might disappear. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Zhang Fan and Tutu arrived at the designated area and set up the system stall. Just like the day before, the endless stream of passers-by showed no interest in purchasing. They merely glanced and moved on. Zhang Fan had grown accustomed to it, chatting and joking with Tutu. On the other side, Jinwu University was far from quiet. The annual intergrade forging contest had begun. The principal and all grade-level teachers were in attendance. On the sports field, students from each class had already lined up neatly. The homeroom teachers stood in front of their classes, each one brimming with vigor. Although the forging contest had little to do with the regular classes, it was aimed solely at the forging class prodigies. Everyone was eager to see the latest creations. They stared wide-eyed with anticipation. Su Ruashi stood among the crowd. Even without any deliberate effort, she effortlessly became the center of attention. I heard that Wang Heng is showcasing the spiritual weapon he's been working on for years, the super skeleton, which combines beast bones with the human body. It's bound to shock. If it succeeds, Frontier Technology's stock will soar, and his family might climb even higher. The other families in the eastern province will be reduced to mere clowns. Some classmates murmured in the crowd. Wang Heng's family ran a research conglomerate. Much of the country's cutting-edge technology came from their hands. They were renowned for the Titan defense shield and the spiritual long spear. Thanks to these achievements, the Wang family enjoyed great prestige in the eastern province and nation. If Wang Heng unveiled another new piece of research, the Wang family stock would surge, and they might even gain official favor. With money, power, and a government backing, although the Su family was wealthy, they were far from matching the Wang family's strength and background. On several occasions, Su Ruox's parents had subtly hinted at an arranged marriage with the Wang family. To avoid becoming a pawn for her family, Su Ruoxi had been striving to grow stronger and break free from her shackles. In the past, such news would have unsettled her. But now her mind was not at school at all. She was desperate to rush to the beast forest and buy everything from Zhang Fan's stall. Su Ruoxi was carrying the ability lock in her bag, a secret she had told no one, not even her parents. She had no idea what Zhang Fan thought, and any careless talk might anger that senior. She knew all too well how formidable the ability lock was. It could elevate an ordinary martial artist to the rank of martial master, or even stronger. If made public, it would shake the entire world. Seeing Su Ruox's expression unchanged, some classmates lowered their voices. Was she truly unconcerned about her family's survival? If the Wang family really intended to swallow all the resources in the eastern province, the Su family's foothold would be uncertain. Soon the contest began. Amid the students' cheers, the forging class competition commenced. Such an event would typically take an entire day to finish. After all, each participant had to present their latest invention and explain its functions, so the process usually dragged on. The first contestant was a junior student. He held a dagger-like weapon in his hand and quickened his pace as he mounted the stage. Though it was merely a contest, it was also an opportunity the school offered to forging class students. Among the audience were not only the principal, but also representatives from many prestigious corporations. If their creations were selected, the students would be hired immediately upon graduation. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Fan. I bring you the bloodthirsty dagger. I imbued the dagger with the blood of a venomous python. Once it strikes an enemy, the toxins will cause continue until the target dies completely. Zhang Fan held the dagger, a hint of confidence on his face. This dagger had taken him 3 years to develop. It was also his graduation thesis. He cast his gaze toward the corporate executives in the audience like a fresh graduate offering his credentials at an interview. But his confidence was soon shattered. Mr. Zhang, aside from causing bleeding, what other functions does this spiritual weapon have? Many beasts possess incredible regenerative abilities and thick hides. Can you guarantee it will break through their defenses? Also, some beasts are immune to all toxins. Is your venom effective? An elderly man with white hair spoke. He was the director of frontier technology here to recruit. Well, Zhang Fan had never considered these points. He had only focused on bleeding and attack buffs. Please, esteemed judges, give your scores. Soon a score appeared. The bleeding dagger received a low score of only 3 points. That dagger sounds pretty impressive. Why is the score so low? Asked the student. Even though it sounds good, its offensive power is too weak. High-level martial artists all have their defenses. This dagger can't even pierce them. Moreover, beasts have astonishing recovery. A small wound from the bleeding dagger won't cause much damage. The operational difficulty is too high, making it unsuitable for mass adoption, another student explained. The crowd nodded in understanding. A forging competition valued practicality. Impractical weapons like this were rarely mass-produced. Then more students took the stage, but their creations were also rather underwhelming. On the judges' platform, the white-haired elder frowned slightly. Our Eastern Province's academy is ranked among the best in the entire country, even the world. Are we truly unable to produce a single decent research result this year? There was a note of reprimand in the elder's voice. He was a member of the National Research Department and an official research expert. He had come today to scout talent, but after watching for so long, not a single candidate stood out. He was deeply disappointed. The principal hurriedly tried to appease him. Esteemed Mr. Huang, please don't worry. Our school's highlight hasn't appeared yet. That is the future successor of frontier technology. The principal had just finished speaking when a broadcast announcement rang out. Forging Department student Wang Hung, please come on stage to demonstrate your creation. As the announcement faded, a spirited young man strode confidently out of the crowd. His youthful face bore a hint of arrogance, his chin slightly lifted, and on his hands were some unknown mechanical devices. Wang Hung swept his gaze across the entire audience, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Wang Hung was the center of attention for the whole school. But the moment Wang Hung appeared, Su Ruashi felt a continuous vibration coming from her pocket. It was the ability lock trembling. Why would it vibrate at this moment? Wasn't it supposed to only activate in the presence of beasts? After a night of research, Su Ruashi discovered that this ability lock not only allowed the wearer to perform armored armament, but was also exceptionally sensitive to the presence of bestial aura. Whenever bestial aura was nearby, the ability lock would resonate. Similarly, the beast itself would become agitated due to this aura. Moreover, after slaying a beast, this device would even grow stronger. The greater the wearer's strength, the higher the armor's defensive capabilities, and the more effective it could be. Throughout the night, Su Ruashi pondered how incredibly brilliant and genius the person who designed such a thing must be. How could he have conceived and created this spiritual artifact? Why hadn't he exposed this technology? If it were revealed, the global landscape might change entirely. He could even become the world's richest person, valued by the nation. Feeling the trembling in her pocket, Su Ruashi turned her gaze toward Wang Hung. It was after Wang Hung appeared that the ability lock began to vibrate incessantly. Clearly, Wang Hung carried the aura of a beast. Look, school heartthrob Wang is on stage, so handsome. I heard Wang Hung is the young master of frontier tech, and his family ranks among the global top 100. Our daily necessities all come from his company. Rich, handsome, and talented. He's the Prince Charming in my heart. School heartthrob Wang's charm is undeniable. Oh look, school beauty Su's gaze is also on it. It said Wang Hung is pursuing Su Ruashi, but she just doesn't appreciate it. If it were me, I'd have agreed long ago. As Wang Hung took the stage, many of his fangirls, some even screamed out loud in public. Wang Hung, like a star, slowly walked to the podium. Hello everyone, fellow students and teachers. I'm Wang Hung, a junior. Wang Hung's face beamed with confidence. Student Wang, please present your research findings, the principal said personally. Wang Hung nodded assuredly. With a wave of his hand, his mechanical arm emitted a series of clashing mechanical sounds. Following that, as Wang Hung's body transformed, all the students in the school widened their eyes. This is Wang Hung, our academy's most carefully nurtured genius, and the future hope of our Xi'an nation. His latest research is also a key project of our school. The principal spoke repeatedly to Elder Huang beside him. Elder Huang also became intrigued. He had heard of frontier tech. Many civilian spiritual artifacts and useful devices were developed by them. He wondered if Wang Heng could truly impress everyone. Crack. A crisp sound rang out nearby. Wang Heng's school uniform was torn open directly. Then Wang Heng's flesh was exposed to everyone's eyes. Gasp, what is that? Has Wang Heng gone mad experimenting on himself? What is that on Wang Heng's body? Everyone's eyes widened. Wang Heng's spine no longer seemed like his own, it resembled more the spine of a beast. The beast's spine connected to his own, looking exceedingly bizarre. On his arms were attached exoskeletons. He looked like a technological ascension. Combined with his martial artist physique, his bulging muscles made Wang Heng resemble a gorilla titan. This is the exoskeleton I developed. Integrated with the beast's bones, it can boost a martial artist's strength by nearly double. I am currently a martial apprentice, but with the exoskeleton equipped, I can directly leap across ranks to overwhelm a martial master at the initial stage. Wang Heng stood confidently on the podium. At his words, some martial master-level advisors felt eager to try. If such a device could allow one to cross a whole rank, it would undoubtedly be a game-changing weapon. It could even alter an era. If this spiritual artifact were promoted nationwide, major families would scramble for it. Elder Huang adjusted his glasses, but remained silent. Really? A martial apprentice defeating a martial master? That's too outrageous. No wonder he's a top 100 national scientific researcher. Wang Heng's research ability is extraordinary. Doesn't this bone armor have any side effects? Discussion erupted around. Tsuruoshi finally understood why the ability lock was vibrating. Wang Heng had transformed himself into a half-human, half-beast. Human bones were not as robust or hard as a beast's. Only by utilizing beast bones could one unleash the utmost power. The exoskeleton Wang Heng developed could not possibly suit everyone, and the connection of bones came with a pain unbearable to ordinary people. In contrast, the mysterious boss who sold toys had created a mechanical armor that was incredibly extraordinary. It not only multiplied the wearer's strength multiple times, growing stronger against stronger foes, but also provided defense, and even came with weapons. And it involved no pain from bone modification. In comparison, Tsuruoshi felt Wang Heng's exoskeleton was like children playing, unworthy of the stage. Let me try. At that moment, a teacher couldn't resist stepping onto the stage. It was the physical education teacher, Teacher Liu. Teacher Liu was all muscle, standing a full 9 meters tall. Once on stage, his peak martial master aura instantly spread. He clasped his fists, his muscles, bulging veins clearly visible. The defensive aura around him made it somewhat difficult for Wang Heng to move. Teacher Liu is our school's strongest PE teacher at peak martial master. Even with the exoskeleton, Wang Heng might not defeat Teacher Liu. Even if he doesn't win, just boosting a single rank is enough to change the world. Some disgust. Teacher Liu clenched his fists, tensed his legs, and assumed a combat stance. Wang Heng was not to be outdone. His bones emitted strange sounds as he planted a standard horse stance. Those below Martial Master were mostly skilled in fist and foot techniques, primarily boxing. But above Martial Master, things were different. Some could even move mountains and drain seas. Teacher Liu gestured for Wang Heng to strike first. Wang Heng did not hesitate. He threw a punch. The formidable force trembled the ground. Such a strong punch. This power is at least Martial Master level. The principals, even Professor Huang, straightened up slightly. Teacher Liu also threw a punch faintly accompanied by the roar of a tiger. The two fists collided, ending in a draw. Teacher Liu's eyes widened. This skeleton really can give the wearer Martial Master level power, he exclaimed. With Teacher Liu's testimony, the audience below buzzed with excitement. Elder Huang slowly rose to his feet. Student Wang, what is the principle behind your exoskeleton? If everyone could equip it, our Xian nation's combat strength would be elevated by another level. Elder Huang's voice was somewhat agitated. He understood what this scientific achievement meant. It meant that if beasts invaded, the entire Xian nation could collectively rise, and when facing other nations they would have more leverage. Most crucially, increased strength meant more opportunities. The principle of my exoskeleton is connecting human bones with beast bones. However, compatibility is an issue. Not everyone can succeed. But I hope one day everyone can wear this set of bones. Wang Heng declared proudly, not forgetting to sweep his gaze across the audience below. Excellent. With a genius like Student Wang, our Xian nation need not worry about taking another step forward. The principal stood up and applauded. All the students followed, but the next second, before Wang Heng could finish, the exoskeleton on his body began to tremble. Waves of bestial aura emanated from Wang Heng. Wang Heng's body started shaking uncontrollably. Why now of all times the loss of control? Wang Heng's face turned grim as he felt his body slip from his command. His exoskeleton was powerful, but it had a critical flaw. It retained a beast's crystal core as a driver. If one's strength was insufficient to suppress the exoskeleton, then instead of controlling the exoskeleton, the beast would control the wearer. He had tested it yesterday without issues, but he never expected it to malfunction on stage today. Wang Heng's heart sank like ashes. Bam! Before anyone could react, Wang Heng punched Teacher Liu right in the head. The force, stronger than a martial master's, instantly sent Teacher Liu flying. Chaos erupted on the spot. Wang Heng, like a wild beast, leaped off the platform and began rampage. Student Wang, what are you doing? The principal stood up with a stern expression. Some corporate executives quickly found a place to hide. Principal, my exoskeleton is still experimental. It occasionally goes berserk. Stop me. Wang Heng's panicked voice came. Elder Huang frowned. If that was the case, the exoskeleton could not be officially promoted. At the very least, the side effects must be eliminated first. The principal furrowed his brows. With a flash, he tried to restrain Wang Heng, but Wang Heng had already reached the student area, his speed even exceeding that of a martial master. He charged toward the crowd like a gorilla, using his hands to support his body on the ground. His target was clear: Suruwashi. Wang Heng's exoskeleton used the bones of an inscrayed beast, the golden gorilla, designed to match strength above the martial master level. Now at full outburst, it was extremely difficult to stop. It's over. Wang Heng is charging at School Beauty Su. School Beauty Su is a martial apprentice. Facing Wang Heng, who took down a martial master in one punch, she's no match. That punch could kill. Some had already closed their eyes. At that speed, Suruwashi could never dodge. Suruwaxi's heart raced as she saw it. She knew in her heart that Wang Heng's exoskeleton suddenly going berserk might be related to the item in her pocket. Now she had no time to overthink. In the instant Wang Heng's fist came crashing down, she abruptly raised her hand. A crimson light flashed. Boom. After a cloud of dust, Wang Heng was sent flying backward. The next second, the entire venue erupted in uproar. The principal, who had already stepped in front of Suruwashi to block the attack, widened his eyes in shock. Suruwashi, a freshman, when did she possess martial master level strength? A flash of red light swept past. Suruwashi stood still, completely unharmed. Wang Heng, however, was sent flying backwards, several of his bones shattered. Everyone's gaze fell upon Suruwashi, their eyes filled with shock. Did I see that right? Did Suruwashi send Wang Heng flying? Or was it the principal who intervened? Suruwashi, a freshman with the highest talent, reached the martial apprentice level at 19, but even so, it's impossible for her to overwhelm a martial master, right? Wait, everyone look. What is that in her hand? Just then someone noticed the object Suruwashi was holding. It was a strange red device. The device was still emitting a terrifying red heat wave. I recognize that. It looks like the toy Suruwashi bought at the stall yesterday. A toy? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Are you sure it's not the latest technology from the Su family? It's definitely a toy, I can vouch for that. Suruwashi only spent 30,000 yuan on it. Suruwaxi's classmate quickly spoke up. Almost everyone present immediately recognized the thing. Wasn't it the psyche lock the stall owner sold? Back then they had mocked Suruwashi for having money to burn. But now, seeing the power this thing unleashed, everyone was stunned. Was this really a toy? Are they sure it wasn't some primordial divine artifact? Impossible. A toy overpowering Wang Heng. Wang Heng is a martial master, and he's in a berserk state. At least a peak martial master would be needed to stop him. Besides, spending 30,000 on something like this. Are you crazy, or am I? If it's really 30,000, I'd buy 10,000 of them. Some students refused to believe. This was too bizarre. With a whoosh, Elder Huang from the judges panel appeared before Suruwashi like a ghost. Though he was a researcher, his cultivation was at the martial king level. Wang Heng's berserk state was merely a minor disturbance, not worth his intervention. But when he saw the object in Suruwaxi's hand, Elder Huang could no longer sit still. This small device could unleash such formidable power. Crucially, there was no record of this item in the entire database of Xia country. What was this? The latest scientific equipment. Could there be such a master among the common folk? In an instant, Suruwashi became the center of attention. Student Su, what is this? Is it the latest technology developed by the Su family? The principal's voice was pleasant, but trembled slightly. He had thought this scientific exchange was already a failure with no impressive technological products. But when he saw what Suruwashi had brought, the principal could no longer contain himself. Young lady, what is this? Could you tell us about its specific uses? Elder Huang's aged face showed a hint of excitement. As a master smith, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. Facing the gaze of the entire school, the principal and the research professors, Suruwashi knew she couldn't hide it, but she couldn't casually betray the mysterious stall owner. This is called a psyche lock. Suruwashi had no choice but to speak up reluctantly. She did not, however, mention Zhang Fan. Psyche lock. What does it do? Is it a defensive item? Can you tell us more about it? Elder Huang spoke urgently, his eyes fixated on the red psyche lock. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and the core seemed to contain boundless energy. This was definitely not something an ordinary smith could produce. No, it's a special device. I just used it. Suruwaxi's clear, cool voice rang out. By now Wang Heng had also stood up, but he was still in a berserk state. His eyes, however, were filled with shock. Psyche lock. What is that? Damn, it has the Su family created some even more outrageous invention. Wang Heng's heart churned with shock. When did the Su family have such a heaven-defying smith? At the same time, his body uncontrollably charged forward like a startled beast. The principal and Elder Huang consciously made way. They wanted to see the limits of the item in Suruwaxi's hand. But when they saw her next move, everyone could no longer stay calm. Suruwashi waved her hand, and a crimson belt materialized around her waist out of thin air. What is that? When did it appear? I know about space rings, but why is there no spatial fluctuation? Someone questioned. But then the change in Suruwashi was even more astonishing. In the blink of an eye, a figure clad in a red armor appeared before everyone. The tight armor outlined Suruwaxi's perfect figure, while the thick chest plate delivered a striking visual impact. The overall red design was enough to stir one's blood. Just standing nearby, the principal could feel waves of heat sweeping over. What is this? Both the principal and Elder Huang were dumbfounded. When did Xia country produce a smith of this level? Being able to extend a full suit of armor from a single device. This smith must have reached the level of unity between heaven and man. If it's just armor, our smiths at the Research Institute can do that too. But armor without combat power is useless. Generally speaking, such items can only serve a defensive purpose. After the initial shock, Elder Huang quickly calmed down. Using special forging techniques, their smiths could indeed create items of this level. As long as the switch was activated, warriors could be equipped with battle armor in a short time. But the armor could only provide defense at most. Unleashing true combat power still relied on the warrior themselves. Elder Huang didn't believe anyone had overcome this challenge. However, just as Elder Huang finished speaking, a red blur vanished from the spot the next second. Boom. With a single punch, merely one punch, Wang Hung collapsed to the ground. The bones of the beast behind him shattered inch by inch, and he was publicly defeated. Even Elder Huang couldn't see when that strike was launched. His face stiffened, almost dazed. Such formidable combat power. Can a martial apprentice really produce this kind of strength? Who is the smith who forged this spirit tool? We must recruit him into our official research team. In an instant, Elder Huang was thrilled. If Xia country could bring in such a master smith, wouldn't their research reach new heights? With Wang Hung defeated, the armor on Su Ruoxi automatically disappeared, and the psyche lock reappeared in her hand. Can I take a look? Elder Huang reached out, wanting to examine it. Su Ruoxi nodded and handed it over. But the moment he took it, a scorching heat surged. Elder Huang tried to resist the heat with his protective qi, but the temperature pierced through his qi and directly burned his palm. A smell of scorching flesh arose, and he had no choice but to return the psyche lock to Su Ruoxi. This thing seems to recognize its owner. It's extremely powerful, already at the level of a supreme spirit tool. It has even developed a will of its own. I truly wonder what kind of person could create such a thing. Elder Huang's voice was not loud, but it shocked the entire school. Su Ruoxi's eyes widened in disbelief. There was only one smith in the entire country capable of forging a supreme spirit tool. That smith was currently conducting research at the Science Academy, over 300 years old. What level of smith was that young stall owner? And the psyche lock could even recognize its owner. Su Ruoxi was stunned. Such a spirit treasure that could bond with its owner was unseen a lifetime, find not even purchasable with the wealth of an entire city. Is that for real? A supreme spirit tool? We don't have many in Xia country, and it can even recognize its owner. If Elder Huang confirmed it, it must be true. The Su family can actually produce something like this. They're bound to soar into the sky. Compared to this psyche lock, the Wang family is nothing. But a supreme spirit tool, not even Xia country has many. Why does Su Ruoxi have one? And who created it? Some murmured while others speculated. The classmates who had witnessed Su Ruoxi buying the toy the day before could no longer hold back. They knew in their hearts that this psyche lock was not made by the Su family. The Su family could never have such a master. The master who created it was the very stall owner selling toys in the beast forest. In an instant, the hearts of those who had witnessed everything the day before trembled. For just 30,000 yuan, they had missed out on a supreme spirit tool. If resold, it would be worth at least 100 million. Even if not sold, it could grant one the power of an emperor. The thoughts of Su Ruoxi's classmates became restless. They wished they could rush to the beast forest right now and sweep away everything from Zhang Fan's stall. Miss Su, please come to the office after school for a talk. After calming down, the principal spoke softly. Su Ruoxi felt a surge of anxiety, yearning to rush to the beast forest to buy toys. Yet on the surface she nodded indifferently. With the principal speaking and Elder Huang, a scientific research giant, present, Su Ruoxi found it hard to refuse. Wang Hung, seriously injured by Su Ruoxi, was quickly taken away by the infirmary teacher. Before leaving, his eyes were still filled with disbelief. With the infirmary teacher present, Wang Hung's injuries were not serious. Hey Dad, transfer 30,000 to me. Don't ask why, but it's urgent. Mom, our family's rise depends on you. Send me money quickly. The more the better, for a big purpose. What? Mom, I'm not being scammed. This is real. Send them. In the crowd, some students who knew the inside story had already started asking their families for money. They understood clearly that the fewer people who knew about this, the better, and they had to rush to the small shop immediately. Otherwise, they themselves might not be able to buy anything. By then, the principal had already handled the situation. He stood on the podium and spoke loudly. All right, teachers of each department, lead your classes back to the classrooms in an orderly manner. Today's sparring ends here. After the principal finished, he and Elder Huang left the podium first. Some corporate bosses stared at Su Ruoxi with burning eyes. But they knew clearly that this thing belonged to the Su family, and they were not qualified to get involved, so they could only leave awkwardly. Soon the counselor led the class away. After the event, Su Ruoxi was called to the office. Elder Huang began using his forging skills to test the ability lock. But after testing for a long time, he couldn't figure out the material or craftsmanship of the item. Finally, Elder Huang reached a conclusion. The person who made this ability lock is even more skilled than our country's top forger. The items he forged are more precise and contain higher internal energy. Miss Su, may I meet that forger? Elder Huang's eyes sparkled with yearning, admiration for a superior craftsman. Su Ruoxi pondered briefly. Professor Huang, I don't know if that senior is willing to meet. Let me ask. She spoke softly, and Elder Huang nodded with a smile. I await your first news. Elder Huang waved and Su Ruashi quickly took the ability lock and left the office. She immediately rushed toward the beast forest. On the other side, in Su Ruaxi's class, the counselor was arranging the day's lessons. Because of Su Ruashi, she was all smiles and a good mood. But suddenly a male student raised his hand sharply, his face twisted in pain. His features contorted. He clutched his stomach. "Teacher, I have a stomachache. I need to go to the restroom." The beautiful counselor glanced at him. "Wang Cheng, it's class time. Suppress it with your inner strength. And you are holding your small intestine, not your large intestine." The counselor rolled her eyes. "Teacher, I really am in pain." Wang Cheng squeezed out a tear. Seeing this, the counselor said no more and waved her hand dismissively. Thanks, teacher." Wang Cheng didn't hesitate and dashed out. He had gotten tens of thousands from his father and needed to get to the toy stall quickly. "Teacher, I have a stomachache too." After Wang Cheng left, another shouted, "Teacher, my aunt's here." Instantly over a dozen in the class began clamoring. These were all classmates who had witnessed Su Ruashi buying toys yesterday. The rest were bewildered. What was wrong with these people? Are you all crazy? The counselor was also puzzled. Go if you're sick, go. This class is self-study." After saying this, the counselor left the podium angrily. The others didn't care and dashed out. Those who didn't know the truth tried to ask, but got no answer. Outside the beast forest, a small stall was still in the same spot as yesterday. In front of it, a young man and an adorable little girl were hawking their wares. Today, Zhang Fan had seen no fewer than 100 martial artists emerging from the forest, but none bought anything. Some lingered because of Tutu's cute calls. But at most they teased the child, then ran off upon hearing the price. Tutu sat on a chair, her little legs swinging irregularly. It was clear Tutu was bored. She rested her chin in her hands, her big eyes blinking at the crowd. "Come and see Tutu's toys." Occasionally a sentence popped out of her little mouth. "Daddy, look, it's the big sister from yesterday." Suddenly Tutu's eyes lit up, and she jumped off. Her little finger pointed at Su Ruashi sprinting toward them. Zhang Fan also saw Su Ruashi. His heart skipped a beat. Could she be coming to return the toys in such a hurry? With his small business, he couldn't afford returns. Smiling ingratiatingly, Zhang Fan stood up to face the newcomer. Su Ruaxi's heart settled when she saw the stall. Having rushed over, she was drained of energy. Her heaving chest trembled with each breath. Her voice came out in fits. "Boss, ill buy all your merchandise." Zhang Fan had thought she was here to return or complain, but she turned out to be a bulk buyer. Ding. Exceeded sale range. Note: each customer can only buy one order per day. The system's voice echoed in his mind. The system had restrictions on purchases and sales. This rule was added last night, stating the novice protection period had ended. Zhang Fan never expected such a big client to appear right after the rule change. If only had sold everything yesterday, he could kick himself. Moreover, there was a limit on items. He couldn't sell more even if he wanted. Sister Tutu's shop only allows one order per day. Dad wants sell more. This ensures later brothers and sisters can also buy something. Tutu's voice came. The little one bounced over to the stall. Today Tutu wore a pink bunny hoodie, making her chubby face even cuter. Zhang Fan nodded. "Sorry miss, our shop does have this rule. But you have one purchase opportunity today." Zhang Fan's words fell. Su Ruashi felt a twinge of regret. With her wealth, she could buy out Zhang Fan entirely. But he wouldn't sell. She patted Tutu's head. "Okay, big sister understands. Boss, do you still have the same item as yesterday?" Su Ruashi looked at Zhang Fan expectantly. Her eyes scanned the stall. If she could only buy one a day, she'd have to choose wisely. The ability lock is sold out. DYTLL be restocked later. Zhang Fan checked the system inventory. The ability lock was indeed gone. Now only remained Barbie dolls, mecha models, Transformers-like, and glass marbles. He figured the girl wouldn't like those mecha toys. "I suggest you get this Barbie doll. It's suitable for kids. You're probably buying it for a child, right?" Zhang Fan pointed at the pink Barbie on the ground. Su Ruashi had seen it yesterday. It cost only 100 yuan. Following the principle of the more expensive the better, she immediately spoke. "Boss, which is the most expensive here?" "He'll take that." Goodness, first time seeing someone picking the priciest toy. Zhang Fan was delighted and quickly brought out the newly unlocked. This thing was priced at 50,000 each. Only a fool would buy it. Had thought it would never sell, yet here came this young lady again. With a smile, Zhang Fan took out a marble. It was crystal clear with a green leaf mark inside. It looked just like the cheap glass balls sold for 5 cents a handful. "This is our newest item, a glass marble. 50,000 each, non-negotiable." "Miss, are you sure you want it?" Zhang Fan asked again. Su Ruashi stared at the marble, seeing nothing special. But with the ability lock precedent, she didn't hesitate and took out her bank card. 50,000 had its reasons, as she didn't believe this marble was an ordinary toy. "Charge it." This time she didn't hesitate. Ding. "Congratulations, host, on successfully selling a toy marble." "Congratulations. Reward: Mystic Heaven Scripture Cultivation Method." Note: Mystic Heaven Scripture proficiency maxed out. Host only needs to practice daily to improve. Note: shop level up from L0 to L1. Toy shop. The system kept ringing. Before Zhang Fan could react, a rush of footsteps came from afar. The students who had left yesterday were frantically charging toward him. Those students rushed like hungry wolves. The ground seemed to tremble, dust flying behind them. Zhang Fan was stunned. What was going on? Were they here to trash the shop? Watching a horde of classmates charging toward him like starving wolves, Zhang Fan panicked instantly. His stall couldn't withstand such a relentless onslaught. How could he possibly continue his business? Moreover, seeing their menacing expressions, Zhang Fan was already prepared to shield his daughter at any moment. Su Ruashi too was startled by the commotion behind her. She knew the toy stall would eventually be discovered, but she never expected it to happen so quickly. If she remembered correctly, it should still be class time right now. How did these classmates manage to get out? Boss, I'll just take the marble then. Su Ruashi hastily stowed away the glass marble she had just purchased. She was afraid someone might snatch it away. Wow, so many people, Daddy. Are they all here to buy our goods? We're going to be rich. Then Tutu can buy little hairpins, little bracelets, little shoes, and Daddy can buy a little car. Innocent little Tutu waved her tiny hands as she gazed at the crowd, her big eyes sparkling like stars, and she even started counting on her fingers as if calculating something. Zhang Fan's face darkened. Buying goods. It would be a miracle if they didn't trash his stall. But the next second a sentence left him completely bewildered. Boss, what do you have? They'll take everything. Boss, do you still have that ability lock toy from yesterday? I want it. Boss, heiress 30,000. I want yesterday's toy. Before Zhang Fan could even react, students had already pulled out their phones eager to pay. They scrambled to make payments. Some had specifically asked their families for money, others had sold off belongings just to buy one item. Seeing this, Zhang Fan was utterly stunned. So they weren't here to cause trouble after all. They were actually here to buy things. How could this be? How could a toy sell for 30,000, and why were people fighting to buy it? Did this ability lock have some special function? Everyone settled down. The ability locks from yesterday are sold out and temporarily unavailable. I'm very sorry, but we do have other items in the store. Each person is limited to one purchase, and the quantity is also restricted. If you're interested, come take a look. As he spoke, Zhang Fan brought out the few remaining items available for sale in the shop. One glass marble had already been sold, leaving only 4 in stock. That meant the total inventory of glass marbles was just 5. Zhang Fan hoped the system would restock more items soon, or judging by the frenzy, supply was nowhere near demand. He watched as he laid out the goods one by one. What? One per person? The students were dumbfounded. Where had the ability locks they longed for gone? All that was left were Barbie dolls and a few beat-up marbles. And on top of that, a purchase limit. There was no such limit yesterday. Hunger marketing. This boss was really ruthless. But the thought of Su Ruaxi's stunning public transformation at school drove some students wild. Wang Chong squeezed his way out of the crowd. He wasn't tall, but his belly was quite prominent, making him look like a little chubby boy. He stared at the merchandise and shouted anxiously. Boss, when will that ability lock be available again? That's the only thing I want. Wang Chong looked at Zhang Fan expectantly. Zhang Fan glanced at the chubby kid before him. An image involuntarily surfaced in Zhang Fan's mind, a nearly 200-pound chubby boy holding an ability lock striking a Chinibyu pose in public. Zhang Fan dared not think further. About a week. But we have other items here. Zhang Fan pointed at the ground. Boss, how much is this mecha model? A student asked. This one, 48,000. Zhang Fan glanced at the price tag and replied. What? 48,000. The students were taken aback, but recalling the power of Su Ruaxi's ability lock, they felt it was well worth the price. Zhang Fan expected to be called a profiteer again, but the next words from the students caught him off guard. Such a bargain. Too bad, I don't have the money or ID buy it. Yeah, my dad only gave me 500 for toys. What a shame. I only have 30,000, otherwise I'd get it. Anyone have extra cash? Lend me 18,000. I'll pay you back later. The students sighed with regret. Some even tried to borrow money on the spot. Hearing this, Zhang Fan felt a surge of disbelief. Yesterday hadn't been like this at all. How in the blink of an eye overnight had they all come to buy? Could these college students really love toys that much? Boss, how about you tell us the prices? Wang Chong craned his neck to ask. This Barbie doll is 100, this marble is 50,000, this mecha model is 48,000. I think that's all. The Barbie doll can talk, dance, has a lifelike touch, and the craftsmanship is incredibly realistic. Zhang Fan introduced them one after another. Most of these students didn't have much money, so he was just hoping to sell whatever he could. What? Boss, are you sure that's a Barbie doll? Man, I'm a little tempted. Hold on, there are girls around. Can we guys really buy this? Some male students could barely contain themselves. After all, what tough guy could refuse a Barbie doll? Wang Chong clenched his fists. He had gotten 50,000 from home, just enough to buy the marble. But he also wanted the mecha model. For a moment he was torn. The marble was more expensive than the mecha model, but the mecha looked cooler. What if I buy the model and a doll? Best of both worlds. Wang Chong thought to himself. But then he remembered the boss rule, one per person, so he abandoned that idea. Without hesitation, Wang Chong made up his mind. Boss, give me a marble. Mainly because he didn't dare risk Zhang Fan not being here tomorrow. Such an extraordinary person would surely not stay in one place for long. The marble's price spoke for itself. There was no way he'd lose out. Delighted, Zhang Fan directly swiped the card. He couldn't help wondering what was wrong with students these days. So generous and wealthy. Then congratulations on selling the glass marble. Cultivation 1. Your cultivation has reached Warrior Apprentice. Ding, you sold the doll. Vitality 200. Ding, you sold the doll. Strength 30. The system notifications rang out continuously. Only the first sale of each item gave a decent reward, subsequent sales mostly provided physical boosts. Still, it was good to have buyers, and Zhang Fan wasn't picky. Without needing to cultivate himself, he could achieve invincibility just by lying back and selling toys. Others worked hard for decades to reach warrior master, while he in just one afternoon selling a few toys had already become a warrior apprentice. This speed could crush everyone. Most importantly, the system's rewards were shared between two people. That is, whatever Zhang Fan gained, his daughter Tutu would also receive. Thus Zhang Fan never needed to worry about Tutu's safety. The system kept chiming, and soon all the goods on the small stall were swept clean. Tutu clapped her little hands, her face beaming with joy, revealing two tiny tiger teeth that made her look incredibly adorable. Can Tutu tell big sister how to play with this? Suruashi held Tutu in her arms and asked softly. Big sister, give Tutu and daddy a kiss each, and Tutu will tell you. Tutu rolled her eyes, pointed at her own chubby cheek, and said playfully, flashing her two tiny tiger teeth. Instantly the noisy crowd fell silent. Everyone turned to look at innocent Tutu. How young could she be to utter such an astonishing remark? This kid is an absolute wingman. If I had a daughter like that, I'd charm every young woman. No, not just young women. At the same time, everyone was curious, what special effect did this 50th Zanduan marble have? Was it even more incredible than the ability lock? Suruaxi's delicate face flushed crimson in an instant. Never in her life had she encountered someone so blunt with it. Yet holding the marble in her hands, Suruashi felt a stir of hesitation. She had no idea what the marble was for. But if she kissed him, she would lose her first kiss, even if it was only on the cheek. As Suruaxi's inner conflict raged, Zhang Fan's voice rang out. Dear customer, my apologies. My daughter might be a bit mischievous. This marble is just an ordinary toy. It has no special use. You can take it home as a keepsake. Zhang Fan stated honestly. The system's toy merchandise was indeed just for play, as the system had clearly Thus Zhang Fan had always approached this with the mindset of selling toys. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding students immediately expressed disbelief. If this thing were an ordinary toy, then there would be no ordinary toys in this world. Boss, you must be joking. This marble obviously has some other function, right? Don't keep it a secret. Is it an energy core, or perhaps a life-saving device against the heavens, eh? No. Maybe it's some kind of supreme treasure from a fantasy novel. Some students speculated. One by one they let their imaginations run wild. Zhang Fan listened utterly bewildered. These students certainly had vivid imaginations. Energy cores indeed. He had no idea where that came from. Suruashi looked at Zhang Fan with her big watery eyes showing no trace of her aloof school beauty persona. She resembled a persistent girl yearning for the truth. Big sister, if you kiss Tutu, Tutu will tell you. Tutu, no longer teasing the older girl, blinked her big eyes at Suruashi. Without hesitation, Suruashi planted a kiss on Tutu's milky fragrant cheek. She couldn't resist and kissed her twice more. Tutu, how can you reward school beauties? Let big brother have a kiss too. Nearby, Wang Chong drooled, his eyes wide with envy. Tutu's fair, tender face was like a little bun, making one want to take a bite. He dared not imagine what it would feel like to kiss her. No. Tutu crossed her arms and stepped back. Tutu's cheeks are only for pretty sisters to kiss besides daddy. Tutu assumed a defensive stance, eyeing Wang Chong warily. The crowd burst into laughter. Actually, this marble's function is simple. It's for playing marbles. Haven't you ever? Tutu and daddy play all the time. Tutu opened her little hand, revealing several extra marbles. Everyone fell silent. Holding the marbles, Suruashi fell into deep thought. Playing marbles. Perhaps you needed 2 marbles to unlock their true potential. Or maybe this marble could only reveal its real power when activated by 2 people together. Unfortunately, she had already purchased 1 item today and couldn't buy a second marble. Suruashi set her gaze on Wang Chong. If she bought his marble, she would have 2. Playing marbles, 50,000 just for that. Tutu and the boss are both masters. They definitely won't reveal the purpose directly. We have to figure it out ourselves. Even the ability lock was like that. This marble costs tens of thousands more, so how could it just be for playing? It's a shame I don't have enough money. The noise resumed. Well, I see you're all skipping class to come to the beast forest. As the students debated the marble, a stern voice cut through. Behind them, a knowledgeable teacher appeared, clad in a uniform, her legs sheathed in thin black. She held a pointer stick, exuding the demeanor of a fiery female teacher with a hint of anger on her face. Class hadn't even started yet the entire class had vanished. Lu Yin was frustrated. Driven by curiosity, she had followed the students who had feigned illness to skip class. She wanted to see what they were up to. Following them, she discovered that all these students had come to the beast forest. Under normal circumstances, students rarely came here except for the more ambitious ones seeking training. Ordinary students usually went home after class. When had her class become a bunch of model students, bursting with ambition? Even Wang Chong, who ranked last in the grade, had shown up. It was truly a rare sight. Seeing the crowd gathered around the stall, Lu Yan's expression grew serious as she quickened her pace. Instantly, the area fell silent. Wang Chong jumped like a startled monkey. Whoa, teacher Lu, what brings you here? Wang Chong, weren't you complaining of a stomachache? Why are you in the forest? Lu Yan asked with a smile. What does a stomachache require a trip to the beast forest? Need a beast to rub your belly to feel better? Lu Yan pressed on. Teacher, there's a spiritual herb in the forest that cures diarrhea. I came to buy some. Wang Chong's forehead was already beaded with sweat. If he was caught skipping class and lying to his teacher, he would lose his credits for the semester. And the rest of you? Lu Yan's gaze swept the crowd. Reporting, teacher, we also came to pick spiritual herbs. The others quickly chimed in, each looking guilty. Some students even instinctively tried to hide the items they had just purchased in their pockets. Lu Yan had already sensed something was off. She looked past them and was taken aback. "Student Su, why are you here?" Seeing Su Ruashi, Lu Yan was utterly confused. Su Ruashi was the top student in the entire grade, the most gifted of all. Hadn't she been called to the principal's office? What could be more important than the principal or experts like Professor Huang? Teacher Lu, I have a stomachache too." Su Ruashi, unaccustomed to lying, told her first falsehood. Her expression was unusually tense. "Oh, pretty sister, did you come to buy toys too?" Just then a childish voice rang out. Tutu was standing amidst the crowd holding a doll. Lu Yan was instantly captivated by the little girl. The girl had bright eyes and a sweet face, exceptionally lovely. Even Lu Yan, who was used to seeing children, was impressed. Although Lu Yan was the class advisor, she wasn't that old, only 29. She had started teaching at this school right after graduation. She adored children, but her busy academic life had left her no time for a boyfriend, let alone a child of her own. Seeing Tutu now was like discovering a precious gem. A toy shop in this desolate wilderness. And a little girl. Lu Yan was stunned. She stepped forward and approached Tutu. "Little one, tell sister, what are these big brothers and sisters doing here?" Lu Yan ruffled Tutu's hair. "They all came to buy daddy's toys. Daddy's toys are so fun, lots of kinds and cheap too. Sister, do you want to buy some?" Tutu blinked her big eyes. Zhang Fan glanced at his stock. Aside from the marbles, everything else had sold out. Lu Yan scanned the students. Many lowered their heads looking guilty. She turned her gaze to the stall. Only a few marbles and a mecha model remained. What kind of toys could make her students skip class and risk their credits just to buy them? Lu Yan was curious. Even Su Ruashi, usually a well-behaved model student, was not immune. Even the lazy and gluttonous Wang Chong had cut class to come. Could these toys be special? Suddenly a thought struck Lu Yan. Her eyes sharpened. Could the supreme grade spiritual artifact that Su Ruashi had suddenly produced during the forging competition be related to this stall owner? Otherwise, how could Su Ruashi have obtained such an incredible artifact? When it appeared, many teachers at the school had discussed it for a whole day, envious of Su Ruaxi's fortune. She looked at the young handsome stall owner Zhang Fan. Could he be the legendary forging master? But wasn't this shopkeeper far too young? After all, the youngest forger in Xia Kingdom capable of crafting supreme quality spiritual artifacts was already over 300 years old. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Zhang Fan, making his eyelids twitch. This shopkeeper appeared to be barely 20, even younger than herself. How could he possibly have created that heaven-defying supreme quality spiritual artifact? Lu Yan shook her head, dismissing the incredible thought from her mind. Yet if this shopkeeper wasn't a master at crafting ability locks, why were all the students coming here to buy things? They were even skipping class. Unless this shopkeeper had exceptional skills, or he was using some special method to control his students. Zhang Fan felt a chill from her stare. Though this female teacher was beautiful with a great figure, her aura was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He had no desire to provoke her. Dear customer, are you looking to buy any toys?" Zhang Fan asked softly. Little Tutu also blinked her big eyes at Lu Yan. "How do you sell your toys, and what's so special about them?" Lu Yan set her gaze sweeping over the surrounding students. The students shook their heads one by one, clearly unwilling to casually reveal the incredible abilities of the toys on Zhang Fan's stall. The more people who knew, the fewer chances they would have to buy. They weren't fools. Seeing this, Lu Yan grew even more puzzled. "There's only one doll left, one mecha model, and 3 marbles left," Zhang Fan said, looking at the remaining stock. Inventory was running low now. These students had strong purchasing power. No wonder in his previous world merchants loved doing business with students. It was indeed profitable. "How much?" "The doll is 100, the model 48,000, and the marbles 50,000 each." Zhang Fan held up his fingers. "Teacher, I suggest you buy a marble. The price reflects its value." Wang Chong lowered his head and spoke boldly. "Wang Chong, shut up." Lu Yan glared at him, shock evident in her eyes. Good heavens, a glass ball dared to cost 50,000, and her own student was defending this unscrupulous shopkeeper. It was madness. 50,000 must have its worth. What proof do you have that this glass ball is worth 50,000? This is extortion, selling goods at an unfair market price. Lu Yan looked at the glass marble, then swept her gaze over the surrounding students. "You're all insane, spending your parents' hard-earned money on toys from a place like this. And at such unreasonable prices." Lu Yan was furious. It was one thing that these students were skipping class, but who would have thought they were all here buying toys? Especially since these toys were so expensive. A glass ball for 50,000. The worst part was they were defending the shopkeeper and even trying to convince her to buy. Did they think Lu Yan had just used her gang chi to probe the glass ball, and it had no effect whatsoever. There was no aura. It was just an ordinary glass ball. This kind of thing was industrial waste. Most importantly, she had used her ability to check Zhang Fan's strength. He was merely a martial apprentice, a low-level martial artist. How could such a martial artist create a supreme quality spiritual artifact like an ability lock? Lu Yan had heard of unscrupulous merchants using charm techniques to attract and sell their goods. Could this shopkeeper be the same? Zhang Fan shrugged. He couldn't help it. The price was set by the system. But if this beautiful teacher insisted on calling him an unscrupulous merchant with unreasonable prices, Zhang Fan would have to ask if she hadn't worked hard enough all these years. Miss, think about it. Maybe you haven't worked hard enough all these years. This price is public, no fraud involved. Whether you buy or not is up to you. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Anyone affecting his business wouldn't get a good face from him. You. Lu Yan laughed in anger. Her annual salary was only 50,000, and he expected her to spend it all on a glass ball. Did he take her for a fool and inexperienced student who hadn't been through the trial? Teacher, you don't understand. This shopkeeper is truly remarkable. You could try buying one. Suruwashi also spoke up. She naturally couldn't reveal the ability lock, so she used the gentlest words to hint to her teacher. The teacher isn't interested and the price is too high. Everyone comes from ordinary families. Think about your situation when overspending. Lu Yan spoke softly, genuinely concerned for her students. She knew well that not everyone in her class was as wealthy as Suruwashi. Most came from ordinary families. Their monthly allowance was only a few hundred. Money wasn't easy to come by, and it shouldn't be squandered. The crowd was too embarrassed to lift their heads after Lu Yan's words. But teacher, I really suggest you buy one and try it because the ability. A student started to speak, but another pulled him back. This wasn't something to casually mention. The shopkeeper was right there. Had they gotten his permission? Big sister, if you don't buy anything and keep talking nonsense, Tutu will get angry. At that moment, Tutu stood with her hands on her hips, pouting with a very angry expression. Her adorable milky look calmed Lu Yan's mood a little. She crouched down and looked at the fierce little Tutu. Big sister isn't buying the marble, but that doesn't mean I won't buy anything else. This doll is nice. I'll take it. Lu Yan wasn't angry at Tutu. She pointed to a doll. This was the last doll in Zhang Fan's shop. Though Lu Yan's words were startling, business was business. Why refuse a sale? Besides, Zhang Fan needed to improve his strength to protect his daughter. Taking Lu Yan's 100 yuan, Zhang Fan handed over the doll. Ding, successfully sold toy doll. Hosts blood energy 300. Blood energy affected a martial artist's inner strength. With the increase in blood energy, Zhang Fan could feel his physique changing. What a pity. Sigh, if Teacher Lu knew how amazing this shopkeeper is, would she regret it? There's only one purchase chance per day, and Teacher Lu should have money. She didn't buy the marble, or even the mecha model, just a doll. What a waste. The surrounding students let out sighs of regret, staring at Lu Yan with strange looks. Lu Yan felt like a clown being watched. She felt a wave of confusion. I bought this doll for my niece. Don't misunderstand, Lu Yan explained softly, but the other students still looked at her with pity. Alright, if there's nothing else, come back to school with me, and let's have a good talk about skipping class. Lu Yan's expression turned icy. Her voice grew heavier. The surrounding students' faces changed instantly. Shouting, they ran toward the school. Shopkeeper will be going too. Oh, by the way, can I promote your stall? Suruwashi stood up to say goodbye as the others left. Promote? Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. That's right. If he promoted the stall, his pace of getting stronger would surely increase. You can, but don't be too flashy. Zhang Fan was also worried about attracting the attention of the authorities since he was operating without a license. With prices that disrupted market balance, widespread promotion might get him thrown in. Suruwaxi's eyes sparkled as she nodded obediently. Thank you, shopkeeper. I won't say anything careless. With that, she rushed back excitedly. Daddy, let's pack up too. Tutu is hungry. Tutu rubbed her little belly, which was growling. Clearly the little one was hungry. Zhang Fan smiled and nodded. With a wave of his hand, the stall vanished, and the father and daughter disappeared from the spot. Shortly after Zhang Fan left, two figures arrived instantly. An elderly figure looked around. Student Su definitely came here. Why did she disappear after entering the fort? Old Huang spoke in confusion. Old Huang, could there be a stronger expert? The principal looked around. They had followed Suruwashi after she left. After all, they had to find the forger who could create ability locks. But as they followed her into the forest, Suruwashi had mysteriously vanished. Even Old Huang, a martial king, couldn't find a single trace. It might be a barrier. Some powerful expert doesn't want to be found by us. We're not the destined ones. Let's go, let's head back. Old Huang waved his hand helplessly, and the two left dejectedly. Back at the rented house, Zhang Fan finally had time to look at the system's changes. The system had upgraded after selling goods. L0 to L1. It should be a phase upgrade. He looked at the upgrade description. Toy stall has been upgraded. Expansion successful. Additional stall, one host and bound person can set up one extra stall with the same number of items for sale. Ding, added item, surprise egg. Reading the description, Zhang Fan's eyes widened. The stall had expanded, and he could now support 2 stalls. This meant that Zhang Fan and his daughter Tutu could each run a stall, potentially doubling sales. But would it be dangerous to let Tutu manage a toy stall alone? But Tutu had no idea what danger was. The little one was hopping around happily shouting. Yay! Tutu has her own stall. Tutu is going to be a little boss. The little one bounced around, her little bunny ears swaying. Clearly she was thrilled about having her own. However, this left Zhang Fan deeply worried. The system stall location is completely random. You never know where it will appear next. For example, today Zhang Fan might sell toys in the Demon Beast Forest, and next week he could be selling toys in a Demon Beast den. Therefore, Zhang Fan was very concerned about his daughter's safety. Ding, attention, the system will be responsible for the host's safety during work. Please do not worry excessively. The system's voice sounded, and Zhang Fan's originally anxious heart gradually calmed down. Since the system could guarantee his daughter's safety, Zhang Fan felt a bit more at ease. Tutu, do you really want to sell toys? Looking at the exuberant Tutu, Zhang Fan, as a father, still felt a little reluctant. Tutu wants to help Daddy and work hard together with Daddy. Didn't Daddy tell Tutu before? As long as we work hard, life will definitely get better. Tutu's adorable face gained a hint of determination. Seeing this, Zhang Fan smiled and looked at her tenderly. Well then, let Daddy and Tutu make tomorrow eve. Zhang Fan and Tutu pinky swore, and the joyful laughter of father and daughter echoed through the rented house. The system was quite considerate. Knowing that Zhang Fan was at ease letting his daughter sell goods on her own, it even enabled a monitoring function so that Zhang Fan could see Tutu anytime, anywhere. At least there was no need to worry about safety. Zhang Fan went to the kitchen intending to cook a hearty dinner for Tutu. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Su Ruashi returned home to face her parents' stern expressions. In the living room, the air was thick with smoke. Su Gang was sitting on the sofa smoking, the tobacco smell filling the entire room. Click. The door was pushed open. Upon seeing Su Ruaxi's figure, Su Gang stopped smoking. His voice was stern, sounding especially oppressive in the quiet room. Ruashi, you're back. I've heard about what happened at school. Such a major incident occurred. Why didn't you tell your father? Who is that mysterious expert, and why did he give you that object? And what did you have to give in return, eh? Su Gang's voice carried a tone that brooked no argument. Su Ruaxi's mother simply sat to the side, not uttering a word. The authority in the Su family rested with Su Gang, so he always had the final say. I'm not sure who that senior is either, but he is extremely powerful. The spirit artifact he forged was even rated as supreme grade by Professor Huang. I only paid a few tens of thousands of yuan. Su Ruashi stiffened, answering instinctively, her voice a bit rigid. Since childhood, her father had always been a stern figure in almost all decisions regarding the family, and Su Ruashi involved his input. Supreme grade spirit artifact. Su Gang's hand tapped on the table, his expression. Although the Su family was wealthy in Dong province and owned many enterprises, their background was insufficient, and they lacked an expert capable of forging a supreme-grade spirit. If such an expert could be stationed in the Su family, they might well become the top corporate family in the world. However, Su Gang only entertained such thoughts. How could such a lofty expert casually align with a single family? As for buying a supreme-grade spirit artifact for a few tens of thousands of yuan, Su Gang had no doubts, because his daughter never lied. Let me see that spirit artifact. Su Gang spoke softly, his tone easing a little. What angered him was that his daughter hadn't informed him of such an important matter immediately. Su Ruashi nodded and took out the ability lock from her bag. Looking at the item, Su Gang reached out to take it, but a scorching heat surged forward. His martial venerable level strength seemed like paper and instantly crumbled. A wave of burning heat struck. Su Gang quickly withdrew his hand. Professor Huang said it seems to have bonded with me, and only I can use it, Su Ruashi quickly explained. You must keep this item safe. It must not fall into anyone else's hands. There are fewer than 100 supreme-grade spirit artifacts in the entire world. If used well, our Su family could become the most powerful family in the entire Dong province, even in Jiangxing. A glint of ambition appeared in Su Gang's eyes. If Su Ruashi could strive a bit harder and reach the martial master level, then with the aid of this spirit artifact, the Su family might have a martial venerable in her early 20s. At that time, the entire Jiangxing would be shaken. The Su family would no longer be confined to Dong province. By the way, your grandfather hasn't been well lately. He's been bedridden for a week. Tomorrow I'll take you to see him. If your grandfather dies, our Su family will lose the martial king-level powerhouse who anchors us. I don't know how long we can hold on then. So you must grow stronger as quickly as possible, only then can our Su family maintain its current position. Su Gang let out a long sigh. He didn't want to place this pressure on Su Ruashi, but that was the reality. A family's prosperity relies on the presence of powerful experts. Once the experts disappear or die, the decline of the family begins. A wave of pressure instantly weighed on Su Ruaxi's heart. Most devastating of all, the grandfather who cared for her most was about to die from illness. This was something she could not accept. If grandfather died, then the person who cared most for her in this world would be gone. Thinking of all the moments she had shared with her grandfather, Su Ruashi immediately burst. I understand. Su Ruashi said, walking toward her room in a daze. Sia, I noticed you've been spending money quickly. Your mother has transferred another 500,000 yuan into your card. Use it for now. Her mother's voice came, but Su Ruashi didn't respond at all. Was what you said just now too harsh? After Su Ruashi left, her mother finally spoke. It can't be helped. The toxins in father's body from his early years have spread throughout, and his time is limited. Our Su family's influence is too little. Once father dies, the Su family will surely fall into decline. Thankfully, Ruashi has obtained this opportunity, otherwise the Su family would have been unable to hold off those wolves long ago. The Wang family has always wanted to annex us. Originally, I considered a marriage alliance, but now that Ruashi has obtained a supreme-grade spirit artifact, we might have a chance to. Su Gang lit another cigarette. In her room, Su Ruashi hugged her pillow, the pressure in her heart continuing to grow. Her grandfather's illness and the invisible pressure of the Su family all fell on her shoulders. She wanted to become stronger, but it was simply impossible in such a short time. She held the ability lock in her hand. Tomorrow, if only she could wait until tomorrow, she could go buy goods from that boss again. If she bought enough, wouldn't she become stronger? Thinking this, she looked at the marble in her other hand. The marble was ordinary, showing no obvious function. This marble can't be so mediocre, it must have a special purpose. Su Ruashi thought to herself and began to study the marble. But after studying it for a long time and trying everything, the marble showed no reaction at all. Before she knew it, Su Ruashi fell asleep holding the two items. Meanwhile, in an apartment, Lu Yin had just finished dinner and returned home. She casually tossed her high heels into the shoe cabinet. Lu Yin stretched her body, exuding a radiant charm, then casually threw her stockings onto the bed and leaped onto them. My bed is so comfortable. What a nuisance today. I spent the whole evening answering parents' calls. Those students are such a handful. Lu Yin grumbled. She casually picked up the doll she had bought from Zhang Fan's stall. Because many students had massively requested money from home, many parents thought their children had been kidnapped. One after another they called Lu Yin. Lu Yin was forced to pretend for several hours. Tell me, aren't those classmates idiots? They were even fooled by that boss' terrible acting. Lu Yin muttered to the doll in her hands. Don't speak ill of the boss. Suddenly a childish voice came. Instantly Lu Yin leaped up from the bed with a 360 spin. What the heck, who's talking? Is the house haunted? Lu Yin swept her gaze across the entire bedroom, but found nothing that could have made a sound. Eventually her eyes fell upon the doll lying on the bed. In an instant Lu Yin's hair stood on end. The doll, which had been lying motionless on the bed, suddenly stood up. Even its plastic exterior began to transform at that very moment. The doll morphed into a tiny moving figure, the likeness of a little girl. It was utterly adorable, as if it had been crafted to match Lu Yin's ideal of a perfect child. Yet the doll's face wore a displeased expression as though it had been spoken ill of. A spirit pet. Impossible. How could a spirit pet be a doll? Lu Yin was stunned. How could a doll possess human intelligence and life? It defied science. In this world, some could practice martial arts while others could summon contracted spirit pets. Such individuals were affectionately called summoners. They could summon various spirit pets to aid in battle. For instance, at the Holy Spirit Academy, there was a summoner who had called forth a white tiger, saint pet of absolute power. It was said that such a pet upon reaching a certain stage would grow wings and become a demon king. But such spirit pets were exceedingly rare, and summoning them was extremely difficult. Summoning a powerful spirit pet was nearly impossible. Moreover, spirit pets had their own demands. Even if summoned, they might refuse to form a contract. Could this doll before her be a contractable spirit pet? But why would anyone sell a spirit pet? Such beings were treasures found only by chance, let alone being sold. Although the law did not explicitly prohibit it, ordinary people simply lacked the qualifications. Suddenly Lu Yin sensed something amiss. Could the young shop owner truly be a master? Perhaps it's just an ordinary doll. It's said that artificers can also forge such intelligent life forms. Lu Yin pondered, her large eyes fixed on the doll on the bed. What abilities do you have? She asked, her gaze filled with curiosity. The doll the shop owner sold was so tiny, not even as long as her arm. It must be just a companion type. The doll tilted its head. In an instant, its figure vanished from its spot. With a single punch, Lu Yin was sent flying backward. The bedroom table was smashed to pieces. The doll floated in the air like a deity. A martial master. Seeing the doll's strength, Lu Yin was utterly dumbfounded. A doll possessing such power sold for a mere 100 coins. This, for an ordinary spirit pet to reach the martial master level, was akin to scaling the heavens. And this was before any contract. After contracting, as the summoner's strength grew, so would the pet. Who exactly was that shop owner? How could he forge such a terrifying thing? If this were exposed, what a sensation it would cause throughout the entire Xia kingdom. Lu Yin was greatly alarmed. She also recalled Wang Chang's words, and a wave of regret washed over her. No wonder those classmates skipped class so freely. If it were her, she would have done even more extreme things. No wonder they were willing to borrow money and ask their families for funds just to buy these goods. So the shop owner was truly a big shot and unparalleled master, selling martial master level dolls for 100 coins each. Just how terrifying was the strength of such an artificer, such a spirit tamer? A slapping sound echoed. Lu Yin was filled with regret. Why hadn't she spent 50,000 to buy that marble? If this doll was so powerful, that marble must be even more heaven-defying. Could a 100-coin item compare to a 50,000-coin one? Are you willing to contract with me? Lu Yin suppressed her remorse. At least she had purchased one item. This doll's strength was enough to help her advance further in school. When the mentor duel comes, she might even be rated as a class instructor. Contract. Will I get candy every day? Yes. Lu Yin nodded hurriedly, afraid the doll would refuse. She wondered inwardly, did dolls even eat candy? Soon she and the doll formed a contract, and Lu Yin was so excited she couldn't sleep all night. Such a spirit pet was rare even for a martial king to behold, yet she had obtained it for just 100 coins. Her heart stirred with anticipation for the coming day. As long as that shop owner was still there tomorrow, she would spend every last coin she had to buy the most expensive item in his store. But that shop owner's aura was clearly that of a martial apprentice, and the stall was full of ordinary toys. How could this be? Lu Yin was lost in thought. She still couldn't understand how things had changed so quickly. Could the shop owner be hiding his true strength? It must be so. Otherwise, why would he set up a stall in such a place? It was a pity. The shop owner was so handsome and young, yet he already had a daughter. His wife must be... Her mind in disarray, Lu Yin soon fell asleep, holding on to hope for the next day. The next morning, classmates who had bought Zhang Fan's toys arrived at school, each looking refreshed and spirited. Only Wang Chong was gloomy. He had studied the marble all night, but couldn't figure out its function. He had even tried blood bonding, but the marble remained ordinary, showing no reaction. His heart sank. Had he wasted 50,000 coins for nothing? But upon arriving at school and seeing the classmates who had bought dolls yesterday, each with a little child sitting on their shoulder, he was stunned. Li Gang, what's that little boy on your shoulder? It's moving. Wang Chong approached Li Gang, his chubby face full of shock. What is that thing? It looks so strange. When did Li Gang learn to tame spirits? This. To be honest, it's the doll I bought for 100 coins yesterday. Damn, this thing is powerful. It has the strength of a marshal, Li Gang said excitedly. Damn, really? Does it grow stronger with your own strength? Wang Chong's jaw dropped. Regret flooded his heart. He should have bought the doll, or the mecha model. This marble was utterly useless. Probably. I've noticed that the doll's strength varies among classmates, as if it changes based on our own power. I feel like I might be able to get into the Holy Spirit Academy this year. If I enter the Holy Spirit Academy, my future would be. Wang Gang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The Holy Spirit Academy was one of the world's top spirit-taming academies, a gathering place for masters. Countless people dreamed of entering the academy for advanced study, but the Holy Spirit Academy only accepted geniuses who could summon spirit pets. Now even they had a chance. Wang Chong was green with envy. Other classmates who didn't know the situation looked on with admiration at the suddenly transformed students. What had happened to them? How had they changed so much overnight? And they had spirit pets now? Some wanted to ask, but those who had bought Zhang Fan's goods kept their lips sealed. By the way, why hasn't Teacher Lu arrived yet? Isn't it class time? Yeah, damn it, where is Teacher Lu? Amid the classroom's clamor, everyone noticed a problem. Lu Yin was missing. In the noise, a robust man slowly walked in through the door. Hello everyone, I'm your substitute teacher today. Teacher Lu has a stomachache and can't make it, so I, the PE teacher, will take over. The PE teacher beamed. Usually the liberal arts teachers stole his classes, but today the tables had turned. Upon hearing the PE teacher's words, the students in the know were petrified. Why did Teacher Lu suddenly have a stomachache? Upon hearing the physical education teacher's words, all the students instantly became restless. What's wrong with Teacher Lu? Can a martial artist master also get a stomachache? That shouldn't be the case. It's probably just her time of the month. Ew, everyone don't worry. Oh dear. Teacher, my stomach hurts too. I need to go to the restroom. Suddenly another student clutched his stomach. However, Teacher Lu showed no leniency toward these students. A big guy like you, what stomachache? Go every one of you to the playground and do horse stance. The girls practice boxing. For the entire day, if you don't satisfy me, no one gets to leave class. Teacher Lu's voice was stern. His expression resembled that of a ferocious wolf. The students immediately began to complain bitterly. Oh my god, teacher, my stomach really hurts. Wang Chong clutched his stomach, wishing he could skip class right then and there. If he had known today would turn out like this with Teacher Lu betraying them, Wang Chong wouldn't have come to class. Teacher Lu said to keep an eye on you clever folks. Now all of you move it. Teacher Lu slammed the table, and an imposing aura surged forth. The students groaned in misery, but reluctantly followed Teacher Lu to the back playground. Teacher Lu then led the students on 100 laps around the track, had them hold horse stance for half a day, and engaged them in sparring. The students were utterly exhausted. Hey, have you noticed that school beauty, Sue, didn't come to class today? I heard a family member is sick. Damn, that's a great idea. Why didn't I think of that? A student was stunned. Sue Ruashi usually seems so cold. He never thought she would use such a lie about a sick family member just to go to a toy stall. Wang Chong slapped his thigh. Damn, how could I forget that? Teacher, my mom is sick, heart disease, she's dying. I need to go home. Wang Chong shouted. Teacher Lu was indeed taken aback by these words. Who would joke about their own mother? It was clear that Wang Chong's situation was urgent. Teacher Lu didn't dare delay. Wang Chong, in that case, go on home. Don't miss anything. He quickly spoke. Teacher, my mom is also dying. My dad too, half of his body is already in the grave. Suddenly one student after another started speaking up. Their expressions were as dramatic as award-winning actors, each looking more pained than the last. Teacher Lu had all these students' parents suddenly been struck by a mysterious illness? Those of you with family emergencies, register here and hurry back. Don't be late for the funeral. Teacher Lu was kind-hearted. He quickly took out a registration book. Wang Chong, with a smile on his face, swiftly signed his name and dashed out. His demeanor was far from that of someone whose mother was on her deathbed. The others seized the opportunity, quickly signed their names and fled. Meanwhile, outside the beast forest, Lu Yin had arrived early in the morning at the spot where the stall was yesterday. But after searching for a long time, she found the stall was gone. The vendor from yesterday had vanished without a trace. Even his adorable daughter was nowhere to be seen, which made Lu Yin extremely anxious. She searched the entire beast forest, but still couldn't find Zhang Fan. Boss, where did you go? If I had known, I would have bought more yesterday. Boss, I want to buy something. Please appear. Lu Yin clasped her hands together, hoping Zhang Fan would appear before her. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no one in sight. She knew in her heart that her opportunity had slipped away. That mysterious handsome boss might never be seen again. Feeling a sense of loss, Lu Yin sighed. Just as she turned around, a commotion suddenly arose behind her. She saw the students from her class rushing toward her like a pack of hungry wolves. Weren't these students supposed to be in class? I remember I entrusted the class to the physical education teacher, right? Lu Yin was stunned. How had the students gotten out? Teacher Lu wasn't someone you could easily fool, was Wang Chong, why are you skipping class again? Lu Yin looked at the chubby boy leading the pack. Teacher Lu, you're too much. You come to buy things yourself, but won't let us come. Wang Chong was out of breath. He looked around, but didn't see the previous stall. Hey, where did the stall go? Damn, is the boss not setting up today? On the scene, countless students stared blankly into the distance. If Zhang Fan didn't come today, then their trip would have been for nothing. It seems the boss isn't setting up today. Everyone go back to school and continue class. Lu Yin resumed her teacher's demeanor. After confirming that teacher Lu was telling the truth, the students reluctantly left. Oh, where did the boss go? I wanted to buy something. A master like the boss is a rare encounter. Being able to buy one item from him is already a blessing. How could we dare to hope for a second? Wang Chong will give you 100,000 for that marble. A student looked at Wang Chong wanting to buy the marble he had bought yesterday. Zhang Fan had already disappeared, and no one knew if they would ever see him again. The items he had sold were now priceless treasures. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong immediately covered his pocket. He looked around nervously. Not selling, no matter the price. With that, he agilely ran off. Meanwhile, in the bustling city, Zhang Fan was strolling hand in hand with his daughter Tutu. The father and daughter duo had no plans to set up the stall today. The system stall had no restrictions. You could set it up whenever you wanted, or even take a break for several days. Since the goods hadn't been restocked in the past 2 days, and he had earned enough money, Zhang Fan naturally planned to take Tutu out to play. Daddy, Tutu wants to eat the wolf meat we had yesterday for dinner. Tutu held Zhang Fan's hand with one hand and a lollipop in the other. Zhang Fan thought for a moment and nodded. Then Tutu has to come with Daddy to catch the demon beast. Last night he had gone to the beast forest to test his strength and had killed a few wolf demons. Tutu wants to go too. Tutu nodded her little head. The father and daughter, laughing cheerfully, made their way toward the forest. Soon they arrived at the beast forest, and Zhang Fan led his daughter Tutu in. A sharp-eyed student who hadn't left yet caught a glimpse of Zhang Fan's back. Damn, it's the boss. Everyone look, isn't that the boss and his daughter? No wonder the boss isn't setting up the stall. He came to the forest with his daughter. Teacher, let's follow them. Maybe we can buy something on the spot. When Zhang Fan was spotted, the crowd instantly buzzed with excitement. Some students even suggested following him. Even Lu Yin, the teacher, had her eyes light up. She had thought Zhang Fan wouldn't set up the stall today, but she had still run into him. Lu Yin thought for a moment and nodded slightly. She would pretend it was a chance encounter, and maybe she could buy. Today we are having an extracurricular training session. Our target is the beast forest. As Lu Yin spoke, the students cheered. They eagerly followed her inside. I wonder what the boss is doing in the beast forest. Is he here to forge a divine artifact? Damn, if that's true, will I get to see the boss' incredible power today? The students were thrilled. Lu Yin, however, frowned slightly. The beast forest was fraught with danger. Was Zhang Fan not afraid to enter with a young child? Within the beast forest, Zhang Fan remained unaware that he had been discovered and even tailed. He was now advancing along the route he had taken yesterday, while hunting beasts with. At first, civilian martial artists could still be seen training in the vicinity. But as they ventured deeper, fewer figures appeared, until eventually Zhang Fan spotted no more martial artists. This should be the area. Glancing around, Zhang Fan confirmed that this was the region where he had found the beast yesterday. Behind him, Lu Yin led the students as they followed from a distance. The two ahead moved so swiftly that the group could barely keep pace. Teacher, if we go any deeper, we'll enter the forest's heart, where beasts comparable to martial venerable level power dwell. Wang Chong spoke with concern. A martial venerable level beast would spell danger for the entire group if encountered. Indeed, the deep forest is fraught with peril. Can that shopkeeper alone with his daughter? The master who forged such a spirit artifact must possess formidable strength, someone remarked. But isn't it said that many smiths lack high cultivation, focusing solely on? A cacophony of voices arose from the students. Lu Yin quickened her pace, unconsciously wishing to warn Zhang Fan not to venture deeper. Otherwise, not only he but also his daughter would be in danger. Yet before Lu Yin could catch up, a beast's howl suddenly echoed from afar. In the next instant, a pair of crimson eyes materialized within the dark forest. A beast. Judging by its aura, it's at least a martial apprentice-level beast. Sensing the beast's imposing presence, the students, led by Lu Yin, instantly fell into disarray. Even their entire class would struggle against a single-level beast, let alone Zhang Fan. Now the beast was mere meters from Zhang Fan, a deadly distance where one misstep could mean death. Teacher, it's a level beast, the Jingang pig. A student immediately recognized the creature. This beast has hardened bristles that can easily pierce a martial artist's body. The shopkeeper is still with his daughter. Why isn't he running? The crowd behind shouted loudly. Sir, run. But his voice was drowned out by the beast's roar before it could reach Zhang Fan. The creature bellowed continuously, hot air streaming from its snout, revealing, "Bad beast. How dare you scare Tutu and Daddy? Tutu will teach this monster a lesson." Little Tutu, undaunted by the beast several times her size, stepped forward fearlessly. One small finger pointed at the Jingang pig's snout, while the other hand rested on her hip. Her big eyes fixed intently on the beast before her. Tutu's strength was shared with Zhang Fan, meaning whatever rewards he earned from selling items were also bestowed upon her. The Supreme Saint body, the mystic yellow blade art, and even her cultivation level were all inherited. Thus Tutu now possessed several heaven-defying techniques, making the beast less daunting. Yet Zhang Fan still worried, as Tutu had never fought in real combat. Let Tutu do it, Daddy. Tutu wants to grow strong and protect you. Tutu gazed at Zhang Fan with big, pitiful eyes that tugged at his heart. Zhang Fan took a deep breath. Then Tutu must ensure her own safety. Daddy will watch closely from behind. Zhang Fan knew that without real combat Tutu would not improve, so he did not refuse. Yage, Tutu joyfully waved her hand and skipped toward the Jingang pig before her. This scene left Lu Yin and the students utterly stunned. They stared wide-eyed at the unfolding sight. What the hell? Why is the shopkeeper's daughter walking forward? Is he insane? Does he expect his daughter to defeat this Jingang pig? This is a level beast. Our entire class would need to join forces to take it down. How old is the shopkeeper's daughter? Teacher, shouldn't we warn him? Everyone knows how strong this Jingang pig is. A student spoke with concern. Defeating a level beast ordinarily required at least a martial master's strength. And reaching the martial master level took decades of cultivation. Tutu was only 5. Such a young child defeating this beast was nothing short of a fantasy. The shopkeeper must have his reasons, and she has already approached. It's too late to warn him now, Lu Yin said, shaking her head. Tutu was now right before the Jingang pig, who any intervention would be futile. Such an adorable little girl. Today she might fall here. With the shopkeeper there maybe she'll be fine. This Jingang pig is immensely strong. Even if the shopkeeper intervenes in time, he could be gravely injured. A student spoke anxiously. Uncle Boar, Tutu is about to strike. Tutu clasped her small fists, her childish voice ringing out. To the Jingang pig's ears it was a mockery. The beast immediately bared its tusks, its fierce gaze fixed on Tutu as if to say a mere child like her wouldn't even fill its teeth. The wild boar's hind legs kicked off the ground, launching itself like a cannonball toward Tutu. The meter-tall Tutu circulated the chi within her body. This was what her father had taught her the previous night. Tutu grasped it quickly. She understood almost as soon as Zhang Fan finished explaining. With a slight sidestep she evaded the boar's charge. Such speed. Wang Chong's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Wait, she's about to counterattack. A student suddenly cried out, his voice filled with shock. Everyone assumed dodging was already her limit, but she intended to strike back. Tutu pulled a fruit knife from her pocket. Since she had the mystic yellow blade art, but no weapon, Zhang Fan had bought 2 fruit knives, one for Tutu and one for himself, as simple means of defense. Is that a fruit knife? Does she think that can pierce a Jingang pig's hide? The Jingang pig boasts the strongest defense among level beasts. Its skin is like diamond-hard steel. An ordinary knife can't wound it. Even Teacher Lu would struggle to break through its defenses. A studious student in the crowd spoke calmly. Though his words stung, Lu Yin did not refute them. Because he spoke the truth. The Jingang pig's defense was notoriously formidable among level beasts. Even a martial master would find it hard to breach. How old was Tutu? Even if she had the strength of a mortal martial artist, that would be extraordinary. At such a level, breaking through was nearly impossible. Especially with just a fruit knife. But in the next instant, as everyone watched, Tutu sidestepped, and a mysterious yellow aura enveloped the blade. The aura wrapped the entire knife. Almost everyone saw only a blur before the Jingang pig halted. A massive boar head thudded to the ground. What just happened? Some rubbed their eyes. Others held their breath. Lu Yan's mouth fell slightly open. What blade art was that? So bizarre. And with one strike, she had slain a level beast. What cultivation level was this little girl? Martial master. Or martial venerable. Whichever, it was achieving such power at 5 years old. Was this what the Celestial Palace meant? Was this a genius of monstrous talent? Lu Yin had once considered herself gifted, but now she realized genius was merely the threshold she saw. If 5-year-old Tutu was this formidable, what about her father? What level of strength did that mysterious shopkeeper possess? Silence. An overwhelming silence fell over the entire scene, as if the breath of every student had stopped. The only sound was the dull thud of the boar's head. A 5-year-old girl had single-handedly and instantly slain a brank beast that would require an entire class to defeat. Am I seeing things? Tutu, she actually killed a brank beast all by herself. Wang Chong rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. No mistake. It's an ironhide boar, the one with the strongest defense. Even our whole class together would struggle to subdue this beast. No wonder the boss dared to let her fight. So Tutu really does have the strength. Some exclaimed in awe while others were simply stunned. If Tutu is this powerful, then what about her father? The boss. What level must the boss be? A student asked, but no one answered. No one could fathom Zhang Fan's level. A 5-year-old can unleash such power, yet we college students need our whole class to kill a beast like this. This is humiliating. Teacher Lu, from now on I, Wang Chong, will study diligently and train hard. I must become stronger. A hint of determination appeared on Wang Chong's chubby face. If Tutu was this strong at 5, how could he, as her older brother, remain so weak? This ignited his fighting spirit. Yes, we need to get stronger too. The boss has sold us treasures, and we still don't strive for improvement. How can that be? Suddenly, as if enlightened, the students spoke with excitement. Lu Yin nodded with satisfaction, feeling gratified. Her gaze then drifted to the father and daughter in the distance. If Tutu could unleash such power at this age, perhaps no one in the world was worthy of being her teacher. Sorry, Uncle Boar. Tutu wants to eat braised pork, so I have to trouble you. Tutu bent down and patted the boar's head. Then she hopped and skipped towards Zhang Fan. Daddy, wasn't Tutu awesome? Tutu arrived in front of Zhang Fan, gesturing excitedly. These combat techniques were what Zhang Fan had taught Tutu just last night. Zhang Fan hadn't expected his daughter to learn them after seeing them only once. Zhang Fan gently ruffled Tutu's little head. Tutu is amazing. Daddy will make you something delicious when we get home. Zhang Fan said softly, a smile on his. The beast meat in this world was 10 times more delicious than any meat Zhang Fan had ever eaten. It was also rich in protein. Zhang Fan couldn't afford it before, but now that he could, he intended to indulge. With a wave of his hand, the beast slain by Tutu was stored into his spatial ring. This ring cost 10,000 yuan bought during today's shopping trip. But it had a full 100 cubic meters of space. Most importantly, the interior space was almost completely sealed, so the meat stored inside would hardly rot. 10,000 yuan was an excellent deal. Time to go home and eat. Tutu loves to eat. Tutu licked her lips. The fight had made her stomach growl. The father and daughter turned and walked back the way they came. Lu Yin and the others, however, lacked the courage to call out to Zhang Fan. The disparity in their strength made them face. Zhang Fan's decision to sell things was probably just a whim. If they pestered him for more, they would only annoy him. Teacher, we're skipping today's class. We're going to hunt beasts too. We need to get stronger. Wang Chong rubbed his hands together. This time Lu Yin didn't object. She nodded slightly. She too would work hard to grow stronger. When she saw the young Tutu effortlessly crush a brank beast, Lu Yan's martial artist's heart was overturned. Zhang Fan didn't notice Lu Yin and her group leaving. After he left the forest, a group of students inside were desperately seeking fights with beasts. Back home, Zhang Fan cut off a large chunk of boar meat. Today he planned to make a delicious wild boar rice dish. While cooking, he checked the location for the system's next sale. Tomorrow was the weekly random location reset. Since the stall had evolved into two, there would be 2 different locations for setting up shop. Tomorrow the merchandise would also be refreshed and sold-out items would be replenished. Ding stall has been refreshed. Host, please take note. The system notification sounded. This time the stall is located at Transcendent Secret Realm. The stall will be set up at the summit of Mount Olympus within the lava lake. Host, please. The system's voice came again. These 2 stall locations were not just incredible, they were absurd. One was on a mountain peak, the other inside a lava lake. Who would think of such? And most importantly, it was virtually impossible for anyone to come and buy from these locations. No wonder the Beast Forest was the beginner area. At least there were people there to sell to. The upcoming areas were bound to be even more ridiculous. Without looking further at the system's stall locations, Zhang Fan plated the cooked food. Daddy, is dinner ready? Let Tutu bring the dishes. Tutu sniffed with her little nose and waddled over eagerly. With her small hands, she gently lifted the plates. With Tutu around, Zhang Fan felt that things were much easier. As the father and daughter ate, the Beast Forest was bustling with. The counselor of Class 3 freshman year at Xinwu Academy was leading his class on a training expedition. But when he saw the students from Lu Yan's class fighting with desperate intensity, he was baffled. When had this class become so proactive? Were they trying to outdo everyone? And what was most astonishing was Wang Chong. Wasn't he the bottom of his grade? How could he now single-handedly kill a crank beast? What had happened to Class 1 to make them so diligent? He pulled out his phone and quickly spread the news in the counselor group chat. Immediately, other counselors in the school couldn't sit still. This Lu Yin would stop at nothing to get the tops. Countless counselors in the school mobilized their classes. The beasts in the forest were the ones who suffered. In stark contrast to the lively beast forest was the Su resident. Su Ruashi was kneeling beside her grandfather's bed. On the other side stood an elderly man radiating the aura of a physician. Elder Yin, can my father's condition not be stabilized for a few more days? Su Gang looked at the old man, his voice heavy. The chi poison has attacked his heart, his meridians are blocked. Coupled with his advanced age and the toxin spreading throughout his body, I am powerless. Elder Yin shook his head, slightly helplessness in his eyes. Old Master Su was an old friend of his, he didn't want to see him die either. But Old Master Su's dantian and meridians were filled with poison. The hidden dangers from his early years had erupted throughout his body, leaving him beyond cure. Grandpa Yin, whatever it takes, whatever I have to do, please save my grandpa. Su Ruashi, who had been lying by the bedside, spoke with tears in her eyes. Her voice trembled. She recalled sitting on her grandpa's lap as a child listening to his stories. She also remembered the times he taught her to cultivate. She didn't want to lose her grandfather. So even if the greatest medical master in the world came, it would be too late. Accept it. Elder Yin shook his head helplessly. He was highly esteemed in the country and had reached the pinnacle of medical skill. His pronouncement was a death sentence. Su Ruashi gripped her grandfather's hand tightly, looking at the old man whose brow was furrowed in pain on the bed. Her hand unconsciously tightened. Suddenly Su Ruashi seemed to remember something. She frantically searched through her bag. That's right, there's still one item. There's still hope. She muttered to herself. Ruashi. Su Gang was stern at his daughter's lack of decorum. But when he saw Su Ruashi pull out a glass bead, he was taken aback. What was that? Why would Su Ruashi take out a glass bead at a time like this? Had she gone mad from grief? Looking at his daughter, who clung to him as if he were her last lifeline, Su Gang could only sigh softly. He had never spent much time with her. Her grandfather had always been the one to guide her, so he understood her desperation now. Yet when she produced a glass marble, Su Gang couldn't comprehend it. This seemed like a desperate, misguided attempt. Ruashi, Elder Yin has already said that your grandfather is beyond help. Why do you persist like this? Su Gang spoke helplessly. But Su Ruashi acted as if she hadn't heard him, clutching the glass marble tightly, like it was her final salvation. The items that boss sells can't possibly be ordinary. Su Ruashi was unwavering in her belief. She gripped the marble firmly and a series of cool sensations emanated from within it. This sudden change startled her, then filled her with joy. Just as she had thought, this marble was no ordinary toy. However, she had no idea how to use it or whether it would be effective for her grandfather's illness. At that moment, Elder Yin also noticed the change in the marble. He furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. The marble gave him an inscrutable feeling. Even with his martial king level power, he could not fathom its nature. Where did this come from? Sensing something amiss, Elder Yin couldn't help but ask. Su Ruashi did not avoid the question. In her desperate need to save her grandfather, she couldn't afford to worry about anything else. I bought this marble from a toy-selling boss. I don't know its exact function, but when I brought it close to grandfather, he seemed to be in less pain. As she spoke, Su Ruashi brought the marble closer. The tightly furrowed brows of old master Su actually relaxed a little. A trace of comfort even appeared on his face. Nonsense. Su Gang's expression darkened. With Elder Yin present, bringing out a toy to treat an illness was a direct— Ruashi, do you know that Elder Yin is a renowned physician in our Xia Kingdom and a martial king level powerhouse? If even he can't solve this, how can a toy— Su Gang wasn't being skeptical without reason, it was simply too unbelievable. He could accept that the toy booth owner had helped the Su family once, but why would he help a second time for no reason? Such an extraordinary spiritual artifact could not be casually sold. Su Gang had never seen Zhang Fan, so he had no way of knowing if his goods were genuine or who he truly— Faced with her father's doubts, Su Ruashi remained silent. She held tightly to the marble she had bought from Zhang Fan. It was understandable that her father, who hadn't seen the boss, wouldn't believe it, but she knew his incredible skill. If the ability lock was already so powerful, this marble must have its own use. Grandpa Yin is out of options, so let me try. Maybe there's still a chance for grandfather. Su Ruashi wiped the corner of her eye, her expression resolute. Nonsense. Your grandfather is already suffering enough. Are you going to torment him further? Ruashi, wake up, it's just a toy. At that moment, Su Gang felt his daughter had become incredibly rebellious, not even listening to him. Just as he was about to scold her further, Elder Yin spoke. Ruashi is right. I'm out of options. Perhaps that toy boss she mentioned has a solution. Let her try. Elder Yin said this, but his tone carried a hint of relief. If he couldn't cure old Master Su and the old man died, he would feel guilty. With Elder Yan's words, Su Gang couldn't object further. As a martial king level powerhouse and a physician, Elder Yin held considerable status in the martial world. Su Gang was merely a junior before him. Su Ruashi looked at the glass marble. Inside it, a green leaf was emitting a peculiar light. That light carried a refreshing aura. Su Ruashi didn't know how to use the marble, but the simplest idea that came to her was to have her grandfather swallow it. Since the marble could ease her grandfather's pain, perhaps eating it would have a greater effect. She gently pried open her grandfather's mouth. Ruashi, what are you doing? Seeing this, Su Gang shot to his feet. This was sheer madness. Had Su Ruashi been bewitched? Was she really about to shove a toy into her own father's mouth? Was this the same daughter who had always obeyed him? Had his words lost all influence? Dad, this might be the only way to save grandfather. I believe in the boss and I believe in his daughter. Su Ruaxi's expression was firm. She was determined to take a gamble. This infuriated Su Gang. A toy boss selling toys was one thing. Maybe he was a craftsman, but a craftsman couldn't cure illness. Ruashi, I know your ability lock came from that boss, but have you considered that a craftsman can't possibly be a physician? Healing requires a physician. Do you really think that boss is also a doctor? The world doesn't work that way. Su Gang's voice was heavy. A person's energy was limited. One couldn't be both a craftsman and a physician. Ability lock. What is that? Elder Yin was puzzled. But Su Ruashi paid no heed to Su Gang's words, stubbornly shoving the marble into her grandfather's mouth. As the marble entered his mouth, old Master Su's throat moved, and he swallowed it directly. Thighs. This is utter madness. Elder Yin also stood up slightly, his hands trembling. He had thought Su Ruashi was joking, but he never expected her to be serious. A toy marble to cure an illness. Head of the Su family, I can do nothing more now. His meridians were already blocked, and ingesting such an object may cause him to suffocate to death. Elder Yan's voice was low, but it sent a chill through everyone present. Ruashi, this is your grandfather. Even if you want to cure him, you can't resort to such desperate measures. Her mother couldn't help but speak, a hint of disappointment in her voice. But as everyone was talking, Su Ruaxi's eyes lit up. Look! Grandfather's complexion. Su Ruashi exclaimed in surprise. The voices of reprimand instantly turned into gasps. There on the sickbed. Old Master Su's previously ashen face suddenly regained a healthy glow. His graying hair even began to turn black. It was like the final radiance of a dying. The old man's body grew warm, and a stream of warmth seemed to flow through his dantian. He appeared to have rejuvenated by 100 years. His wrinkled face became smooth, and his aged hands brimmed with vitality. How is this possible? Elder Yin rushed forward. A green aura surrounded his hand, and his expression grew increasingly bewildered. The meridians are being rebuilt, the toxins are dissipating, and vitality is returning. Well, what did you feed him? Elder Yin, one of the top physicians in the Xia Kingdom, was now utterly confounded. A toy marble that could bring someone back from the brink of death, and even restore vitality. This defied his imagination. It was a divine medicine. No, it was an immortal elixir. Where had Su Ruashi obtained such a miraculous item, and who was this boss she spoke of who would casually release such a treasure into the world? Seeing the old man brimming with life, Su Gang's expression turned dumbfounded. Could that toy boss be more than just a craftsman? Was he also a top-tier physician? Upon hearing Elder Yan's words, Su Ruaxi's heart leaped with joy. Grandpa Yin, are you saying my grandfather's condition has stabilized? A trace of excitement flickered in Su Ruaxi's eyes. She had never imagined that Zhang Fan's toy marble could possess such miraculous effects. She had simply come with a tentative hope to give it a try. Elder Yin nodded slightly, having just examined the old man, and confirmed that Su's bodily functions were indeed recovering. Even the meridians once ravaged and corroded by poison had been fully restored. He looked 100 years younger. Not only has his condition stabilized, but his injuries are healing at an astonishing speed. This is nothing short of a miracle. Where did you obtain this pill? He asked. Whoever refined such a resurrection elixir is no ordinary person, likely a master alchemist from the folk. A gleam of excitement shone in Elder Yan's eyes. He yearned to meet the alchemist who had created this miraculous medicine. Elder Yin, are you saying that the pill Ruashi just fed my father was indeed a pill? Su Gang, having just emerged from his shock, fixed his gaze on Elder Yin. He had never expected that the mysterious benefactor who had already helped the Su family once would now bestow such a life-saving elixir. What was the intention of this mysterious expert? And why had he repeatedly aided the Su family? A whirlwind of emotions churned within Su Gang. Indeed, this is not just a pill, it is a top-tier elixir. Even I cannot fully discern its potency, Elder Yin admitted with a hint of regret. He had never imagined that the marble was actually a pill. Had he known, he would have studied it first. Now that it had been swallowed, and likely dissolved, any further examination was impossible. Su Gang was even more astounded. If even Elder Yin could not identify such a top-tier elixir, what was its true value? And why would that person gift something so precious to Ruashi? Why is the house so lively? At that moment, the old man on the bed stirred slightly, and a strong, resonant voice rang out. Old Master Su had awakened. Grandfather, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Su Ruashi rushed to his side, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at him. I know my own body. I haven't much time left. The old man paused as he sensed the surging power within him, his words faltering in astonishment. How is this possible? My Dantian is recovering, and my meridians are regenerating. What power is this? What has happened to me? I feel as though I've returned to my prime. The old man exclaimed, staring in shock at everyone present. Old Yin, did you eradicate my late... He turned to Elder Yin with gratitude, but Elder Yin shook his head. It wasn't me. It was your granddaughter. She brought a supreme elixir that healed you. Now your body is likely 100 years younger. Envy tinged Elder Yan's voice. What? The old man grasped Su Ruaxi's hand, his face alight with excitement, though confusion lingered in his heart. He knew his own condition well. It had been beyond hope. To pull him back from death's door, the elixir must have been extraordinarily potent. Who could have concocted such a pill? Ruashi, this elixir. He looked at her with concern, knowing that obtaining such a treasure must have come at a great cost to her. Grandfather, a mysterious boss sold it to me, Su Ruashi said softly, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration for Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, only slightly older than her, had repeatedly helped her with his formidable abilities, stirring feelings of appreciation and reverence within Su Ruashi. Such a remarkable expert. Ruashi, can you find this person? I must thank him in person. Old Master Su declared solemnly. Gifting such a priceless treasure could not be without motive. To ensure no dubious deal had been struck with Ruashi, the old master insisted on meeting him face to face. Father, you've just recovered. Is it wise to go out now? Su Gang quickly intervened. Nonsense. When encountering such a mysterious expert, how can we delay in expressing our gratitude? Bring out all the Su family's treasures. Present them to this person, the old master commanded, his voice heavy as he cast a stern glance at his son. Su Gang dared not argue, and nodded, preparing to retrieve the family heirlooms. Among them was the blazing flame sword, a sacred blade passed down through generations. It was from this sword that the Su family had gleaned martial arts techniques, ensuring their enduring prosperity. Now, to meet the mysterious expert, they were willing to part with their most treasured heirloom. This was madness. Even Elder Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Had old Master Su lost his wits? Ruashi, do you know where the senior is? The old master's voice softened. Yes. Su Ruashi nodded obediently, then led her parents and grandfather toward the beast forest without delay. Outside the beast forest, luxury vehicles lined the roadside. Martial artists coming and going paused to watch. What a grand procession. Which great family is training here? Look, someone's getting out. It's the Su family. No wonder it's so imposing. I heard the Su family has developed a new spiritual artifact. Is that true? Whoa, look. Old Master Su himself has emerged. He's a martial king. Why would he come to the beast forest? He must be helping the younger generation hunt beasts. Many were stunned to see the old master step out. A martial king was a rare presence in Xia country, and his appearance here signaled a major event. Impossible. The boss was here before. Su Ruaxi's eyes dimmed as she stared at the empty stall, her gaze hollow. The stall had been there yesterday and the day before. The image of the adorable little girl lingered vividly in her mind. The fragrant kiss still flickered in her thoughts. Yet in just one day the boss had vanished. The simple toy stall had disappeared, replaced by an empty lot. Ruashi, is this where you said the senior was? But there's nothing here, Su Gang said, scanning me. Aside from the watching martial artist, there was no mysterious stall to be found. Tears welled up in Su Ruaxi's eyes. Though she had only met the boss a few times, she could not forget them. Especially the stall owner's daughter. The thought of never seeing them again filled her with a profound sense of loss. A mysterious expert like that wouldn't stay in one place. It's already our Su family's great honor that he helped us twice, Old Master Su said softly. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps the mysterious figure was genuinely benevolent without ulterior motives. Indeed, meeting such an expert is a blessing in itself, let alone receiving his favor. Don't be sad, little Ruashi, Elder Yin added, though disappointment lingered in his voice. Su Ruashi nodded, her gaze drifting toward the depths of the forest. Where could the boss and his daughter be now? Would they ever meet again? Ruashi, from today onward, the Su family's heirloom, the blazing flame sword, is entrusted to you. If you encounter that senior again, gift it to him. Consider it our family's token of gratitude for his assistance. Though modest, it reflects our sincerity. Old Master Su produced a crimson sword wreathed in flames. Even if the expert sought nothing in return, he had to show his appreciation. Su Ruashi nodded and stored the sword in her spatial room. Compared to the blazing flame sword the pill Zhang Fan had given was clearly more precious. Su Gang said nothing, knowing that with the old master healed and a martial king restored to the family, trading a sword was well worth it. The commotion caught the attention of nearby martial artists. Overhearing the conversation, they were astonished. The Su family plans to gift their heirloom. The blazing flame sword is a high-grade spiritual artifact. Are they insane to give it away? Who deserves such a gift from the Su family? I have to share this news with my family group. This is huge. I've already posted it online. Maybe we'll run into that expert too. Word quickly spread across the eastern province. The Su family was giving away their most treasured possession. The entire province buzzed with excitement. Countless people wondered who could inspire the Su family to part with their ancestral heirloom. While the Su family stirred up a storm across the entire eastern province, Zhang Fan had already left that city with his daughter Tutu. Tomorrow the system's random stall would refresh. This time the stall was set to appear within a secret realm. Thus Zhang Fan needed to rent a house outside the secret realm in advance, or else he would have no place to stay after finishing. Daddy, look what a huge mountain. Tutu pointed at the distant mountain range from the spirit boat. The peaks soared into the clouds, piercing the sky with no end in sight. If Mount Everest was the tallest mountain on Earth, this one was twice its height. Such a towering peak presented a truly magnificent sight. Zhang Fan could also see martial artists flying around the mountain battling demonic beasts. This mountain must be the legendary secret realm, and one of the areas where Zhang Fan would set up his stall was at its summit. Daddy, are we going to set up the stall on the mountaintop? Tutu's big eyes blinked, filled with anticipation. The higher you stand, the farther you see. She was eager for the view from the peak. Zhang Fan nodded, pondering the stall locations. The first area was atop Mount Olympus, and the second was within a lava lake. To be honest, neither of these areas was a suitable location. Neither would be ideal for Tutu. But since he had already promised her, Zhang Fan could only leave the better area for Tutu. The temperature inside the lava lake would surely be scorching, and probably few people would come. Zhang Fan feared Tutu couldn't endure it. In contrast, the mountaintop, though high, would at least have martial artists ascending, making it somewhat safer. As he mused, the spirit boat soon docked. This type of spirit vessel could fly through the sky much faster than the airplanes of his previous. The ticket for each of Zhang Fan and Tutu was 300 yuan, which was not expensive. Carrying their luggage, Tutu held Zhang Fan's hand, and the father and daughter walked out. Zhang Fan had researched the information. This secret realm was called the Olympus Secret Realm, an ancient one. It was also a public secret realm. Entering was simple. The ticket cost 80 yuan. But Zhang Fan didn't need to pay, because once he chose to set up his stall, the system would automatically teleport him to the designated. However, upon returning, the system would only send him to a relatively close area. Fortunately, there was a city near this secret realm. Due to the secret realm, this city was quite prosperous. But the residents here were mostly martial artists, differing somewhat from ordinary human cities. For instance, Zhang Fan often saw martial artists walking through the city with demonic beasts by their side. These were things he had never seen in the eastern province. Daddy, look, why is there a mosquito standing on that person's shoulder? Is that a contracted beast you mentioned? Tutu asked innocently, pointing at a woman in the crowd. Zhang Fan also noticed the person because she was too conspicuous. She was 1.8 meters tall, wearing a white form-fitting suit that seemed specially made for combat. Her long black hair cascaded down, and her stunningly beautiful face had a touch of innocence, reminding Zhang Fan of the fairy-like goddess in movies from his past life. Yet she was even more breathtaking than that goddess, possessing an ethereal aura that kept others at a distance. What puzzled Zhang Fan was that her contracted beast was actually a mosquito. Could it be a reincarnated mosquito contracted to an aloof school beauty? Zhang Fan quickly shook his head. This imagination was too wild. Tutu, don't say that. Maybe it's no ordinary mosquito. Let's find a place to stay first. Zhang Fan led Tutu into the city. He had learned about beast tamers in this world. To grow stronger, they had to contract with demonic beasts, linking their strength and lifespan. For example, if a demonic beast could live for centuries, the contracted person would share that lifespan. The reverse was also true. But demonic beasts also had talent, and their ultimate strength varied accordingly. Zhang Fan was not surprised to see beast tamers in this city. After all, the city stood at the foot of the secret realm, so it was normal to encounter all kinds of martial artists. Soon Zhang Fan and Tutu found a hotel. They only needed to stay for a week, so there was no need to rent an apartment. Renting an apartment earlier was just to save money. Now that they had more, he wouldn't be so stingy. The hotel cost 130 per night, twice the price of hotels in ordinary cities. But given the location, Zhang Fan accepted it. Wow, a big bed. Tutu's favorite big bed. Upon entering the room, the little girl swung her arms and rushed to the pristine white bed with her short legs. She bounced on the bed several times before stopping. After they organized their luggage, it was already evening. Zhang Fan decided to take Tutu out for a stroll to explore this new city. OS City. The streets were bustling with people and countless vendors. Tutu held a demonic beast chicken leg in her left hand and a glass of freshly squeezed spirit juice in her right, eating with grease smeared all over her face. Daddy Tutu loves it here, she mumbled while chewing. Just as Zhang Fan and Tutu were strolling and enjoying the scenery, an untimely voice reached their ears, accompanied by a commotion. In a corner of the street, a crowd surrounded a young woman, looking as if there was a conflict. Does a person who contracted a mosquito have the right to enter the secret realm? Haha, after this week, once the contract assessment is over, you'll be expelled from the academy. How ridiculous. The top student in the grade, Luo Qingxue, actually contracted a mosquito without even a beast soul. Aren't you the top of the grade? Weren't you so aloof before, looking down on everyone? How did you end up with a mosquito? Voices rose and fell, drawing the attention of passers-by. Aren't these students from the Holy Spirit Academy? What are they saying? Contracting a mosquito? Unbelievable. Doesn't the academy have contracted demonic beasts? Why would this student contract a mosquito? Everyone who gets into the Holy Spirit Academy has extraordinary talent, but the contracted beast is crucial. I can't believe someone would ruin their own future. The surrounding martial artists buzzed with discussion. No one expected that the renowned Holy Spirit Academy had someone who contracted a mosquito. Contracting a mosquito was truly laughable. Yet Luo Qingxue's expression didn't change in the face of the crowd's remarks. Luo Qingxue would prove with her strength that even if she contracted a mosquito, she would stand atop the world again. Indeed, Luo Qingxue was reborn. In her past life, she had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, the martial emperor level, by contracting a Clearwater serpent. She was even on the verge of achieving the emperor realm. However, the Clearwater serpent's talent was too poor, causing her later cultivation to be held back by her contracted beast. Thus, she could never ascend to the emperor realm. Now fate had given her a second chance, and she chose the more formidable white tiger. But Luo Qingxue never expected to be bitten by a mosquito during the contract. In a daze, she ended up contracting a mosquito. If it had been any demonic beast, her vast experience and talent would have sufficed to regain her former position. But the contracted target was a mosquito, making Luo Qingxue question her very existence. Ignoring the taunts, Luo Qingxue's sole goal in coming to the secret realm was to ascend the peak of Olympus and find the sunflower. Only by finding the sunflower could she transform her contracted beast's bloodline and change her fate. Don't speak ill of the pretty sister. What she contracts is her own business. What's it to you? Nosy old hags. Blah blah blah, you love gossip. Tutu hates gossipers the most. Amid the commotion, a childish voice suddenly rang out. A little girl in a white dress with braided hair stood in the crowd, hands on her hips. Her cute face showed a hint of displeasure with puffed cheeks that were adorable. The Holy Spirit Academy students hadn't expected anyone to stick up for her and turned to look. When they saw it was a child whose baby teeth hadn't even fully grown, and they rolled their eyes. Whose child was this so impudent? Where did this child come from? Get lost. A boy waved his hand impatiently upon seeing Tuzi, his eyes filled with disdain. Exactly whose kid is this? Don't they know children shouldn't meddle in adult affairs? Whose child is this? This is OSC City. Kids need to be accompanied by their parents when going out. What an adorable kid, but a bit too eager to show off. The onlooking martial artists also turned to Tuzi. Although Tuzi was cute, the Holy Spirit Academy held absolute authority. Everyone naturally sided with the Holy Spirit Academy. Tuzi is not a little kid anymore. Tuzi is 5, almost 6, already a big kid. Tuzi placed her hands on her hips and lifted her little head. Luo Qingxue blinked her big eyes, gazing at the little girl who was speaking up for her. The little girl had her hair in braids, and her innocent, adorable face was exceptionally charming. Luo Qingxue wished she could scoop her up and give her a kiss right there. But there were too many prying eyes around, and she didn't want Tuzi to be frightened by these people. Just as Luo Qingxue was about to rise and say something, the leading boy spoke. A burst of laughter rang out. Haha, where did this little joker come from? 6 years old is a big kid. What a joke. Go play in the mud. Where's this kid from? Shoo, we want stoop to arguing with a child. Luo Qingxue, we look forward to the day you get expelled. Turning down the beast egg our club president gifted you only to contract a mosquito. Really? The leading boy shook his head and left. Before leaving, he tried to shove Tuzi away, but no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't budge her an inch. His eyes widened. Under the gazes of those around him, he had no choice but to slink away. What the hell? Where did this kid come from? She's got quite the strength. He muttered under his breath as his figure disappeared into the distance. When the group reached a secluded area, a figure in black suddenly appeared before them. Hey, who are you? Get out of our way. The leading boy spoke. Zhang Fan didn't give them a chance to speak. His figure flickered, and he struck with his hand like a blade landing blow. These scoundrels had insulted his daughter. Zhang Fan would not be lenient. He could tolerate insults directed at himself, but when it came to his daughter, he couldn't bear it. With so many people around, just now Zhang Fan couldn't act, but now it was different. The sound of ribs cracking echoed. Zhang Fan dusted off his hands and strode away. Damn it, don't let me find out who you are. Brother Chang, should we call the cops? Call nothing. That man concealed himself perfectly. There's not even a trace of his aura left. He might be some family's expert. Brother Chang shook his head. Fearing retaliation, he could only accept the loss. It must be that little girl. She must have a strong backer behind her, otherwise why would he attack us? No wonder she dared to step out at a time like this. Damn it, we've hit a wall. I think my ribs are broken. Call an ambulance. The few of them lay on the ground, unable even to move. By then the crowd on the street had dispersed, leaving only Tuzi and Luo Qingxue chatting. Zhang Fan even saw Tuzi plant a kiss on Luo Qingxue's stunningly beautiful cheek. Zhang Fan was speechless. This little one really was a natural at being familiar with. Daddy is back. Spotting Zhang Fan, Tuzi hopped out of Luo Qingxue's arms and toddled over to him. Is this your daughter? Luo Qingxue's voice came as melodious as a songbird. Zhang Fan nodded. Thank you for looking after her. You're welcome. But there are too many people here. Please watch over your daughter so she doesn't wander off. She's very sweet and kind. Tuzi, since your father is here, big sister will be. Luo Qingxue crouched down and patted Tuzi's little head. Goodbye, Sister Qingxue. Tuzi waved her small hand as she watched the beautiful big sister walk away. Daddy, Sister Qingxue had such bad luck. She finally managed to contract a spirit beast, but a mosquito sucked her blood midway, so she ended up contracting a mosquito and that's so sad. Tuzi pouted regret, filling her eyes. Zhang Fan's mouth twitched. He had thought Luo Qingxue had deliberately contracted the mosquito. He hadn't expected the process to be like this. But Sister Qingxue is really nice. She gave Tuzi a pretty hairpin. Tuzi opened her little hand, revealing a bunch. Zhang Fan glanced at the retreating figure. He hadn't expected that Luo Qingxue, who seemed so aloof, would carry a bunny hairpin with her. Then let Daddy put it on for Tuzi, okay? Zhang Fan said softly. Tuzi nodded her little head. Zhang Fan gently fastened the hairpin onto Tuzi's braid, making her look even cuter. After the brief commotion, the father and daughter lost their interest in strolling and headed back to their lodging. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue walked alone on the road. Her heart felt warm. The indifference she had felt toward everything seemed to melt away at this moment. She unconsciously touched her cheek. The warmth of Tuzi's kiss still seemed to linger on her skin. Luo Qingxue's lips curled into an involuntary smile. Her entire heart felt healed by the mischievously clever little girl Tuzi. The gloom left by those people just now was swept away completely. Such an adorable kid, and her father doesn't seem to care at all, letting her run around like that. If she were my child, I wouldn't do that. But then again, being able to raise such a smart and kind child, her father's character must be decent. Luo Qingxue mused to herself. Before she knew it, she had arrived at the school area. The Holy Spirit Academy was located within OSC City. This was precisely why the academy held such influence in the city. Students could even enter the secret realm for free, a special privilege of the Holy Spirit Academy. Tomorrow I must climb to the summit of Olympus. Only at the peak might I find the sunward flower which can evolve my contracted beast's bloodline. Luo Qingxue gritted her teeth, determination firm in her heart. The summit of Olympus was not an easy place to reach. Along the way one would encounter snowstorms, beast attacks, and could even perish from a single misstep. To surmount the summit safely, one's strength must be at least that of a martial master. Yet Luo Qingxue was only at the peak of martial apprentice. The journey ahead would be fraught with danger. There had been martial apprentices who reached the top, but with a high mortality rate, so the authorities did not recommend it. However, if one chose to go, they wouldn't stop you. Luo Qingxue, drawing from her past life experience, knew that summiting was simple, but finding the sunward flower was difficult. Once she found it, and altered her spirit pet's bloodline, she would surely astound everyone. Early the next morning, Luo Qingxue was fully prepared. She wore a white, form-fitting combat suit, accentuating her curvaceous figure to perfection. Her long, slender legs were especially eye-catching. She swiped her student ID to enter the secret realm without trouble. Immediately she dashed toward the summit of Mount Olympus. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, she saw martial artists descending from the peak. The summit was rich in spiritual energy. So many martial artists liked to cultivate and temper their body. But today was different. Luo Qingxue overheard an unbelievable remark. How strange. There's someone selling toys at the summit. Right, and it's a child. How on earth did she get up there? I saw that little girl come up early this morning. Who in their right mind sells toys on a mountaintop? Probably lost. The passing martial artists complained as they descended. Luo Qingxue was bewildered. What? Someone selling toys at the summit, and a child? Since when could a child? At the summit of Olympus, a little girl sat on a small stool. Few had made the ascent, and the sun had only just begun to rise. Tutu's face was brimming with excitement as she watched the sunrise. She had been urging Zhang Fan to take her to set up a stall since early morning, and he had reluctantly agreed. Zhang Fan sent Tutu to the mountaintop while he headed to the more perilous lava lake. Upon reaching the summit, Tutu set up her stall. The toys stood out conspicuously against the mountain's barren landscape. A 5-year-old girl in particular drew the attention of many. As some descended and others ascended, the first group of martial artists to reach the top widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight of Tutu. They glanced back at the sheer 10,000-meter cliff behind them. How is this possible? How could a child be here on the summit of Olympus? How did she get up? Someone questioned. Indeed, to climb this mountain one needs at least the strength of a martial disciple. To ascend safely one must be a martial master. Could this little girl already be a martial? Impossible. In all of Xia there is no martial disciple so young, let alone one who could climb the mountain unscathed. Look, she even has a stall. Is she planning to sell things? Someone spotted Tutu's small stall, their eyes filled with shock. Selling things at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Were they insane, or was this little girl? Moreover, the summit was frequently battered by storms and occasionally attacked by demonic beasts. Even a martial master couldn't manage to sell goods in such a perilous place. Holy crap, it seems real. But how is she managing to set up a stall here? There must be an expert backing her up, otherwise how could she be so calm? Let's go see what she's selling. As some spoke, others driven by curiosity approached. A burly dark-skinned man walked toward Tutu's stall. The summit was sparsely populated, making Tutu's stall the most eye-catching sight. Uncle, would you like to buy some of Tutu's toys? Tutu's toy stall has everything you need. I'm sure it will satisfy you, sir. Seeing a customer, Tutu hopped down from her little stool. With a lollipop in hand, she stared at the man with wide, curious eyes. I'm not buying toys, little one. This is the summit of Olympus. It's dangerous. Where are your parents? The dark-faced man's expression turned anxious as he looked at her. Seeing such a young, adorable child on the mountaintop, he couldn't bear the thought of her perishing here. Daddy is setting up his stall somewhere else. This is Tutu's stall, she said. And there's no rule against setting up a stall here, right, Uncle? Tutu follows the rules. She tilted her head, puzzled by the man's intentions. What? Your dad is also setting up a stall? Where? I didn't see him. The dark-faced man was stunned. He had intended to persuade the child's family to descend the mountain immediately. Who would have thought the father was equally unconventional, also running a stall? A remarkable father and daughter. And an expert no less. Is her father insane, leaving a child here? Selling toys at the summit? Truly mad. I want to see what kind of toys are worth selling in a place like this. Someone said, stepping up beside the burly man. Looking over the stall, it was fully stocked glass marbles, dolls, mecha models, and the latest surprise eggs caught his eye. They really are toys. Even a child would find them childish. How much for this model? The man picked up a mecha model from the ground. 48,000. Tutu held up her small hand. What? 48,000. The man was taken aback and quickly put it down, offering an awkward smile. This was clearly a ripoff. Setting up a stall at the summit was one thing, but selling toys at such an outrageous price instantly killed any interest. Still, someone recorded this bizarre sight on their phone. After all, a stall selling toys at the mountaintop was a rare sight. Seeing the two had no intention of buying, Tutu pouted and climbed back onto her little stool. Swinging her small feet, she watched the scenery and waited for customers. Tutu herself became a charming spectacle, drawing many to chat with her, and she answered their questions. Over time, the martial artists training at the summit grew familiar with Tutu. Some even began offering her snacks, and she cheerfully called them uncle or sister in return. This stirred a protective instinct in the surrounding martial artists, making them want to take her away. Meanwhile, in a cave, the depths were filled with lava. Zhang Fan sat in the midst of the lava. In the center was a safe area free of molten rock, just large enough to accommodate his. But what exasperated Zhang Fan was the intense heat. The system ensured his safety, but the sauna-like temperature was truly unbearable. Sweat constantly dripped from Zhang Fan's brow. He was relieved he had chosen the lava lake himself, sparing Tutu from this ordeal. Sitting in his chair, he doubted anyone, so he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. The cultivation speed here was remarkably fast, and he could clearly feel his power increasing. He kept an eye on the surveillance feed of Tutu while cultivating, finding the arrangement quite pleasant. Time passed quickly. By midday, Tutu had become well acquainted with everyone at the summit. Female martial artists held her and fed her treats, while burly men gave her small gifts. Yet no one bought anything from her stall. Their attitude was clear: they could play with her and give her gifts, but they wouldn't buy her junk. As a result, Tutu hadn't made a single sale all morning. Why won't anyone buy Tutu's toys? Is Tutu not cute enough? She rested her chin on her hands, chewing on the demon beast jerky the dark-faced uncle had given. Tutu were heading down. There's a storm coming this afternoon. You should descend soon too. The martial artists who had come up in the morning began their descent. The dark-faced man waved at her. Goodbye, uncles and sisters. Tutu isn't off work yet. Her bright smile rang out. Some shook their heads, wondering if such an adorable child would survive. Sai tried to get her to come with us, but she refused. I wonder if her father will come before the storm. Someone lamented. Let's go. If the storm hits before we descend, we'll be in danger. Urged on the once bustling summit was soon left with only Tutu. Tutu chewed on her jerky, gazing at the darkening sky with wide, curious eyes. What is a storm? Tutu can't wait to see it. On the other side, Luo Qingxue had spent the entire morning battling storms, demon beast attacks, and falling rocks. Finally, she reached the summit. They say a storm is coming this afternoon. I need to find a sunflower quickly, or I might not survive. She thought to herself, feeling a hint of helplessness. If her contracted beast were a bird instead of a mosquito, she could have grown wings and flown directly to the summit. But her mosquito lacked even a bloodline, let alone the ability to lend her its wings. With a powerful leap, she landed on the summit in an instant. As she stood there, her expression froze and her eyes widened. Her gaze was filled with shock and disbelief. Before her stood a small stall, and behind it a little girl was munching on jerky while swinging her feet. The fierce winds of the summit seemed to have no effect on her. She looked completely at ease. The stall owner was none other than the 5-year-old girl she had met the previous night. How was this possible? When had she come up? This scene completely baffled Luo Qingxue, the reborn martial emperor. She rubbed her eyes and looked around. This was indeed the summit of Olympus. How had the child gotten here? Gazing around with a bewildered look, Luo Qingxue even doubted whether she had come to the right place. The summit of Olympus was a peak that only martial artists could ascend. An ordinary person would perish instantly upon standing there. Not to mention the thin air, even the fierce winds at the summit were unbearable for common folk. A child as young as Tutu, whose baby teeth had yet to fully grow, could hardly be a martial artist. Tutu, what are you doing here? Steadying her mind, Luo Qingxue rushed over to Tutu in quick steps. Her eyes were filled with shock and inquiry. Recognizing the beautiful woman from yesterday, the little one immediately jumped off her chair. Racing over on her short legs, she arrived before Luo Qingxue. Pretty sister Tutu is here selling toys. Would you like to buy some of Tutu's toys? Tutu has been sitting here all day, but no one has bought anything. I haven't made a single sale yet. Tutu pouted her little lips, looking at Luo Qingxue with a pitiful expression. Her big watery eyes were enough to tug at anyone's heartstrings. Luo Qingxue found herself momentarily unable to resist. Where is Tutu's father? Yet Luo Qingxue still asked about Tutu's father first. What kind of father would let a little girl set up a stall in such a place? Daddy is also selling toys, but not in the same spot as Tutu. Pretty sister, please buy a toy. Tutu tugged at Luo Qingxue's hand, swinging it back and forth. Luo Qingxue silently cursed Zhang Fan 100 times over. How could a father bear to leave such an adorable and clever daughter alone on the mountaintop? And to call it selling toys, no less. In Luo Qingxue's eyes, it was more likely that the young man had abandoned Tutu, leaving her to fend for herself on the summit. What a heartless father. Such a man is utterly unworthy of being a parent, leaving his daughter alone in a place like this. If a storm came, she would die instantly. It's hard to imagine how such a small child has endured for so long. Luo Qingxue gazed at Tutu, whose little cheeks were flushed as she playfully begged. A pang of sympathy struck her heart. In her mind, Tutu had surely been abandoned by her father and left here, using the pretense of selling toys to abandon a child. Luo Qingxue couldn't help but pull Tutu into her arms. Tutu, even if your father doesn't want you, don't be sad. From now on, stay with me. I'll take care of you. Holding Tutu's little head, Luo Qingxue murmured softly. The thought that Tutu had astonishing perseverance, standing alone at this stall, enduring the fierce winds for so long, only deepened her sympathy. Tutu was bewildered. Daddy didn't want her anymore. When did that happen? How come Tutu didn't know? Sister, do you want to be Tutu's stepmother? Tutu blinked her eyes, keenly catching the meaning behind the older sister's words. Taking care of Tutu, staying with her. Wasn't that like becoming her stepmother? Tutu suddenly became intrigued. Can you? Luo Qingxue looked serious. To her, Tutu seemed utterly pitiful. Of course, but even if you're going to be Tutu's stepmother, you still have to buy Tutu's toys first. Tutu nodded her little head. Luo Qingxue's heart ached again. See, where could you find such an obedient child? Even though her father had abandoned her, she still wanted to help him sell his toys. Her maturity was heartbreaking. So how much are Tutu's toys? Luo Qingxue stepped up to the stall. If Tutu was willing to come with her, she didn't mind buying a few toys. All of Tutu's toys are here. Tutu pointed at the small stall before her. Luo Qingxue looked over. The stall was small, with very few toys. She casually picked up. The egg was tiny orange in color with strange patterns on its shell. It felt light in her hand, likely made of plastic. The egg was soft to the touch, probably a stress relief toy. When Tutu saw the sister pick up the curious egg, her big eyes lit up. This curious egg was a new item from her father, and Tutu hadn't sold one yet. This was the perfect chance. Sister, this toy is called a curious egg. It's fun to play with. You can squeeze it, and it's really enjoyable. It costs just 28,000. Tutu held up 2 fingers. Hearing the price, Luo Qingxue, who had been examining the toy, froze in shock. Looking at the small toy in her hand, it cost 28,000. Was Tutu trying to swindle her? Although Luo Qingxue was a reborn martial emperor, she didn't have much money. All her life, Luo Qingxue had been alone. Without parents, she had relied solely on herself to grow and struggle. That was why she felt a kinship with Tutu and ached seeing her alone on the mountain. Because in Tutu, she saw her former self. Yet she never expected that such an adorable Tutu could be so shrewd when it came to fleecing people. Tutu, did I hear that right? This curious egg costs 28,000. Luo Qingxue felt her head buzzing. That's right. And Daddy only has one of these curious eggs. Once it's sold, there won't be any more. Tutu nodded seriously. Only one. Was this thing something extraordinary? Luo Qingxue took a deep breath. Tutu, tell me honestly. If you don't sell this egg, will that scumbag father of yours lock you up or abuse you? Luo Qingxue recalled the gentle man she had seen yesterday. She never imagined he would be so cruel as to force a child into such a situation. Tutu blinked, utterly confused. What was this big sister talking about? Tutu didn't understand. Sister, Daddy is the best daddy in the world. He knows so many things. Tutu loves him very much. Seeing the misunderstanding, Tutu quickly tried to explain. To Tutu, her father was like the sun, always warming her heart. She hated it when anyone spoke ill of him. Seeing Tutu's strong reaction, Luo Qingxue became even more convinced of her suspicions. Surely Tutu would be scolded if she didn't sell all the goods. And that price must have been deliberately set by that man. Thinking this, Luo Qingxue checked her wallet. She didn't spend much money, usually occasionally killing demonic beasts or earning school scholarships for good performance. After years of hard work, she had saved up a total of 30,000, but spending 28,000 on a curious egg still stung. Yet thinking of Tutu's plight, Luo Qingxue gritted her teeth. Tutu ill by this curious egg. You give the money to your father, and then you come with me, Luo Qingxue said with determination. She then pulled out her bank card. Tutu's eyes sparkled. She didn't catch the latter part of Luo Qingxue's words. She only heard that the sister was buying her egg. Thank you, sister. Tutu expressed her thanks and quickly took the card from Luo Qingxue's hand. A system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations on successfully selling a toy curious egg. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the reward Divine Abyssal Blade. The Divine Abyssal Blade has been stored in your warehouse and can be retrieved at any time. The system's voice arrived promptly. Tutu's big eyes curved into crescent moons. Great. Tutu finally sold a toy today. Come on, Tutu. The money's been paid. They'll take you away from here. Luo Qingxue reached out to lead Tutu away. But before she could move, a sudden fierce wind swept in. The next moment, Luo Qingxue, a mere martial apprentice, stumbled backward several steps, unable to steady herself. Panic seized her. If this level of gale was too much for her, what about Tutu? She quickly looked toward Tutu by the stall. When she saw Tutu standing still as a rock, even tilting her head in confusion at her, Luo Qingxue was dumbfounded. Why didn't the fierce wind affect Tutu at all? Was her father secretly helping her from behind? Or was Tutu's identity far more complicated than she had imagined? Regardless, now that the storm had struck, Luo Qingxue was too preoccupied with her own safety to spare much thought for others. Upon seeing that Tutu was unharmed, a wave of relief washed over her. Sister, come to Tutu. Father will protect us. Seeing Luo Qingxue being blown away, Tutu waved her little hands, frantically calling out to her. However, the wind was so fierce that her voice was completely drowned out. Luo Qingxue watched as Tutu waved at her, a faint frown creasing her brow. It seemed Tutu was being shielded and for now out of danger. But she had come to find the sunflower. She couldn't stay here for long. In such a storm, she could barely manage herself, let alone take care of Tutu. Clearly, leaving Tutu here was the safest option. Though dissatisfied with Tutu's father's actions, Luo Qingxue knew she couldn't linger. If the storm intensified further, she wouldn't be able to leave at all. Waving goodbye to Tutu, Luo Qingxue began to descend the peak. Sunflowers only grew in the places closest to the sun. They thrived on the steepest cliffs. This was precisely why sunflowers were so precious. If one was fortunate enough to pluck a single bloom, it could easily be sold for millions. Gritting her teeth, Luo Qingxue resolved to find that flower today and defy her fate. The storm grew increasingly violent, obscuring her vision of the path ahead. Her sight was severely impaired. She could only inch her way along the cliff face by feel. Watching her sister leave, Tutu's heart clenched with worry for the older woman. With such strong winds, I wonder if sister can make it down safely, Tutu thought to herself, when suddenly she received a message. It's a message from father. Tutu quickly opened it to read. After seeing Zhang Fan's message, Tutu immediately began to pack up her little stall. Zhang Fan had been keeping a close watch on Tutu's situation. As soon as the storm arrived, he packed up his own stall and rushed toward her. He only instructed Tutu to close her stall when he was nearly at the summit. After closing, the system would teleport the host to a safe area, but the location was uncertain, so Zhang Fan preferred to come and get her himself. After she packed up, Zhang Fan arrived at Tutu's side and scooped her into his arms before she could speak. In his hand, he held a pitch-black long blade. With a single swing, the raging winds around them were cleaved in two. Zhang Fan carried Tutu swiftly descending the mountain through the gap he had created. The blade in his hand was of course the divine nether blade, a reward from Tutu's sale of the surprise eggs. Zhang Fan had only glanced at its description, which claimed it could sever all things, an incredibly overpowered artifact. Holding Tutu close, the two of them hurried down the mountain at top speed. Oh father, the beautiful sister is still on the mountain. Can you go and help her? Tutu asked, her big eyes blinking as she hugged Zhang Fan. The beautiful sister had promised to protect Tutu, so Tutu absolutely couldn't let her get hurt. At Tutu's words, Zhang Fan recalled the tall, stunning woman from the previous day. He hadn't expected her to have gone up the mountain too. But what was she doing up there with a storm on the way? Given her strength and the fact that her contracted beast was merely a mosquito, encountering such a tempest would be a near-death experience. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Then you stay here and behave. Father will go and look for her. Good luck, father. Tutu clenched her little fists, cheering him on. Zhang Fan vanished from the spot in an instant. After he left, a small smile played on Tutu's face. Father will surely understand my good intentions, right? Thinking this, the little one found a rock to sit on. She munched on some dried meat while daydreaming of a lively, bustling home in the future. Elsewhere atop the peak of Olympus, a white figure was climbing step by step against the gale. She, Luo Qingxue, was determined to reach the very summit to become the most powerful empress in the world. Luo Qingxue steeled her resolve. Though the wind howled, it couldn't hinder her progress. But before she could climb much farther, a piercing cry suddenly tore through the stormy sky. The sound cut through the tempest itself. Luo Qingxue's face instantly drained of color. If she wasn't mistaken, the cry belonged to a tempest beast. The tempest beast was a creature born from the storm itself. It thrived in the chaos, preferring to hunt its prey within the raging winds. Once targeted by such a beast, death was almost certain. The most terrifying part was that it moved through the storm as if it were nothing, making it a formidable foe even for a martial master, let alone for her, a mere martial disciple. In an instant, despair flooded her heart. Luo Qingxue had thought that her rebirth would grant her foresight, allowing her to at the very least reclaim her former glory. But she never imagined that in this second life she would achieve even less than in her first. To have a mosquito as her contracted beast was bad enough, but now she couldn't even find the sunflower to change. It seemed she might even perish faster than in her previous life. Despair deepened in her eyes. Then from within the pitch-black storm, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly appeared, and a figure covered in sharp feathers charged toward her. Its eyes burned with a ravenous hunger for food. To the beast, Luo Qingxue was clearly nothing more than a meal on a plate. Swoosh! A dark shadow shot through the storm. Its sharp beak was as deadly as a sword. Struggling against the wind and trying to keep her balance, Luo Qingxue couldn't dodge. In an instant, her arm was pierced and blood dripped continuously to the ground. The tempest beast seemed excited by the sight, screeching a few more times into the sky before diving at her again like a sword. Luo Qingxue had used all her strength to deflect the first blow. She knew that if it came again, she would surely die. She closed her eyes as scenes from her life flashed before her like a lantern show. She couldn't die like this. Just as despair reached its peak, the orange egg in her hand began to tremble. Unbeknownst to her, a drop of her blood had fallen onto the surprise egg. An inexplicable oppressive aura began to emanate from within the egg. The attacking tempest beast seemed to sense a dangerous presence, and turning around fled into the distance. Luo Qingxue opened her eyes slightly, looking around, and the beast was gone, and so was the dangerous aura. But why? She had done nothing. The tempest beast was about to kill her, so why did it suddenly flee? Luo Qingxue looked at the egg in her hand. It was the one she had bought from Tutu. Even on the brink of death, she hadn't thrown it away. Now the orange egg was emitting a strange pulsating light. It was as if something inside was about to break through its shell. Seeing this, Luo Qingxue's eyes widened. Isn't this just a stress relief toy? How could there be a living thing inside? Shock filled her heart. She had even squeezed the egg earlier. It was definitely a little squishy toy. How was it about to hatch in the blink of an eye? Could it be that what Tutu sold wasn't a toy at all, but a beast egg? Before she could ponder further, cracks began to spread across the orange egg's surface like a spider web. The cracks grew and split apart. A round little head poked out from the shell. The creature looked fearsome, with eyes like a falcon fixed on Luo Qingxue. It began to gnaw at the surrounding shell with its sharp teeth. Most strikingly, the little thing had a pair of fleshy wings on its back. Its red tail was also terrifying to behold. Its two dragon horns, not yet fully developed, looked rather adorable. This is a dragon. Luo Qingxue felt her breath catch as she saw the creature hatch. Dragons had always existed in Xia mythology, symbolizing supreme authority and imperial power. And this creature before her, while a dragon, was different from the ones in Xia legends. It had wings and claws, and its head was dragon-like. But its overall form seemed somewhat bestial. Perhaps it was too small to tell clearly. Whatever it was, its bloodline was undoubtedly top tier. The fact that it could scare off a tempest beast right after being born indicated immense potential for future growth. But after her initial shock, disappointment washed over Luo Qingxue. She had already contracted with the mosquito, if she couldn't contract with this legendary divine beast. If she had contracted it from the start, becoming an emperor might have been within reach. As Luo Qingxue wallowed in disappointment, a familiar sensation suddenly washed over her. It was a feeling she knew all too well. The sensation of a contract beast. Luo Qingxue's eyes widened. Every beast tamer could only contract one beast. She had already contracted the mosquito, so how could she be sensing a new contract? But when she saw what the little creature was doing, she was utterly stunned. The newly hatched beast had already finished eating the eggshell. It was now devouring her contracted mosquito, simultaneously forging a new contract with her. This allowed Luo Qingxue to replace her contracted beast without any harm. Luo Qingxue had never seen anything like this before. It was said that beasts with powerful bloodlines could evolve by devouring weaker ones, but that required an absolutely extraordinary bloodline. Such things were only heard of in legends. Luo Qingxue had never witnessed it in reality, not even in her past life. But seeing it now, she was frozen in place. A supreme divine beast, and she had encountered it. And she had bought it for a pittance at a stall. She thought of Tutu, who had set up shop on the mountaintop. Who was she really? How did she come to possess the egg of such a divine beast? And she had sold it to her for a mere 28,000. What kind of existence was her father? Are you alright? A steady, mature voice broke through her tumultuous thoughts. Before her stood a tall figure standing on a pitch-black long blade. It was the man she had seen last night, Tutu's father, Zhang Fan. It was him, Zhang Fan, Tutu's father. But why was he here now? Could it be that he had come to take back the egg he had sold to her? A wave of despair washed over her. She had finally managed to obtain another contract beast, and now she would have to return it. Are you Tutu's father. Suppressing the disappointment in her heart, Luo Qingxue spoke, a trace of vigilance in her eyes. She was uncertain of Zhang Fan's intentions, unsure if he had come to reclaim the egg he had sold. But anyone who would leave their own daughter to set up a stall on a mountaintop couldn't be a good person. Yes, Tutu asked me to come get you. She said you were in danger. Let's go down first, Zhang Fan said with a slight nod. His gaze fell upon Luo Qingxue's condition. Her battle suit had been torn, revealing an expanse of pale skin on her chest. Blood had stained her clothes and body, making her look utterly pitiful. She must have encountered a beast attack. If he had come a little earlier, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Seeing the sincerity in Zhang Fan's eyes, Luo Qingxue hesitated for a moment before she slowly stepped onto his long blade. If Zhang Fan had wanted to harm her, he would have done so already. The divine abyssal blade could change its size at will, and with the infusion of spiritual energy, it could even achieve flight, like a flying sword. This was knowledge Zhang Fan had acquired from the system's introduction. A flying sword of this caliber is typically only achievable with divine-grade artifacts. Are you a blacksmith? Standing on the long blade, Luo Qingxue's voice was soft, laced with a hint of confusion. Zhang Fan offered no further explanation, merely nodding slightly. So, that egg was also yours. Why did you sell it to me? Luo Qingxue looked at the figure, before her a hint of puzzlement in her eyes. She couldn't understand. An egg containing the bloodline of a divine beast, if sold to anyone else, could fetch at least tens of billions. Yet Zhang Fan had Tutu sell it to her for the paltry sum of 28,000. It was as if he had calculated exactly how much money she had. At the same time she was probing. Zhang Fan, however, was utterly bewildered. He was a shopkeeper, why wouldn't he sell his goods? Besides, it was just a toy egg. Was she here to pick a fight? Miss, items purchased from our store are non-refundable. Zhang Fan quickly spoke, fearing that Luo Qingxue might ask for a refund. Luo Qingxue was speechless. She had said all that just to test if Zhang Fan had come for the egg. Now it seemed she had been overthinking. Not only did he not want it back, he even seemed to disdain it. To not want a top-tier divine beast, this man was truly generous. No wonder Tutu could sell goods alone on the mountain. What she was selling wasn't just toys, it was a stroke of fortune. Luo Qingxue swallowed hard. She had bought a divine beast for 28,000, but she still felt dizzy from. So senior, if you're not here for the egg, you'll keep it. Luo Qingxue's voice trembled with excitement. That mysterious little creature had already devoured her spirit beast. She hadn't yet accepted the new contract. If Zhang Fan had no objections, Luo Qingxue would immediately contract this new beast. Once sold, there's no taking it back. Zhang Fan naturally wouldn't accept a return. He had already received the system's incredible reward. Returning it would be meaningless. Did she think he was that easygoing? Thank you, senior. A wave of joy surged in Luo Qingxue's heart. She quickly expressed her gratitude for getting her pain, as she immediately formed a contract with the eagerly waiting little creature. Once the contract was complete, Luo Qingxue learned the little one's identity. You are called Inglong, a divine beast with the bloodline of the dragon clan. You can grow by devouring. The more Luo Qingxue looked, the more shocked she became. Devouring for evolution. Such an incredible beast truly existed, and it had contracted with her. She then looked at the calm and indifferent man before her. He could casually give away such a divine beast, even appearing unconcerned. How many more beast eggs of this caliber? In her past life, she had been a martial emperor among the top powerhouses of the continent, yet she had never heard of his existence. Could he be a martial god? No, even a martial god would be moved by a beast of this level. They would not simply put it up for sale. In an instant, Luo Qingxue's gaze towards Zhang Fan shifted. She felt an aura of mystery about him that she could not penetrate. Looking at Zhang Fan's back, Luo Qingxue felt an inexplicable sense of security. She recalled the thoughts she had about Tutu earlier. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. Zhang Fan was far from the deadbeat father she had imagined. He was clearly the most qualified father, secretly protecting his daughter and allowing her to grow quickly. He was enabling his daughter to become independent and strong. For a moment, Luo Qingxue felt a pang of envy. If she had such a father, would she have become stronger? At the same time, she remembered what Tutu had said to her. She had promised to protect Tutu, and Tutu had asked her to become her stepmother. At that thought, Luo Qingxue's cheeks burned. Zhang Fan, of course, had no idea about the scenes playing out in Luo Qingxue's mind. He quickly brought Luo Qingxue down the mountain. Due to the storm, the secret realm of Mount Olympus was sealed, preventing any martial artist from entering, leaving the area quiet. Zhang Fan put away the divine abyssal blade. He was very satisfied with it. With this, traveling in the future would be much more convenient. And it would make setting up his stall much easier. Sister, you're hurt. Let Tutu clean it for you. Seeing Luo Qingxue, Tutu came running over without a moment's delay. When she saw Luo Qingxue's injuries, tears welled up in Tutu's eyes. Such a big wound, bigger than Tutu's head. It must hurt a lot, right? Watching the little one clean her wounds, a tender smile spread across Luo Qingxue's face. The pain in her body seemed to vanish. Seeing Luo Qingxue smile, Zhang Fan smiled too. This girl was quite pretty when she smiled, much better than her usual cold demeanor. Pain, fly away. Tutu blew on the wound while muttering something. Soon Luo Qingxue's wound was bandaged and her battle suit automatically filled in the torn areas. Thank you for your help, senior. Luo Qingxue clasped her hands in a gesture of gratitude. Zhang Fan nodded and looked at her. The storm on that mountain is fierce. What were you doing up there? Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask. Luo Qingsu's contracted beast was a mosquito, which meant her strength wouldn't be great. I was looking for the sunflower. It can change a contracted beast's bloodline and defy fate. Luo Qingxue spoke without hiding anything. But I don't need it anymore. As she spoke, a round little head slowly poked out from her shoulder. What is that? Your contracted beast. Zhang Fan stared at the imposing creature stunned. Hadn't he been told her contracted beast was a mosquito? But from its appearance, aura, and ferocity, this was clearly a dragon. Did they call a dragon a mosquito here? Were people in this other world so strange? Or was it that in their world this was what they called a mosquito? Zhang Fan, who had always believed Luo Qingsu's beast was a mosquito, felt the ground fall away beneath him. The fool was none other than himself. If a mosquito was like this, how terrifying would the legendary white tiger be? This other world was truly too dangerous. He couldn't become complacent just because he had grown. This level of strength was still far from enough to protect his daughter. While so adorable, Tutu's eyes sparkled at the sight of Luo Qingsu's contracted beast. Its cute little head and big bright eyes struck a chord deep in her heart. Tutu reached out her tiny hand to stroke the little creature's head, and it nuzzled against her palm in response. It was clear the beast had taken a liking to her. What's its name? Tutu blinked, her curiosity piqued. Luo Qingsu's face remained graced with a gentle smile, especially as she watched Tutu play with her contracted beast. An innate warmth filled the air. Its name is Xiaowan. Luo Qingsu's voice involuntarily turned colder. Those people had mocked her for contracting a mere mosquito, hadn't they? Well, she would show them what a true demon king looked like. So it really is a mosquito. Zhang Fan's hopes, which had been hanging by a thread, now sank completely. That mosquitoes in this other world looked like this. It was his imagination that had fallen short. Tutu, thank you for selling me that egg. I love it. Luo Qingxue patted Tutu's little head, her fondness growing. She almost wished she could spirit Tutu. You're welcome. Can I come play with you often? I'm staying in Oscat City these days. Tutu blinked her eyes, feeling delighted in the company of this beautiful sister. Perhaps it might even strengthen their bond. Hearing Tutu's request, Luo Qingxue naturally had no reason to refuse. Sure, I'm at the nearby Holy Spirit Academy. Just come find me anytime. If you have a phone, we can exchange contact info. Luo Qingxue crouched down, speaking softly. Tutu doesn't have a phone yet, but Daddy will buy me one. Then we can exchange contacts. Tutu tilted her head, speaking cheerfully. The two chatted warmly. Then, as if struck by a thought, Luo Qingxue looked at Tutu and said, but I've been busy lately with the academy exams. If you want to come watch your academy exams. Tutu's big eyes lit up, stars twinkling within them. She had never seen an exam before, only heard her father mention them. The little one turned to Zhang Fan, dashing over and tugging at his arm. Daddy, Tutu wants to go see sister's academy exam, please. She looked up at him with pleading eyes. Zhang Fan could only shrug in agreement. Sister Tutu and Daddy will come together. Tutu held Zhang Fan's hand, beaming with joy. Senior, here are the admission tickets. Just come on over when it's time. Luo Qingxue produced 2 tickets. The Holy Spirit Academy's competition was open to the nation. If you defeated one of its students, you earned the right to enroll. Conversely, defeat meant automatic expulsion. Survival of the fittest applied everywhere. They chatted a while longer before Luo Qingxue left to tend to her injuries. Zhang Fan then led Tutu out of the secret realm. Outside, the area bustled with activity, but a notice had been posted at the entrance. This secret realm is temporarily closed due to storms. Did you hear? On Mount Olympus, in this realm, a 5-year-old kid was selling toys at a stall. I heard. Everyone in the city is talking about it. Did anyone get a photo? I did, but it's too blurry to make out. I wonder if that kid ever came down. Could she have died up there? Definitely dead. In such a fierce storm, even martial apprentices would be blown away, let alone a child. The crowd at the entrance buzzed with speculation. Everyone discussed the bizarre sight they had witnessed, a little girl selling toys on the mountaintop, an image that had caused a sensation. The entire city of Oscat was abuzz. Just as the chatter reached its peak, a ripple shimmered at the entrance of the secret realm, and 2 figures, one tall, one small. The speakers fell silent instantly, their gazes fixed on the newcomers in shock. The little girl in particular left a deep impression. Holy crap, look. Isn't that the little girl from the mountaintop? It is. She's still alive. How did she get up there? Strange. The man beside her must be her father. So irresponsible, how awful. I'm still curious how she got up. They'll head up first thing tomorrow to see if she's still there. Amid the murmurs, Zhang Fan and Tutu slipped away from the crowd. Some had already decided to climb the mountain at dawn. Shortly after Zhang Fan left, Luo Qingxue also emerged. Instead of heading to school, she immediately made for the beast forest hundreds of miles away. Her Xiaowan needed to devour beasts to grow stronger. As it strengthened, so would her own power. To hasten her progress, Luo Qingxue resolved to have it consume other beasts as soon as possible. With the academy tournament only 2 days away, this urgency had driven her to risk the secret realm for the sunflower. Within the stream of martial artists was no less lively than the bustle of Oscat City. Especially students from the new martial academies. They stretched as far as the eye could see. Luo Qingxue paid them no heed, charging straight into the depths of the forest. It's been days. Why hasn't the boss shown up? Right? I finally scraped together tens of thousands to buy the boss goods, and now he's gone. If I had another chance, I'd buy the most expensive item. Do you think the boss will ever come back? Someone asked. A group of Class 1 students shook their heads helplessly. A hollow feeling settled in their hearts. Though Zhang Fan had only known them for a short, while he had already carved a place in their thoughts. Sigh lately school beauty, Sue has been like a machine endlessly slaughtering beasts. Tell me about it. Ever since the last blacksmith competition, Wang Heng hasn't dared to provoke her. She spends all her time in the forest killing beasts. A group of classmates whispered among themselves, gazing into the depths of the forest. Wait, look, who's that? So beautiful. As everyone murmured, a white figure, standing at 1.8 meters tall. Her long legs were the first thing to catch the eye, followed by her nearly perfect figure. Her ethereal face rivaled even that of Su Ruoshi. Judging by the uniform, she's from Holy Spirit Academy. What's someone from Holy Spirit doing in the beast forest? Let's follow and see. They muttered softly and trailed after her. Luo Qingxue ventured deep into the forest, assuming she would be alone. But when she saw a figure clad in crimson armor, their eyes met and both froze. In her second life, Luo Qingxue had never seen such armor. How was this different from her past life? Where did it come from, and who forged it? Su Ruoshi, equally puzzled, studied the girl whose beauty matched her own. Who was this person venturing alone into the depths of the beast forest? And what was that little creature on her shoulder? The two exchanged a glance, each harboring doubts, but speaking not a word. Luo Qingxue's purpose in coming here was to hasten her contracted beast's growth through devouring. Meanwhile, Su Ruoshi was relentlessly probing the capabilities of her ability, lock her sole desire to grow stronger. With a thunderous impact, Su Ruoshi, clad in crimson armor, punched out, directly shattering a brank beast beside her. Witnessing this, Luo Qingxue was inwardly astonished, even as she urged her little mosquito to begin hunting the surrounding beasts. This armor, I've never seen it in my past life. Who forged it, and why does it appear in this forest? Moreover, such armor can unleash such formidable energy. This person's strength must be extraordinary. Luo Qingxue mused, curiosity about the armor, who forged it, and who was the operator within. On the other side, the little mosquito was not to be outdone. Its tiny body flew toward the forest. Upon locating a beast, it emitted gurgling sounds from its mouth, and then a pillar of fire erupted from the little mosquito's maw. Though the mosquito was only palm-sized, the flame it spewed was terrifyingly powerful. The scorching heat directly charred the beast black, and with a single gulp, the little mosquito, after consuming the beast, the mosquito's size began to change. From a palm, it swelled to the size of a basketball. With each devouring, its body would continue to grow. Luo Qingxue's heart leaped with elation. With such a contracted beast, she would only grow stronger. Coupled with her identity as a reincarnator, ascending to emperor in the future was not impossible. The commotion from Luo Qingxue naturally caught Su Ruoxi's attention. Her eyes narrowed, and she too was deeply shaken. Such a tiny beast could unleash such overwhelming power. This person must be a formidable beast tamer. But why had she never seen this type of beast in any beast archive? Could it be some legendary beast? Su Ruoshi pondered, clenching her fists. These matters had nothing to do with her. Her foremost goal now was to grow stronger and find that boss. She wanted to thank the boss for saving her grandfather and, more importantly, present the family heirloom, the blazing sword, to him. Su Ruoshi believed that if she became strong enough, she would surely find that mysterious boss. Such a powerful beast. What kind of tamed creature is that? A student watching from afar asked curiously. They had followed Luo Qingxue here. I'm not sure, but the students from Holy Spirit Academy are really beautiful, rivaling even our school beauty Sue. That beast seems to evolve through devouring. Is it a new, instantly killing a brank beast? This person is no ordinary. Stop staring. If we're caught, it'll be trouble. Let's go. Two stunning beauties slaying beasts together. A once-in-a-century sight. Why rush off? Watching the duo, the lurking students clicked their tongues in awe. Soon after devouring a fair number of beasts, Luo Qingxue left the beast forest. By the time she departed, her mosquito had grown to 3 meters in length. Its aura, except time passed quickly. The next day, Zhang Fan and Tutu chose not to set up their stall, as the storm atop the mountain showed no sign of abating. This had temporarily closed the secret realm. Zhang Fan stayed home to cultivate, while Tutu cheerfully trotted off to Holy Spirit Academy to play with Luo Qingxue. At the gates of Holy Spirit Academy, Luo Qingxue held Tutu's hand, a warm smile on her face. Sister Qingxue, Tutu has the day off today. Could you show Tutu your academy? Tutu wants to see where you study. Tutu has never attended an academy, but father has taught Tutu many things. Tutu's eyes brimmed with curiosity. Holy Spirit Academy was vast. A colossal white gate stood at the most prominent location in AOC City. The words Holy Spirit Academy were emblazoned at the center of the gate, flanked by 2 pure white goddess statues. Gazing at the imposing gate, Tutu was eager to see what the academy looked like inside and how its teachers compared to her father. Luo Qingxue had no reason to refuse Tutu's request. She nodded, took Tutu's hand, and walked toward the academy. Entry into Holy Spirit Academy required an identity card. After swiping hers, Luo Qingxue easily brought Tutu inside. The academy was enormous, occupying nearly a quarter of AOC City. Nearly all students on campus wore the same uniform: black collared shirts, black short skirts, thick black knee-high socks, and black leather shoes. It was a scene of youthful vitality. Upon entering, Luo Qingxue's white combat suit automatically transformed into the school uniform, and her flowing hair was tied. Such a big school, so many pretty sisters. But this sister's chest is too small, that sister's legs are too short, and that one. Tutu, like a little flower-obsessed girl, swiveled her big eyes left and right, pausing to stare at any moderately attractive female student. She even offered sharp critiques, causing Luo Qing's mouth to twitch. What kind of environment had Tutu grown up in? How could she be so startlingly outspoken? After walking for a while, Tutu noticed something odd. Though the academy was vast and the students seemed aloof, whenever Luo Qingxue entered a certain area, nearly all the students in that area would fix their eyes on her. Maybe her beauty was one reason, but it couldn't attract so much. Sister Qingxue, why does everyone stare at us wherever we go? Tutu tugged at Luo Qingxu's hand, confusion in her eyes. Were these people moving cameras? So strange. I didn't expect you'd still dare to show up at school, a voice sneered from behind. Mosquito contractor. Contracting that kind of beast. Truth be told, you'd be better off with a dog. Huh. Before Luo Qingxue could explain, an untimely voice cut in. Several figures stepped out from the corridor. It was the same group of Holy Spirit Academy students she had encountered on the street. Though in uniform, their arrogant demeanor was So it's the rude bad brother. Father says you shouldn't shout in public. It's very impolite. Tutu was anything but polite. She shot back immediately upon seeing the youth. Shinfeng was furious. This kid had mocked him last time too. But recalling the beating he took last time, and that they still hadn't found the culprit, he restrained himself. Who knew if some expert was secretly protecting the child? Luo Qingxue, is this your illegitimate daughter? Bringing her to school? Well, since you're about to be expelled, we can understand. Shinfeng couldn't stand Luo Qingxue's haughty attitude. So what if she used to be top of the grade? Now she had contracted a mosquito. She was destined for mediocrity. Luo Qingxue, our brother Feng's contracted familiar, is a white tiger, one of the top 10 in the beast rankings. Don't you regret oppressing him all the time? Now it's your turn, mosquito contractor. A lackey beside him chuckled. Back before contracting, Luo Qingxue had always been first in the grade and Shinfeng second. Shinfeng had even pursued Luo Qingxue for a while, but was ignored and suppressed academically, which once left him deeply insecure. But now, knowing Luo Qingxue had contracted a mosquito, Shinfeng was unscrupulously trying to reclaim the dignity she had once taken from him. Facing Shinfeng and his gang's ugly faces, Luo Qingxue didn't explain. She simply said calmly, "We'll meet at the arena tomorrow." With that, she walked away slowly, leading Tutu. The arena? She still dares to compete. The group was stunned by her words. Soon they burst into hearty laughter. Contracting a mosquito with zero combat power, did she really think she could achieve a good ranking in the competition by relying solely on physical cultivation? Dream on. Everyone else fights to known with their contracted beasts, you will just be ganged up on. Truly worthy of Luo Qingxue, so arrogant even in her downfall. We'll see how you can defeat me. Your pride is nothing. Shinfeng snorted and walked in the opposite direction. His appearance did not dampen Tutu and Luo Qingxue's leisurely stroll. The more she explored, the more fascinated Tutu became with Holy Spirit Academy's contracted beasts. She even saw a pretty sister with a dog contracted, cradling it all. When would Tutu be able to contract a little animal? Luo Qingxue took Tutu on a tour of the entire academy. What drew Tutu's attention the most were the various types of beasts that the students carried with them. Tutu clenched her little fists silently. She too wanted a beast, and she would earn it through her own efforts by contracting a cute one. She planned to sell toys and use the proceeds to buy a beast. When the time came, Tutu would buy the most handsome and powerful beast for her father. Her little mind wandered, already picturing the two of them each riding their own beast. How impressive that would be. Just as Tutu was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out to them. Luo Qingxue, please wait a moment. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man. He wore a black uniform, his hair entirely white, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses on his face, giving him an intellectual appearance. He was likely a teacher at Shengling Academy. Teacher Wang, is there something you need? Luo Qingxue stopped and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Teacher Wang was the head of Luo Qingxue's class. The two of them barely exchanged words on a daily basis. In her past life, before her contracted beast was a mosquito, they had the occasional conversation. But after contracting the mosquito in this life, they had hardly spoken at all. Today, Teacher Wang had deliberately stopped her, and Luo Qingxue felt a sense of foreboding. It's like this, Luo Qingxue. Tomorrow is the Shengling Academy enrollment. All students from every grade will participate. Those who lose will be disqualified from the Shengling Academy. You should be aware of this. Teacher Wang's voice was low. Teacher Wang, please speak plainly. Luo Qingxue disliked such indirectness. What I mean is, Luo Qingxue, tomorrow in the tournament, it would be more dignified for you to withdraw voluntarily rather than be defeated by outside entrants. Our class won't be embarrassed because of you. Teacher Wang's voice remained low, but his eyes carried a hint of pressure. Shengling Academy adhered to a fierce jungle law. It wasn't just the students who faced survival of the fittest, the teachers were the same. When Luo Qingxue was top of the grade, Teacher Wang had shared in her glory, receiving scholarships and abundant academy resources. Now that Luo Qingxue had contracted a mosquito, a creature with no combat capability, even an ordinary contracted beast could defeat her. Losing was one thing, but it was the disgrace to his entire class that mattered. When the annual evaluations came, a salary cut was trivial compared to the shame. Seeing even her homeroom teacher say such things, Luo Qingxue felt a pang of disappointment. Uncle, whether big sister competes or not is her own choice. Why are you meddling? Tutu wasn't one to let others push her around. Her small mouth opened and closed as she glared fiercely at Teacher Wang. Where did this child come from? Luo Qingxue children are not allowed inside the academy. They'll pretend I didn't see her this time. If you insist on competing, then don't claim to be my student. Say you're a newly enrolled outsider. With a cold snort, Teacher Wang walked away. He had no desire to acknowledge that he taught someone who couldn't even contract properly. Watching Teacher Wang's retreating figure, Luo Qingxue shook her head slightly and said nothing. She had grown accustomed to this world's law of the strong preying on the weak. The weak submit, that was the rule. How about I take Tutu to where I live? Luo Qingxue smiled at Tutu. Tutu couldn't understand how Big Sister could still smile in such a situation, but she nodded and followed Luo Qingxue to her dormitory. Once inside, Luo Qingxue immediately began organizing her belongings. After tomorrow's tournament, she planned to leave Shengling Academy. Shengling Academy indeed offered abundant resources. For ordinary people, it was a golden opportunity. Joining meant a chance to soar like a dragon. But for the reborn Luo Qingxue, it was a shackle. Here she would not grow stronger, instead she would be constrained. Thus she intended to leave after tomorrow and, using her foreknowledge from rebirth, visit the places where opportunities had appeared in her past life. But all of that had to wait until she finished purchasing Zhang Fan's merchandise. Just now Tutu had told her that after the tournament Tutu would set up a stall on the mountain. Luo Qingxue wouldn't miss this chance. She had saved nearly 10,000 yuan by selling the spirit cores of the beasts she had slain the previous day. In the afternoon she would earn more money and buy out all of Tutu's toys. Watching Luo Qingxue organize her things, Tutu blinked her big eyes, not understanding what Big Sister, so she sat obediently to one side. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan had been cultivating all day, pausing only to check on Tutu's situation before resuming his. As evening approached, Zhang Fan stopped cultivating. He stretched lazily and took out his phone to browse short videos from this world. In this realm, martial arts were advanced, and so was technology. Internet and short videos were commonplace. After scrolling through a few videos, one titled, "Generous Reward for Finding Benefactor," caught his attention. In the video, an elderly man looked extremely anxious. "Hello everyone, I am Su Jingtian from East Province. On behalf of the entire Su Corporation, I am looking for someone. A stall owner who gave my granddaughter a miraculous pill. Anyone who provides a clue can receive a reward of 100,000 yuan. If the person is found, our Su family will offer 1,000,000 yuan as a reward." The old man's voice was heavy, as if money meant nothing. Hearing about the million reward, Zhang Fan felt a stir of excitement. He worked hard selling toys, toiling, even while setting up a stall in lava, and sometimes went a whole day without selling a single one. He wondered who that mysterious master was, a mere clue worth 100,000. The comments under the video numbered in the tens of thousands. Who was the person that made the Su family issue a reward? It said that old Master Su was at death's door and a single pill saved him. Does such a miraculous master truly exist in the world? No wonder the Su family is so anxious. Would be eager to build a connection with such a master too. I heard the Research Institute is also looking for a master craftsman. Could it be the same person? How is that possible? Alchemy and forging are entirely different fields. The comments were endless. Are there really pills that can bring someone back from the brink of death? Zhang Fan thought to himself, shook his head, and swiped past the video. This had nothing to do with him. He didn't know that alchemist. Checking the time, Zhang Fan sent Tutu a message telling her to come home for dinner. Soon Tutu and Luo Qingxue returned to the hotel where Zhang Fan was staying. Luo Qingxue had come to join them for a meal, but she brought gifts, 2 brand new smartphones to facilitate future communication. Zhang Fan didn't stand on ceremony, accepted the phones, and then attended to the 2 of them for dinner. After eating, Luo Qingxue left to prepare for tomorrow's tournament. Tutu Sr. remembered to come watch my match tomorrow. With that, Luo Qingxue hurried away. Tutu will definitely come. Tutu nodded earnestly. The next morning, the streets of a city were bustling with activity. Countless airships descended from the sky. Many outsiders stepped off the ships onto the land of Us City. Some had come to watch the Shengling Academy tournament. Others were bringing their children to enroll. The influx of all kinds of people made Us City even more vibrant. Ugh, it's so noisy outside. Tutu rubbed her eyes from within Zhang Fan's embrace and looked out the window at the incessant clamor of the crowds. Zhang Fan glanced at the time, around 8 in the morning. The Shengling Academy tournament was scheduled to start at 9. Dad, Tutu wants to go watch Big Sister Kingsu's match. Tutu suddenly jumped off the bed. We need to freshen up before we go, no need to rush. Zhang Fan said calmly. Tutu nodded and trotted toward the sink. Father and daughter quickly got ready, and Zhang Fan took Tutu's hand as they left the hotel. Inside Shengling Academy, the noise was unceasing. Many onlookers stared in shock at a tall figure in the crowd. Isn't that Luo Qingxue? How does she still have the face to compete? I don't get it. Someone who contracted a mosquito actually dares to enter the tournament. Is she trying to embarrass Shengling Academy in front of the whole nation? They say she has great talent and is very beautiful. What use her talent and beauty? Her contracted beast is too weak. She won't go far. Someone muttered quietly. Teacher Wang, in charge of Luo Qingsu's class, wore a grim expression. He had thought Luo Qingxue would back down, but she had actually come to compete. Was she insane? Under the gaze of the crowd, Luo Qingxue stood calmly in her designated position, her eyes as placid as a still lake. Feng, I never expected Luo Qingxue would actually dare to compete, someone whispered. Her contracted beast is known to the entire school, yet she still shows up. I'm curious to see her defeated. Shen Feng spoke flatly. Not everyone possessed the courage to face difficulties at least Luo Qingxue had the audacity to appear, which already surpassed many present. It wasn't until two figures entered that a flicker of emotion stirred in Luo Qingxue's previously unruffled eyes. One of them waved at her. A faint smile graced Luo Qingxue's lips. Am I seeing things? Luo Qingxue is actually smiling. Her smile is breathtakingly beautiful. This is the first time I've seen her smile. She's like a vision of ethereal grace. What a pity her contracted beast is useless. The crowd erupted into chaotic. Soon the academy competition commenced. Zhang Fan and Tutu watched from the spectator stands. Dad, do you think Sister Qingxue can win? Tutu sat in her seat, her eyes filled with worry fixed on the arena. Zhang Fan shook his head uncertainly. If someone's mosquito contracted beast could be so extraordinary, who knew what other beasts were like? Meanwhile, Zhang Fan had learned the competition rules. The Beast Tamer contest at Holy Spirit Academy was simple: defeat your opponent. If a student from the academy was defeated by an external applicant, they would be expelled. In matches between current students, the victor advanced from first year to second year. The rules were straightforward, yet the battles were exceptionally brutal. To graduate and obtain more resources, one had to win and advance. As the participants mostly assembled, the gates of Holy Spirit Academy closed. Those wishing to enter as spectators or register for the competition would have to wait until the following. At the head table, several white-haired elders sat in the chief seats, presumably the academy's principal and others. Upon closer inspection, various intricate patterns were imprinted on the backs of their hands, likely representations of their contracted beasts. I declare the Holy Spirit Academy's annual enrollment competition officially begins, the leading elder announced in a resonant voice. Those whose numbers are called shall ascend and compete. Those with outstanding achievements may enter our academy. The elder spoke with vigor. As he finished, another wave of cheers swept through the crowd. With participants stepping onto the stage, the competition formally commenced. Two newcomers aspiring to enter Holy Spirit Academy ascended the stage. After exchanging courteous bows, they engaged in combat. The visceral impact of their blows provided a visual feast. Only those admitted to the academy were eligible to receive their contracted beasts, hence the vast majority of students did not possess one before enrollment. A few exceptions existed. Those who had already contracted a superior beast before enrollment were also accepted. The arena echoed with the thunderous sounds of combat. The air crackled with the force of their strikes, stirring the blood of onlookers. Soon 2 rounds of matches concluded, yet none had impressed the academy's instructors. It seems this year's enrollment standards are even stricter than last year's. Indeed, even martial disciples aren't qualified to enter. What a pity, none of these contestants have been admitted. I heard there's a student at Holy Spirit Academy who made a contract error. Could we challenge him for a chance to enroll by leapfrog? Soon some began scheming. Since the instructors weren't impressed, defeating a current student might grant them exceptional admission. People started inquiring about the identity of the student who had failed in contracting. Just then a clear, cold voice rang out from the crowd, instantly silencing the noisy throng. I challenge number 108 Shen Feng. All eyes turned to the source of the voice. Matches could proceed by calling numbers or by self-nomination for challenges. However, this required the approval of the principal and proctors. Isn't that Luo Qingxue? How dare she? Whoa, she's publicly challenging Shen Feng. Did I hear that right? Shen Feng contracted the divine beast White Tiger and has reached the martial master level. Barring surprises, he's this year's top student. Luo Qingxue contracted a mosquito, yet she dares to challenge Shen Feng, the White Tiger contractor. Has she lost her mind? A cacophony of voices erupted. All students stared at Luo Qingxue in shock. Her contracted beast was common knowledge. A mosquito, the least combat-effective creature, challenging the mightiest divine beast, the White Tiger. Wasn't this suicide? Madness, utter madness. Teacher Wang slapped his forehead, seething with frustration. Luo Qingxue disgracing herself was one thing, but openly challenging Shen, did she even have the right? The principal also turned his gaze. He had heard of Luo Qingxue's situation. Once the top student of her year, now fallen to such a state. He had kept an eye on her. But publicly challenging the academy's most gifted student was an act of sheer arrogance. Are you certain, Luo Qingxue? The proctor's voice carried a note of inquiry. Luo Qingxue stepped forward with neither servility nor arrogance. I am certain. Her voice was cold, yet her expression held a trace of resolve. Shen Feng, do you accept the challenge? The teacher looked toward Shen Feng in the crowd. Shen Feng smiled confidently, finding Luo Qingxue increasingly inscrutable. Was she so eager to embarrass herself? He hadn't even sought her out, yet she came knocking. I accept. Shen Feng leaped onto the stage, igniting the atmosphere even further. Is this White Tiger beast really that formidable? Zhang Fan asked a young man beside him in the stands. The young man glanced at Zhang Fan. Brother, you don't know about the White Tiger. It's one of the stronger contracted beasts capable of multiplying a beast tamer's strength several times over. Moreover, its attack power is astonishing. Though Shen Feng is only at the early martial master stage in actual combat, he can easily overpower a peak martial master. The young man spoke with envy in his eyes. And the mosquito? Zhang Fan asked. Oh, brother, don't be ridiculous. Do you know what a mosquito is? It's a creature without any bloodline power. Not only is it weak, but it also drastically reduces the tamer's combat capability. The young man laughed heartily. He looked at Zhang Fan as if he were a fool. Zhang Fan rubbed his cheek thinking that perhaps the mosquito wasn't as weak as they claimed. Meanwhile on the competition stage, Shen Feng waved his hand, and behind him a fierce tiger 3 meters in length slowly emerged. As it appeared, a sovereign pressure swept through the surroundings. This was the white tiger's inherent aura. So this is the white tiger. So powerful. How did Shen Feng manage to contract such a formidable being? The white tiger acknowledges its master. At the very least, Shen Feng will become a martial king in the future. If anyone has his contact info, the Zhao family will reward you. As the white tiger appeared, countless exclamations of awe rang out. Some families even grew restless, eager to recruit such a prodigy. So Luo Qingxiu, and now that you've seen my white tiger, do you regret it? Shen Feng looked at her with supreme confidence, his gaze condescending. The divine beast white tiger. I admit I once dreamed of having it too, Luo Qingxiu said slowly. Her words pleased Shen Feng even more. Now he was the most dazzling presence in the entire academy. The principal nodded slightly. I never thought someone could contract a white tiger. Excellent. This student should be given special training. The principal was deeply satisfied. His assistant nodded eagerly, his face beaming. Come on, summon your contracted beast. Let's settle this once and for all, Shen Feng said, a grin spreading across his face. He knew full well that Luo Qingxiu's contracted beast was a mosquito. Such a beast had no place on the stage. As you wish. A smile played on Luo Qingxiu's lips. With a wave of her hand, a figure emerged from the shadow behind her. The moment this figure appeared, the sky began to darken. An overwhelming bloodline pressure descended, and the white tiger behind Shen Feng let out a whimper like a kitten. The white tiger was afraid. Impossible. What is this aura? Why is my white tiger afraid? Shen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Utterly incredulous. The white tiger, the overlord among beasts. How could it be afraid? But then as a dragon's head emerged from behind Luo Qingxiu, the arena fell into dead silence. The principal shot to his feet. Wasn't this student's contracted beast supposed to be a mosquito? Could a mosquito really emanate such an aura? In an instant, the entire venue fell into dead silence. Nothing could be heard but the mournful cries of all the contracted beasts. Every student's contracted beast began emitting sounds of agony to varying degrees. Wang Wang, why are you kneeling? Get up. Green Wind Serpent, why are you kneeling too? White Tiger. Look, the divine beast white tiger is actually lying on the ground, too terrified to move. What kind of contracted beast is this? To be able to exert such suppression. Wasn't Luo Qingxiu's contracted beast supposed to be a mosquito? What is that head? That contracted beast is definitely not a mosquito. In an instant, a cacophony of voices erupted. The mournful cries of demon beasts echoed endlessly. The principal rose to his feet, his gaze burning as he stared at the creature before him. Luo Qingxiu's demon beast had fully materialized. A dragon's head and tail, formidable claws, eyes like an eagle's, and a massive head that let out a series of roars. Everyone's heart trembled. Some hastily pulled out their phones to record their eyes filled with shock. Shen Feng was already so frightened that his legs had gone weak. Principal, I've found it. This demon beast seems to be the legendary Yinglong. What? The most heaven-defying demon beast in legend, capable of growing by devouring all things. How could it possibly appear here? Wasn't this student's contract just a mosquito? How could it be a creature of legend? The principal was rendered speechless with shock. Even his own contracted divine beast was trembling. This was suppression by bloodline. The dominion of a formidable demon beast forced all weaker bloodlines to... Wasn't Luo Qingxiu supposed to be a mosquito? What is this? Holy crap, whose mosquito is that huge? I used to mock her. Turns out I was the clown all along. I saw with my own eyes that Luo Qingxiu contracted a mosquito. How could it suddenly turn into a dragon? The legendary Yinglong. How is this possible? Wasn't this creature extinct? Luo Qingxiu must have switched her contracted beast. How did she manage that? The venue buzzed with noise. More and more people stared at Luo Qingxiu with burning eyes. Such a contracted beast was unheard of, let alone its overwhelming power. Who wouldn't desire such a mighty demon beast? Maybe this demon beast is just putting on a show. If it's not recorded in the annals, it can't be strong. Shen Feng's lackey insisted stubbornly. Luo Qingxiu, don't think you can scare me with a fake demon dragon. My white tiger wasn't raised on fear. White tiger attack. Shen Feng suppressed the discomfort of the bloodline pressure, transforming his hands into claws as he lunged at Luo Qingxiu. He refused to believe it was real. After all, she had contracted a mosquito. This must be a transformed mosquito with no real power. Shen Feng thought, as his claw came crashing down. But Luo Qingxiu gave him no chance. With a wave of her hand, crimson flames began to gather in little mosquito's mouth. Boom. With no delay, a pillar of fire descended from the heavens. Shen Feng was blasted away before he even got close. The white tiger behind him was scorched beyond recognition. And it wasn't over. Little mosquito flew directly to the... Opening its massive maw, it began tearing into the beast right there in public. The white tiger was utterly helpless, pinned by the dragon's claw, unable to move. Little mosquito ripped off chunks of flesh as the white tiger's agonized screams filled the air. Shen Feng's mind went blank at the sight. His eyes were filled with sheer disbelief. His white tiger was a divine beast supreme in potential and power. The king of all beasts was now trampled underfoot like a mere kitten. It didn't even have the strength to fight back. How had Luo Qingxue done this? What level of creature was this demon beast? Suddenly waves of pain surged through him. His expression shifted dramatically. He cried out frantically, "Stop! Don't kill my white tiger! Luo Qingxue, please don't kill my white tiger! I was wrong. I shouldn't have mocked your contracted beast." Shenfeng was truly panicked now. If the white tiger died, he would become a cripple. Everything he prided himself on would vanish. Fear, astonishment, and regret surged within him. He couldn't understand why Luo Qingxue's contracted beast had suddenly changed, nor could he comprehend how she had become so powerful in such a short time. Seeing that Luo Qingxue showed no sign of stopping, "I surrender." Shenfeng shouted loudly, and only then did Luo Qingxue order Little Mosquito to stop devouring. She felt a twinge of regret. The white tiger had been just a bite away from being consumed. The white tiger was now reduced to half its body, a pitiful sight. Shenfeng's body had also suffered severe backlash. Teacher Wang was dumbfounded. He had been planning to expel Luo Qingxue from the school, but now it was clear. She was no waste, as she was a hidden master. Having such a prodigy in his class, Teacher Wang as her mentor would naturally reap the benefits. "See that? That's my student Luo Qingxue. The rumor about her mosquito was false. This is her true contracted beast." Teacher Wang gloated to the other teachers. "I never expected the rumors to be false. Congratulations, Teacher Wang." One teacher offered his congratulations, unable to hide. The principal quickly spoke up. "This is a student of St. Spirit Academy, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Excellent, excellent. You're Luo Qingxue, correct. You may skip grades to become a 5th-ranked disciple of our St. Spirit Academy and receive my personal guidance," the principal declared with solemn seriousness. The venue erupted once more. "What? Personal guidance from the principal? Luo Qingxue's future is boundless. The principal is a martial king. To be personally mentored by a martial king is an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With a contracted beast like that, Luo Qingxue's potential is limitless. This will definitely be headline news. It's incredible. This is the first time I've seen a demon beast that can obliterate a white tiger in one move. Is this the power of a divine-level demon beast?" The venue erupted into chaos. But the next second, Luo Qingxue's words plunged the scene into silence. "Thank you for the offer, principal, but Teacher Wang has already expelled me. I participated in the competition as an ordinary person. My apologies, Dean. After this, I will leave the academy on my own." With that, Luo Qingxue stepped firmly off the competition platform. A deathly silence fell over the venue. The principal's expression twisted with awkwardness. Luo Qingxue's words struck like a thunderbolt. Meanwhile, Teacher Wang's face turned ashen. He had never expected Luo Qingxue to say such a thing. Wasn't this signing his death warrant? "Teacher Wang, are those your exact words? Since when did the academy grant you the authority to expel students? You're practically asking for death." As the principal's voice fell, his terrifying aura pressed down on Teacher Wang, leaving him breathless. Sweat poured down Teacher Wang's forehead. "Principal, let me explain. I didn't know what her contracted beast was." Teacher Wang's voice trembled. "From this moment on, you are expelled. St. Spirit Academy has no place for scum like you." The principal's voice was icy. He decided to privately seek out Luo Qingxue later. He had no intention of letting such a promising student slip away. "Principal, I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you expelling me?" Teacher Wang howled hysterically, but no one spoke up for him. Instead, all eyes turned to that figure. The appearance of a legendary demon beast would surely cause a stir. No one knew how far Luo Qingxue would go. Luo Qingxue paid no heed to the stares around her. She approached Zhang Fan, who was still in a daze. Was this mosquito demon beast really this powerful? "Senior, let's go," Luo Qingxue said softly. Zhang Fan nodded slightly, and the three of them slowly left the competition grounds under the gaze of countless onlookers. Who were the boy and the little girl beside Luo Qingxue? They looked so close. When did Luo Qingxue's heart become spoken for? "I don't know. I never heard that Luo Qingxue had a child." Luo Qingxue always kept to herself. When did she get such close companions? Watching their retreating figures, some murmured in confusion. Shenfeng lay on the competition platform, his gaze fixed intently on the departing trio. He noticed that ever since Luo Qingxue met that little girl, her life had changed. Not only had her contracted beast changed, but her strength had also transformed. And then there was that inexplicable beating he had suffered. The assailant was so powerful that he couldn't even fight back. Everything had changed because of that little girl's appearance. Who was she, and how formidable must her father be? How had they managed to switch contracted beasts? And what was the identity of that man? As he watched Zhang Fan's back, a torrent of thoughts raced through Shenfeng's mind. As Zhang Fan departed, someone uploaded the full recording of the event online. The image of Luo Qingxue and the other two walking away stood out especially. As Zhang Fan and his two companions gradually left the venue, the students and those outside the school preparing for enrollment became even more animated. "Such a formidable beast tamer has been expelled, and my child might be expelled too. This year's admission standards for St. Spirit Academy are far too high. Forget it, let's head to New Martial Academy instead. At least the pressure there isn't as intense." As someone spoke in full view of the crowd, they led their child who had originally come to take the entrance exam away from the competition site. Where one left, more followed, and soon the venue buzzed with commotion. Director Lee stabilized the situation here. "I'm going after that student." The principal paid no heed to the clamor, rising instead to dash toward the academy's entrance. Luo Qingxue possessed immense potential, and he did not wish to miss it, as she might even achieve the rank of martial sovereign in the future. Moreover, he was even more eager to learn where her spirit beast had come from. Where had she obtained the bloodline? The bloodline of Yinglong was exceedingly precious, something he as a spirit master understood all too well. Contracting such a beast was more difficult than ascending to heaven. Thus he sought to inquire about the beast's origins. Outside the academy, Zhang Fan and his group had not gone far. Since it was not yet afternoon, Zhang Fan planned to have lunch before setting up his stall again. Big sister was so cool. So many people were stunned by her. Tutu tugged at Luo Qingxue with one hand, and Zhang Fan with the other, her small hands swinging. "Now that you've withdrawn, where do you plan to go?" Zhang Fan asked, turning to Luo Qingxue. She was barely over 20, and without the protection of Saint Spirit Academy, her displayed strength might attract the attention of lawless individuals. Then Luo Qingxue would face countless complications. She had evidently already made up her mind. "I intend to visit Lai City and seek my fortunes within Xia country." Luo Qingxue's voice was soft, but her eyes held a resolute gaze fixed on Zhang Fan. As a reincarnator with foreknowledge, she knew exactly where treasures and opportunities lay. This was the perfect time, and Luo Qingxue would not let it slip by. Yet she harbored a small selfish desire to grow stronger quickly so that she might one day protect Tutu as well. Luo Qingxue had not forgotten the promise she made to Tutu. "But before that, Tutu, when will you set up your stall? I want to buy something." A smile spread across Luo Qingxue's face. Before leaving, she intended to spend all her savings. Tutu tilted her head. "Daddy, when will we set up the stall?" "This afternoon. You're welcome to come and buy." Zhang Fan thought for a moment before replying. Luo Qingxue nodded, and after chatting a while longer, the three parted ways. Luo Qingxue walked alone down the street, when suddenly a dark shadow streaked toward her at incredible speed. Only after it landed could she make out the face. It was none other than the principal from the competition venue. The principal had deliberately waited until Zhang Fan and Luo Qingxue separated before approaching, having lurked in the shadows for some time. "Principal, is there something you wish to discuss?" Luo Qingxue asked, a hint of vigilance flickering in her eyes. Her current cultivation level was too low, and possessing such a contracted beast was hardly a good thing. "Student Luo Qingxue, I've come to invite you to rejoin Saint Spirit Academy. Teacher Wang has been dismissed for his excessively inappropriate actions." The principal spoke, his gaze burning as he looked at Luo Qingxue. "Please allow me some time to consider this matter, principal." Luo Qingxue replied softly. "Of course, that is your right. However, I wish to know, where did you obtain this contracted beast? To my knowledge, such a beast no longer exists. How did you contract it? Moreover, wasn't your contracted beast a mosquito before? How did it suddenly transform into this?" The principal voiced the questions that had been weighing on his mind. Luo Qingxue pondered for a moment. "I accidentally obtained the bloodline of a spirit beast. After my mosquito contracted beast fed on it, it evolved to this state. As for the specifics, I'm not entirely sure." Luo Qingxue lied without a change in expression. She could not possibly reveal Zhang Fan and Tutu, even though Zhang Fan's identity was mysterious and his strength likely formidable. A mosquito evolving through blood feeding. The principal seemed struck by a thought. Luo Qingxue's explanation held a certain degree of plausibility. After all, mosquito-type beasts could grow stronger by drinking blood. If it had consumed Yinglong blood, it might indeed undergo a mutation. However, this required experimental verification. "I see. Then congratulations, student Luo Qingxue." The principal nodded slightly. He did not ask where the bloodline came from. Such matters were personal, and even if he asked, she might not answer. For now, he only wanted to return and test whether things were as Luo Qingxue had described. Mosquito-type beasts actually possessed such potential. "Student Luo Qingxue, once you've made your decision, feel free to come to Saint Spirit Academy anytime. You are always welcome." "Thank you, principal." Luo Qingxue quickly expressed her gratitude. Watching the principal leave, she knew that AOC City was no longer a place where she could stay. Once the principal discovered that mosquitoes couldn't grow stronger from blood feeding, he would surely seek her out again. Meanwhile, on the internet, the video of the Saint Spirit Academy competition had already spread across the web. On the Beast Tamer forum, a storm erupted within a short time. A single video had been shared millions of times, capturing the moment Luo Qingxue summoned her spirit beast to crush the white tiger. The video even shot straight into the top 10 of the trending charts. Am I seeing things? The divine beast white tiger was pinned to the ground with one claw. That's right, this spirit beast is simply unreasonable. But this is also a matter of bloodline suppression. The beast is a Yinglong. I really wonder where she summoned it from. Most beast tamers rely on their beast's bloodline. The higher the bloodline, the greater the future potential. A high-level beast like this can suppress others with mere presence. Hasn't this kind of beast become a legend? What's going on with this girl? It seems the beast tamer landscape in Xia country is about to change. If she grows up, she might even reach martial sovereign. I'm a student at Saint Spirit Academy. She was our grade's top student, but she used to contract a mosquito. No one knows why it turned into this. She must have obtained some kind of opportunity. Countless messages flooded the internet. Some even began to wonder where Luo Qingxue had found her fortune. As attention grew, details about Luo Qingxue were dug up. I saw this girl in a secret realm a few days ago. She was climbing the peak of Mount Olympus, and there was a storm at the summit. Someone spoke up. Could the opportunity be from the secret realm? They say the secret realm is the ruins of a divine dragon. Holy crap, that's possible. How else could a mosquito evolve into such a divine beast? I'm heading to the secret realm right now. In an instant, the AOC secret realm became the hottest topic again. Naturally, this news also reached New Martial Academy. Many students were discussing the stir caused by Saint Spirit Academy. A crowd gathered watching the video captured on site. So powerful. That beast is so cool. I want to become a beast tamer too. I've seen this girl before. A couple of days ago, she was hunting beasts in the Spirit Beast Forest. Right, she was with the school beauty Sue. I never expected her to be the top student at Saint Spirit Academy. Wait, look. Aren't those two figures beside her familiar? As they spoke, the video reached its end, showing the departing silhouettes of Luo Qingxue, Zhang Fan, and the others. Damn, that silhouette looks so familiar. In the crowd, Wang Chong exclaimed. A tall figure accompanied by a short little girl. The little girl was hopping around, appearing incredibly lively. The lineup was all too familiar. Wang Chong's eyes widened. Could it be that vanished stall owner? The boss was actually in AOC City. In an instant, the crowd was thrown into turmoil. Wang Chong, do you know these people? A bewildered classmate turned to the exclaiming Wang Chong. Wang Chong's small eyes darted around. His fleshy face scrunched into a forced smile as he quickly shook his head. Sorry, I mistook him for my long-lost cousin. Inside, his heart was already racing with excitement. Wang Chong had already discovered some effects of the glass bead he purchased earlier. If injured, as long as he had the glass bead, the wound would heal rapidly. This must be a divine artifact capable of accelerating recovery. Wang Chong's admiration for Zhang Fan grew even stronger. For days he had been searching for Zhang Fan's whereabouts, never expecting that Zhang Fan might be in Oscar City. Though it was only a silhouette, and it might not even be the shopkeeper, Wang Chong didn't want to let this chance slip by. The other classmates who knew the inside story remained silent. They were also pondering their next moves. Oh no, my grandma's house is on fire. I have to go back. Sorry guys, I need to take a long leave from the teacher. I have to go save my house, or my grandma will meet her maker. Wang Chong glanced at his phone and abruptly stood up, wearing an expression of extreme urgency. Why is his house on fire again? No idea, Wang Chong's been acting weird lately. Probably got brain fried from training, a classmate joked. Wang Chong calmed down. It's just a silhouette in the photo. Is it really worth such a big reaction? Some classmates who knew the truth spoke up in dissatisfaction. This Wang Chong was so fussy. Was a mere silhouette really worth it? Besides, it hadn't been confirmed that this person was the mysterious stall owner. Yeah, Wang Chong, Oscar City is hundreds of kilometers away from our eastern province. You'd have to take a spacecraft. Do you even have the money? Another classmate chimed in, and several of them shook their heads. Exactly, not only do you need a spacecraft, but you're also not sure if that person is the shopkeeper. The odds are too slim. Most importantly, you might not even find him. As they spoke, Wang Chong remained silent, simply walking away from the spot. His earlier excitement had also calmed down a bit. Indeed, the image was just a silhouette, or it might not even be real. And even if he went there, he might not find him. Moreover, after his last purchase, he had no money left. Wang Chong sighed, his mind filled with hesitation. Meanwhile, the person who had just spoken with Wang Chong was quickly messaging his family. Mom, I need to go to Oscar City. Send me some money. Dad, I found that mysterious shopkeeper. We're going to be rich. Teacher, my grandma's house is on fire. I need a few days off, please approve. Several of them typed rapidly, sneaking glances around. One less competitor meant a better chance to buy toys. None of them wanted their share snatched away. On the other side, Su Ruashi also saw the video. When she witnessed Luo Qingxue's overwhelming performance, her eyes lit up. But when she saw that silhouette, Su Ruashi couldn't. She immediately requested leave and booked the first spacecraft to Oscar City. That silhouette is definitely Tutu and the shopkeeper. I can't be wrong. Su Ruashi stared intently at the silhouette, as if trying to bore a hole through the image. Inside Oscar City, it was already afternoon. Zhang Fan and Tutu decided to set up their stall after lunch. The stall was erected and Tutu and Zhang Fan quickly took their positions. Tutu's sudden appearance on the mountaintop didn't attract. Everyone was either cultivating or hunting beasts. No one paid much attention to the sudden appearance of a child. It wasn't until Tutu set up his stall that people noticed the situation. Hey, isn't that the little girl from a few days ago? This kid didn't die, eh? Surviving that huge storm unscathed. This girl must have a powerful backer. Whose child is this? How did she end up setting up a stall on this mountaintop? Some recognized her, some didn't. Soon a crowd gathered around Tutu again. But these people just surrounded her without buying anything, which made Tutu very uncomfortable. Uncles and sisters, won't you buy one of Tutu's toys? Just one will do. Tutu looked at the martial artist with pitiful eyes. How much is this? A martial artist came to ask, but was stopped by someone beside him. Don't buy it. These things are expensive. A small marble costs nearly 50,000. What? That expensive? Forget it then. Some shook their heads and left, leaving Tutu's stall quiet again. Soon Luo Qingxue arrived at the mountaintop as promised. She spent all her savings to buy another surprise egg and then left the mountaintop. Luo Qingxue wouldn't stay in Oscar City long, so this visit was also to say goodbye. Didn't you have successfully sold a surprise egg? Congratulations, you have received the reward physical enhancement. You have gained the physique immunity to all poisons. The system notification rang out as Luo Qingxue paid. But Tutu didn't care at all at the moment. He waved his little hand. Goodbye, sister. Watching Luo Qingxue leave, Tutu's big eyes welled up with tears. Although he hadn't spent much time with his sister, Tutu had felt the warmth of a home. It was a pity that his sister had to leave and Tutu couldn't do anything to stop her. Goodbye, Tutu. Make sure to protect yourself. Luo Qingxue said this and quickly left the mountaintop. Someone actually bought that. That girl must be crazy buying these toys. I know her. She's the one who summoned a divine beast in the Holy Spirit Academy competition. It's her. I came here to change my fate. I should have stopped her and asked about it. After Luo Qingxue left, the surroundings buzzed with chatter once more. Despite the commotion, very few people were buying. What annoyed Tutu the most was a burly man who slowly walked over to her. He set up a small stall just a few meters away from Tutu, placing some beast carcasses on it. It seemed he was following Tutu's example to sell goods. He was actually trying to compete with Tutu for business. Tutu was stunned, her cheeks puffed up in anger. How dare someone compete with Tutu on this mountaintop? That's too much. Tutu stomped her little foot. To make matters worse, the man started hawking his wares. Don't miss out. Fresh beast cores and beast meat. Beast meat is only 10 yuan per catty and cores are 3,000 each. The man's shouting immediately drew the crowd's attention. Some people started buying directly. The prices were reasonable and practical, naturally selling better than Tutu's goods. Tutu's eyes reddened with frustration. When would she ever sell all these toys? A cold wind blew and not a single person stood at Tutu's stall while the burly man was surrounded by a crowd. Soon a day passed without Tutu making a single sale. She trudged back home dejectedly. Early the next morning, Tutu and Zhang Fan hurried to the mountaintop to set up but to their dismay, a trend of setting up stalls had somehow taken over the mountaintop. Stalls had sprung up everywhere. Some were selling beast cores while others were hawking rare spirit herbs. Even Tutu's spot from yesterday had been taken over. Tutu was completely dumbfounded, her small figure standing frozen on the mountaintop. On the mountaintop, various shouting and hawking sounds continued. Tutu, caught among these people, felt somewhat at a loss. These martial artists had obtained items in the secret realm and, unwilling to run elsewhere to sell them one by one, joined in, after seeing Tutu's creative idea of peddling goods on the mountaintop. For a moment, the originally training mountaintop seemed to have turned into a marketplace. Tutu, fuming, found an empty spot and set up his own stall. Watching the bustling crowd at the neighboring stalls buying goods, Tutu was dumbfounded. Uncles, aunties, come buy toys from Tutu, he shouted, waving his little hands as if eager, yet still no one came to buy. After shouting for an hour, Tutu grew tired. The little guy gave up and slumped in his chair, munching on the snacks he had brought. Meanwhile, at the AOC City spacecraft port, several spacecraft were docked at the port. Some students in school uniforms stepped off the spacecraft. Wang Chong scurried down the spacecraft. Though his classmates had made valid points, Wang Chong refused to believe it. As long as there was even a sliver of a chance, he wouldn't miss it. So he bought a ticket overnight and took a spacecraft to AOC City. However, as soon as he stepped off and saw a few figures, Wang Chong was stunned. He saw several young people in the same school uniform standing to the side. When their eyes met, Wang Chong was bewildered. Xiao Xiao Xiao, who didn't you say you weren't? How come all of you are here? These were the very people who yesterday had told Wang Chong not to believe it. Good heavens, these guys had actually come to AOC City at the first opportunity. Where is the trust between people? Wang Chong, believe it or not, we're here on a trip, one classmate snickered. Wang Chong's face darkened. Did he look like a fool? Look, that figure looks so familiar. Suddenly Xiao Hu pointed into the distance. They all looked, and upon seeing a tall silhouette, they spoke in unison. Teacher Lu, why are you here too? Isn't there class today? Everyone exclaimed. It was their counselor Lu Yan. If memory served, there was not only class, but also a meeting today. Ahem, your teacher is also here for a trip, Lu Yan said with an awkward smile. They exchanged glances and tacitly said no more. Anyway, let's first find that figure who looks like the boss. Wang Chong proposed. They nodded and began searching. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Zhang Fan's area, a figure was slowly advancing. Beside her floated an automatic live streaming device. This was the latest live streaming equipment developed by Blue Star, capable of 360-degree shooting with immersive pixel quality. Hello everyone, in the streamer Xiao Xiao. Right now I'm in the secret realm of AOC City. It is said that this secret realm was once a divine dragon's relic. However, through continuous development and exploration, this secret realm has been 90% explored. Now I will lead everyone to the unexplored area for an adventure live stream. As she spoke, Xiao Xiao flashed her signature smile. Her two small canine teeth and two dimples looked extremely cute. She was the top streamer of P-Short video. She became famous for exploring various secret realms. Once while exploring a secret realm, she obtained a hidden treasure, and after that day, she became an overnight sensation. Now her live stream consistently had over 1,000 viewers daily. I didn't expect Xiao Xiao to come to the Olympus secret realm of AOC. This place has been commercialized long ago. There's nothing. How could there be any unknown area? Give it up, Xiao Xiao. Compared to this, it's better to go to the more authoritative abandoned swamp. Right. I heard someone found the ageless flower in the swamp, which can be used to make elixir of youth. That thing sold for tens of millions. Where is this? I've never found it in this secret realm. In the livestream, countless comments flooded. Countless people stared at streamer Xiaoxiao's route. This route had never been seen by anyone, and it was extremely hidden. No one knew how streamer Xiaoxiao discovered it. Haha, almost no one who enters the secret realm knows about this route. There's an erase shield on the path. I heard about it from a friend. Perhaps the secret realm has become heavily commercialized now, but this place is absolutely unprecedented. Everyone please trust me, Xiaoxiao. I will lead you to every uncharted area. As she spoke, she stepped deeper into the cave. The secret realm was surrounded by mountains. Almost everywhere bore the traces of martial artists, yet this area was sparsely populated. Xiaoxiao followed her pre-planned route toward a cave. Have you ever heard of the lava flower? As she walked, Xiaoxiao entered a pitch-black cave. Lava flower is a mid-grade spiritual herb said to enhance a martial artist's meridians and have a marrow-cleansing effect. Could there still be lava flower in this secret realm? Impossible. If there were, it would have been found centuries ago. If Xiaoxiao can find it, it'll give you a private jet. There isn't lava in this cave, is there? Good heavens, even such a mysterious place has been found. As expected of Xiaoxiao, our exploration of the secret realm is less than 10%. Why doesn't Xiaoxiao go to the peak of Olympus? I heard people are setting up stalls up there. I just came down from there. Good heavens, it's all vendors. Don't know who started it, it's turned into a shop. Comments kept flashing. Xiaoxiao looked at these comments with some surprise. How could there be people setting up stalls on the peak of Olympus? The wind up there was so strong, the climate so harsh, yet there were stalls. Indeed, Xia country people appear in the most unexpected places to sell things. Xiaoxiao recalled her previous live streams in other countries. Good heavens, in a forest, there were Xia country people selling instant noodles. That had stunned her. Looking ahead, however, there should be no one selling here. This was a hidden area of the secret realm. Oh, few knew about it, let alone came to buy. Where there are crowds, there is a market, that's for sure. But selling on the mountaintop is no small feat. Xiaoxiao said as she walked. Streamer, do you think there might be someone selling here? Someone asked. Xiaoxiao let out a snort. Good heavens, this netizen dares to ask anything. What place is this? A hidden area of the secret realm, and one among so many caves. How could anyone be selling here? Impossible. Few people know this place. No people know market. How could anyone be selling here? Xiaoxiao shook her head and said. As she went deeper, a glimmer of light appeared in the distance. At the same time, waves of scorching heat arrived. We're almost there. This is an area of the secret realm called the lava cave. It's highly likely that lava flowers grow here. This is also an area known only to a very few. I'm exposing it to bring benefits to my family. As Xiaoxiao spoke, her pace quickened. The surrounding cave grew larger. But when she reached the lava lake, Xiaoxiao's commentary came to an abrupt halt. She stared blankly at the center of the lava lake. In the center area, a small toy stall was set up. Above it were the words toy shop in large letters. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but open her mouth wide. How could there be someone selling here? Xiaoxiao and Zhang Fan stared at each other. Xiaoxiao never expected to find someone setting up a stall in a place like this, while Zhang Fan was equally surprised that a customer would come. Not only was Xiaoxiao stunned, but the livestream viewers were also dumbfounded. Soon the chat erupted with activity. While this can't be a plan arranged by Xiaoxiao, right? How could there be a stall in a place like this? Exactly, it must be staged. Otherwise, I refuse to believe there's a vendor here selling goods, especially toys. The show effect is maxed out. As Xiaoxiao, you really know how to setting up a stall in a lava lake. I have to admit, Xiaoxiao, this idea is brilliant. The chat messages flickered rapidly. Obviously, many viewers thought this was all deliberately orchestrated for the livestream. After all, who would set up a stall in such a place? It's sparsely populated and right in the middle of a lake. Only a fool would do that. So the only explanation was that it was staged. But then Xiaoxiao's words left countless viewers unsettled. I swear on my martial soul that I did not arrange this cheap show effect. I really had no idea there was a stall here and selling toys at that. Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded too. She could hardly believe her own eyes. Someone selling goods in a lava lake. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. It shocked her even more than encountering a Chinese merchant selling wares in a foreign form. How did this person manage this? What was he even after? What? It's not an act. I don't believe someone this bizarre actually exists. If it's real, why would he set up a stall here with no customers? Hey, who says there are no customers? Isn't Xiaoxiao a customer? Why don't make me laugh? Are you suggesting he predicted Xiaoxiao would come here? In the live stream room, after Xiaoxiao's personal confirmation, the hype exploded. Xiaoxiao stared blankly at Zhang Fan in the middle of the stall. Boss, why are you selling here? Are you even human? She blinked and asked, looking dazed. Zhang Fan rubbed his cheek. He truly hadn't expected anyone to come to this godforsaken place. The first time he set up here, he almost couldn't find his way back home when packing. Wow, it's already weird enough that this person found his way here. If there are people, there's trade. That's the rule of selling. Zhang Fan quoted the system sales rule. Xiaoxiao fell silent. She had just said that wherever there were people, there was a market. Now it was Zhang Fan's turn to teach her a lesson. She was that market. But boss, I admit there's a market, but selling toys in a lava lake. That's a bit abstract, isn't it? Does anyone actually buy these? Xiaoxiao stood by the lake staring at Zhang Fan's stall from afar. She could see the oddly shaped toys on display. Would you like to buy? I have all kinds of toys here guaranteed to satisfy you. Zhang Fan said with a smile. He hadn't made a single sale since coming to this place. If he could trick this person into buying one toy, it would be a huge gain. Really? Xiaoxiao's eyes twinkled. The mysterious stall owner selling toys in a lava lake. If she bought something, wouldn't that drive the hype through the roof? No wonder Xiao Xiao had become a top streamer. Most streamers would report on the stall or be shocked, but few would actually buy. But Xiao Xiao was different. Not only would she buy in bulk. That would surely boost her popularity. She leaped over to Zhang Fan's stall. She glanced around, honestly nothing caught her eye. Boss, how much is this doll? 100 yuan. Zhang Fan held up a finger while curiously sizing up the girl. She looked about 25 or 26 with a sweet face, but not quite as pretty as Tutu. She wore simple style clothes and had short white hair giving off a cute, yet slightly aloof vibe. A small ball hovered around her, and Zhang Fan had no idea what it was. 100. In a place like this, that's not expensive. Xiao Xiao nodded. Outside it would be a ripoff, but prices varied by location. In a lava lake with such high temperatures, it's reasonable to charge a bit more. Boss will take everything you have. Xiao Xiao declared generously. As a streamer, she didn't lack money. Seeing her boldness, Zhang Fan's smile deepened. Wow, I found a sucker. But unfortunately, each person can only buy one item per day. Zhang Fan had to recommend the most expensive marble. This marble costs 50,000 yuan each. As for buying out my entire stock, sorry, but each person can only make one purchase. Zhang Fan shook his head. Boss, is that how you do business? Xiao Xiao was bewildered. If you called him greedy, he only ripped you off once a day. If you called him kind, a single marble cost 50,000. This boss is oddly nice, only scamming once. A tiny marble for 50,000, faster than robbery. This boss is quite creative. Look, that ability lock on the stall resembles the one that's been trending recently. Damn, it really does. The model is the same as the one from New Martial Academy. This boss sure knows how to make toys. Haha, even Xiao Xiao can't buy everything. Such a right if I were him after finally finding a sucker ID sell it all. What's the wait? The comments flooded in. Boss, you should know if you miss this chance there won't be another. This place doesn't get visitors every day. Let me clear your stock and you can go. Xiao Xiao spoke again. She genuinely found it too hot and wondered how the boss could sit there selling goods. Zhang Fan shook his head. He wanted to sell out too, but the system wouldn't allow it. Fine, then he'll take one marble. Seeing his stubbornness, Xiao Xiao didn't argue and directly paid for a marble. Ding. Congratulations to the host for selling a toy. 1 marble. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a reward cultivation breakthrough. The system chimed. Zhang Fan's heart leaped with joy. He looked at the system panel. Host Zhang Fan. Cultivation Martial Master. Available items: dolls, ability locks, surprise eggs, mecha models, marbles. Constitution Supreme Saint body, immune to all poisons. Technique, Xianhuang Blade Art. Weapon, Xinyu Blade. Finally, he had reached the Martial Master stage. There were several minor stages, early, mid, late, and peak, between Martial Apprentice and Martial Master. But the system reward didn't differentiate, get directly advanced by a major stage. Zhang Fan was very satisfied. Ding. Marbles sold out, temporarily removed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new toy, the water gun. Suggested retail price 100,000. Zhang Fan's eyes darkened. A tiny gun for one. If the system had updated the inventory earlier, he could have sold it to the sucker in front of him. Now Xiao Xiao held the glass marble, looking at it puzzled, turning it over and over, but feeling Zhang Fan's gaze, Xiao Xiao slowly looked up. She sensed a strange expression in his eyes, as if he were looking at an idiot. Did she really look that foolish? Seeing Zhang Fan's gaze, Xiao Xiao's live stream exploded with comments. The stream's effect was explosive. It turned out Xiao Xiao was the one being taken advantage of. Would someone really spend 50,000 on a marble? The streamer must be insane too. Countless bullet comments scrolled across the live stream. Seeing her popularity rise, Xiao Xiao stopped paying attention to Zhang Fan's gaze. Sir, how long have you been here? Have you seen a flower that blooms in lava, a magma flower? Xiao Xiao hadn't forgotten the purpose of her visit. She was searching for the magma flower to show the live stream audience the mysterious secret realm. I've been here for a few days. As for that magma flower you mentioned, I haven't seen it. Zhang Fan shook his head. He had set up his stall here and hadn't really looked elsewhere. This was the first time he had heard of a magma flower. What does the magma flower do? Zhang Fan asked. The magma flower is a spiritual herb that can cleanse the marrow and transform the body, but it's very hard to find. Since you haven't seen it, that's fine, Xiao Xiao said, looking at Zhang Fan with curiosity. It was odd enough that he was selling toys in such a strange place. How could he lack such basic knowledge, not even knowing what a magma flower was for? Was he really a martial artist? Sir, may I ask why you chose to set up a stall here? Xiao Xiao switched the live stream view to Zhang Fan's face and asked. His handsome face instantly appeared on the screens of hundreds of thousands of viewers. While looking closely, the boss is really handsome. Indeed, with his sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, chiseled features, and mature aura, he's more handsome than many celebrities. Too bad, he's not all there selling toys in a place like this. I wonder if the boss has a partner. Seeing Zhang Fan, the barrage of comments surged again. Cultivating while running a stall is also a form of training. A smile played on Zhang Fan's lips. While Xiao Xiao was interviewing him elsewhere on the streets of OSC City, several figures in school uniforms were running around like headless. How's it going? Any news about the boss on your end? No luck. It's strange, the online footage clearly showed OSC City, but now there's no trace of him. I guess we were overthinking it. A master like the boss isn't someone you can just bump into. Wang Chong sighed and sat down on the ground in defeat. They had searched for a long time without finding a trace of Zhang Fan, filling them with a sense of frustration. Fatty, why are you sitting on the ground? Get up, let's keep looking. Xiao Hu stood by ready to pull Wang Chong up. Teacher Lu, how about you? Another student turned to Lu Yan. Lu Yan shook her head. She hadn't found Zhang Fan either. Damn it, Wang Chong, you fat bastard, are you watching a live stream? Just as they were at a loss, the sound of a live stream came from Fatty's phone. Everyone looked at Wang Chong in disbelief. He was the one who first came up with the excuse to search, but halfway through he gave up and even started watching a stream. Xiao Hu, you don't get it. This is the super popular cute girl, Xiao Xiao's exploration stream. I'm her diehard fan. I open it for 10 minutes every day to keep my fan badge. You don't know anything. Wang Chong shot a glare at the chattering Xiao Hu. He clicked into the stream and skillfully began to gift a fan badge. But just as he was about to exit, a voice rang out. Sir, could you tell us why you're setting up a stall here? Xiao Xiao's question was followed by a familiar male voice. To train while. Zhang Fan's voice was very distinctive. Instantly Wang Chong froze his hand, pausing on the exit button. That voice sounds so familiar, it's like the stall owner's. Wang Chong exclaimed. It is the boss voice. Everyone gathered around. On the screen, a familiar handsome face appeared before them. It's the boss. Great, we finally found him. Quick, Wang Chong asked, where's the boss? Wang Chong sent a rocket, so Xiao Xiao tells us the location. Xiao Hu excitedly patted Wang Chong's shoulder. They never expected to find Zhang Fan this way. As long as they found him, everything would be fine. But I don't have any money. Wang Chong looked at the pitiful few dozen gold coins in his balance. It was nowhere near enough for a tip. Thankfully, Lu Yin, as their mentor, was very observant. This area should be within the lava lake. Judging by the comments and stream title, Xiao Xiao's location is probably the secret realm in OSC City, Lu Yin said softly. Damn, teacher, you'd make a great detective. Then let's head into the secret realm quickly. With that, they rushed towards the secret realm without delay. The area outside the secret realm was already crowded. Because the major streamer Xiao Xiao had suddenly appeared in the secret realm, her fans in OSC City were also trying to enter. It was like celebrity chasing in the modern world. This world had its own group of such people. I can't believe Xiao Xiao found the lava lake. I've been in OSC City for so long and never found it. Right, I'm going to meet my favorite streamer right now. Haha, that boss at the lava lake is something else, setting up a stall there. Only Xiao Xiao would be kind enough to buy something. Who else would buy from him? Hurry up and check the tickets. I want to enter the secret realm. The crowd was noisy at the entrance. Wang Chong and the others were stamping their feet in anxiety. These people still didn't know the boss' true power. He wondered what their expressions would be when they found out. Regardless, he had to find the boss as soon as possible. Even if it meant spending all his savings, he had to buy a toy from him. Soon they queued up and entered the secret realm. Since streamer Xiao Xiao had revealed the location of the hidden area in her stream, many people were already heading there. Wang Chong and the others followed the crowd towards one direction. While others were going to get a photo or autograph from Xiao Xiao, they were going to buy toys. Look, why is there a group of students over there? I don't know. Which academy are they from? Are they skipping class to chase streamers in their uniforms? Judging by the uniforms, they should be from New Martial Arts Academy. These students are good for nothing, skipping class to chase streamers. Seeing Wang Chong and the others rushing ahead, some people couldn't help but shake their heads. These New Martial Arts Academy students didn't act like martial artists at all, was chasing a streamer worth getting so excited about. Soon inside a cave, the crowd was bustling and packed. Fortunately, the cave was large enough to accommodate so many people. However, many didn't dare get close to the lava lake as the temperature there was too high. Even martial masters found it hard to bear. Many martial artists could only watch from a distance. In the middle of the lake, a small figure was broadcasting. It was streamer Xiao Xiao. Before they even arrived, waves of heat hit them, forcing Wang Chong and the others back a few steps. Looking at the small stall in the center of the lake, they grew anxious. The boss was right in front of them, but they couldn't reach him. What could they do? Just then a figure shot out like an arrow, and Wang Chong's eyes widened. Damn, teacher, you're not playing fair. The one who rushed out was Lu Yan. She didn't care about anything else. Buying the toys was the top priority. Seeing that the teacher had already charged forward, Wang Chong and the others immediately panicked. What do we do? Teacher Lu has already rushed out. She's a martial master level expert. The temperature of the lava certainly won't harm her. But we're different. We're only martial apprentices, low-level ones at that. If this lava touches our skin, it will burn us. There's no way we can get close. Wang Chong grew anxious. Zhang Fan's stall only had so many items. Most of them were dolls. They definitely didn't want dolls. Although Wang Chong hadn't brought much money this time, it was enough to buy something else. If Lu Yan purchased the same items as him, Wang Chong would be out of luck. The other students were also frantic. How about we just wade through the lava? We definitely can't cross the center of this lava lake. It's too far, and we can't jump that distance. There's only one way now: endure some pain and wade through the lava. Xiao Hu steeled himself and spoke. For martial artist, training usually wasn't just about techniques, but more about the body. Only by forging an indestructible physique could a martial artist continuously grow stronger. It was like laying a foundation for a house. The body was the martial artist's foundation. They trained their bodies daily at school, but this magma would scorch them upon contact. The piercing pain was something an ordinary person couldn't bear. Absolute willpower was necessary. Everyone fell silent at Xiao Hu's proposal. Meanwhile, Lu Yan had already used her formidable strength to reach the middle of the lava. Look, someone's crossed over. Being able to ignore the lava's temperature and leap hundreds of meters, this must be a martial master level expert. This beauty looks so mature and elegant. Is she also a fan of Xiao Xiao? Our Xiao Xiao actually has a martial master level fan. Not bad. Murmurs arose from the crowd. The live stream exploded with comments because of Lu Yan's arrival. Xiao Xiao beamed. Anyone who would travel such a great distance, even to a lava lake, must be one of her fans. If she weren't a fan, why would she come to a place like this? Overjoyed, she never expected to have a martial master level fan. It really flattered her. Xiao Xiao was ready to offer this martial artist her autograph or a photo. Miss, do you want a photo with me or one of my gifts? How about this, since you're the first to seek me out, the first to come to this lava lake for me, I'll give you both. I'm ready. Let's take a photo. Xiao Xiao had already struck a pose. But the next second, Lu Yan's words completely shattered her composure. Boss, any new stock lately? I want to buy some toys. Yes, new items. Lu Yan excitedly approached Zhang Fan. Her eyes were fixed on Zhang Fan as if she wanted to see him bloom. Zhang Fan recognized this woman instantly. Wasn't this the female counselor from the Beast Forest last time? She had said his goods were a waste of money and told the students to save up. Why was she seeking him out today? She looked so eager. Her gaze seemed to want to clear out all the toys from his stall. Zhang Fan was stunned. Was this the same imposing righteous teacher from before? Did this system's toys really have that much appeal? But a customer is a customer. Zhang Fan's face immediately broke into a smile. He was just worrying about how to sell that 100 yuan water gun, and now a customer You're in luck, miss. We do have a new toy, a water gun. It's 100,000 yuan. Zhang Fan took out a water gun. The water gun was very small, much like the toy water guns sold in small shops during childhood, the kind filled with sweet liquid. Listening to the conversation between Lu Yan and the others, Xiao Xiao, who had already posed for the photo, was stunned. She nearly lost her composure. Forcing a smile, she looked at the long-legged beauty before her. What was going on? This woman wasn't here for a photo with her. How was that possible? Who would come to a godforsaken place like this to shop? A plant. She must be a plant hired by the boss. Xiao Xiao couldn't think of any other reason someone would buy things in a place like this. In the live stream. Haha, Xiao Xiao looks like such a clown. She was all ready for a photo, but that woman just came to buy toys. If this isn't staged, the live stream effect is absolutely perfect. Wow, this boss actually has customers. Haha, she had her gift ready, but that woman isn't her fan. The live stream audience was having a field day. Xiao Xiao's nose was red with anger. She's definitely a plant. The boss just doesn't want his stall to look too pathetic. Xiao Xiao said petulantly. 100,000. Lu Yan fell silent at the price. She only had 50,000 yuan in her coffers. She had come prepared to spend it all, but she hadn't expected Zhang Fan's inventory to have been upgraded. There were new items. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough money. Is there anything else? Lu Yan asked. Zhang Fan looked around. The glass marbles were sold out, so were the surprise eggs. We still have the mecha models, the ability locks, and the dolls. Zhang Fan said. They'll take an ability lock. Lu Yan didn't hesitate. She had witnessed the power of the ability lock. Su Ruashi was a perfect example. She paid and took the item in one smooth motion. Soon a blue ability lock was purchased by Lu Yan. She really came to buy something. Xiao Xiao was stunned as she watched the transaction. Her big eyes scanned the surroundings. It was indeed a lava lake, desolate except for her own fans. Would a buyer actually spawn in a place like this? And that ability lock was so expensive, tens of thousands of yuan, and this woman was willing to spend it. Damn, she's a real buyer. Doesn't seem like a plant. What plant? That's our counselor from the new martial academy, Sister Lu. Wait, a teacher from the new martial academy came to buy things. Isn't that too insane? I was wondering why the counselor didn't come to class today. So she was here buying toys. Is teacher Lu crazy? She took a day off for a toy. Wow, who is this boss? Not only does he set up shop here, but he can also attract teachers from the new martial academy to travel thousands of miles to buy toys. The live stream comments flooded in. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Zhang Fan's mind. Congratulations, host, for selling a toy 1 ability lock. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward Vitality 300. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward Xianwang Blade Art upgraded to the 2nd level. The system notifications kept coming, and the corners of Zhang Fan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. The feeling of gaining cultivation without having to train was exhilarating. Even slacking off required luck. Lu Yan repurchasing his goods was an incredible stroke of fortune. You're a teacher from the new martial academy. Xiao Xiao stared at Lu Yan in shock. Lu Yan nodded. She carefully placed the ability lock into her spatial ring. As a teacher, why would you come here? It must be because of me, right? Buying toys is just an excuse. Xiao Xiao refused to give up. No, it's because of the boss. His products suit my taste, and my child loves them. Lu Yan said without batting an eye. She was inwardly curious about who this narcissistic person was. Could she compare to boss Zhang Fan? Xiao Xiao was petrified. Was she still live streaming? Did she have to be made such a fool of? No respect at all. While Xiao Xiao was fuming, Lu Yan flashed a brilliant smile toward the opposite shore. Her gaze seemed almost provocative. Lu Yan wished she could flaunt the ability lock again. That look made Wang Chong and the others itch with desire. Screw it. I don't care anymore. I'm buying toys too. Wang Chong and the others couldn't hold back any longer. Forget about everything else, they had to get those toys first. Wang Chong and his companions stripped down to their shorts planning to brave the lava lake with their bare bodies. This scene stunned everyone present. Look what's wrong with those guys. Did they get pumped up? They seem to be students, but why are they taking off their clothes in public? Judging by the uniform, those are the star-chasing students from Xinwu Academy. They're going way too far for chasing stars. They should be martial apprentices. If they step into that lava lake, they'll probably get their skin burned off. Some murmured. Everyone stared at Wang Chong and his group in confusion and shock, as if looking at fools. The body of a martial apprentice is far inferior to that of a martial master. The improvement at each stage of a martial artist is like the difference between heaven and earth. For a martial apprentice to enter such a lava lake, the pain endured would be no less than cutting flesh and scraping bones. That's why the fans of this streamer Xiao Xiao or the onlookers dared not approach the lava lake even half a step. First because of the heat, and second for fear of harming themselves. But seeing these martial apprentice students about to undress and enter it opened many people's eyes. So chasing stars could be this reckless. Inside the livestream. Damn, are those Xinwu Academy students courting death. They're going to wade through the lava river. They're clearly Xiaoxiao's loyal fan. I admit I Zhang Jiahao am no match for these Xinwu Academy students. They dare to fight and dare to risk it all. A martial apprentice entering a lava lake. These people must be insane. As the dean of Xinwu Academy, I don't know why my students are there, but they dare to undergo training. Having that spirit is enough. Comments flashed. The live stream also caught the attention of Xinwu Academy in the Eastern Province. The dean watched it remotely. Vice Director, look, our students are crossing the lava lake. The dean shared the live stream. Several directors and staff sat together. Too crazy. They're still martial apprentices. If they touch it, it's excruciating pain. Is this a new training exercise by Teacher Liu? Too terrifying. This is like pushing people to their deaths. The comments say it's star chasing. Hard to tell if it's training or chasing stars. Several directors spoke. It's not star chasing. Our students aren't that bored. It looks like Teacher Liu brought her class for training. The dean shook his head. He didn't believe his students could be so idle. Wait, dean, I recognize that student. He's Wang Chong, the last in grade this year. Why is he there? A teacher recognized Wang Chong. After all, in a school, only the first and last in grade leave an impression. Wang Chong. That prodigy who is a martial apprentice couldn't even beat a mortal. Yes, that's him. For a moment, all teachers were shocked. This prodigy who couldn't even beat a mortal was going to cross a lava lake with his bare body. It was sheer madness. Before the directors could speak, the students had already entered the lava lake. As soon as their feet touched it, a wave of scorching heat swept over them. Beads of sweat the size of beans instantly appeared on the foreheads of Wang Chong and the others. Their flesh began to burn from the scorching lava. Soon their bodies were almost swallowed by the lava, leaving only their heads exposed. Flames seared their bodies. Yet the only thought in their minds was to reach the shore and buy Zhang Fan's toys. Soon Wang Chong's body was horribly disfigured by the lava, and anguished cries echoed through the cave. Some covered their eyes, unable to watch. How terrifying. These students were too terrifying. Whatever the reason, with such perseverance, they have a bright future. They might achieve something. Indeed, just having the courage to enter the lava lake with their bodies is enough. Some praised. Upon seeing this, Xiaoxiao's tears flowed. For me, they're actually stepping into the lava lake. If they really make it, I'm willing to take them as disciples and teach them streaming. Xiao Xiao said, covering her eyes. Xiao Xiao is so sincere. Xiao Xiao actually wants to take disciples. Such a rare opportunity. But those guys are really tough, daring to withstand the lava's temperature. Their bodies must be failing by now. I wonder if they can make it. Comments flashed. Countless eyes were fixed on those heads in the lava lake. No one knew if they could cross. Wang Chong endured inhuman pain. His thighs were burned to the point where white bone could be seen. Just as Wang Chong was losing strength to push forward, Xiao, who beside him, pulled him. Wang Chong, don't give up. We have to make it. This is an opportunity. Success or failure depends on this moment. We don't know when we'll meet the boss again. Xiao said excitedly. Wang Chong's resolve hardened again. He pushed off with his feet. The lava rippled as they moved. Look, they're moving. Unbelievable. A martial apprentice walking in lava. What kind of willpower is that? For a streamer to go this far, I admit I'm impressed. People on the shore spoke in shock. Everyone held their breath. Step by step, Wang Chong's will drove him forward. Just as they were all out of strength, in Wang Chong's pocket, the marble he had bought earlier began to emit a powerful force. A wave of warmth enveloped them. Their charred flesh began to rapidly heal. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened. What's happening? My legs. My body seems fine. Xiao Hu exclaimed. It's that marble I bought. It seems to heal all injuries. Wang Chong spoke without hesitation, having already regarded these people as his brothers. Such a blessing. Sure, then I must buy the boss goods. Now their fighting spirits soared again. Step by step, they drew closer to the center of the lava lake. Their bodies were burned and then healed by Wang Chong's marble. Cycle after cycle, until finally their bodies were reinforced enough to withstand the lava. When Wang Chong was the first to step ashore, everyone cheered. At Xinwu Academy, countless teachers stood up. Incredible. Is this really the last in grade? With such perseverance, what can't they achieve? Too terrifying. How did he endure the lava that could burn human flesh? No wonder Teacher Liu cultivates such formidable martial artists. Everyone was stunned. Even the dean nodded in satisfaction. On the scene, all eyes were wide. No one expected they would actually cross just to meet a streamer. Luyan hadn't expected it either. She had smiled just to annoy her mischievous students. But Luyan never imagined they would decide to cross the lava with their bare bodies and succeed. For their boss toys, these guys unleashed such potential. Unbelievable. When Luyan saw Wang Chong's body, she was stunned. Wang Chong, originally plump, had been burned and reformed into a muscular figure. Wang Chong became a lean, strong youth. I can feel my body rivals a martial master. Is this what it means to rise from the brink of death? Wang Chong exclaimed in surprise. Other students who came ashore also noticed the changes in their bodies, fascinated by this rebirth. They clenched their fists in excitement. Xiao Xiao, seeing them ashore, couldn't wait any longer. She rushed forward. Everyone, I've decided. I will take you as my disciples. They'll teach you streaming, make you strong. Your actions moved me so much. Xiao Xiao said earnestly. Lady, don't block the way. We're going to buy toys. In Xiaoxiao's confident gaze, Wang Chong pushed her aside. His eyes were fixed only on the toys, no longer on the beautiful streamer he had always watched. Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded. Wait, they went through all that endured pain just to buy toys. Were these people insane? Xiao Xiao looked at the stall owner before her. She felt like compared to this stall owner, her streaming was just that of a rookie. Did this stall owner have such charm? Boss, I want to buy toys. The group rushed forward immediately. This time not only Xiao Xiao was stunned. Everyone present and the live stream audience were dumbfounded. All were curious. What toys had such allure? What kind of toy could possess such irresistible allure? In an instant, under Wang Chong's lead, everyone's attention was drawn to this mysterious toy stall. Not only was it situated by a lava lake, but it also drove people to defy death itself just to purchase a toy. This was no mere plaything, it was a spiritual totem. I wasn't bothered at first, but now I'm curious. What toy could drive people to such madness? Exactly, isn't he just an ordinary stall owner? They're even willing to wade through lava to buy it. Are the students of Xinwu Academy all insane? For a toy, is it really worth it? But have you noticed? After crawling out of the lava, their bodies seem to have changed. Could this lava actually be a means of body refinement? Nonsense. When your body is scorched and reformed by magma, its strength is bound to change. It's like forging a spiritual artifact. It requires repeated temp. What was said earlier is true, but you must endure that in human agony. Not everyone can do it. I certainly wouldn't dare. Comments flickered across the screen. Countless viewers in the live stream couldn't help but applaud Wang Chong and his companions. At this moment, only Xiao Xiao was left in a world of hurt. Streamer Xiao Xiao stood there dumbfounded, watching Wang Chong and the others charge toward the stall. Waves of frustration washed over her. Was she really a popular streamer with millions of followers? Why did it feel like she couldn't even compete with a humble stall owner? Even Zhang Fan was startled by the scene. Was it really worth going to such lengths just to buy a toy? Zhang Fan examined the toy in his hands from every angle. It was indeed an ordinary plaything. Had these people lost their minds? Or did the system possess a unique charm that ensnared anyone who bought a toy? Zhang Fan pondered this, but since customers had arrived, he had to attend to them. A smile spread across his face. Boss, we're back. Do you still have any of those ability locks? Wang Chong cut straight to the point. Sorry, the ability locks are sold out. We only restock once a week, Zhang Fan replied with a shake of his head. Wang Chong clenched his teeth, a wave of frustration washing over him. It was all Teacher Liu's fault, otherwise he would already be wearing an ability lock. Boss, what about the marbles? Do you have any marbles left? Xiao Hu asked excitedly. In the lava lake, he had come to understand the power of the marbles. As long as you didn't die, the marbles could heal you. With such an incredible ability, he would pay 500,000, let alone 50,000. So Xiao Hu immediately asked about the marbles. The others also stared intently at Zhang Fan. The marbles were a treasure, and they wanted to buy them too. Sorry, they're all sold out, Zhang Fan said, shaking his head. The group's vision went dark and they nearly fainted. They had gone through hell to get here, only to be told everything was. Then boss, what stock do you have left? Xiao Hu asked gloomily. Only dolls, water guns, and mecha models, Zhang Fan replied with a shrug. These were the only toys he had left. The system's inventory was determined by sales volume. The more he sold, the more toys he unlocked. But the key issue was that Zhang Fan hadn't encountered many customers. If every day were like today with so many people, he would have unlocked all the merchandise by now. I want the mecha model, Wang Chong declared immediately. He had to grab it while he could. Wang Chong, do you even have money to buy it? I want the mecha model, I want the mecha model too. In an instant, the group began squabbling. I don't have money, but I'll take out a loan. Teacher, I'll get a campus loan of 50,000. I want the mecha model, Wang Chong said, completely losing his mind. This scene left streamer Xiao Xiao and the surrounding audience utterly bewildered. They had braved the lava with their bare bodies. And now they were fighting over a toy, even willing to take out loans to buy it. These people had gone completely insane. At Xinwu Academy, several deans remained silent. Taking out loans to buy toys, they were somewhat reluctant to acknowledge these as their students. The atmosphere grew rather awkward. Are they crazy? Is a shabby toy really that good? Are even students willing to take out loans for it? Xiao Xiao murmured in astonishment. She pulled out the marble she had just bought, examining it from every angle, but couldn't see what made it special. It was probably just a toy. Yet the toy's allure was far too strong. Streamer, are you sure this is a toy? One would think it's some kind of miraculous elixir. Exactly, I feel like I'm at a bustling market. Streamer, show us your marble. Let's see what's so special about it. It doesn't seem any different. It's just an ordinary toy. Could these people be paid actors? Probably actors. This acting is way too exaggerated. The live stream audience discussed among themselves. Xiao Xiao shook her head. The stall owner had certainly hired dedicated actors, going to such lengths just to buy a toy. Soon at the stall, Xiao who secured the mecha model while the others had to settle for buying a doll each and leave in disappointment. They had wanted the water gun too. But it was too expensive. 100,000 was beyond what an ordinary family could afford. Besides, they were students, and the loan amount wouldn't be very high. The students had no choice but to leave dejectedly. Lu Yan slapped her thigh. Of course. Why hadn't she thought of taking out a loan? If she took out a loan, she could definitely afford the water gun. She had been working for years paying social insurance every month, so her loan limit would be quite high. Boss, can I return this ability lock? I want to take out a loan to buy this water gun instead, Lu Yan said, gazing at Zhang Fan with fervent eyes. Teacher, why are you joining in? You already have an ability lock. Wait, if you return it, can we buy it from you? The group thought of something and looked at Zhang Fan expectantly. Unfortunately, Zhang Fan shook his head. Store items are non-refundable and non-exchangeable once sold. With that, Lu Yan could only nod in resignation. She had been too greedy. For such an expert to give her an ability lock was already a great kindness, and she had dared to ask. It wouldn't be good to upset this senior. I was too forward. My apologies, Lu Yan quickly said. Zhang Fan waved his hand, inwardly puzzled. Why had this teacher changed so dramatically and become so polite? Had she had a change of heart? Ding. Congratulations on successfully selling the mecha model. Congratulations on successfully selling the doll. Ding. Stall inventory is cleared. System is urgently restocking. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the reward physique enhancement. You have obtained the physique steel body. Your body can now withstand any extreme heat or cold. Ding. Congratulations. Blood Chi 300. Congratulations. Blood Chi 300. Note, all items sold out. Stall temporarily closed. Host will be teleported to a safe zone in 3 seconds. The system's reward notifications rang out incessantly. A smile spread across Zhang Fan's face. His merchandise had been completely bought out. How exhilarating. These rewards were enough for him to dominate this world. Dear viewers, I will now take you to search for the lava flower, streamer Xiao Xiao announced, unwilling to linger and lose face any longer. She planned to leave this area immediately. But just as Xiao Xiao finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from the outskirts of the lava lake in the next second. Everyone's attention was drawn to the commotion. Following the sound came a group of people in black. An elderly man at the forefront arrived in a flurry, his grand entrance capturing everyone's gaze. Who was this other formidable figure? Xiao Xiao turned to look, and when she recognized the newcomer's face, her body trembled. Wasn't this old Master Su from the prestigious Su family in the eastern province? Why had he come in person? Could it be for the stall owner? Xiao Xiao hurriedly looked back at the stall, but when she saw it was empty, she froze in shock. When had the stall owner left? How had she not detected a single trace of his departure? Gazing at the empty center of the lava lake, Xiao Xiao fell into deep thought. Just now, did anyone see the boss leave? Xiao Xiao asked, looking at her livestream audience. Her livestream camera had a 360-degree view with no blind spots. The audience must have captured it. I didn't see it. I was drawn to that man in black and didn't pay attention to the boss at all. Same here. He vanished in the blink of an eye. Do you think the boss could be some kind of hidden master? Only a martial king or above could move at such speed. Whoa, so the boss is a martial king. A martial king that young. That's insane. Guys, check out my latest video. I recorded the footage and went through it frame by frame. I finally found it. The livestream chat exploded with comments. Some even started reviewing their recordings. Xiao Xiao clicked into that person's profile. Sure enough, a video appeared. She played it in front of the audience, and the speed in the footage had been slowed down hundreds of times. It felt like everyone's breath had stopped. Even in this terrifying slow motion, the stall owner Zhang Fan still vanished from his spot at an He disappeared like a bee with just a flash. This is the maximum slowdown possible, and we still can't catch his afterimage. He must have used some kind of secret technique. The person in the video explained. Xiao Xiao was utterly stunned. A master of this level, possibly even a martial king running a toy stall on a lava lake. It all felt. Wang Chong and the others were not surprised by Zhang Fan's disappearance. The boss often vanished, and given his strength, it was normal for him to leave without being noticed. Teacher, look, isn't that Su Ruashi? Xiao Hu pointed at the group in black. Su Ruashi stood among them beside the old man. Her eyes were scanning continuously, as if searching for something. It's Su Ruashi. I didn't expect her to come, but this entourage is way too grand. Lu Yan was also startled. Su Ruashi had brought her entire family here at the first opportunity. No wonder the boss had vanished. With such a commotion, and him being a person who preferred peace, why would he stay? Senior, would you grant me an audience? I am grateful for your life-saving grace. This is the treasure of my Su family, the blazing fire sword. I wish to present it to you. Among the crowd in black, old man Su spoke slowly. He held up a red longsword with both hands. This was the Su family's heirloom, the blazing fire sword. If a sword could forge a bond with a top-tier master, it would be worth it. This scene was fully recorded by Xiao Xiao's livestream. Xiao Xiao's mouth dropped open involuntarily. This is old man Su from the Su family of Dong province. His own strength has reached the martial king level. I can't believe he looks so young. The blazing fire sword is said to be the Su family's heirloom, and their inherited techniques come from it. But to think the Su family would make such a grand show coming to the lava lake just to offer a sword. Xiao Xiao's voice trembled as she spoke. It was unbelievable. An ancient family with centuries of heritage was thanking a small stall owner and offering their treasure, even deploying a martial king. What a huge story this would be. At this moment Xiao Xiao finally realized that the toy-selling stall owner might not be an ordinary person after all. In the livestream chat, are they crazy? This is a family heirloom. How can they just give it away? Yeah, a sword like that could build a top-tier family. And the Su family wants to give it away. What has that stall owner done to deserve this? Isn't he just some toy peddler? Maybe the boss is a hidden master. Why else would he sell toys in a place like this? The Su family must be insane. Even if the boss is a martial king, a fellow martial king wouldn't personally offer such a tribute. Seeing this, the live stream erupted into chaos. Countless people began speculating about Zhang Fan's identity. After Old Man Su called out, there was no response except for the murmurs of the crowd. Senior, my Su family comes with sincere intentions. Why won't you meet us? Su Gang's tone grew impatient. He raised his voice, but still no one answered. Grandfather, I told you the boss likes peace and quiet. Why else would he set up a stall here? The moment we arrived, he vanished. Doesn't that? Su Ruashi said helplessly. The moment she spotted Zhang Fan, she had notified her family. Her grandfather had always wanted to meet Zhang Fan, so she couldn't hide it. But her grandfather insisted on bringing her father and the family guard. He claimed it was to show respect to Zhang Fan and make an impression. Yet the moment she arrived, Zhang Fan disappeared. This proved that her actions had thoroughly angered that senior. Now it might be nearly impossible to see him again. Su Ruashi felt a pang of disappointment. Hearing her words, old man, Su sighed helplessly. Alas, fate has not brought us together. Perhaps as Ruashi said, that senior does not like crowds. The old man waved his hand, and the guard lined up behind him. If anyone has news of that stall owner, please inform my Su family. We will offer a generous reward. With that old man, Su led the large group away. Only after the Su family had left did the scene liven up again. What's with that boss being treated so importantly by the Su family? First offering a sword, then a bounty. Did the boss offend the Su family? Is he really just a toy vendor? That boss sure has no manners. If it were me, I'd have come out long ago. The crowd buzzed with noise. Everyone seemed to have forgotten why they had come. Teacher, let's leave quickly. The boss probably won't show up again. Wang Cheng said excitedly. Their gains this time were significant, each having obtained what they wanted. They wouldn't linger here. Lu Yan nodded and quickly led her students away. Su Ruashi spotted her teacher, but didn't greet her as she hurried off. Her teacher must have bought something from the boss too. Su Ruashi felt an inexplicable sense of regret. If only she hadn't told her grandfather, maybe she could have made a purchase. She wondered when she would see the boss again. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only a few of Xiao Xiao's fans. Staring at the glass marble in her hand, Xiao Xiao fell into thought. So many people wanted to buy something from that stall owner. Could this marble really have some extraordinary effect? Xiao Xiao tried biting it and channeling her energy into it, but nothing changed. Helpless, she put the marble away and began heading deeper into the lava region. Her main goal was to find the lava flower. As for Zhang Fan, he was just a small episode in her livestream. But this episode had already caught the attention of the Xia Kingdom's officials. In a meeting room, countless people were scrutinizing the footage of Zhang Fan's stall frame by frame along with the toys on his table. When they saw the blue energy lock on the stall, the atmosphere grew tense. Su Ruaxi's red energy lock had already caused a stir, even catching the attention of the Xia Kingdom's high command. For days the officials had been investigating the origin of that energy lock, but with no leads. Now they finally had a clue, but seeing the blue energy lock on the stall left everyone's. They had thought such a terrifying piece of equipment was unique. Who would have guessed there were other types of armor? What was the difference between this blue one and the red one? How could a single armorer have developed two different types of armor? What was his level of craftsmanship? And why was he selling such weapons and equipment at the low price of tens of thousands? What was his purpose? Go. Contact Ao's city urgently. Find the people who bought the equipment. The middle-aged man in charge spoke slowly. Instantly, everyone sprang into action. Within Ao's city, as an order came down, the entire populace began to mobilize and uniformed official martial artists started to deploy. The sky was filled with search personnel. Even the city lord himself had been mobilized. In the sky, a middle-aged man in a green combat uniform with several stars on his shoulder looked around with a stern expression. City lord, what's going on? Why did the higher-ups suddenly issue an order for us to track down a few people? A secretary-like figure beside him asked, puzzled. Not sure, but we just need to investigate. Apparently, it's some students and instructors from the new martial academy and a stall owner. The city lord was also quite baffled. Was it really necessary to urgently track down a few students and a stall owner? Even the higher-ups had personally issued the order, which was truly too strange. But since the higher-ups had commanded it, he had no choice but to comply. He led his team to begin the search. The city's residents also looked up at the sky one by one. What's happening? Do we have a fugitive in our city? Not sure, but this is a huge mobilization. Even the city lord is out. What grave crime could that person have committed? Let's just step aside and not interfere with official business. The clamor of the crowd echoed through the city. Soon Lu Yin and her group were surrounded. They had been planning to leave our city by spaceship. But before they could board, they were completely encircled. Meanwhile, the city lord began searching for traces of Zhang Fan. Surveillance footage and all kinds of clues were being examined. Yet not a single clue about Zhang Fan could be found. He was nowhere in the surveillance footage, as if he had vanished into thin air. Within the city, countless hotels were checked one by one, but there was no sign of Zhang Fan or a little girl. The city lord increasingly felt that something was amiss, but he could find no way to proceed. He could only seek a breakthrough from the people of the new martial academy they had found. Soon in a small room, Lu Yin and the others were brought in. Shortly after, researchers in white coats entered. "Who are you and why have you brought us here?" Lu Yin looked around at the people, a hint of panic in her eyes. "Don't be afraid. We just want to investigate some matters." An old man in a white coat spoke with a smile. He was a member of the Xia Kingdom's Research Institute and a top-tier forge. "Are you very familiar with that stall owner? Why was he selling these toys? May I take a look at them?" The old man's voice was quite gentle. Hearing his words, Lu Yin obediently took out the recently purchased ability lock. Having been brought here, what else could she do but cooperate? The old man's eyes lit up at the sight of the ability lock on the table. This was it. He had heard Old Huang mention it before. Its energy was incredibly formidable. It could also automatically match and generate a suitable combat armor. He hadn't believed it, so today he had come to see for himself. He reached out to touch it, but a wave of icy cold instantly rushed toward him. The old man's fingers even began to turn white. Old Huang was right. This ability lock actually recognizes its owner. A hint of shock filled his eyes. There were not many spiritual artifacts that could actively recognize their masters, and even fewer who could create such a supreme-grade spirit. "Could you demonstrate it for me? Our Xia Kingdom urgently needs a batch of such armor to equip ourselves. This way we can minimize casualties during beast tides or when facing enemy forces." The old man's voice was excited, his eyes full of passion for the unknown. Lu Yin herself didn't know how to use it, but she had seen Su Ruashi transform before, so she could only... Her heart was equally thrilled. She had thought the ability lock would be confiscated, but it had recognized her as its owner. That made things much simpler. No one could take her ability lock. Picking up the blue ability lock, Lu Yin waved her hand and pressed the button in the center. Instantly, a belt appeared around her slender waist. The center of the belt seemed to have a suction force, and blue ice crystals emerged. The next second, the ability lock was drawn onto it. Click, clack, clack. The next second, Lu Yan's body was enveloped in layers of ice crystals. A large ice sculpture about 1.7 meters tall appeared. As cracks gradually formed in the ice, an ice blue armor materialized within the room. The appearance of the armor seemed to lower the temperature of the entire room by several degrees. Feeling the power surging through her body, Lu Yan's heart was filled with ecstasy. Such formidable power. So this is a supreme-grade spiritual artifact armor. How did that person create such armor? His forging skill must be superior to mine. The old man murmured. "Young lady, that's enough. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yishio, a forge master of the Xia Kingdom. I apologize for the abruptness of summoning you here." "What? You are the legendary forging grandmaster, the only one in the Xia Kingdom capable of forging supreme-grade spiritual artifacts, Elder Yi." Lu Yin exclaimed in surprise. She never expected to meet Elder Yi under such circumstances. "Haha, that's just a hollow reputation." Yishio shook his head with a smile. "Young lady, you must keep this item safe. Don't let others know about it, or it could be dangerous. If you're interested, you could join the Xia Kingdom martial army. That path might offer greater prospects than being a teacher. Our Xia Kingdom also respects every martial artist's choice." After finishing his words, Elder Yi slowly stood up. The fervor in his eyes was impossible to conceal. The sole purpose of this citywide search was to meet Zhang Fan. If he could meet Zhang Fan just once, it might resolve many of the problems plaguing the Xia Kingdom's forging community. He was also deeply puzzled as to why Zhang Fan would casually sell such a divine artifact. What was he after, and how many more incredible artifacts did he possess? After Yishio left, Lu Yin was also escorted out without any further trouble. Wang Chong and the others were still being questioned all about the toys. Lu Yin looked at the ability lock in her hand, her eyes filled with excitement and fervor. She felt a stir in her heart. If she joined the Xia Kingdom martial army, would her prospects really be so bright? Then she could slay beasts, obtain more resources, and perhaps take a step further. At this thought, her heart trembled slightly. Outside, she might be coveted by others. But if she joined the Xia Kingdom martial army, it would be different, not only safer, but also more promising. Gripping the ability lock tightly, Wang Chong and the others had also come out of the small room. The items they had bought were not taken away, mainly because they couldn't figure out what those things were, especially the marbles. Unless someone told them who would know their purpose. The group boarded the spaceship home, having escaped danger. After Zhang Fan packed up his stall, he took Tutu back to their residence. "Daddy is amazing. He sold all the toys at the stall." Little Tutu waved her small hands and bounced on the spot with excitement. A cute smile spread across the little one's face. But remembering that she hadn't sold anything all day, her little face fell. It's all those uncles and aunties' fault. So mean taking over Tutu's little stall. Tutu stomped her little foot, puffing with anger. Zhang Fan smiled and patted Tutu's little head. "But at least our toys are all sold, right? However, restocking will take a while. Probably not until next week." Zhang Fan looked at the system's cooling items. Except for the water blaster, everything else was on cooldown. He wasn't about to set up a stall just for a water blaster, so he decided to just stay home and play with his daughter. Daddy, tonight Tutu wants to eat grilled chicken wings. Tutu licked her little lips and looked at Zhang Fan with eager eyes. Zhang Fan smiled and nodded, and the father and daughter began a pleasant cooking session. Meanwhile, as Zhang Fan and Tutu were cooking together, Xiao Xiao, the million-follower streamer, had already ventured deep into the lava lake. In the distance, she saw a vermilion flower bud blooming within the lava. It was the lava flower. Her heart leaped with joy, and she was about to pick it. But the next second, waves of scorching heat surged from the lava. A crimson giant python burst forth from the magma, its terrifying aura suffocating Xiao Xiao. Seeing the beast before her, she was greatly alarmed. This lava flower actually had a guardian beast. Upon spotting the demonic beast, Xiaoxiao's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. This crimson flame serpent was a brank beast equivalent in strength to a martial master. Surrounded by magma, defeating it seemed nearly impossible. Although Xiao Xiao was also a martial master, she lacked confidence when facing a demonic beast in such a... It's a crimson flame serpent, a beast that thrives in magma, typically ranked level or higher. Xiao Xiao, run. You can't beat this thing. Wait, am I the only one here? Why is there a crimson flame serpent here? Why didn't it attack that stall owner when he was setting up just now? Exactly, the serpent was so close to him, yet it showed no signs of aggression. It's coming. The crimson flame serpent is attacking. Xiao Xiao is done for. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. More and more viewers grew anxious. Xiaoxiao's face turned pale, but she always had a secret weapon for her live-streamed expeditions. She drew a martial master's long blade and swiftly donned combat gear. A flicker of determination crossed her delicate face. With a swift slash, the blade flashed, cleaving the crimson flame serpent in two. But the next moment, the wound began to heal at an alarming rate. Then two crimson flame serpents emerged. With thunderous roars, both serpents dove into the magma, launching a fierce assault on Xiao Xiao. Dealing with one serpent was manageable, but with two, Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. Her movements grew strained and labored. After a brief skirmish, Xiaoxiao's body began to suffer damage. Her combat gear was shattered in several places, and her body was covered in burns. Quick, call the authorities. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao, I've already contacted the rescue team in our city. They should be here soon. Hang in there, Xiao Xiao. Don't die. Some viewers had already alerted the authorities. But as the serpent's attacks grew more ferocious, Xiao Xiao, who had been standing on the magma lake, was dragged into its depths. The scorching, searing magma corroded her skin. The agony contorted her face. Despair filled her eyes. Before coming, she had investigated. Most demonic beasts in the Ao's secret realm were below rank. Crimson flame serpents were exceedingly rare. She had even arranged for a thorough inspection beforehand. She only entered after confirming it was safe. How had it come to this? Where did this crimson flame serpent come from? Just as Xiao Xiao prepared to unleash a desperate strike to break free, a gentle warmth suddenly emanated from her pocket. Then her burned skin began to heal rapidly. Waves of power surged through her entire body. Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock. She clutched the marble tightly in her hand. How was this possible? She had been so grievously wounded, yet she was restored in it. Moreover, her physical strength had increased. Such recovery was impossible even for the most skilled alchemist. Even consuming a supreme-grade pill couldn't heal her. So, what was this marble? Wasn't it just a toy? Suddenly, a realization dawned on Xiao Xiao. Her expression shifted from bewilderment to understanding. No wonder. No wonder those people scrambled, even willing to dive into magma, to buy from that stall owner. No wonder the Su family offered their heirloom just to meet the... This boss was no mere vendor. He was a master bestowing great fortune. This marble was worth far more than 50,000. Even 50 million would have people fighting to buy. The boss wasn't ripping anyone off. He was giving out blessings. In an instant, her heart burned with fervor. Would the boss set up his stall here again tomorrow? Could she buy another item? Now she understood Wang Chong's feelings. If she had known the truth, she wouldn't have hesitated to jump off a cliff, just like Wang Chong. In a high martial world, who doesn't want to become stronger? As her wounds continued to heal, Xiao Xiao grew more adept at fighting the crimson flame serpent. Soon she killed the serpents and claimed the magma blossom. The livestream audience was stunned by the spectacle. Xiao Xiao was on the verge of defeat, with multiple severe injuries. How did she recover so quickly and gain such formidable combat power? What had she done? Had she broken through in the nick of time, or was she protected by some incredible treasure? Holy crap, Xiao Xiao actually killed the crimson flame serpent. How did her wounds heal? Does she have some ultimate healing pill? Even the best pills take time to work. That was too fast. She must have cultivated some body refining technique. The live stream chat exploded. Xiaoxiao's miraculous recovery was unbelievable. She picked up the crimson flower bud, smiling as she stored it in her spatial ring. I carry a family heirloom, which is why I'm safe. Thank you all for your concern. By the way, I'm curious why the crimson flame serpent didn't attack that stall owner. If any of you viewers see that stall owner again, please tell me immediately. I want to ask him directly, and I also want to see him again. Xiao Xiao smiled, but her eyes held an urgent eagerness. A single healing marble was not enough for her. If she could buy all the toys from his stall, how powerful would she become? A marble with such healing power. What about those other strange toys? Xiao Xiao was thrilled, which was why she asked her viewers to find the boss. Okay, got it. Xiao Xiao has issued a bounty. We'll keep an eye out. Maybe the boss is so strong that beasts dare not approach. Xiao Xiao doesn't need to chase after some toy seller. Watching the chat, Xiao's face darkened. Don't call him a toy seller. He's no ordinary vendor. He's a master. I won't allow anyone to slander him. Xiao Xiao bristled like an angry cat. Without Zhang Fan's marble, she would be dead by now. Now someone was insulting Zhang Fan. How could Xiao Xiao with her fiery temper tolerate that? Streamer, what's gotten into you? That's not what you said about him before. Yeah, is he your dad or something? Why are you defending a toy seller so much? If you ask me, the streamer has been charmed. There's no need to make such a fuss over a toy vendor. The chat was flooded with comments. I wish I could call him dad, but would he agree? Xiao Xiao muttered, shocking the audience. The chat was filled with question marks. A streamer with millions of fans publicly trying to call someone dad. Was she crazy? After killing the Crimson Flame Serpent, she seemed like a completely different person. Did that strange boss really have such charm? Or was there something extraordinary about him that captivated a streamer with millions of followers? Watching the endless barrage of comments floating across the live stream, only Xiao Xiao herself knew just how formidable that boss truly was. The one capable of selling such marbles, no pills, was certainly no ordinary person. Regardless, I Xiao Xiao hereby ask everyone here, if you ever encounter that boss in the future, please private message me as soon as possible. If the information proves accurate, I will grant each of you a mid-grade cultivation technique. Xiao Xiao gazed seriously into the live stream. As she finished speaking, the live stream exploded once again. First, the Su family had spent millions just to locate that stall owner, and now a top streamer was offering a cultivation technique for his whereabouts. Was that mysterious stall owner truly so extraordinary? How could he attract such widespread attention? With Xiao Xiao's announcement, the already simmering topic instantly surged to the top of the online trending list. On the internet, the top trending topics were all related to Zhang Fan. Mysterious boss appears at Lava Lake to set up stalls. Xia Kingdom's stalls randomly refresh across various regions. The Su family rushed in a panic, never expecting a toy stall owner to drive them to spend $1 million to find him. Million follower streamer adventurous, Xiao Xiao announces, if anyone has news of the toy stall owner, she will trade a mid-grade cultivation technique. Who exactly is the toy stall owner that recently took the internet by storm? Countless topics erupted online. For a moment, the heat of the trending topics and photos of Zhang Fan's stall kept appearing across the internet. This stall owner looks quite handsome. What did he do to cause such a stir? No idea, but since both the Su family and streamer Xiao Xiao have issued missing person notices, this person is definitely no ordinary man. I've seen this stall owner before. He set up shop in the Beast Forest for a while, and he has a lovely daughter. Could the little girl selling toys at the peak of Olympus that recently went viral be his daughter? This stall owner must have offended someone, otherwise why would two major figures be searching for him? Looking at the toys on the stall, they seem like ordinary toys. Nothing special. I watched Xiao Xiao's live stream. That owner's cultivation level is unknown, but his speed is astonishing. No one can tell what his true strength is. Online, every topic was filled with discussions about Zhang Fan. At that moment, inside a certain research institute in Xia Kingdom, a photo of the stall owner was hung on. Everyone stared at the photo and began to discuss. Elder Yi, did you find anything when you went looking for information about that young stall owner? An elderly man looked at Yi Xiu, who stood at the head. Elder Yi held considerable sway here and was also the top master artisan of Xia Kingdom. Yi Xiu nodded. I didn't find that stall owner, but I did locate a few buyers who purchased his goods. Besides the red ability lock, he has now sold a blue ability lock. Yi Xiu said. Shock flickered in everyone's eyes. They had yet to understand the principles behind the ability lock, and no one had been able to forge one. Now Zhang Fan had even created a blue ability lock. Did these two have different effects? What is that blue ability lock like? How is it different from the red one? Elder Yi Xiu said nothing, but with a wave of his hand the display screen behind him showed Lu Yin transforming inside a small room. An ice sculpture gradually shattered, revealing an ice blue armor. At the sight, everyone couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. How did Zhang Fan manage this? Did this armor even possess elemental attributes? How did he forge such power into it? And how did he master that strength? Did you retrieve that ability lock? If we can get it back, maybe we can crack its secrets, one person asked. Yi Xiu shook his head. That ability lock has already bonded with its owner. Retrieving it would be extremely difficult. Moreover, given the level of craftsmanship involved, studying it would be even harder. Even you can't figure it out. Elder Huang looked at Yi Xiu. This man was the top artisan of Xia Kingdom. If even he couldn't decipher the young owner's spiritual artifact, the rest of them had no hope. Indeed, I can't understand it, nor can I forge it. Most importantly, this person is still very young, Yi Xiu said, and the group fell silent for a long moment. Indeed, Zhang Fan was far too young. It was hard to imagine someone so youthful creating such a divine artifact. I've already assigned people to keep a close watch. I believe that one day we will meet. Yi Xiu's voice was low, but a glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Zhang Fan did not set up his stall. His goods had sold out, so there was no point in going out. Instead, Zhang Fan stayed home, with Tutu teaching her some characters, or calligraphy, and painting. They had a great time. Meanwhile, streamer Xiao Xiao visited the lava lake every day, but she never found Zhang Fan's trace. Left with no choice, Xiao Xiao left Ao City to pursue her livestream career in other cities. That day, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. The stall location has been refreshed. Please pay attention. Ding. The latest location will be in the Wind and Fire Cave of the Beast Battlefield. The second location will be in the Crescent Moon Lake of the Beast Battlefield. Note this week's merchandise count has been refreshed. Note please proceed to the designated stall area as soon as possible. The system's voice rang out repeatedly. Zhang Fan had been keeping a close eye on the system's refresh notifications. When he learned the latest stall location, he froze. Good heavens. The location was actually inside the Beast Battlefield. Was the system messing with him? 2 spots in the Beast Battlefield. The danger level was no less than selling fried noodles right in the middle of a war zone between 2 armies. Who in their right mind would choose such a stall location? In this world, aside from martial artists, there were demonic beasts. The territory occupied by demonic beasts was far larger than that of humans. Moreover, the rampant reproduction of demonic beasts posed a constant threat to human safety. Thus, martial artists from various countries would periodically dispatch armies to purge the rampaging beast hordes. The Beast Battlefield was the buffer zone between human cities and beast territories, a stretch of open land carved out as a neutral ground. On the battlefield, martial artists fell every moment. Beasts perished too. Apart from danger, the place was brimming with opportunity. Beasts on the battlefield were generally stronger than those in the forests, and their cores were more valuable. Hunting a beast not only earned rewards from the military, but also fetched a high price on the market. Thus, on the battlefield, one could often see military martial artists fighting alongside ordinary practitioners. However, sending him to such a place to sell toys was beyond Zhang Fan's expectations. Next time, the system might as well randomize the location straight into a beast's nest. Has the stall location been updated? Great. Tutu can sell toys again. This time, Tutu will surpass Daddy and strive to be the top seller of the week. The little one waved her small hands and rubbed her big eyes, clearly still half asleep. Zhang Fan smiled, wondering what Tutu's expression would be when she learned the next stall location was in the Beast Battlefield. Soon Tutu dressed herself, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Zhang Fan. Daddy, where are we going to set up our stall? Tutu can hardly wait. Tutu gazed at Zhang Fan with anticipation. To the Beast Battlefield. One area is the Windfire Cave and the other is Crescent Moon Lake. Tutu, which area would you like to go to? Zhang Fan looked tenderly at Tutu, whose eyes were full of expectation. As soon as she heard Beast Battlefield, her big eyes instantly lit up. Tutu had always dreamed of keeping a pet with her daddy, preferably a fluffy, adorable beast with 2 little ears. Now their stall was set right at the Beast Battlefield. Didn't that mean Tutu could catch a pet and raise it with her daddy? At this thought, Tutu became ecstatic. Tutu wants to go to the Beast Battlefield. Tutu wants to go. But where should Tutu set up her stall? The little one tilted her head, resting her hand on her chin, lost in thought. Windfire Cave. It sounds like a cave. I wonder if there are any cute, fluffy little beasts there. Crescent Moon Lake probably has fish, but Tutu doesn't want to keep fish. For a moment, the little one was torn. Then Tutu will set up her stall at Crescent Moon Lake. She quickly made her choice. Tutu thought that if she set up her stall by the lake, the beasts would surely come to drink water. As soon as a cute beast came to drink, she would catch it. Then both Tutu and her daddy would have adorable beasts as pets. Tutu was so clever. Zhang Fan had no idea what the little one was thinking, but Crescent Moon Lake was also his preferred choice for her. The name Windfire Cave alone sounded ominous. Compared to Crescent Moon Lake, it was likely more dangerous. Fortunately, the system's safety protection ensured Tutu would be safe no matter the area. Alright, Tutu will set up her stall at Crescent Moon Lake and Daddy will go to Windfire Cave. Zhang Fan gently ruffled her little head. Tutu will do her best. She clenched her little fists. Cute little beast, here comes Tutu. Zhang Fan didn't know where the little one got such drive, but he couldn't fall behind. He took Tutu out. This time he chose not to take a flying ship. Instead, he stepped onto a flying sword. A flying ship would be much slower. More importantly, Zhang Fan wanted to take Tutu on a flying sword. It felt entirely different. It was like the masters Zhang Fan had seen in novels on TV. Swish. A piercing sound cut through the air, and in an instant Tutu and Zhang Fan vanished from Oscar's. Whoosh. Daddy, the flying sword is so fun. Tutu poked her little head out of the protective barrier, the wind forcing her mouth open, making her words slurred. It was the little one's first time on a flying sword, and her curiosity was boundless. She looked left and right, her eyes brimming with wonder. Neither Zhang Fan nor Tutu had explored much of this world, and Zhang Fan himself gazed around in fascination. Daddy, how fast can this flying sword go? Is it faster than the airplane we took before? Tutu gestured with her little hands. In her past life, she had flown on an airplane when Zhang Fan took her on a trip. But clearly the airplane wasn't as fast as the flying sword. Thinking of that previous world, Zhang Fan felt a pang of regret. On Blue Star, he had a decent job with planes. Sometimes he even felt bored. But since he found Tutu while mountain climbing one day, his life had become fulfilling. It was a cold night. Zhang Fan had planned to watch the sunrise on an undeveloped mountain range. In the dead of night, he discovered Tutu in a swaddle at the summit. If not for him, she might have frozen to death. That night, Zhang Fan carried Tutu and searched until dawn, even reporting to the police, but no one came forward to claim the abandoned baby. So he adopted her. Later, as they slept one night, a sudden dizziness swept over them, and they arrived in this world. Shaking off those thoughts, Zhang Fan focused on the system's route map. The route marked the location for their stall. Outside the beast battlefield lay Dragon City, a border city of the Xia Kingdom. This was the city closest to the beast battlefield and the front line against the beasts. Here people died every day while others became millionaires overnight. In this place, everyone carried an aura of grim determination. General, this time we've captured 10,000 beasts, obtained 300 high-grade cores, and 8,000 low-grade cores. 1,000 soldiers have died, some from civilian martial arts organizations, and some adventurers. The assistant reported the battle results inside the Dragon City General's tent. The general nodded, his eyes fixed on the calendar on the desk. In a few days it will be the annual Beast Tide. Issue orders for the entire army to prepare. By the way, have the martial artists from other nations arrived? The general's voice was low, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. Such large-scale beast tides occurred every year, driven by the beast's territorial expansion instinct, pushing them to attack humans. But it was also a time of harvest. The more beasts slain, the more cores gained. Besides, there were beast meat, hides, and blood, all top-tier materials and treasures for cultivation. Thus, every year they paid close attention to the beast tide, collaborating with other nations to reduce casualties and resolve the crisis with minimal effort. The Yin Kingdom's people have arrived. They've gathered 30,000 martial artists and are stationed in our city awaiting the assault 3 days from now. The assistant, good. Before that we must secure the defenses of surrounding cities. Also post notices in the city. The beast tide is imminent, and capable martial artists may join the battle. The general finished, and the assistant immediately set to work. Soon notices appeared on major streets in Dragon City. The city's official forum also erupted in heated discussion. Countless people began debating the upcoming beast tide. It was akin to a fish run on Blue Star, but far more perilous. If you survived the beast tide and killed enough beasts, even a single encounter could yield enough wealth to live comfortably for a decade. It could also boost a martial artist's strength. That's why the event drew such attention from Dragon City and other nations. This year's beast tide is coming. Last year it was said 10,000 people died and 100,000 beasts were killed. Those who survived all became millionaires. No kidding. Last year someone found and shrank beast core and sold it for hundreds of thousands. Someone even pulled a cultivation manual from a beast's belly and shrank manual and became a regional overlord. Anyone forming a team. Only martial masters and martial venerables forming a team of 10. Only the capable need apply. Killing shrank beasts. Martial venerables only come forth. On Dragon City's forum, aside from discussions about the beast tide, most posts were about team formation. From these posts, it was clear that martial masters barely made the cut, and most teams were led by martial venerables. Still, martial masters could benefit from the beast tide. Generally, the stronger the martial artist, the more they disdained low-level. Martial masters could kill low-level beasts to improve themselves. So martial artists of all levels could gain something. Amid the bustle of Dragon City, 2 figures swiftly arrived within its walls. Seeing the lively streets, Zhang Fan and his daughter were surprised. They hadn't expected Dragon City to be so bustling. It was the first time the father and daughter had ever visited such a city. They gazed around curiously. The architecture of Dragon City differed entirely from that of OS City or the Eastern Province. Most buildings in Dragon City were constructed from stone, giving it a primitive tribal feel. It stood in stark contrast to the towering skyscrapers of the inland Eastern Province. OS City, with its predominantly wooden structures, was unique in its own right. The people of Dragon City all exuded an imposing aura. Just by walking down the main street, Zhang Fan could spot numerous martial masters. Each of these individuals bore scars, some more, some less. They were all fully armed and ready for battle, as if they were armed to the teeth. This was quite different from the combat attire systems of academy martial artists. Most crucially, Zhang Fan sensed many formidable auras here. These were likely the auras of martial masters above the rank of martial venerates. A martial master could already soar through the skies, and a martial venerate was even more terrifying, capable of shattering mountains with a single punch. A single martial venerate could establish a small clan. The Su family, a major clan, only needed a single martial king. This illustrated just how significant Dragon. In this city where martial masters were as common as street vendors, the system intended for him to set up a stall here. Setting aside the danger, it was questionable whether he could even sell anything in such a place. Forget it. If I can't sell anything, so be it. The area changes every week anyway, maybe next time ITLL be in a marketplace. Zhang Fan shook his head and led Tutu towards a hotel in Dragon City. The hotel in Dragon City was relatively better, not a simple stone hut, but a modern technological style. A room cost 300 a day, which pained Zhang Fan's heart. However, he heard that the price had increased recently due to the beast tide, so he had no choice but to accept it. He rented the room for 7 days, and he and Tutu quickly checked. "Daddy, what is a beast tide?" Tutu blinked her big eyes, clutching a phone that was larger than her little hand. She searched as she asked. "It's a large-scale migration of demonic beasts," Zhang Fan explained simply. "I see. Daddy is so smart. Daddy, look. There are so many videos of beast tides here," Tutu said, raising her phone. It showed videos of beast tides from previous years. Zhang Fan quickly looked over. He was about to set up a stall at Windfire Cave and Crescent Moon Lake, so he needed to keep an eye on the beast tide situation. In the footage, thick smoke billowed. Demonic beasts charged towards the border like mad creatures. Their numbers were so vast that the end was nowhere in sight. Most crucially, Zhang Fan spotted several massive demonic beasts at the rear. These beasts were about 20 to 30 meters tall with enormous horns that could overturn a mountain. Their steel-like bodies emitted a faint dark red glow. Amidst the beast-tide, Zhang Fan also saw some bizarre demonic beasts, spiders with multiple legs, 8 human faces, and a ghostly face on their backs. They looked exceptionally terrifying. With a single swipe of their claws, they could kill several martial artists, demonstrating their formidable strength. The martial artists were no pushovers, either forming a massive army on the opposing side. There were experts soaring through the sky, cleaving mountains with a single sword strike, and martial artists on the ground constantly battling the beasts. The relentless assaults from both sides turned the entire frontier into a swirling cloud of yellow sand. The scene was one of extreme carnage. This was a true battlefield where people died every moment. Yet danger also accompanied opportunity. Tutu searched for Windfire Cave, Zhang Fan said. Since the system required him to set up a stall there might be information about the place online. Tutu nodded obediently. Daddy, I found it, she said, clicking on a video. It was a commentary video about Windfire Cave. Windfire Cave coordinates Dragon City, located outside the border, is a den of demonic beasts. Inside, a Beast King-level demonic beast resides. For many years, no martial artist who ventured in has ever come out alive. If you need to pass by Windfire Cave, I suggest you take a detour. Zhang Fan was dumbfounded by the commentary. Good heavens, the system had actually sent him to a demonic beast lair. What kind of joke was this? In this godforsaken place, Zhang Fan couldn't believe anyone would buy his toys. Was he supposed to sell them to the demonic beasts? Don't be ridiculous. Meanwhile, Tutu searched for Crescent Moon Lake. Soon information about the lake appeared. Crescent Moon Lake is the central area of the beast battlefield, a water source for both beasts and humans. Crescent Moon Lake covers an area of 500 kilometers. There may be demonic beasts inside, it hasn't been fully explored, and serves as the main boundary between humans and beasts. Crescent Moon Lake is divided into East Lake and West Lake. East Lake is occupied by demonic beasts while West Lake is held by humans. After reading the online commentary, Zhang Fan looked at the system. The system hadn't specified which part of the lake, it only mentioned Crescent Moon Lake. He guessed the stall would be randomly placed somewhere around the lake. Crescent Moon Lake should be relatively safe for being a buffer zone where everyone needed water. Perhaps he could sell something there. The place Tutu had chosen wasn't too bad. Daddy, do you want to switch spots with Tutu? Tutu can go to Windfire Cave. Tutu blinked her big eyes at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan shot her a look. The little girl might be small, but she sure talked big. Was Windfire Cave a place for people to go? Besides, with so many demonic beasts inside, Tutu would surely be scared to tears. No, Tutu has already chosen. We can't change now, Zhang Fan said. Tutu pouted and nodded obediently. All right, Tutu will listen to Daddy. With that, the little girl started looking up more information about Crescent Moon Lake. Sister AI, Tutu wants to sell toys at Crescent Moon Lake. Tutu's cute voice rang out. AI deep algorithm activated. After simulating tens of thousands of possibilities, I recommend you set up your stall somewhere else. Here you won't be able to sell a single toy. A voice came from the phone. Zhang Fan was speechless. This AI seemed far from mature. Tutu doesn't believe that. Tutu will ask again, Tutu said, and she asked once more. But the phone kept suggesting she change locations. Just as Tutu was getting into it, the phone vibrated twice. Oh, it's a message from Sister Luo Qingxue, Tutu exclaimed. She quickly opened it. Ever since Luo Qingxue added Tutu as a friend, the two had been chatting frequently. After leaving OS City, Luo Qingxue had gone to a place she knew from her past life held opportunities. In the photo Luo Qingxue sent, there was a vast ocean. She had clearly gone out to sea. Tutu's sister is going deep into the sea to find a dragon palace. How have you been lately? Luo Qingxue's voice message came. Sister, keep it up. I'm sure you'll find the dragon palace. Tutu believes in you. Tutu and Daddy are in Dragon City now. It's so fun here. Tutu is going to catch some demonic beasts. Tutu replied excitedly. On the other side of the ocean, Luo Qingxue received Tutu's message, and a faint smile appeared on her little face. But thinking about the timing, it was exactly the beast tide season. What were Tutu and her father doing there? Could it be that these two divine beings were planning to sell toys there? Impossible, impossible. No one would be foolish enough to sell toys in a beast tide. The senior must be taking Tutu for training. Luo Qingxue thought to herself, shaking her head repeatedly. No matter how hard she racked her brain, she couldn't imagine how toys could be sold during a beast tide. Still, being able to chat with Tutu again warmed Luo. Looking at Tutu's little face on the phone, Luo Qingxue reached out her hand, wishing she could pinch Tutu's chubby cheeks. Tutu and Luo Qingxue were chatting with great delight, and Zhang Fan did not disturb them. He began to pay attention to some news about Dragon City. Soon Zhang Fan clicked on the official forum of Dragon City. At the top of the forum was the precise timing of the beast tide, and on the left were some team chat channels. These channels were filled with powerful warriors forming teams, and some were even recruiting mercenaries. Soon Tutu put away her phone, her small face beaming with a joyful. It was clear the little one had finished sending her messages. Daddy's sister Luo Qingxue is on the sea now, said she's looking for the Dragon Palace. Daddy, let's go out for a stroll. Tutu has never been here before. Tutu trotted over to Zhang Fan, her small feet moving quickly. Her little hands grabbed Zhang Fan's arm and shook it. Zhang Fan also wanted to see the situation in Dragon City and check if there were any local specialties. Every city in the Xia Kingdom had its own style, and naturally their specialties differed. Dragon City being on the edge of the beast battlefield was certainly no exception. Soon Zhang Fan and Tutu tidied up and the father and daughter went out hand in hand. Today Tutu wore a small combat suit designed for warriors. A black belt was tied around her waist and Zhang Fan had tied her long hair into a high ponytail. She looked quite valiant and spirited. It matched the style of Dragon City quite well. As they walked down the street, they quickly drew the attention of passersby, mainly because most people in Dragon City were warriors and children were rarely seen. Look, that little girl over there is so cute and pretty. Her parents must be carefree, don't they know the beast tide is coming? Bringing a child to Dragon City at a time like this. Maybe they're merchants. As long as they don't go to the combat zone, Dragon City is safe. But that little girl is really something so lively and clever. I wish I had a daughter like that. Passersby occasionally cast glances their way, but Zhang Fan was used to it. Soon he and Tutu arrived at a street of shops. It was mostly filled with stalls and stores selling items related to beasts. Beast hides, fangs, ribs, beast cores, and such. The prices were surprisingly low, likely because of the beast battlefield. Daddy, Tutu wants that one. Tutu pointed at a pendant made from a beast fawn. Zhang Fan nodded and bought it without hesitation. He hung the pendant around Tutu's neck, giving her a hint of primal wildness. Daddy, does Tutu look good? Tutu spun around in place, her eyes curving with joy. Zhang Fan smiled and nodded, and then they wandered around. The public order in Dragon City was decent, and nothing particularly unusual happened. Soon they stopped in front of a large building. People were coming and going at the entrance, even more than at the city's largest supermarket. Daddy, so many people. Tutu looked at the building with curiosity in her eyes. Warrior's home. Zhang Fan figured it was likely a place similar to a guild. Does Tutu want to go in and have a look? Yes. Tutu wants to see. Tutu nodded earnestly. Zhang Fan then took Tutu inside, as he had thought Warrior's home was like an adventurer's guild. After a brief look around, he understood the setup. The first floor was for bounties on beasts. Their names and appearances were posted along with the rewards for killing them. The second floor was for team formation. Many warlords would gather here to form groups, and there was even a spirit tea house where they could discuss team matters over tea. Such a place was unheard of in other cities. Daddy, there's even a big wild boar here. Tutu hopped and pointed at a bounty on the wall. The bounty was for a diamond boar, offering a reward of 500 coins upon its kill, but the tusks had to be brought back. Tutu had noticed the boar first because they still had leftover wild boar meat from their hunt in the beast forest. Brother, are you here to form a team too? A voice came as Zhang Fan and Tutu were wandering. A young man was standing behind Zhang Fan. Beside the young man stood several figures who looked like warriors. Before Zhang Fan could speak, the young man said, Brother, what's your strength? Our warrior squad is recruiting. You know, with the beast tide coming, it's a great time to make money. Miss this chance, and you'll have to wait a year. The young man looked at Zhang Fan with burning interest. Zhang Fan frowned slightly. There were many scammers in the warrior world. This young man approaching him out of the blue set off alarm bells in Zhang Fan's mind. I'm not interested in forming a team, Zhang Fan said, waving his hand. Not interested in teaming up. Why come to Adventurer's Home then? This is the place for forming teams. Don't underestimate us. We're all martial masters, but we're strong. Together we might even take down a warlord level beast. We're only recruiting because one of our members fell ill. The young man persisted, occasionally glancing at Zhang Fan's face. Zhang Fan had no interest in such things and remained wary of the young man, not believing a word he said. Sorry, not interested. Find someone else. Seeing Zhang Fan's firm refusal, the young man went to approach others. He used the same pitch, but the next person wasn't as steadfast. Upon hearing that they could kill a warlord level beast, that person's eyes lit up. Daddy, were they trying to recruit us? Why didn't you agree, Daddy? Didn't you say we should help others? Tutu blinked, her big eyes confused. Tutu, when you help others in the future, you must keep your eyes open. Never help bad people. Their team has many members, yet they specifically want to recruit one more person. That's a big red flag. You must be careful when meeting people. Zhang Fan taught her patiently. Tutu nodded, though she didn't fully understand. Tutu will remember. Tutu listens to Daddy the most. Tutu nodded and tilted her head to look at the young man's team. After they stood there for a while, several warrior teams came to ask if Zhang Fan had a group. Zhang Fan refused them all. Setting aside the possibility of traps, he could just set up a stall, take it easy, and boost his strength directly. Wasn't that faster than hunting? Let others hustle. He and Tutu would just relax and grow stronger. After they left, the young man who had called out to Zhang Fan watched their retreating figures. That guy looks like a martial master based on his aura. When the beast tide comes, if we run into him, well, just make a move. He's alone, should be easy pickings. Killing beasts is too slow. Robbing warriors is faster. The young man laughed, and his teammates nodded knowingly. Every year the beast tide claimed many lives, especially those martial masters on the battlefield. Warriors of middling strength were the easiest to kill. Many would form temporary ambush squads targeting not beasts, but other warriors. Looting a martial master was simpler than working hard to kill a beast. So teams usually picked weaker martial masters or solo ones for a higher success rate. As for oversight, once on the battlefield, who cared? Zhang Fan naturally had no idea what they were plotting. He had already taken Tutu to buy some unique combat suits on Dragon City streets. Tomorrow morning, they would set up a stall to sell toys, wondering if they could make a single sale. In the afternoon, Zhang Fan accompanied Tutu to experience the local customs and culture of launching. After playing for the whole day, they were both tired, so the father and daughter went to bed early. Early the next morning, Tutu woke up even earlier than Zhang Fan. The little girl hummed a tune while bustling about in the bathroom. In less than half an hour, she had cleaned herself up completely, even putting on a small hairpin. Dad, it's time to go set up the stall. I can't wait any longer. I've washed my face, brushed my teeth, and I've already pooped. Tutu shook Zhang Fan's body, her childish voice ringing out. Zhang Fan glanced at the time. Only 7 in the morning. This little one was full of energy, even more eager than going to work. He stretched and looked at little Tutu, who had already dressed herself up, a line of black marks appearing on his forehead. This girl was definitely born to be a hard-working laborer. All right, let me wash up. Zhang Fan ruffled Tutu's little head, quickly freshened up, and then they both had some breakfast. Ding, teleport to the designated stall area. The system voice rang out. Ding, teleportation successful. You will be transported to Fenghua Cave. Ding, stall no. 2 Yuya Lake, teleportation complete. As the system voice faded, Zhang Fan and Tutu's figures vanished from the room in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, outside Longqing, some martial artist squads were advancing. With the beast tide still a few days away, few warriors ventured out to hunt demon beasts. Apart from the official patrol soldiers, only a few warriors were setting up traps in advance. Among the crowd, several figures in black combat suits stealthily headed in. Brother Long, shouldn't we set up more traps this year? Last year we had too few, a short, wiry young man said slyly. They were the same group of youths Zhang Fan had seen at the warrior house yesterday. With only a few days left before the beast tide, they had to quickly lay traps to capture warriors. Even if the traps didn't catch warriors, they could still snare demon beasts, serving multiple purposes. Last year they had set up a dozen traps, all of which were effective, and they had made a killing. This year I've prepared 20 traps. As long as someone comes, we'll trigger them and take them down. Even if not, we can capture warlord rank demon beasts and guarantee a huge 20. That's great. We're going to get rich. Let that guy we recruited yesterday be the first to taste the trap. The short man laughed, and the 5 or 6 people behind him joined. They were all veterans of this area. Almost every year they succeeded in a few captures, and during the beast tide few paid attention to the sudden disappearance of some martial match. This year they were bolder, setting up 20 traps at once. If even half succeeded, each of them would return laden with gains. Let's head to Yuya Lake first and set up there. That's a resting area. We'll catch the loners. Brother Long said, and the others nodded, quickly dashing toward Yuya Lake. Yuya Lake was vast like an endless sea. The weather was fine today, and after teleporting to the designated area, Tutu set up her little stall. This time Tutu was determined to surpass her dad and become the week's top seller of toys. She clenched her small fists secretly. Her big eyes occasionally scanned the surroundings, full of motivation. But when she saw the scenery, her little face froze. Tutu's small stall was in a corner of Yuya Lake, with an endless expanse of lake before her and a boundless plain behind. In such circumstances, Tutu's stall seemed utterly insignificant, like a single boat in a vast ocean. In this desolate place, selling toys was impossible. Even encountering people was extremely difficult. What should I do now? What about Dad? Has he already got customers? Tutu tilted her head, pondering. This was even harder than selling goods on the peak of Mount Olympus. At least their people came to the summit, and eventually all kinds of stalls appeared. But here it was different. Such a huge lake, who knew when someone would show up? Tutu crouched by the shore, splashing the water with her little hands, and started playing directly. On the other side, Zhang Fan had arrived at his designated stall area, a pitch-black cave, where even stretching out your hand couldn't. Only Zhang Fan's little stall glowed faintly like starlight in the cave. Around him, spiders bigger than a human face crawled by from time to time, making him feel uneasy. The environment in Fenghua Cave was harsher than he had imagined. Hey, you demon beast, want to buy some toys? Zhang Fan said to a meter-long spider crawling past his stall. The spider was covered in fur. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, it slowly turned around, a creepy smile appearing on its face that resembled a human's. Then it scurried away in a flash. Zhang Fan shuddered. This thing was truly terrifying. Thank goodness Tutu wasn't here. It would probably scare her into screaming. He wondered what Tutu was doing. Zhang Fan wanted to check the surveillance feed. When he saw the screen, his mouth unconsciously dropped open. In the picture, Tutu was somehow playing with fish in Yuya Lake. The little girl was sitting on a fish demon beast larger than herself. The fish sped wildly across Yuya Lake with Tutu on its back. She was having a blast. Zhang Fan stared wide-eyed. Honestly, he wanted to play too. But thinking of the eerie spiders in his cave, he shook his head and gave up. He couldn't exactly ride a spider. That would be too bizarre. Zhang Fan sat at his stall, happy to see Tutu enjoying herself. Brother Long, look. Who's that riding a fish on Yuya Lake? While Tutu was having fun, several figures had already arrived near Yuya Lake. They had set up several traps around the area and now planned to place one near the lake. If there were many people, they would let them go. If few, they would trigger the trap. Looks like a kid. Why isn't that demon beast attacking her? Someone exclaimed while looking at the lake. How is that possible? During the beast tide, even many adults dare not leave the city. How could a child be outside, not afraid to die? Another person shook his head. At this time, even some warriors hesitated to go out, so how could a child dare? It is a child. the speaker urged, and the group hurried forward to see. After clearly spotting the figure, everyone was stunned. Holy crap, it really is a child. Whose parent doesn't take care of their child? A kid is worthless. Let's just go set up the traps. After a brief shock, they lost interest. Kids had no money, no rare cultivation techniques, or treasures. Besides, a child appearing in such a place couldn't be simple. Wait, Brother Long, look. That kid looks familiar. Isn't she the one with that young man we met yesterday? Suddenly, the first one who spotted Tutu spoke again. Only then did everyone realize it really was the child from yesterday. If the kid is here, her father is probably nearby too. That guy sure is bold, letting a little kid play alone in a place like this. A martial master, but quite gutsy. Come on, let's go take a look. Brother Long grew interested, waved his hand, and they headed toward the lake. They wanted to see what this little girl was up to. Soon a group approached not far from Tutu. Tutu also noticed their figures. Some were tall, some short, about a dozen people in total. Visitors. How wonderful. Tutu hurriedly climbed down from the giant fish. The thought of making a sale on the very first day filled Tutu with extraordinary. She patted the giant fish's head with her small hand. Be a good fishy, Tutu has to go sell toys. He'll play with you another time. As Tutu spoke, she scampered off, and the giant fish, seemingly intelligent, spat out a mouthful of lake water before swimming away. Watching Tutu run across the lake surface, the group was momentarily stunned. Brother Long, am I seeing things? She can stand on the lake. The short young man widened his eyes in astonishment. To achieve such a feat, could this little girl be a martial artist? Impossible. Have you ever seen such a young martial artist? Even the daughter of the city lord's mansion doesn't have this ability. Walking on water requires at least a martial disciple level, and there are many realms in between. Another person directly shook his head in denial. So young and a martial disciple. There are few like that. If she truly had such talent, how heaven-defying would it be? Perhaps her father is supporting her from behind. The group speculated, their eyes scanning the surroundings, searching for Tutu's father. Brother Long, however, fixed his gaze on Tutu. Initially, he had felt nothing for her, not even bothering to pay her any attention. But now, witnessing her strength, thoughts began to stir in his mind. If Tutu was indeed a martial artist, she must possess some extraordinary talent. The world of martial artists is brutal. Without a background or strength, possessing a coveted talent often leads to utter disaster. Things like bone extraction and talent grafting were common occurrences. At this moment, Brother Long's gaze towards Tutu turned slightly greedy. He hoped Tutu was a martial artist, for it would prove she possessed immense talent. Then selling her off would fetch a sky-high price. If she had no talent, Tutu's pretty face and features were still appealing. Some people favored this type. He could sell her as someone's pet. Such a beautiful pet would never lack a market. At this thought, Brother Long's heart began to race. Little one, what's your name? Where's your father? Brother Long forced a benevolent smile onto his face. But his smile, paired with his fierce and sinister features, looked rather eerie. Tutu recognized them. Weren't they the bad guys her father mentioned yesterday? Dad said I shouldn't talk to bad people. I won't tell you my name. Tutu placed her hands on her hips and tilted her head. Looking at the little girl who didn't even reach their knees, the group burst into laughter. Out of the mouths of babes. What bad uncles? We're good people. Little one, we're all good here. Your dad can't give you nice things, but uncle has plenty. Come with uncle, you'll never have to worry about food or clothes. And there are plenty of toys too. As he spoke, Brother Long reached out to grab Tutu. They had to be quick before the patrolling soldiers of Dragon City discovered them. But to Brother Long's surprise, his outstretched hand failed to grasp Tutu. Instead, she retreated several. You really are bad guys. Tutu won't go with strangers. Neener, neener, neener. Tutu made a funny face. She's a martial artist, Brother Long. I can sense the aura of a martial artist on her. A martial artist so young. How heaven-defying must her talent be? She might even have a legendary divine-grade bloodline. Grab her. Brother Long didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the capture. A martial artist this young who could evade his attack surely possessed an extraordinary talent. Selling her off would set them up for life. Seeing the dozen people lunging at her, Tutu's small brows furrowed slightly. They intended to bully her. How detestable. Dad said if anyone bullies me, I can retaliate 100-fold. Tutu spoke with a serious expression. Haha, you. Retaliate 100-fold. Even your dad wouldn't dare be so arrogant. Your dad's just a martial master. Do you know what level Brother Long is? A martial venerable. Your dad's nothing. The short man's face showed a greedy expression. Once they caught this girl who would bother ambushing people here, they could head to another country and live in luxury. Hearing someone speak ill of Zhang Fan, Tutu's small face instantly darkened. Her large eyes blazed with fury. Don't you dare speak badly of my dad. Tutu enunciated each word. With a wave of her hand, a long black blade appeared in her grasp. The blade was several times larger than Tutu herself. It looked like an ant trying to lift a stone many times its own size. What's that? Seeing the blade, the group was stunned. It's a spirit artifact. This little girl actually has a spirit artifact. Whoa, we struck it rich. Their eyes gleamed with greed. Tutu wasn't going to indulge them. She was currently backed by multiple buffs and the system's protection mechanism. There was no way these people could harm her. With a flash, Tutu appeared behind one of the men. He hadn't even reacted. Impossible, so fast. With a single swing of her blade, she severed the man's arm. The martial master didn't even have a chance to resist. This was the might of the Xianhuang blade technique, combined with the power of the divine abyss sword. Absolute invincibility. Tutu felt no fear of fighting. She flashed again, and another strike nearly cleaved a man in two. Brother Long, this kid is no ordinary. Our brothers are all martial masters, and we're utterly powerless. What kind of blade is that so heaven-defying? Brother Long, let's run. This kid isn't human. Watching Tutu, who seemed like a demonic child, the group was instantly terrified. This wasn't a child, it was a fiend from heaven. One strike to slay a martial master. Were all kids this formidable nowadays? Elsewhere, Zhang Fan had been watching all along. He didn't stop Tutu. Since these people dared to act, they should be prepared to be killed in return. If Zhang Fan had been there, they would have been thrown into the lake to feed the fish. Spare us, young heroine. Brother Long's eyes darted as he tried to beg for mercy. I'm still trying to trick Tutu. Dad taught me not to trust bad guys. Tutu didn't believe him. With a swing of her blade, the heavens and earth seemed to split. A black blade light shot towards Brother Long. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He conjured a shield, but it cracked under the attack. With a snap, Brother Long's defensive artifact shattered, and one of his arms was severed. This wasn't a martial venerable, he was a lamb to the slaughter. Zhang Fan was inwardly astonished. The techniques and physiques granted by the system were so heaven-defying that even cross-level kills were this easy. Truly, the Xianhuang blade technique and the Supreme Saint physique were formidable. Brother Long was dumbfounded. What level of martial artist was this? Did Xia Kingdom have such a young martial artist? A 5-year-old martial venerable? Who would believe that? Suddenly, he thought of the young man from yesterday. If this child was this powerful, what about that young man? He had actually plotted to kill that young man. He truly had a death wish. Just as Brother Long thought he was about to die, voices suddenly echoed from the sky. During the beast-tide, martial artists are forbidden from private combat. The voice descended from afar. Brother Long and his men clung to the sound like a lifeline. Hope flickered in their eyes. Several soldiers of Dragon City slowly descended. They scanned the surroundings with stern expressions. Who is engaging in private combat? The leader, a middle-aged man with a square face, swept his gaze across the area. His formidable aura made everyone's hair stand on. It was her. She attacked us. She tried to kill us. Save us. The short man, missing both arms, gestured excitedly with his head towards Tutu, who was standing obediently to the side. The middle-aged man looked at Tutu. She stood there demurely, her face full of innocence, her big eyes looking around in confusion. There was no trace of the demonic child. Little one, how old are you? The middle-aged man asked. Tutu is 5. Almost 6. Tutu counted on her fingers. Are you saying a 5-year-old child severely wounded over a dozen of you? The man spoke, looking at them as if they were idiots. Who would believe such a lie? Uncle, they tried to kidnap Tutu. Boo-hoo, I was so scared. In the end, they fought among themselves over the spoils. It's a good thing you came, Uncle. Tutu addressed them as Uncle repeatedly, causing the corners of both men's mouths to lift. Brother Long and his men stared wide-eyed at Tutu in disbelief. The guilty party filing the first complaint. Could a 5-year-old really pull something like this off? What on earth did her father teach her? Do you realize that human trafficking is a grave crime in the Xia Kingdom? The patrol leader's voice turned icy. To appear at Crescent Moon Lake, and as a mere 5-year-old child at that. It required no deep thought to deduce that she must have been trafficked here. Among these men there had to be a buyer, otherwise how could a child possibly be in such a place? Sir, we are innocent. We didn't traffic her, she's a demon possessing the strength of a martial lord. Child, you mustn't lie. Tell them, do you have the power of a martial lord? Long Ge was on the verge of madness. Being effortlessly crushed by a mere child who hadn't even grown hair was one thing, but now he was being falsely accused as well. This was utterly unacceptable to him in that moment. The middle-aged leader cast a glance at Tutu, a hint of speechlessness in his eyes. Do you take me for a fool, or are you simply foolish yourselves? Do you truly believe I'm so easily deceived? A 5-year-old child, and you claim she's a martial lord. Do you even comprehend the rank of a martial lord? 50 years of martial practice might yield a single martial lord. How old is she? Take them away, all of them. Human trafficking, deception. Who knows what other schemes they harbor? During the beast tide, anyone venturing out without authorization is suspect. With a wave of his hand, his men encircled Long Ge and his crew. Long Ge and his men had long been battered by Tutu, leaving them with no strength to resist, so they offered no struggle as they were surrounded. Soon they were all taken away. The middle-aged leader nodded with satisfaction. Such an adorable little girl. This was something he would never tolerate. Little one, it's all right now. Where do you live? They'll take you home. As the middle-aged man spoke, he turned and discovered that Tutu had vanished. Huh, where did she go? He looked around, utterly bewildered. She had been right beside him just a moment ago. How could she disappear in the blink of an eye? Just as he was puzzling over this, a voice sounded from behind him. Toys for sale. The newest and most fun toys are here. Tutu's toy stall has everything you need. Come and buy, kind uncle. Tutu was now seated on a small chair. Before her was a tiny toy stall adorned with an array of playthings. The little one sat in front of her stall, hawking her wares at the top of her lungs. The middle-aged uncle was dumbfounded. How could the transition be so seamless? Wasn't she just trafficked moments ago? How was she now selling toys in the blink of an eye? How had she gotten here? Or had she been here all along running her toy stall? The middle-aged man, thoroughly confused, slowly approached. Little one, how exactly did you come here? Were you trafficked, or did you come on your own? Where is your family? Why are you setting up a stall here? Don't you know this is the beast tide period and this area is the most intense zone of conflict between the two armies? He spoke, his eyes filled with puzzlement towards Tutu. At the same time he thought of Long Gu and his men. How had they been injured? Was it really an internal conflict? And where had this little girl come from? Daddy is setting up a stall somewhere else. Uncle Tutu's toys are so much fun they get 100% second glances. Uncle, please buy some. Tutu blinked her big eyes looking at the middle-aged man expectantly. Captain, those men have been taken away. After a brief interrogation, we learned they came to Crescent Moon Lake to set traps. However, the area around Crescent Moon Lake is a habitat. Setting traps here clearly isn't for dealing with beasts. We suspect they are the ones who have been preying on martial artists during the beast tide. A team member quickly returned and reported the findings of the interrogation. A bunch of beasts. Find out how many people they've killed during the beast tide. See if we can classify their crime and then send them to the front lines. The captain said, and the team member quickly nodded. During a beast tide, being sent to the very front meant being close to death. Especially since Long Gu and his men were already severely injured, it was a death sentence. By the way, Captain, what are you doing here? Hey, where did this little stall come from? The team member looked at Tutu's toy stall. A toy seller. This little girl is very strange. I suspect the injuries of those men were caused by someone behind her. Probably to protect her. The captain said, showing no interest in Tutu's toys. He still had patrol duties and naturally couldn't buy toys. I see. But we still need to investigate. What should we do with this little girl? Should we take her in? The team member looked at Tutu somewhat puzzled. Well, just take a statement here. This child probably doesn't know anything. Besides, the person behind her is very powerful. It's best not to provoke them. The captain shook his head and looked at Tutu again. Little one, tell us what happened just now. Tutu tilted her head and had to fabricate the story once more. After taking the statement, the middle-aged man quickly left with his team. So why didn't they buy any toys? Is Tutu not cute enough? Tutu sighed, looking around helplessly. She had thought a big customer had arrived and had been excited for so long. I wonder how Daddy is doing. Has he sold anything? Tutu thought to herself. Just then the ground in the distance began to tremble. Clouds of dust surged from afar. A massive beast was charging towards Crescent Moon Lake. Behind this beast, countless lesser monsters surged like a tidal wave. A beast horde. The middle-aged man, who hadn't gone far, changed his expression. He quickly looked at Tutu, who was still at her stall. Little one, run. The horde is coming. They come to Crescent Moon Lake to bathe and drink every day. If any humans are here, they will be devoured. Seeing the horde, the middle-aged man shouted anxiously. He was clearly concerned for Tutu's safety. Tutu, however, shook her head, her eyes gleaming with light. So many beasts. Is Tutu going to have pets? Great. Which one should she choose? Tutu blinked her big eyes, already seeing the beast horde before her as a collection of pets she could pick and choose from. The middle-aged man was baffled. This child was too fearless. Wasn't the person behind her worried at all? This was a beast horde. The leading beast possessed the strength of a martial king. Even the city lord would gain nothing from confronting it. Was this little girl not afraid at all? Captain, we must go now, or it will be too late. His team member urged. If the beasts discovered them, they wouldn't be enough for a meal. The captain hesitated for a moment, then quickly departed. Only the lonely little girl Tutu remained. Tutu sat on her small stool, her little feet swaying without a pattern. Her big eyes blinked as she watched the beast army in the distance. Finally, Tutu set her sights on one beast. It was the one leading the entire horde. It was a crimson beast with golden patterns on its body. Its head resembled a cheetah's, complete with 2 horns, but its body was like a tiger's. Its massive claws looked terrifying. Its furry body made Tutu's eyes sparkle. Tutu needed such an adorable beast. She wanted to cuddle it while she slept. Soon the horde of beasts arrived at Crescent Moon Lake. Some began to drink, while others jumped into the lake to bathe and fish. At the same time, Tutu's blatant stare caught the attention of the crimson beast. The beast's gaze fell upon Tutu, a flicker of surprise in its eyes. It then roared to the sky, and hundreds of beasts charged straight towards Tutu. The ground began to tremble. Tutu was thrilled. So many fluffy big dogs. Zhang Fan watched with a face full of question marks. Faced with so many beasts, why was Tutu not afraid, but instead brimming with excitement? In the blink of an eye, the horde of demonic beasts had already arrived before Tutu's stall. The leading beast king stood a towering 50 or 60 meters tall, its colossal frame making Tutu appear utterly insignificant. She was barely the size of its fingernail. The beast king hadn't anticipated encountering a human here. Such a tiny human, no more than an ant to its eye. One stomp would be enough to crush her. Yet the beast king had no intention of doing so. This little girl posed no threat at all. Why kill her when it could have some roar? The beast king bellowed at Tutu, expecting its roar to terrify the human child into a panic. But the next second it froze in bewilderment. Far from being frightened, the human child seemed even more excited. Tutu waved her little hands, her face beaming with pure delight. Cute. Such a cute big beastie. Can Tutu give you a hug? Tutu's big eyes sparkled as she gazed at the mountain-like beast king. If only this beastie could shrink down a bit. It would surely be so cozy to cuddle. Roar, I. The beast king and its minions stared in confusion at the sesame-sized child beneath their feet. What was going on? Normally humans would flee for their lives at the sound of their roars, digging deep into the earth to escape. The beasts had terrorized countless humans to death with their roars. But this little girl was completely different. Why didn't she fear their intimidating presence? Instead, she seemed thrilled. Was it really that adorable? Roar. One of the lesser beasts suggested the king crush Tutu with a single stomp. The beast king paid no heed, its huge eyes fixed on the bouncing little girl. In her stall, a toy stall. The beast king tilted its head, utterly puzzled. Usually, whenever the demonic beasts from Crescent Moon Lake appeared, humans would vanish without a trace, retreating all the way to the city walls. Moreover, this was the season of rapid beast reproduction and migration. Humans were even less likely to be found here. What was this little girl doing here? Setting up a stall? Was she courting death, or did she simply fear nothing? Roar. The beast king stared at Tutu's toys and let out a few grunting calls. Tutu's eyes lit up. Big beastie, do you want to buy Tutu's toys? Tutu blinked, her big eyes brimming with excitement. Tutu's toys are super fun, perfect for every little beastie baby. Tutu began showcasing her toys. This is a marble ball. You can play marbles with it. Let me show you. She took out 2 marbles, dug a small hole in the ground, and began flicking them. The beast king was so captivated by the adorable child that it momentarily forgot its purpose. Clack! The 2 marbles collided with a crisp sound. This is an ability lock, but it's sold out. No restock yet. And this is... Tutu introduced each toy one by one. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, who had been watching from afar, shook his head with a gentle smile. His daughter was simply adorable in everything she did. But could these beasts even understand? And could she really sell toys to them? The system hadn't said toys were only for humans, but trying to sell toys to demonic beasts. Wasn't that a fantasy? How about it? What do you think of Tutu's toys? Want to buy one big beastie? Tutu bounced on the spot, looking up at the towering creature. The beast king's golden eyes held a trace of confusion. It had no idea what this human child was doing. Roar! Roar! For a moment, the beasts exchanged calls. Soon one flew over from a distance, carrying a human corpse in its mouth. On the corpse were several spatial rings. Roar! The beast king tossed the corpse before Tutu with its claw, apparently a tip for her performance. Do you want to buy Tutu's toys? Great. Do you want marbles or a water gun? The water gun is more expensive. Tutu was ecstatic, staring at the beasts. It was truly a conversation between gods. Zhang Fan couldn't make heads or tails of it. The beast king could understand Tutu, but couldn't speak human language, so it simply pointed a claw at the marbles on the ground. It had found the girl's marble game entertaining and decided to reward her. More importantly, this human child wasn't afraid of it, and she was adorable. Quite amusing. Marbles. Sure, Tutu will pack them for you, big beastie. Tutu handed the marbles from her stall to the colossal beast. The beast king waved a claw, and the marbles floated in the air. Tutu found a card on the corpse and swiped it herself. Ding, congratulations on selling the toy marbles. Ding, congratulations on completing your first transaction with a demonic beast. Reward, beast tongue. Ding, congratulations on a successful sale. Reward, bloodline. Yan Huang bloodline. Ding, product upgrade. Unlocked new toys suited for beastie babies, cat paw gloves. The system notifications rang out one after another. Zhang Fan was stunned. Was this really possible, trading with demonic beasts and gaining so many rewards? From now on, his business could expand beyond humans to include demonic beasts as well. As expected of Tutu, she was incredible to pull this off. Zhang Fan silently gave her a thumbs up. Roar. Human, is this a gift for me? The beast king roared twice, and this time Tutu could understand. Wow, Tutu can understand what the big beastie is saying. This is amazing. Tutu danced with joy, nodding her little head. Big beastie, these are Tutu's toys for you. You must take good care of them. Tutu said. The beast king was visibly taken aback. This human could understand it. This king is not called big beastie. Address me as Lord Beast King. The beast king growled, clearly displeased. Okay, big beastie. Can Tutu pet your head? It must feel so soft. Tutu rubbed her little hands together. Nonsense. The beast king's head is not for you to touch. Your Majesty, why don't we just crush this child underfoot? One of the nearby beasts glared at Tutu. This human child was far too impertinent. Did she think they were pets? Being petted on the head was a disgrace to their kind. They would never allow a human to touch their heads. Human, you are so ignorant. Let's go. The beast king, clearly offended, tossed its head haughtily and left carrying Tutu's marbles. Count yourself lucky, human. The beast said, and the hundreds of demonic beasts rumbled away. The beast king apparently deemed it beneath itself to argue with a human child. If you won't let me pet you, then fine. Tutu pouted, disappointment flickering in her eyes as she watched the retreating herd. In the distance, a middle-aged man who had been observing the scene was filled with shock. Their patrol team hadn't gone far. They were watching from a safe spot. Holy crap, Captain. That's the Beast King, right? It's said to be at the peak of Martial King realm. And it didn't kill that little girl, and a team member exclaimed in disbelief. It probably deemed her unworthy of killing. Crushing a little girl is like stepping on an ant. A Beast King has its pride. The middle-aged man shook his head. That girl was lucky. She even got a tip from the Beast King. But that corpse looks familiar. It's the body of a missing Martial King from last year. So he died after all, sigh. But that little girl is incredibly bold. What gives her such confidence? Whoever taught her to remain so calm in the face of danger must be extraordinary. The men exchanged puzzled glances, increasingly intrigued by Tutu. Within the beast herd, the beasts gathered around the Beast King, occasionally roaring, as if discussing something. The Beast King dangled Tutu's little marble before its eyes, lost in thought. Your Majesty, it's just a marble. If I didn't look closely, I wouldn't even see it. A nearby beast spoke up. I'm thinking about something else, you idiot. The Beast King shot the beast a glare and casually tossed the marble into its mouth, as if swallowing air. The swallowing sky python tribe wants to compete with us on who kills more humans and beasts. That's what I'm pondering, you fool. Wait. But the next moment the Beast King sensed something wrong. A terrifying surge of power exploded within its body. The Beast King's face flushed crimson as it felt its body on the verge of being torn apart by an overwhelming force. It was that marble. No, this marble is not normal. My body. It's undergoing a transformation. The Beast King's voice trembled, its enormous eyes wide with shock. What was this thing that even it found terrifying? Boom. A tremendous force blasted all the surrounding beasts away. The Beast King's body began to shift, drastically shrinking from dozens of meters to a much smaller size. Its form also started to change. Waves of pure energy were absorbed by its body. Soon a figure with beast ears appeared among the herd. The Beast King was astounded. This was no ordinary glass bead. It was the legendary immortal-grade demonic core, the transformation pill. After a series of terrifying energy fluctuations, a human figure appeared before a group of demon beasts. The human had skin as white as snow, long and slender legs exposed to the air, and a figure of perfect golden proportions. However, the only difference was that she had a tail growing from her bottom and a pair of horns atop her head. I have broken through. This king has broken through. This king's current strength rivals a human martial emperor. But transformation is only possible for martial emperors. Only those great demons can achieve it. Why can I transform? This power, is it truly mine? What was that marble? The demon king's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Among demon beasts, transformation was extremely rare. Only those at the demon emperor level could possibly achieve it. The forms they took were also varied, not limited to human shape. For instance, if your bloodline contained the genes of an ancient ferocious beast, you could transform into that beast's form. Alternatively, you could change forms at will. That was the true meaning of transformation, not merely becoming human. Her transformation into human form this time was mainly due to Tutu's marble, which made her assume a human shape first. This king's bloodline contains a trace of the ancient Chelan's blood. Once this king becomes familiar with it, I might be able to transform into an ancient Chelan. She grew excited. This was no mere marble, it was clearly a top-tier demon core. The surrounding group of demon beast underlings were utterly stunned. Demon King, is that you? A beast asked in disbelief. It's the Demon King. The Demon King has actually transformed. Isn't that something only legendary demon emperors can do? So terrifying, such immense power. Has the Demon King ascended to Demon Emperor? In an instant, countless beasts prostrated themselves, howling in unison. Clearly, they were congratulating their king. Yet amid their celebrations, the Demon King was not overjoyed. She was feeling her own power, her gaze fixed on a distant stall. It was she who had helped her cross that stage, reaching the Demon Emperor realm. That step might have been the lifelong goal of even the most talented beast. And she had used a single pill to make her transform. Who was that human little girl, and how could she possess such heaven-defying treasures? No wonder she hadn't been afraid of her true form. No wonder she could converse with her. She must be the daughter of some great demon lord, otherwise how could she be setting up a stall here and even speak the language of beasts? That lord was certainly no ordinary being. Able to make a beast transcend its limits and transform, they must be a supreme powerhouse. Following her would surely lead to soaring heights, far better than staying in this beast pack. What Demon King? From today this king shall leave the tribe. Soon she made up her mind. What Demon King? She was clearly just a little pet, wasn't she? Since that little one wanted a pet, why not seize this opportunity? What? King, you cannot leave us. In 2 days it's the beast tide, we must battle the humans. Our tribe cannot survive without you. Hearing that their king planned to flee, the surrounding beasts wailed in anguish. The battle with humans was in 2 days. If their king ran away, now what would become of them? Without a leader, wouldn't the humans slaughter them mercilessly? The Demon King saw the logic. Then this king shall lead you in one final battle. But before that, this king must go and claim kinship. That one is surely a top-tier demon emperor. This king will receive its gifts and then follow it. As she spoke, her form shifted, transforming into a beast no larger than a puppy, its tail wagging, utterly adorable. King. Watching their king assume such a humiliating form, the surrounding beasts found it hard to accept. This was their king, a peak martial king level existence. It was as if a martial king had turned into a human child, allowing anyone to toy with them. A sheer disgrace. But then, recalling the other's transcendent power, possibly even a demon emperor, the beast relented. In the beast realm, might made right. If the other's strength was terrifyingly great, even being a pet would have countless beasts vying for the chance. King, you must return, several beasts howled in anguish. But the Demon King seemed not to hear, dashing swiftly away. At Tutu's little stall, Tutu stared blankly into the distance. In the end, she hadn't managed to touch that beast's head. Would Tutu ever get a pet? She just wanted a pet like Sister Luo Kingsu's. Why was it so hard? Tutu pouted, gazing at the distant beast pack. She clasped her hands together. Tutu wants a pet. Daddy bless me, give Tutu a little pet. Her eyes squeezed shut, clearly making a wish. Hey human, this king will be your pet. Just as she was wishing, a voice sounded in her ear. This king. Tutu quickly opened her eyes. Before her stall stood a beast the size of a puppy. The beast was adorably cute with tiny horns on its head and little patterns on its fluffy body. It looked utterly endearing. Seeing the fluffy little creature, Tutu couldn't hold back. She ran over on her tiny feet. Wah, a little beast. A little beast. Tutu's favorite little beast. With that she scooped the beast into her arms. Wah, let this king go. Don't rub this king's head, hey. Despicable human, despicable, despicable. The demon king felt its small head being rubbed repeatedly by several hands. The sensation was utterly humiliating. Yet the little hands were soft and warm. Strangely, it felt a bit pleasant. Little beastie, what did you just say? Tutu didn't catch that, but are you here to be Tutu's pet? Great. You look just like that big beastie from before. Did it send you a? It's such a good demon. Tutu hugged the beast gently, occasionally nuzzling her head against its body. I am the demon king. The demon king lifted its head proudly. Tutu knows. Your name is Little Flower. Tutu blinked her big eyes. This king, so mighty, having broken through to martial emperor, and you dare name me Little Flower. Does it not see me as a demon king at all? He was of the noble Chilan bloodline. Very well, this king shall be called Little Flower. The demon king wanted to refuse, but thinking of the little girl's likely connection to a demon, that was a demon emperor. Becoming a demon emperor's subordinate, even if called Little Flower or Little Dog, he wouldn't refuse. Yay, Tutu has a pet too. Awesome. Tutu will send a photo to sister Luo Qingxue. With that she immediately sent a selfie with Little Flower. Luo Qingxue, who was searching for the dragon palace, received the message. She quickly opened it. Seeing two adorable creatures in the photo, her heart nearly melted. So cute. But why did this beast look so familiar? It resembled a certain overlord from her past life that had dominated an entire world. Suddenly Luo Qingxue seemed to realize something. She gasped in shock. This is the blood Chilan, a beast with Chilan bloodline. I remember in my past life it reached martial emperor and crushed countless human experts. Look at the mark on its head. Yes, it's the same one from before. How is this possible? How did it become Tutu's pet? Why are the memories of my past life so different from now? Gazing at the photo of the demon king, Luo Qingxue began to doubt her reality. In her past life, a demon emperor had become Tutu's pet. What was going on with Tutu and her father? Was such a demon king willing to stoop to being a pet? What was happening to this world? The formidable demon emperor, who in a past life had been a peer of the same realm, was now being cradled in Tutu's arms like an obedient baby. This sight left Luo Qingxue utterly dumbfounded. She sometimes even wondered if the world she had been reborn into was still the same one she had once known. Sister, have you found the dragon palace yet? Tutu asked, eagerly rubbing Xiaohua's head. Not yet, but I should be able to find it in a little more time. They'll send you a message when I do, Luo Qingxue replied with a cheerful laugh, the two of them chatting idly. Meanwhile, in an interrogation room in Dragon City, Long Gu and his crew had been apprehended. Their severed limbs had been reattached. Medical arts in this world were highly advanced. As long as you were a martial artist, a severed arm or leg could be reconnected if the severed limb was found. Of course, this only applied to martial artists. For ordinary people, even if the limb was reattached, the meridians could not be connected. Officer, every word we've said is true. That child really has the strength of a martial venerate. If I'm lying, may my cultivation regress by 10 years. Long guess wails echoed from the interrogation room. Having roamed the martial world for years, this was the first time he had encountered such a devastating situation. He could accept being defeated by a child, but being framed by one was truly unbearable. Especially since the interrogators didn't believe a word he said. Long, who we've already investigated. Over the past 3 years, you have caused the deaths of nearly 30 martial artists. This time you set over 20 traps intending to harm people during the beast tide. Do you think we can still trust your words? The interrogator's voice rang out. Long, who now looked utterly dejected. The higher-ups have made their decision. You will be sent to the front lines at the start of the beast tide in the first wave to confront it. As the interrogator finished, Long Hu's face darkened. His wounds had not yet healed and his strength was severely compromised. Being sent into the midst of the beast tide under these circumstances was nothing short of a death sentence. All those things I did were overseas. They have nothing to do with the laws of Xia, do they? Long, who asked, unwilling to give up. You killed martial artists of Xia. How dare you? The interrogator frowned and slapped him across the face. Long, who dared not speak further. Our people will be watching you from behind. If you flee on the battlefield, you will be the With that, the interrogator strode away. Long, who wanted to say something more, but fell silent. Regret filled his heart. If only he hadn't tried to capture that little girl, he wouldn't be in this predicament. But even so, could that little girl possibly still be at Crescent Lake when the beast tide arrived? He had just heard that a large number of beasts were circling the area. There was no way that little girl could have left Crescent Lake in such a short time. Those beasts devour people without blinking. That child is surely dead by now. Even if her father were incredibly powerful, he couldn't possibly slay that many beasts and escape. He consoled himself with these thoughts, finding some solace. Time passed quickly. At Crescent Lake, after resting for a while, the beasts departed in large numbers. Tutu was entirely focused on her newly adopted pet Xiaohua and paid no attention to the beast horde. Only after the beast had left did Tutu notice the area had become empty. Oh, no one's here. I guess it's time for Tutu to pack up, she sighed softly. Then she patted Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua, let's go back. Tutu needs to return to Papa and show him the pet I found. Tutu stroked Xiaohua's head. Oh whoa, Xiaohua nodded, her heart filled with excitement. Was she finally going to meet the one behind her little master? The demon emperor who could produce such a pill allowing her to directly take human form. Xiaohua trembled with excitement. She wondered what bloodline that great being possessed, whether it was even more precious than her own Qilin blood. Would he one day lead them, the beasts, to the pinnacle of this world? Countless thoughts raced through her mind. The mighty demon king was docilely cradled in Tutu's arms like a well-behaved dog. Xiaohua is so good. Papa will definitely love you, Tutu said as she packed up her stall. In a flash of light, Tutu and Xiaohua vanished from the spot. Not far away, a patrol member who had been watching was puzzled. How did that little girl disappear in the blink of an eye? I'm not sure, but she's incredibly brave. Not only was she not killed by the Demon King, she even received a gift from it. Captain, do you mean that little beast was a gift from the Demon King? A team member asked. What else could it be? That beast is a descendant of the Blood Qilin. Its future potential is immense. Many would give anything to have one. If it wasn't a gift, how could that little girl have such a beast as a pet? The captain spoke with envy in his voice. Such a beast was priceless, let alone one that had bonded with its owner. That little girl had merely set up a stall, played with the Demon King for a while, and ended up with a young beast. Why couldn't such luck befall them? Captain, do you think if we go play marbles too we might get a beast cub? A team member asked, tempted. Do you dare to face being surrounded by that many beasts? The captain shot back, rolling his eyes. The team member shrank back, feeling sheepish. He couldn't even bear to be stared at by those beasts, let alone face them. I really wonder how that child managed to remain so composed in front of so many beasts. Exactly, she must have seen much greater things. The patrol members chatted as they resumed their patrol after the beasts had left. Zhang Fan had also packed up and was about to leave the Windfire Cave. The place was infested with hairy spider beasts. Even thinking about catching one as a pet made his skin crawl. Zhang Fan didn't bother communicating with these beasts. Most of them didn't even try to approach him. They just glanced and walked away, which left him somewhat frustrated. If the beasts wouldn't buy, who would he sell his toys to? Packing up for the day. He'll try again tomorrow, Zhang Fan said with a wave of his hand, and his stall vanished. His figure gradually faded from the Windfire Cave. After he left, many black-haired spiders appeared in the spot where his stall had been. These spiders had human faces and chattered incessantly in the cave. Outside Dragon City, Zhang Fan and Tutu met up. Seeing the little pet in Tutu's arms, Zhang Fan smiled and patted Xiaohua's head. A human. Xiaohua sniffed Zhang Fan, sensing that he exuded the aura of a human. But how could that be? The one who could produce the transformation pill could not possibly be human. And why would a human help a beast? Was the human before her a good person? Or perhaps a supremely powerful being who delighted in aiding beasts? Oh well. A large question mark formed over Xiaohua's head. She nuzzled her little head against Zhang Fan's palm. There were still such extraordinarily generous humans in the world. Why had she never encountered one before? Zhang Fan had just acquired the Yan Huang bloodline, so he was certainly not a beast. He was a pure-blooded descendant of Yan and Huang. Seeing the beast whimpering before him, he assumed it was. Come on, let's go home and give the little dog something to eat, Zhang Fan said with a wave. Papa, it's not a little dog, its name is Xiaohua. Tutu corrected excitedly, handing Xiaohua to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan took Xiaohua. Congratulations, Tutu. From today onward you have a pet. Xiaohua, you must grow up quickly and protect Tutu well, Zhang Fan said, gently stroking Xiaohua's red fur. Xiaohua suddenly felt a surge of mission wash over her, and she instinctively raised her head and let out a few excited barks. Watching Xiaohua's confident little demeanor, Zhang Fan smiled and shook his head. Xiaohua looked so tiny, like a little puppy. Counting on her to protect Tutu seemed far too. Zhang Fan took Tutu's hand, and the two of them leisurely made their way home. The first thing Zhang Fan did was head to the kitchen to cook. He was quite skilled in the culinary arts. In this world, many martial artists rarely ate after reaching the martial master level, and restaurants on the streets were few and far between, let alone making delicious meals. Any dish from his past life would be a crushing blow to this world's cuisine, except for the truly absurd ones, of course. Soon the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. So fragrant. It's Tutu's favorite braised pork belly, and ribs too. Oh, Dad even made a big fish soup. Awesome. Tutu's little nose twitched, and glistening drool began to form at the corners of her mouth. She was clearly ravenous. Xiaohua, who had been lying on the sofa, was still pondering why she couldn't sense the aura of her new master. Why couldn't she detect his strength? But now, catching the scent of Zhang Fan's cooking, Xiaohua's mind went completely blank. Unconsciously, drool started to trickle from her mouth as well. So fragrant. It was nothing like the raw meat she used to eat. Pepper, garlic, onion, and a sprinkle of cilantro. Zhang Fan brought out the seasonings. It was convenient that these spices went by the same names in this world. Soon a full table of dishes was prepared. The two humans and one demon beast dug in with gusto. Naturally, Xiaohua couldn't eat at the table, so Tutu specially fetched a toy plate from her stall for Xiaohua. Some items on the toy stall were locked and couldn't be sold, but they could be used temporarily as long as they weren't put up for sale. So Xiaohua's plate came from the toy shop. Ow ow. Xiaohua yelped as she ate. This This king hasn't tasted such a delicious feast in ages. Wah! This king remembers the taste of mother's. Xiaowa's eyes grew moist as she ate, howling continuously. Tutu, are you sure that demon beast you picked up doesn't have rabies? Zhang Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation. This demon beast seemed rather odd. Xiaowa probably doesn't, Tutu said uncertainly. Xiaowa was eating enthusiastically when suddenly she felt waves of heat surging through her body. The food was actually transforming into pure essence for cultivation flowing within her. Xiaowa involuntarily stretched. The strength she had just gained was now further solidified. Could it be the food? Xiaowa's eyes lit up. Now she not only remembered her mother, but also her great-grandmother. This food was purer than demon beast mother's milk. It definitely wasn't from the beast itself. The big master must have added something she didn't know about. This energy alone had stabilized her cultivation slightly. What if there was more? This must be her master's reward. She had only followed her master for a day and already received such a boon. Don't underestimate this bit of essence. It was something demon beasts might not obtain even after decades of cultivation. And now she had gained it so easily. It must be her master's gift. She had to work hard to please him. As long as she stayed with her master, she would keep growing stronger. She could do it. She also had to protect the little master well. Then the big master would surely reward her with even more. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, hopping around on the spot. Confirmed Xiaohua not only showed signs of rabies, but also hyperactivity. Xiaohua, are you feeling unwell? Tutu asked, blinking her big eyes with concern. This king. No, little master, Xiaohua is perfectly fine. Xiaohua quickly corrected herself. How could she still call herself this king in front of her master? That's good. Dad, Xiaohua says she's fine. Tutu said earnestly. Zhang Fan nodded, assuming Xiaohua just had hyperactivity and ignoring it. The meal was finished quickly and Xiaohua even licked her dog bowl clean. The plate was so spotless it shone and Zhang Fan didn't even need to wash it. Xiaohua must have been really hungry. I wonder what kind of life she had in her tribe. It's okay, Xiaohua. From now on with Tutu, they'll give you delicious food every day. Tutu gently patted Xiaohua's little head. Xiaohua was so moved, she almost cried. Every day with food this good. Was this king's good fortune finally here? Xiaohua rolled on the ground, utterly delighted. If the members of her tribe saw the mighty demon king rolling on the floor, just for a meal, who knows what expressions they'd make. After dinner, Tutu took Xiaohua out to play. Zhang Fan lounged on the sofa scrolling through videos. Soon a local video about Dragon City caught his eye. Great news. Those who have long framed fellow martial artists during beast tides have been apprehended. When the beast tide comes, they will be sent to the front lines to fight the... Notice. Yin Kingdom's martial soldier has arrived 500 miles south of Dragon City. Non-essential martial artists are advised to stay away. Video after video appeared, followed by a flood of comments. Zhang Fan was quite satisfied with the first piece of news. Once those people were sent to the front lines, death was not, but he hadn't expected that other kingdoms would also join in against the beast tide. Great, those scumbags have finally been caught. Tell me about it. My uncle died in last year's beast tide, and I had a feeling something was off. They must have been the ones who killed him. I hope they catch all of them. Every year the beasts don't kill many, but these guys kill countless. I didn't expect Yin Kingdom to join us against the beasts this year. Their martial artists are formidable. I wonder how many they'll take down. Last year a blood Qilin supposedly killed 10 martial venerables and 3 martial kings among us. I wonder if ITLL show up this year. Yin Kingdom came this year specifically to kill that martial king level beast. They say a net has been laid. The online comments were all abuzz with discussion. Zhang Fan was stunned as he read the news. 10 martial venerables and 3 martial kings killed. Just how powerful was that beast? Such a beast must be comparable to a beast tamer's pet. Zhang Fan still couldn't forget Luo Kingsu's spirit mosquito. That thing was truly heaven-defying. He wondered what the difference was between wild beasts and those tamed by beast tamers. As he pondered, a video suddenly caught his attention. Shocking. Investigation reveals that the scorpion spiders in the Windfire Cave have become agitated and are swarming out. The danger level of this beast tide may... Scorpion spiders contain massive amounts of venom. Martial artists are advised not to touch them unless necessary. Zhang Fan was dumbfounded by the news. He had just gotten off work and now his home was being invaded. With these spiders running rampant, how could he set up his stall? Who would he sell his toys to? Maybe he should try to snatch a little spider for himself. Zhang Fan entertained the thought of keeping a spider as a pet, but quickly shook his head. Could such a creature even be raised? He feared it would be the death of him. How was he supposed to set up his stall tomorrow? As Zhang Fan pondered his stall plans for the next day, within the Dragon City's Lord's office, the city lord sat at the head, surrounded by official personnel from every district of... The martial artists from the Yin Kingdom are in position and the beast tide is expected to begin within the next few days. We will hold a meeting between our two sides tonight. Recently, has there been any activity within Dragon City or beyond? Inquired City Lord Li Mu, his face square and resolute, clad in the official combat uniform of the Xia Kingdom. Upon his shoulders were the insignias of several stars. Due to Dragon City's unique geographical position and its proximity to the beast territories, its leader was required to be a military figure. Li Mu held multiple titles. He was not only the city lord, but also a general of the official military district. His strength had reached the pinnacle of the martial king realm, on the verge of attaining the martial emperor realm. Once he reached the martial emperor realm, his position might elevate further. Li Mu's black hair was streaked with white. He was over 200 years old this year, yet still in his prime among martial arts. City Lord All is well within Dragon City. The various external martial artists have organized themselves voluntarily, and identity plates have been distributed to everyone. Furthermore, the martial artists from the Yin Kingdom have finished setting up their camp, waiting quietly for the beast tide to arrive. A middle-aged general spoke from the conference table. Li Mu nodded. Good. I will now arrange the following matters during the beast tide. Ordinary people must not leave the city. Martial artists must carry their corresponding identity plates when exiting the city. Ensuring the safety within the city is the top priority. Li Mu issued commands in succession. The others hurriedly recorded them. By the way, City Lord, last year that martial king level demonic beast slaughtered so many. Can we defeat it this year? This time we have joined forces with the Yin Kingdom. It is said they have also sent a peak martial king powerhouse. If you two join hands, perhaps. As the officer spoke, Li Mu recalled that demonic beast. Last year it had slain 3 martial king experts, escaping with only minor injuries. This year higher authorities had issued a direct order: the beast must be slain. The Yin Kingdom was called in to assist, specifically to hunt that one demonic beast. This time we are determined to succeed. Li Mu's expression was stern. City Lord, there is one matter I am unsure whether to mention or not. Suddenly a person seated at the very back spoke. He was the border commander, a lieutenant responsible for border patrols. Speak. Li Mu waved his hand. It's like this, City Lord. While our team was patrolling Crescent Moon Lake, we encountered last year's Beast King. It was leading tens of thousands of demonic beasts to rest. Our people spotted it. It is said to have paused briefly before a little girl's toy stall. It even tossed out the corpse of a martial king. As the man spoke, the office fell into silence. Captain Wong, don't jest. Do you realize the strength of that demonic beast, let alone the beast horde? How could there possibly be a little girl setting up a stall in such a place? Besides, it's impossible for that demonic beast to casually discard a human corpse, especially a martial king's. Your story is riddled with inconsistencies. A middle-aged woman spoke sharply, her gaze piercing the man who had just spoken. Captain Wong, Director Huang, is right. Your story is too incredible. A little girl setting up a stall at Crescent Moon Lake. Exactly what place is Crescent Moon Lake? It's a habitat for demonic beasts. How could anyone possibly set up a stall there? Let alone giving away a martial king's corpse. The surrounding people buzzed with discussion, clearly disbelieving Captain Wong's words. It was simply too astonishing. Not to mention the danger of Crescent Moon Lake. The mere fact that the beast horde didn't attack, but instead delivered a corpse, was highly irregular. Li Mu raised his hand to quiet them. The noise instantly ceased. Was the corpse recovered? Li Mu asked, unflappable. It has been found and brought back. As Captain Wong spoke, several people carried a corpse into the room. It was a male corpse, still bearing several spatial rings. Red burn marks were visible on his body. It's Chu Feng, that mid-stage martial king expert from last year. The patriarch of the Qinghai Chu clan. I never thought his body was taken by that blood Qilin. Who would have thought? It's incredible the body is so intact. Could Captain Wong be telling the truth? The meeting room grew noisy again. Everyone found it hard to believe. Demonic beasts and humans had always been mortal enemies. After all, martial artists needed demonic cores and blood to advance. Furthermore, the pelts and scales of demonic beasts could be made into spiritual artifacts essential for artificers. Thus, demonic beasts always attacked humans on sight. Why hadn't it attacked this time? It had even delivered a corpse. It was too unbelievable. Li Mu raised an eyebrow. In all his long life, he had never seen such a thing. Could someone really be selling goods at Crescent Moon Lake? And a little girl at that. Are there any photographs? Li Mu asked. Everyone watched with great curiosity. Yes. Captain Wong quickly produced a photo. A light screen appeared, and with it a photograph. The photo showed Tutu sitting in front of her toy stall. Her little feet swung back and forth as if utterly unconcerned by the surrounding danger. Her cute, innocent little face held a faint, carefree expression. Gasped, this child looks only 5 or 6 years old. Exactly how could such a young child be in a place like this? She really is running a stall. But why here? And she's selling toys. Looking at the photo, the people present had no choice but to believe. Regardless of the reason, ordinary people must not appear outside during the beast tide. If that little girl is still there tomorrow, try to bring her back to the city. This is utter nonsense. Li Mu's expression was severe. He could not bear to see such a young child devoured by demonic beasts. But City Lord, that Beast King didn't attack her, instead it gave her a gift. Could she also be a demonic beast? Someone asked. Impossible. If it were a demonic beast that had taken human form, it would have to be at the Demon Emperor level. If it were a Demon Emperor, Dragon City would have ceased to exist long. A Demon Emperor would not bother setting up a stall in such a place, nor would it appear. Those are legendary beasts that do not exist in reality. Li Mu shook his head. Regardless, first inform the Chu clan to take this corpse away. Tomorrow I will go and see for myself. Having said this, Li Mu dropped the matter. He was determined to slay that demonic beast this year, if only for his own peace of mind. If that kind of beast appeared during the beast tide, every year Dragon City would face a severe security crisis. The others stopped discussing it and began recording the City Lord's instructions. Early the next morning, Dragon City began its mobilization. Countless people prepared their gear. As the beast tide approached, some could not sleep a wink. Early in the day, Li Mu dressed and prepared to visit Crescent Moon Lake himself to see if this mysterious toy stall truly existed. By Li Mu's side, his assistant stood ready in full gear. City Lord, must we truly go to Yuya Lake? Today is the best time to negotiate with the Yin Kingdom on large scale, the assistant asked with confusion. In his view, that toy stall at Yuya Lake was clearly a fabrication by Captain Wang. No sensible person would set up a stall in such a place. If it were selling rice noodles or fried noodles, he might believe it, but selling toys was unheard of. Rather than this, it would be better to go to the Yin Kingdom's encampment for discussions. Yuya Lake is not far, at a glance won't waste much time. Li Mu waved his hand. He was mainly curious about who could make the Demon King return, the Martial King's corpse. As you command, City Lord. Seeing Li Mu's resolve, the assistant nodded and fell silent. Without another word, Li Mu kicked off the ground, soaring into the sky, heading toward Yuya Lake. As a martial king, his single palm could shake mountains and rivers. His speed surpassed that of any ordinary martial artist. In less than 10 minutes, Li Mu hovered above Yuya Lake. But when he saw the scene below, his face darkened. The once sapphire-like lake was now a pitch-black expanse. The entire area outside Dragon City was teeming with black demon beasts. This was a precursor to a beast tide. All beasts gathered for final energy replenishment and rest. Those dark masses were not water, but countless demon scorpion spiders. These spiders floated across hundreds of kilometers of the lake's surface, both disgusting and terrifying. How can this be? These are the demon scorpion spiders from Fenghua Cave. Why have they all emerged? Li Mu's expression grew grave. Demon scorpion spiders were far more troublesome than ordinary demon beasts. Each hair on their bodies was highly venomous. A single touch could bring death. Even a powerful martial king would not dare to test it lightly. Especially the scorpion spider queen, rumored to possess the strength of a martial king, whose venom could kill even a martial emperor. Such fearsome venomous beasts typically did not participate in beast tides. What had changed this year? Behind him, the assistant caught up. When he saw the ocean of demon scorpion spiders, his legs went weak. See, City Lord, why are there so many? Isn't a beast tide supposed to include saber-toothed tigers, sky-devouring wolves, blood cheelants, and steel-ivory elephants? Why so many demon scorpion spiders? Watching them writhe in the lake, the assistant's scalp tingled. I'm not sure. The seal of Fenghua Cave may have loosened. Or something unimaginable has occurred inside Fenghua Cave, triggering this mass upheaval. If all these demon scorpion spiders joined the battlefield, then... Li Mu did not finish, but his meaning was clear. The venom of these spiders was too potent for ordinary martial artists to withstand. In such a situation, every martial artist who approached would die. Who would dare to oppose the Dragon City would be in grave danger. The city currently houses 20 million people. If these spiders flood in, the consequences would be catastrophic. We must investigate what's happening in Fenghua Cave without delay. Li Mu's voice was stern. Yes, City Lord. However, Fenghua Cave is sealed. Only martial artists below the martial master level can enter. Yet the number of demon scorpion spiders inside is vast. A few would dare. The assistant hesitated. Inside Fenghua Cave resided a martial king-level scorpion spider queen, said to be capable of crushing a martial emperor. Centuries ago, the martial emperors of various nations had joined forces to seal the entire cave. To monitor activity, they left an entrance that only allowed martial artists below martial master level to enter. Now the spider's emergence likely meant the seal had loosened or something had gone wrong inside. This is indeed thorny. Li Mu frowned. Just then a message appeared on his communicator. General Li, the Martial Artist Association, is sending 2 promising talents to Dragon City. They will undergo training during the beast tide. They need to familiarize themselves with their ability locks. Please receive them as best you can. They are cultivated talents of our Xia Kingdom. The message came from the Martial Artist Association, an official organization of the Xia Kingdom dedicated to nurturing geniuses. They also carried out special missions. Sending a few talents to the beast tide was routine. It happened every year. Before Li Mu could respond, the sender forwarded profiles. Martial Artist Lu Yin, Strength Martial Master, possesses Spirit Tool and Ability Lock, can burst to Martial Venerable level. Martial Artist Su Ruashi, Strength Martial Apprentice, possesses Spirit Tool and Ability Lock, can unleash power above Martial Master level. In Berserk mode, can oppose a Martial Artist Yiling, Strength Martial Master, Inheritor of Dragon Tiger Fist, can slay peak Martial Masters. These 3 are key trainees of our association. Attached were photos. Li Mu frowned. Were geniuses nowadays so heaven-defying? Could they cross ranks so easily? A single rank gap between martial artists was like heaven and earth. How could an ability lock allow them to crush higher ranks? Did they think they were protagonists in a novel? Lu Yin and Su Ruashi caught his attention. The descriptions were too absurd. Even as a martial king, he dared not claim he could challenge a martial emperor across. City Lord, what's wrong? The assistant noticed his daze and asked with concern. I may have found the perfect candidates to enter Fenghua Cave. Li Mu said softly. If they could crush higher ranks, they possessed absolute strength. Since they wanted to train and gain experience, let them investigate Fenghua Cave and find out what caused the demon scorpion spiders to go berserk. Really? Great, but Fenghua Cave is fraught with danger. They may not dare to go. The assistant's eyes lit up, then he shook his head. If they come for training, absolute safety is impossible. Besides, I will issue a bounty as the city lord of Dragon City. Whoever can uncover the source of the demon scorpion spider's rampage in Fenghua Cave and suppress it will be rewarded with a top-grade martial art manual and a martial Dao pit. Li Mu's words shocked the assistant. The reward was too generous. He felt tempted, but recalling the horrors of Fenghua Cave, he shuddered. Better to keep his life. As they discussed, Li Mu suddenly noticed something. Shock and astonishment filled his eyes as he looked down at the lake. The assistant, seeing the city lord fall silent, followed his gaze. What he saw made his eyes widen. On the edge of Yuya Lake, amidst countless demon scorpion spiders, a small stall appeared. Not a single spider came within several dozen meters of it. At the stall, a little girl lay on a recliner, holding a small demon beast, looking utterly at ease. The sight stunned both Li Mu and the assistant. Someone was actually selling toys at Yuya Lake. For a moment, a dazed look crept into both their eyes. Amidst the endless sea of spiders, there existed such a vacuum of emptiness. And the child seemed utterly unfazed, lounging on a deck chair with perfect ease. "See, City Lord, why is there a toy stall here, and the vendor is a little girl?" The assistant stammered as he spoke. This was too bizarre, too peculiar. Most crucially, the stall sat right in the middle of the spider swarm. Li Mu couldn't help but swallow hard. Though he had lived over 200 years, this was a first for him. The child appeared no older than 5 or 6, like an infant in his eyes. Yet under such circumstances, she dared to stand fearlessly among the spider horde. He knew these demon scorpion spiders were laden with lethal venom in their hairs and bodies. A single touch meant certain death. How could she be so bold? Let's go down and see. Shock gave way to a flicker of intrigue in Li Mu's heart. For this little girl to remain unscathed and so leisurely at the heart of so many demon scorpion spiders, someone must be secretly protecting her. Otherwise, these spiders wouldn't dare keep their distance. Tutu had been napping in the sun, hugging Xiaohua. But suddenly the sunlight was blocked, and Tutu instinctively opened her eyes. When she saw 2 figures descending from the sky, Tutu leaped off the deck chair in an instant. The sudden movement startled Xiaohua awake as well. Who dares to touch my little master? Xiaohua shot up, 4 tiny paws planted on the ground, body tense as it scanned the surroundings with a fierce expression. Don't be scared, Xiaohua. Guests have arrived. Tutu patted Zaihua's head. Then, watching the approaching figures descend, a smile blossomed on her small face. Her 2 little fangs were especially adorable. Today, Tutu wore a white dress, a striking contrast against the mass of black spiders. Li Mu landed and gazed at the charming little girl before him, confusion creeping into his eyes. Why was she setting up a stall in such a place? And why specifically sell toys? City Lord, look. Her pet is a blood-Qilin cub. Blood-Qilins are notoriously hostile to humans, and their bloodline contains a trace of Qilin essence, making them incredibly proud beasts. Why would it willingly serve as a human's pet? The assistant stared at Xiaohua, his eyes nearly popping out. With its formidable bloodline, a blood-Qilin's future potential was among its kind. There was a martial king-level demon king, and centuries ago, even a martial emperor-level demon emperor had existed. The blood-Qilin's renown was immense. Yet such an arrogant beast had its offspring acting as a pet. Li Mu noticed this too. He couldn't help but scrutinize Tutu more closely. "Uncles, are you here to buy Tutu's toys?" Tutu blinked her big eyes, gazing excitedly at Li Mu and his companion. She hadn't made a sale in ages. Only yesterday had she sold a single toy. If she could sell 2 more today, she was sure her father would praise her. At the thought of his approval, the corners of her mouth lifted unconsciously. Li Mu nodded and casually picked up a toy from the stall. The previous week's supply of ability locks had sold out, and a new one had just appeared this week. The one Li Mu held was the newly stocked ability lock. Entirely green with a round green bead at its core, it looked incredibly sleek. However, after examining it thoroughly with his protective chi, Li Mu found nothing unusual about the lock. It seemed to be just a toy. He glanced at the other items, marbles, dolls, mecha models. None seemed particularly special. "City Lord, they appear to be ordinary toys," the assistant said. After checking several times, the assistant confirmed they were ordinary and felt a tinge of disappointment. Li Mu felt the same. He couldn't fathom why a little girl would sell toys in such a perilous place. And ordinary toys at that. What was her purpose? Just for fun. Regardless, setting up a stall here meant she had a reason. Someone who could stand their ground here without being attacked by demon scorpion spiders must have a backer. At the very least, that person's strength was no less than his own. As a martial king, Li Mu was confident he could hold his own amid so many demon scorpion spiders, but creating a vacuum zone like Tutu's, and doing so with such ease, that was rare. Li Mu concluded that the person behind Tutu was definitely no weaker than him, possibly even stronger. Adhering to the principle of not offending the strong and fostering connections, Li Mu decided to patronize the toy stall. No matter the cost, if he could build a rapport, it wouldn't be a loss. As the saying goes, make more friends and fewer enemies. Li Mu understood this well. "Little one, what's the most expensive toy here?" "Uncle will take one." Li Mu smiled at Tutu. As a martial king, ordinary people would lower their heads, or even dare not meet his gaze. But this little girl was different. She not only met his eyes, but did so with a gaze free of any impurity. Anyone who could raise such a child was certainly no ordinary person. Let Tutu see. Tutu scanned the stall. The water gun used to be the priciest, but then another toy appeared, the Meow Meow gloves. That toy was meant for beasts, not humans, so Tutu naturally recommended the water gun. "Uncle, this water gun is so much fun. It comes with special water, and it's only 100,000. Tutu gestured with her little hands, picking up a palm-sized toy gun from the stall. Inside was some sugary water. It was just like the toy guns from childhood with sweet and sour water that tasted pretty good. Arf arf. This king advises you to buy it quickly. It's a treasure, don't be ungrateful. Xiaohua wagged its tail beside her, urging impatiently. Only it knew how extraordinary. Seeing the two men frozen in place, Xiaohua wished it could step in itself. The assistant was dumbfounded. Seriously, a tiny water gun like that for 100,000. Was he crazy, or was the little girl crazy? But judging by the city lord's expression, he seemed set on buying it. Alright, I'll take this water gun. Do you have any other toys? They'll buy a couple more. Li Mu didn't mind the expense. In this world, martial kings were rare as phoenix feathers, and spending a bit of money to build a rapport with one wasn't a loss. Not to mention the other party's strength might even surpass his. Uncle, sorry, but each person can only buy one toy per day. Tutu held up her little finger. Limited edition, huh? Li Mu hadn't expected that, but since it was stated, he didn't hesitate. He pulled out a gold card, and soon Tutu swiped it and collected the money. Ding, congratulations on successfully selling the water gun. Ding, congratulations on receiving a cultivation boost. Ding, congratulations on gaining 300 vitality and 300 physical strength. The system's chimes rang out. Tutu felt changes in her body. Meanwhile, in the Windfire Cave, Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. Originally a martial master, he had now directly advanced to a martial venerate. The speed was faster than a roller coaster. This feeling of growing stronger while lying back was amazing. He wondered where Tutu had found such a spendthrift. 100,000 for a water gun, truly rich. He mused that perhaps the lives of the wealthy were just that unpretentious. Water gun in hand, Li Mu squirted it into the distance and found it quite amusing. By the way, little one, where's your father? The assistant crouched beside her. Tutu's father. He's selling toys somewhere else. Uncle, do you want to find him? Tutu was overjoyed after making a sale, her face beaming. Yes, if you have time, Tutu, you can bring your father to Dragon City's government hall. I'd like to have tea with you both. Li Mu's face softened into a gentle smile. He was remarkably patient with this little girl. But father is selling toys in the Windfire Cave and probably won't be back soon. Tutu tilted her head. For an instant, Li Mu and the assistant froze. Selling toys in the Windfire Cave. What an odd combination of words. It was all in the Xia language, yet strung together they couldn't comprehend it. How could they not understand? What? Your father sells toys in the Windfire Cave. The assistant couldn't hold back and blurted out in shock. The news struck like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly stunned. Wasn't the Windfire Cave sealed? How did her father get in? Judging by the child's demeanor, she was certainly no ordinary person, and her father must be extraordinary as well. His strength must be formidable. How did such a person enter the Windfire Cave? Could the commotion of the scorpion spiders inside be related to him? Li Mu also took a while to recover from the shock. The Windfire Cave. Even he dared not venture in casually, and with the formation in place, he couldn't enter either. Deep within, there was even a war king-level demon sovereign. Anyone who entered would die. Her father setting up a stall there. This was utterly insane. And it defied logic. To set up a stall, there had to be customers. Did he expect demon beasts to buy toys? Little one, don't jest. The Windfire Cave has a seal. High-level martial artists can't enter, let alone a martial artist like your father, Li Mu said patiently. He felt the little girl was deliberately avoiding letting him meet her father. Otherwise, why would she spout such nonsense about the Windfire Cave? Tutu tilted her head bewildered. But Daddy really is in the Windfire Cave. She didn't understand why these uncles didn't believe her when she was telling the truth. Then Tutu, what rank is your father? Li Mu asked. This was what he most wanted to know. As the Lord of Dragon City, he had to ensure the city's safety. If a powerful martial artist arrived in Dragon City, it had to be reported. Hearing the uncle's question, Tutu lifted her little head proudly, hands on her hips. Beside her, little flower gazed up at the towering Tutu, as if a golden glow emanated. Recalling the majestic figure of her great master, little flower also puffed out her chest. Daddy is the most formidable person in the world. He protects Tutu from being bullied. And he's the person Tutu admires most. The coolest, most powerful, best daddy ever. Tutu did not hold back in her praise. Little flower nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's exactly what the great master is like. Li Mu and his assistant were completely dumbfounded. Could one person really be that perfect? His daughter had praised him to the skies. For a moment, Li Mu felt a twinge of envy. If only he had such a granddaughter or daughter, so adorable and clever. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Li Mu instinctively wanted to hold Tutu in his arms and gently pat her little head. But from Tutu's words, Li Mu could discern one thing, at least Tutu's father was no weakling. How did such a person enter the Windfire Cave and manage to retreat and escape? What level of strength did he possess? Could it be that he had already reached a level where he could ignore such a formation? Regardless, he had to send people into the Windfire Cave. Only by entering the Windfire Cave could he uncover the truth and suppress these scorpion spiders as soon as possible. As long as the scorpion spiders did not retreat, Dragon City would remain in danger. With the scorpion spiders and the countless beast tides approaching, even with the support of the Yin Kingdom, it would be difficult to withstand. Buzz buzz. Just then a ringtone. It was a message from the Yin Kingdom General. General Li, we need a face-to-face meeting. Why didn't your Xia Kingdom inform us that this beast tide included scorpion spiders? We request permission to return to our country. The Yin Kingdom General's message made it clear that he was very dissatisfied with the Xia Kingdom's actions. With scorpion spiders around, they would not risk it. Those spiders were covered in poison. Who would dare to send troops to attack? Their soldiers would be the ones to die. Li Mu knew he had to stabilize the Yin Kingdom quickly and could not stay at Crescent Lake much longer. General Shin, don't worry. They'll come over now. Well, handle the scorpion spiders. You only need to fight the other demon beasts, Li Mu said. As he spoke, he hurried toward the Yin Kingdom camp. Little one, we have matters to attend to. When your father returns, remember to visit the city lord's office for tea, the assistant said with a smile, before quickly following. As he turned, his expression grew serious. If the Yin Kingdom suddenly withdrew their troops and fled, the situation would indeed become perilous. Watching the two leave in a hurry, Tutu tilted her head, puzzled by their urgency. Little Flower, let's continue listening to the story and go to sleep. Tutu then dismissed the matter, hugged Little Flower, and lay back on the lounge chair. Little Flower obediently nestled in Tutu's arms, burrowing her little head gently. It was extremely cozy. Meanwhile, inside the Yin Kingdom encampment, General Shun was pacing back and forth around the camp. They had come to help the Xia Kingdom repel the beast tide, expecting a simple battle where they could obtain many demon cores and return fully laden. However, he never expected that around Crescent Lake there would be so many scorpion spiders. They dared not touch these creatures. If stung, one would be doomed. The poison of the scorpion spider had yet to be overcome, and no specific antidote had been found. Thus, ordinary martial artists would flee far from scorpion spiders, terrified of being touched by them. General, why don't we leave first? Tomorrow is the beast tide. Since the Xia Kingdom suddenly has so many scorpion spiders, we can't let our tens of thousands of brothers die here, the assistant urged. All those sent were elites, martial masters, and above. If they all died here, the strength of the Yin Kingdom would be severely damaged. General Shin, please don't rush. At that moment, a figure dashed over swiftly. It was Li Mu, arriving with his assistant in a hurry. After landing, he shook hands with General Shun. Shin Feng, a Yin Kingdom general, sharp chin, thick brows, 8 feet tall, clad in armor combat suit. He looked formidable as well. Their hands clasped, calluses touching. Shin Feng unconsciously tightened his grip, and the two engaged in a show of strength. General Li, you almost got us killed. Why didn't you inform us in advance that scorpion spiders had appeared in your Xia Kingdom? Shin Feng said through clenched teeth. I only just found out. I didn't expect the scorpion spiders to emerge in mass. But we have already sent people to suppress them, so you need not worry. We'll proceed with the beast tide attack tomorrow as planned. The Xia Kingdom will handle the scorpion spiders. Li Mu spoke with a confident smile. Seeing Li Mu so confident, the surrounding people exchanged glances and nodded. As a war king, Li Mu's words carried credibility. He would not casually tarnish his own reputation. Fine, we'll trust you this time. I won't make it hard. If the scorpion spiders are have by tomorrow, well, assist your Xia Kingdom in. Shin Feng knew that repelling the scorpion spiders would not be easy, so he did not speak too definitively. He also wanted to gain something from this beast tide, otherwise this trip, excellent General Shun, is magnanimous. Wait for our good news. Li Mu said, giving his assistant a wink. The assistant promptly dispatched people to investigate the windfire. Soon a message reached the interior of Dragon City. When the martial officers and officials saw the news, the atmosphere grew extremely heavy. They were to send people into the windfire cave, and specifically the 3 prodigies sent by the Martial Arts Association. Was Li Mu out of his mind? Did he dare to provoke the Martial Arts Association? For a moment, the entire meeting room fell silent. The Martial Arts Association, an official organization distinct from the military in nature, was a special action unit dedicated to resolving civilian matters. For instance, when demon beasts attacked a city or strange anomalies occurred, these warriors were dispatched to handle them. They belonged to a different operational department. Yet Li Mu showed them no courtesy, intending to dispatch the newly assigned talents to such a harsh and desolate place. If the Martial Arts Association finds out, they will likely appeal to the higher authorities, one person remarked. Wouldn't it be problematic if something happens to them in the Windfire Cave? Would the association hold us accountable? If not them, who else can enter the Windfire Cave? The scorpion spiders now overrun the wilderness. Another countered as the debate among several voices ensued. The others fell silent. Indeed, the most pressing concern was the scorpion spider infestation. If not eradicated swiftly, they could join the beast tide when it struck, and the danger would be unimaginable. If Dragon City fell because of this, they would face execution. At that thought, even those who had spoken earlier kept quiet. Go summon those 3 prodigies, he ordered. We have a special mission to assign. Only they can resolve this matter now, and no one else has the ability to fight above their level. With that, a subordinate immediately began contacting the personnel. Meanwhile, at the official 5-star hotel, Lu Yin, Su Ruashi, and their companion had already been lodged. Lu Yin and Su Ruashi had acquired the ability locks from Zhang Fan. Possessing these peerless artifacts, the two were often targeted by others. One night, Su Ruashi even encountered several martial venerables attempting to seize her spirit artifact. Fortunately, Lu Yin intervened, and the two emerged unscathed. After several incidents, they decided to join the official organization of Xia Nation, first for a better future, second for safety. After joining the Martial Arts Association, they enjoyed considerable benefits. They received fixed cultivation resources each month and a salary with additional bonuses for completing missions. The two soon grew familiar with each other. This trip to Dragon City was intended as training. In truth, it was meant to develop the power of their ability locks. Currently, both Su Ruashi and Liu Yan had only unlocked 1% of their ability lock's potential. In particular, the special armor skills remained largely unactivated. Suddenly a phone buzzed. Liu Yan glanced at it. The Deputy City Lord of Dragon City summons us to assign a mission. Liu Yan's voice was soft as she looked at the others. Su Ruashi nodded. She was naturally taciturn. Sister Liu, tomorrow is the beast tide. Being summoned now must mean a critical task. Beside them, a young girl with a lowly-like appearance spoke eagerly. She had short blue hair and matching eyes. Yet her physique appeared robust. A white glove adorned her hand, and her arm muscles bulged prominently, clearly a boxer. She was also a member of the association accompanying Su Ruaxi's team. Regardless, let's go quickly, Liu Yan said. The three hurried toward the Dragon City political and law. Soon inside the meeting hall, they were taken aback by the full attendance. Everyone wore such stern expressions. Please have a seat, the Deputy City Lord said with a smile. He even personally handed them tea. Seeing this, Liu Yan's group sensed something was amiss. This was a banquet with hidden dangers. Deputy City Lord, what is the matter? Please speak frankly, Liu Yan said, frowning slightly. The white-haired Deputy City Lord maintained his smile. It's like this. He explained the situation, emphasizing the dire consequences if the scorpion spiders were not controlled. What? You want us to enter the Windfire Cave to investigate the cause of the scorpion spider uprising and suppress them? Long Ling stared at the Deputy City Lord, shock evident in her eyes. Long Ling was a native of Dragon City, and she knew exactly what the Windfire Cave represented. It was a beast lair subdued by the joint efforts of several nations' experts, yet he wanted 3 people who had not even reached the martial venerable realm to enter. Facing the swarms of scorpion spiders, wasn't that courting death? Is the Windfire Cave very dangerous? Liu Yan and Su Ruashi asked, puzzled. As natives of East Province, they knew little about the Windfire Cave. Extremely dangerous, Long Ling replied. There is a Beast King inside. 100 years ago, that Beast King massacred an entire city. Several nations' seniors intervened to suppress it, forming the Windfire Cave as we know it. Over a century, the spiders inside have multiplied beyond count. Let me tell you, those spiders are terrifying. Their bodies are covered in black fur, and they have a woman's face. The creepiest part is that they have dozens of legs very similar to human. As Long Ling spoke, her blue eyes trembled, clearly showing fear. The Windfire Cave has a seal that only allows warriors below the Martial Master realm to enter, she added. Otherwise, the city lord himself would go. For the sake of Dragon City's citizens, this mission can only be entrusted to you, the Deputy City Lord said helplessly. The 3 fell silent for a moment. Finally, Su Ruashi nodded. She was not afraid of beasts. She only wanted to grow stronger to unlock all the skill trees of her armor. Only by fully mastering the skills could she discover the limits of the ability lock. Thank you. Your deeds will be remembered by all. We will install a camera on each of you for communication. We will guide you to find the core formation within the Windfire Cave, the Deputy City Lord continued. That way you won't get lost. The 3 did not refuse. Compared to wandering lost inside the cave, having the seasoned seniors guide them through the camera feed was safer. Soon the cameras were installed, and the group prepared. Time is of the essence. Set out now, the Deputy City Lord and others said, escorting them to Dragon City's gate. They watched the 3 depart. Deputy City Lord, panic has gripped the citizens of Dragon City. Due to the scorpion spider outbreak, some residents have already evacuated, and many who volunteered to resist the beast tide have fled. What should we do? Shortly after the trio left, the subordinate rushed over. The Deputy City Lord frowned. Even the rear had fallen into chaos. The priority now is to calm the public. They must see with their own eyes that the scorpion spiders are being suppressed to feel safe. I propose we broadcast the video feed live so everyone can participate in witnessing the suppression of the scorpion spiders, a department head suggested. The Deputy City Lord found it reasonable. Once the public saw that the authorities had already sent people into the Windfire Cave, the warriors' morale would be appeased and chaos in the rear would be avoided. No sooner said than done. Soon a live streaming channel appeared on Dragon City's official forum. On the official forum of Dragon City, a live stream titled Suppressing the Scorpion Spider began. In an instant, martial artists from Dragon City flooded in. They had been discussing the beast tide and whether to leave Dragon City. Now that the authorities had sent people to suppress the scorpion spider, they no longer felt the need to rush. If the scorpion spider could be suppressed, they would be willing to stay in Dragon City and face the beast tide. After all, this was a chance to get rich overnight, and no one wanted to miss it. Is someone really daring enough to enter the Windfire Cavern? There are countless scorpion spiders in there now. The venom of the scorpion spider is extremely potent. I want to see just how fearless the people sent by the authorities are. If they can reduce the number of scorpion spiders outside by half, I'd dare to face the beast tide tomorrow. Indeed, if the number of scorpion spiders were half, they might be killable. But the current number is too many. Look, the entire surface of Crescent Lake is covered with scorpion spiders. It's terrifying. Countless comments flooded the live stream. The matter of the scorpion spider had clearly spread within Dragon City, causing widespread panic. Soon the live stream screen lit up. The figures of 3 young women appeared in the eyes of Dragon City's martial artists. What? The ones entering the Windfire Cavern are 3 girls. Can these 3 really handle this? This is about suppressing the scorpion spider, not going on a trip. It seems their strength isn't great. Can they really manage this? Damn, there's even a martial apprentice among them. Are they sure they're not just walking to their deaths? The livestream comments surged. Generally, most powerful martial artists were male, as practicing martial arts often led to increased muscle mass and a stronger physique. Only a few cultivation methods were exceptions. Given that most methods focused on body tempering, the number of female martial artists was relatively small. Unless one possessed a mid-grade or higher martial art, most relied on physical training. Meanwhile, the live stream had also reached the Yin Nation's base. Inside the Yin Nation base, Li Mu was discussing the Windfire Cavern with Shen Feng. However, a live stream soon interrupted their conversation. General, someone has already entered the Windfire Cavern. Here is the video feed, a subordinate reported hurriedly. Shen Feng wore a smile. Let me see who General Li has sent, Shen Feng said, turning to the live stream. He was taken aback at the sight of Su Ruashi and her two companions. Especially their aura. How could there be a martial apprentice among them? Could this possibly work? General Li, your choices are truly audacious. A martial apprentice dares to enter the Windfire Cavern. The Xia Nation is indeed full of talent. General Shun was now eager to lead his men and travel through the night back to his own country. If a martial apprentice thought they could suppress the scorpion spider, Li Mu must be insane. Li Mu, however, remained unflustered. He had reviewed the profiles of the three. Although Su Ruashi was a martial apprentice, she was capable of challenging opponents above her level. Her strength was far from weak. He was also eager to witness the legendary power of the ability lock. General Shun, let us wait and see, he said, though a hint of anxiety lingered in his heart. Soon the trio arrived before a large pit. In front of it stood a stone tablet cracked and about 10 meters high, inscribed with the words Windfire Cavern. This is the Windfire Cavern. After it was sealed 100 years ago, scorpion spiders rarely appeared. Now it seems the seal has loosened. Long Ling gazed into the pit. Below, black spiders crawled densely. These spiders had thick hair, and when they turned, a face resembling a woman's could be seen. Their smiles were eerily strange. Lu Yin and Su Ruashi couldn't help but swallow nervously. It was their first time encountering such demon beasts. In the beast forest of Eastern Province, most beasts were wolves, boars, or cattle. They had never seen anything like this. Seeing the trio's stunned expressions, General Shun shook his head slightly. Martial artists like these are a dime a dozen in Yin Nation. They might have good talent, but their combat ability is nearly zero. Shen Feng shook his head and remarked. Such martial artists possessed innate talent, but froze on the battlefield. They were often referred to as vases. These were martial artists raised in a greenhouse. Good to look at, but useless in a fight. Li Mu frowned slightly, wondering if he had been mistaken and the profiles were false. But the next moment, the trio's actions stunned Shen Feng. Su Ruashi and Lu Yin simultaneously produced an ability lock. What is that? A new spiritual tool forged by your Xia Nation. Shen Feng frowned at the ability lock, unfamiliar with its design. When had the Xia Nation acquired a new forging master? As he wondered, red and blue light flashed. Surrounded by flames, Su Ruashi appeared clad in a red battle armor. Then with the cracking of ice, Lu Yin emerged as well. Their armors were distinct. Lu Yin's armor was an icy blue adorned with ice blue spikes on the shoulders and a helmet shaped like an ice dragon's head that tightly encased her head. Su Ruaxi's armor resembled a fire dragon, majestic and scorching. The fusion of ice and fire opened everyone's eyes. This is the new ability lock developed by our Xia Nation, said to possess formidable combat power. This is my first time seeing it too, Li Mu nodded and said. Inwardly, he wondered who had created the ability lock, as he had received no information about it. In the Dragon City livestream. What is this? A new armor. Haven't you seen the news? This is the ability lock, a spiritual tool newly developed by the Xia Nation. There was only one before, now there are two. The blue one is so cool. The red one is cooler, and both have great figures. What's the use of a flashy shell? Without combat power, it's just a defensive tool. Against so many scorpion spiders, even the strongest armor would be corroded. Comments scrolled by. Everyone watched the screen intently. In the footage, Su Ruashi waved her hand, and a badge appeared in her palm. Instantly, a fiery red blade materialized in her hand. This is the weapon expanded from the ability lock, Su Ruaxi's voice came through. Lu Yin felt a twinge of envy. Su Ruaxi's armor already had a weapon while hers was still unattained. When would she encounter that mysterious stall owner again? Long Ling, on the other hand, seemed a bit dazed. She clenched her fists, assuming a combat stance. The two armors exuded a strong, oppressive aura. As a martial artist, Long Ling was unwilling to be outdone. Her gaze locked onto the demon beasts before her. Whoosh! Two afterimages, one red, one blue, vanished from their spots. Immediately, flames and icy blue shards erupted. Some scorpion spiders were burned to death by the flames, while others were frozen solid. The two armors moved through the swarm as if entering an unguarded territory. Even the spider's venom couldn't penetrate the armor's defense. As the scorpion spiders died, Su Ruashi felt her armor growing stronger. The core at the center of the ability lock continuously devoured the blood energy of the beasts, enhancing itself. Seeing the two fight like war gods, the live stream exploded. Inside the Yin Nation camp, Shen Feng's jaw dropped. Was this still armor? It was clearly a killing machine. When had the Xia Nation acquired such a powerful spiritual tool? Most crucially, it could resist the scorpion spider's venom. Even Shen Feng was astonished. The ability lock was far too strong. This had surpassed the level of a martial artist. Who forged this? Your Xian nation has been keeping secrets. That's not fair, Shen Feng said sourly. Li Mu responded with an awkward smile, because he didn't know the forger either. However, Li Mu had heard that the ability lock came from a street vendor. At the time he dismissed it as a joke. But now witnessing the ability lock's might firsthand, Li Mu felt it seemed too advanced for this world. He recalled the vendor. Could it really have been forged by a street vendor? In a daze, the image of a little girl flashed through Li Mu's mind. Could it be her? Or her father? Thinking of Tutu, Li Mu quickly took out the water gun he had purchased. The small water gun felt very light in his hand. After staring at it for a long time, Li Mu couldn't discern any particular use for it. Shaking his head, Li Mu felt he was overthinking. How could a stall owner possibly be the creator of such a spiritual artifact ability lock? It must be that the high-ranking officials fabricated this to divert attention. Generally, why are you playing with a toy water gun? I never took you for someone with a childlike heart at over 200 years old. Shen Feng caught sight of Li Mu holding a water gun and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The two were of similar age. Yet Shen Feng hadn't expected Li Mu to still harbor a playful spirit, which caught him by surprise. Li Mu's face reddened with embarrassment. Let's focus on the situation in Windfire Cave. As Li Mu spoke, Shen Feng nodded, already resolved to report this matter urgently. The emergence of a top-tier forge master in Xia country must be taken seriously. If there was an opportunity, they must win him over to Yan country's side. Yan country needed such a pinnacle forge master. On-site, Su Ruashi and Lu Yan had already carved a path through the scorpion spiders. Long Ling followed behind the two. The armor generated by the ability lock boasted astonishing defensive power, making these low-level scorpion spiders no match. Coupled with their immunity to toxins, they could easily delve into the cave. At the cave entrance, Su Ruashi looked back at Long Ling. With their armor, the two were naturally safe. But Long Ling was entering with her bare flesh. This was no trivial matter. Once inside, her safety would be a concern. Long Ling, perhaps you shouldn't go in. You know the venom of these spiders here. We have ability locks, but you're going in unprotected. Lu Yan spoke with concern. She wasn't showing off, but was genuinely worried for Long Ling's life. Long Ling, at only 23, was already a martial master capable of defeating even a peak martial master at the initial stage. Aside from being born into a martial arts clan, it was her talent and rigorous training that set her apart. Lu Yan didn't want to see such a prodigy fall to the scorpion spiders. Hearing this, Long Ling furrowed her brows. Though not tall, her aura was imposing. What others can achieve, I Long Ling can as well. What others cannot, I can do even more. Without armor or ability lock, I Long Ling still fear not these scorpion spiders. As a martial artist, I must have the resolve of a warrior, otherwise why practice martial arts? Long Ling spoke with neither arrogance nor subservience. She had already devoted her entire being to the martial path. Long Ling firmly believed that even without an ability lock, she could fight alongside Lu Yan and the others, cutting through the horde 7 times. Seeing the determination in Long Ling's eyes, the two said nothing more. The three slowly ventured deeper into the pit. On the other end of the video feed, Great Long Ling speaks well. This is the true spirit of a martial artist. A martial artist should be like this, neither arrogant nor servile. Without the resolve to fight, why be a martial artist? The path of martial arts itself defies fate. Without a steadfast heart, one cannot go far. I know Long Ling, she's the eldest daughter of the Long family in Dragon City. I never expected her to enter Windfire Cave. The Long family are inheritors of the Dragon Tiger Fist, and their patriarch is a martial king. I never thought they'd willingly let their descendant go to such a place. In the live stream, aside from praise for Long Ling, there was surprise. Martial artist clans were known for being protective. No one expected the Long family to allow Long Ling. This ignited the blood of the martial artists in the city. If the Long family could do it, why couldn't they? If a young girl like Long Ling dared to brave Windfire Cave, why should they flee at the sight of scorpion spiders? Were they even martial artists? In that moment, the martial artists of Dragon City were eager to charge out of the city and fight the demon beasts to the death. Dragon City, the Long residence. Inside the Long residence, everyone had gathered. Watching the live stream, their expressions were grave. They had not sent Long Ling into Windfire Cave. That was absurd. They had no idea she would appear there. What do we do, father? Long Ling has entered Windfire Cave. Those two have armor, but our Long Ling has nothing. Isn't that reckless? Long Ling's father anxiously addressed the elder. Everyone else had armor, but his own Long Ling had foolishly followed without any. This had them deeply worried. Yes, Father, Long Ling has been reckless since childhood, especially after learning martial arts. She's far too competitive. What if she doesn't come back? Another middle-aged man spoke up. The patriarch's face was grim as well. His granddaughter was perfect in every way except for being a bit reckless and unwilling to admit defeat. He'll ask Lordly about this later. But for now, the most important thing is Long Ling's safety. As a martial king, I cannot enter Windfire Cave, so I'm helpless. The old man shook his head in resignation. The cave was protected by a formation that barred martial kings, leaving him powerless. They'll go find Li Mu right now and demand an explanation. Is he bullying our Long family? Long Ling's father stood up in agitation. During the beast tide, Li Mu's whereabouts are unknown, and you won't find him. Besides, if he dared to send Long Ling, he's already prepared for us to confront him. Let's just hope that girl isn't too competitive. The old man's voice was low. Long Ling's father had no choice but to sit back down. He had all the strength, but no outlet left to fret in vain. Inside Windfire Cave, Zhang Fan sat at his stall rocking in his chair while scrolling through videos on his phone. There was nothing here but spiders and more spiders. Bored Zhang Fan whiled away the time by watching videos. Of course he could pack up and go home to laze around. But was lounging at work the same as lounging at home? Who knew? Perhaps a mysterious demon king in Windfire Cave might come to. Such things were unpredictable. After all, Tutu had managed to fleece wool from demon beasts, Zhang Fan felt he could do the same. Demon King, come quickly. Zhang Fan hummed under his breath as he continued scrolling. Inside Windfire Cave, the voices of short video marketers echoed through the cavern. 3 tips for spoiling your daughter. 10 techniques for being a good father. To win your daughter's heart, you must first win her stomach. A guide to 10 famous dishes. One video after another, Zhang Fan swiped through them. He couldn't help but bookmark a few. Not bad, I'll cook these dishes from now on. This video makes sense. That's how you raise a daughter. As Zhang Fan watched with gusto, he suddenly noticed the surrounding spiders beginning to stir restlessly. The spiders started moving rapidly in one direction as if someone had disturbed their habitat. What's going on? Didn't they just riot yesterday? Why again today? Zhang Fan was baffled. What was with these spiders? Could it be that someone had entered Windfire Cave? Inside the cave, a dense swarm of spiders was moving frantically. The sound of their footsteps was like thousands of troops advancing. Zhang Fan looked into the distance, watching clusters of demon scorpion spiders writhing and charging in one direction. In that direction, a faint glimmer of light seemed to flicker. Zhang Fan was filled with confusion. According to all logic, there should be no human presence inside the fenghui. Could it be that those spiders were performing some strange ritual? While Zhang Fan was pondering, Su Ruashi and her 2 companions had already entered the fenghui cave. The 2 in front, clad in armor, walked at the forefront. The tide-like spiders surged toward them as if endless. If not for the defensive mechanisms of the armor, they would have long perished under the siege of these spiders. This is command. Can you hear me? A voice came through the walkie-talkie. It was the voice of a leader from the launching office. We can hear you, Lu Yin replied while killing spiders. Behind her, Long Ling was in a tougher spot. Without any protection, every attack she made was extremely cautious. Her dragon tiger fist was extremely powerful. With each punch came a fierce howl and dragon roar. Those spiders couldn't even get close to her. You are currently at the periphery of the fenghui cave. Now head to the right and keep going deeper. You will find the ceiling formation of the Demon King. Investigate and stabilize it. That is your mission. The leader's voice came again. The few of them exchanged glances and nodded. This is the first time I've seen the inside of the fenghui cave. Me too. There are way too many spiders. It doesn't seem like something humans can fight. These 2 suits of armor are incredible. When did our Xia country develop such I want to know why the ceiling formation instead restricts our own people. Wouldn't it be better if a martial king entered? You see, this formation has both advantages and disadvantages. It can seal demon beasts of the Demon King level, putting the Demon King into slumber. However, once a martial artist's strength surpasses the formation's critical threshold, the formation will fail and the beast will awaken. So the formation is a slumbering grand formation. In the livestream room, countless bullet comments flashed. Su Ruashi and the others were completely tense. After learning the specific location, the 3 began moving in that direction. As they continued killing spiders, Lu Yin suddenly noticed that the skill tree on her armor had gained a small new skill. The same happened to Su Ruashi. After killing demon beasts, the armor's skills would upgrade accordingly. Su Ruashi now had the skill Phantom Step, while Lu Yin had Freeze. The 2 exchanged glances, each seeing a trace of excitement in the other's eyes. Freeze. Lu Yin couldn't wait to use her new skill. However, they had not noticed the energy consumption beneath the skill. In her ice blue armor, she slammed her hand hard against the ground and shards of ice began spreading outward. In an instant, the entire small area of the cave was frozen into ice sculptures. Su Ruashi pressed the attack, moving at blinding speed. After a few afterimages, the ice sculptures shattered into pieces. The spiders naturally did not escape. But after the 2 skills were executed, Su Ruashi and Lu Yin suddenly noticed that the luster of their armor had dimmed significantly. The energy had decreased by more than half. Their armored bodies also felt a hint of heaviness. Their hearts tightened. Could it be that this energy lock also had energy such a powerful ability? Long Ling hadn't been of much help throughout. She watched the scene unfold before her, a sense of envy creeping into her heart. Earlier she had asked the 2 where the armor came from, and if she could have a set herself. But Su Ruashi and Lu Yin had both evaded her question. Now seeing the power the armor unleashed, her heart trembled again. If only she could have such a suit of armor. Lost in thought, Long Ling was unaware that a scorpion-like stinger was already striking toward her from behind. Swish! The stinger cut through the air in an afterimage, heading straight for her back. Long Ling reacted swiftly. She threw a punch accompanied by a continuous tiger's roar. Boom! Another heavy blast rang out, and the sneak-attacking stinger was blasted away, exploding into a mist of blood. Trying to ambush me. Long Ling snorted coldly. She had slain countless demon beasts and undergone numerous training drills. Such petty sneak attacks were beneath her notice. But her smug expression froze within moments. Long Ling's face turned increasingly grim. Even Su Ruashi and Lu Yin began to feel something wrong with their bodies. The cloud of blood mist drifted through the cave, lingering for a long time, and their bodies began to weaken. No, the blood is poisonous. Lu Yan instantly reacted. She waved her hand vigorously and snowflakes flew past, dispersing the surrounding blood mist. However, their bodies felt as if hollowed out, devoid of any strength. What do we do? At this rate, once the demon scorpion spiders attack again, we won't stand a chance. Lu Yan's expression turned grim. At this very moment, the energy lock's power had also been depleted. Sorry, I didn't expect the stinger to be so venomous. Long Ling collapsed to the ground, her body completely drained of strength. She had been directly facing the blood mist, inhaling most of it into her lungs. Su Ruashi and Lu Yan, at least wearing helmets, had some protection. Regardless, let's get out first. Su Ruashi remained relatively calm. She had prepared for the worst before entering. This is the stinger of a demon scorpion spider. A sting is fatal. They must have broken the venom sac, causing the poison to spread. It's over. The venom sac of a demon scorpion spider temporarily robs prey of their ability to fight and move, making it easy for them to kill. These demon scorpion spiders are venomous all over. How can we fight them? If you ask me, we should leave Longsheng. Tomorrow's beast tide plus these spiders. There's no way to win. No matter how powerful the armor is, it's still no match for the demon scorpion spiders. In the live stream room, countless viewers felt deep despair. Just watching the video was suffocating, let alone the 3 people inside the Fenghua cave. Don't panic. Once the demon scorpion spiders are driven back, they won't attack for a short. You must have been poisoned with a paralyzing toxin. Find a safe area and hide for now until the poison wears off. Also, Long Ling's situation is more dangerous. She inhaled too much poison and needs immediate treatment. A frantic voice came from the walkie-talkie. Inside the meeting room, the patriarch of the Long family had arrived. His hair was completely white, but his imposing presence remained Facing the officials, his face darkened and his brows furrowed. If anything happens to my granddaughter, I will enter the Fenghua cave. Even if the demon king awakens, I will bring my... The old man's words made everyone present break out in cold sweat. Patriarch Long, please don't be hasty. As a Longsheng native, you should also know how many would die if the demon king awakens. Besides, Long Ling hasn't met with any mishap yet. We can wait a little longer. The deputy mayor said with a smile, though his heart was pounding. What if angering a martial king caused him to charge into the Fenghua cave? What was the city lord thinking, sending members of the Long family into the Fenghua cave? Then tell me, under these circumstances, how can they come out unscathed? The old man demanded of the deputy mayor before him. Long Ling and the others were already poisoned. Merely saving their lives was a challenge, let alone getting out unscathed. He strongly suspected that this whole affair was a conspiracy orchestrated by the city lord against his Long family. Before the old man could erupt in fury, the next second a faint sound came from the video. There's an art to letting children endure hardship. Let children eat these 3 kinds of bitterness from a young age, and they can avoid 10 years of detours. Eating bitterness, my ass. Forcing suffering when there is none, that's just being foolish. The faint voice echoed through the silent Fenghua cave. Instantly, the entire meeting room fell silent. What's going on? Why is there a short video sound inside the Fenghua cave? Could it be that the demon king also watches short videos? The entire conference room fell into a dead silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's eyes widened involuntarily as they strained their ears to listen to the sound from the video. Am I hearing things? Is there a short video playing in the Windfire cave? Absolutely right, that voice from those clickbait short video accounts is unmistakable, and it's about raising kids. Could the demon king be watching short videos while giving birth? Are you kidding me? Can demon beasts watch short videos? There's someone in the Windfire cave, someone exclaimed in shock. How could there be people? This is the Windfire cave. You just saw those tidal waves of spiders. Without the armor, anyone would die. How could anyone possibly exist here? Instantly, the conference room buzzed with chatter. The previously irate Patriarch Long furrowed his brows slightly. Though the ordinary demon scorpion spiders in the Windfire cave weren't particularly powerful, their venom was highly lethal. Even an ordinary martial master, or even a martial venerable, couldn't venture inside, let alone face so many spiders. How could anyone possibly be there? If it were a martial king, it would be even more impossible. The moment a martial king entered, the scorpion spider king would awaken. Everyone was baffled, staring blankly at the video feed before them. The live stream was also buzzing. Bullet comments flooded the screen. In the Yin Kingdom base, Shinfeng and Li Mu, who were watching the video, also widened their eyes. Did your Xia Kingdom deploy other personnel? I knew it couldn't be just 3 people, Shinfeng said, his initial surprise giving way to understanding. After all, this was the Windfire cave. If 3 people alone couldn't possibly solve the problem. This must be Li Mu's backup plan. Li Mu, however, shook his head. He truly hadn't recruited anyone else. Moreover, in all of Dragon City, no one possessed strength comparable to Su Ruashi and her group. Otherwise, why would he risk sending Long Ling and the others? He had even risked defending the Long family. Because Li Mu knew that no one in Dragon City was more suitable than those 3 women. But what was happening now? It seemed there was someone else in the Windfire cave. Apparently, they had been there for quite some time. Could it be that someone actually lived in the Windfire cave? Li Mu was also filled with confusion. Inside the Windfire cave, the 3 exhausted women also heard the sound. Long Ling slumped to the ground, her eyes wide. How is this possible? How can there be a short video playing here? Is there someone else? She asked, shocked. As a native of Dragon City, she knew exactly what this implied. Teacher Lu, why does this voice sound familiar? Tsuruoshi furrowed her brows. Luyan also nodded, but she couldn't quite place it. It might be an illusion. The venom of the demon scorpion spiders can cause hallucinations, Long Ling suggested after a moment's thought. Hearing this, the other two nodded slightly. That was a possibility. This was the Windfire Cave, and they hadn't noticed any signs of entry when they first arrived. So the most likely explanation was that they were hallucinating. But just a few seconds after Long Ling spoke, another faint voice drifted over. This dress is suitable for girls aged 5 to 6. It's made from premium spider silk, soft yet protective. Buy. The latest warrior grave robbing game is now online. The champion will receive a top-grade cultivation manual. No games. I want to buy the little dress. The faint voices came again. The two who had just found Long Ling's explanation plausible now stared at her with dumbfounded expressions. Long Ling looked back with innocent frustration. This had truly stumped her, venturing into uncharted territory of her knowledge. Hallucination or not, let's go check it out, Tsuruoshi proposed. Luyan nodded seriously. After all, staying here was extremely dangerous. If those demon scorpion spiders attacked again, they would have no strength left. If that voice truly belonged to a warrior, they might at least have a glimmer of hope. The two women helped Long Ling along as they moved forward. Having worn the armor earlier, they still had some strength left. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding sounds grew louder. By now everyone was certain of one thing: there was indeed someone inside the Windfire Cave. No way is there really someone in the Windfire Cave. And they're watching videos. Are they crazy? Is there even a signal here? I want to ask the same thing. Is there signal in this godforsaken place? But why isn't he being attacked by the spiders while watching videos here? Maybe it's not a person. After all, how could a warrior be in a place like this? No one has entered here for hundreds of years. Countless people speculated. But when Tsuruoxi's group drew closer, everyone was stunned. Deep within the Windfire Cave, a light appeared, and that glimmer of light shone like a star in the pitch-black night. To Long Ling, it was a beacon of hope. And beneath the light, a tall figure was lounging in a chair watching a video. The sound was coming from his phone. The man had short hair and relaxed sword-like brows, his face devoid of any tension. It was as if he were at home, so at ease, so languid. The small stall in front of him was particularly eye-catching. The stall displayed a variety of toys. Above it hung a sign reading "Toy Stall." Seeing this, Long Ling was astonished. Tsuruoshi and Lu Yan were even more stunned. Good heavens, wasn't that the boss? It all made sense now. If it were anyone else in the Windfire Cave, Tsuruoshi and Lu Yan would have been shocked. But upon seeing Zhang Fan, their eyes held only dawning realization and a hint of surprise. Why was the boss here? Wasn't this the Windfire Cave? Wasn't it? Tsuruoshi even turned to look behind her. Confirming it was indeed the Windfire Cave, her eyes filled with more bewilderment and confusion. They had been fighting so hard to kill demon beasts, only to find someone relaxing and watching videos. The contrast was utterly bizarre. Inside the Yin Kingdom base. General Li, is this also someone dispatched by your Xia Kingdom? Shinfeng's face was also blank. What was this man doing in the Windfire? Had he not checked the almanac before leaving today? The people appearing were getting stranger and stranger. Especially this toy stall. What kind of place was that to set up shop? Even Li Mu was stunned, his eyes wide. So she wasn't lying to me. Her father really does run a stall in the Windfire Cave. Li Mu murmured, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. The image of a little girl surfaced in his mind. He had initially thought Tutu was deceiving him, but now seeing Zhang Fan with his own eyes, Li Mu was truly dumbfounded. She had been telling the truth. It was all too surreal. I didn't send anyone to set up a stall in a place like this. I have no idea how he got in. There's supposed to be an array. Or is there not? Having lived for over 200 years, Li Mu was witnessing this for the first time. If you didn't send him, how did he get in? The Windfire Cave has always been under your Xia Kingdom's control. Don't tell me he just appeared out of thin air. And who in their right mind sets up a stall in a place like this? Shinfeng asked. Li Mu was truly at a loss for words. He himself hadn't even recovered from the shock yet. While everyone was still in shock, Tsuruoshi and her companion, drawing from some unknown reserve of strength, had already rushed forward. Boss, why are you here? Where's Tutu? Didn't she come with you? Tsuruoshi exclaimed in delight. The icy demeanor she had previously displayed had vanished. Lu Yan also looked around, but the little girl they had seen before was nowhere to be found. However, they hadn't seen Tutu near the lava lake last time either. Could it be that Zhang Fan hadn't brought her out? Zhang Fan was scrolling through videos when he suddenly heard a clear. He stood up in surprise. When he saw three graceful figures, Zhang Fan was stunned. He looked around. This is right. This is the Windfire Cave. How can there be people here? Customer and seller meeting in such a place was quite the coincidence. What's going on? I thought a toy stall in the Windfire Cave was already eerie enough, but these two seem to know each other. Exactly, these two seem to know the boss well, and they look familiar. Am I in the mortal world? Am seeing something so otherworldly? A toy stall in the Windfire Cave, the suppressing warriors, and the boss are old acquaintances. These words just don't add up. What's with this boss? He can enter the Windfire Cave with a cultivation below Martial Master. If he's a Martial Master, why aren't the demonic beasts attacking him? Selling toys in a place like this. Wait, I think I get it. He was the one selling toys at the lava lake last time. Instantly, some who had watched Xiaoxiao's livestream recognized Zhang Fan. He had even been trending online not long ago. Unexpectedly, he had appeared again. But the location was rather peculiar. Inside the Windfire Cave. Are you saying this boss is the same person who was— That's right, the one the Su family offered a huge bounty for the target of the million-follower streamer's hunt. How is he here? Quick, tell Xiao Xiao that the toy stall owner, she's been longing. Soon Xiao Xiao the explorer's private messages were flooded. Xiao Xiao, who was exploring in Oscar City, got the news. She clicked on the livestream link. When she saw the toy stall in the Windfire cave, her eyes lit up. But recalling the demonic scorpion spiders in the cave, she grew worried. Her strength was just enough to enter the Windfire cave, but it was extremely dangerous. Most importantly, she wasn't sure how long Zhang Fan would stay there. I can't believe the boss showed up, she murmured, looking at the bead in her hand. She recalled the scene from last time when several students crossed the lava lake on foot. If they dared to do that, why couldn't she? This was an opportunity. Without hesitation, Xiao Xiao booked a ticket to Dragon City that very night. Boss, you have to wait for me. Xiao Xiao rushed out with quick steps, even shutting down her livestream. Inside the Windfire cave, Zhang Fan stood up, also looking at the few people in— Sister Lu Ruashi, do you know each other? Long Ling looked at the three of them with confusion. This was so bizarre that she wondered if she was hallucinating from excessive poison. Yes, we know the boss. Su Ruashi nodded, her eyes brimming with excitement. Her eyes were even reddening. She had been searching for Zhang Fan for a long time. She still remembered the ability lock and the bead he had given her, which had saved her grand— and that quirky little girl. She longed to see them both again. She never expected to encounter Zhang Fan here today. Seeing the young woman's eyes redden, Zhang Fan grew even more puzzled. Was seeing him really that moving? By the way, boss, the glass bead you sold me last time saved my grandfather. Our Su family is deeply grateful. We've been looking for you to give you this blazing flame sword of— Su Ruashi presented the blazing flame sword of the Su family. She had been waiting for the chance to give it away. Today the opportunity had finally come. A marble saving a grandfather. What an odd phrase. Zhang Fan frowned slightly. Perhaps the toys from the system had special effects. Little did Zhang Fan know he would soon be astonished by how the system's toys could be used. Comparing the blazing flame sword Su Ruashi offered to his own divine nether blade, it seemed incomparable. The blazing flame sword was entirely red, adorned with flame patterns. But it was far inferior to his own blade. Still, since it was a gift, Zhang Fan didn't refuse. After all, who doesn't like freebies? Then I want stand on ceremony. Zhang Fan took it with a smile, and Su Ruashi breathed a sigh of relief. She had worried that Zhang Fan might not accept it, thinking little of their family sword. But now that he had taken it, it seemed he was showing her some respect. Could she use the sword as an excuse to interact more with Zhang Fan? At the thought, the corners of Su Ruaxi's mouth lifted involuntarily. Lu Yan watched as Su Ruashi gave away a sword and expressed gratitude while she had nothing to offer. She felt a bit foolish, having already received so many benefits from Zhang. For a moment, Lu Yan was embarrassed. She had nothing to give, and her face flushed slightly. So that's Su Ruashi, the sole heir of the Su family. The blazing flame sword given away just like that. The Su family is truly generous. Is it necessary to give such a thing to a toy stall owner? Su Ruashi, the former campus belle of the new martial academy, is indeed beautiful, but perhaps a bit too generous. The livestream audience was also stunned by Su Ruaxi's magnanimity. Who gives gifts upon first meeting? But just as everyone was engrossed, the livestream suddenly went black without warning. The barrage of comments surged again. By the way, I bought a lot of clothes for Tutu. Su Ruashi remembered and took out a spatial ring from her finger. Zhang Fan felt a bit embarrassed. He was just a toy seller. How could he take both? Besides, he couldn't give away his toys, which made him feel awkward. That's too kind of you, Zhang Fan said as he took the ring. By the way, why are you here? Want to buy some toys? Finally, the moment they had been waiting for. Su Ruashi and Lu Yan's hearts leaped with joy. But recalling how much they had already bought from Zhang Fan and the opportunities, they both felt a bit shy about asking for more. Long Ling looked at them with a strange expression. Weren't they close friends? Why were they being so polite, exchanging gifts and thanks? And now the boss was directly asking them to buy toys. Wasn't he giving anything in return? Boss, do you have a toy that matches this badge? Su Ruashi took out the toy badge she had bought from Zhang Fan before. Zhang Fan looked at the badge, which was a companion piece to the ability lock. He had forgotten about it. Checking the system shop, he saw that such items existed, but they were limited. Only two, one blue and one green. I have two here, but in different colors, like rare collector cards. If you want them, same price as before, 18,000. Zhang Fan smiled. Lu Yan's heart leaped at the sight of the blue badge. This was exactly what she needed, and today she had finally found it. Compared to other toys, this was her top priority. Boss, why didn't you bring these out when I bought last time? Lu Yan asked. Each person can only buy once a day, and these toys are a set, so even if I had shown them, you couldn't have bought them. Zhang Fan shrugged. To be honest, he had forgotten that day. Long Ling watched their conversation, her mouth slightly agape. A badge selling for 18,000. Was this really selling toys or demon cores? Suddenly an idea struck Long Ling as she stared at the green ability lock on the stall, lost in thought. A bold notion rose in her mind. A look of shock gradually spread across her face. Could the craftsman of the ability lock be this toy stall owner? In that instant, Long Ling comprehended the truth. No wonder they acted so politely despite being friends. No wonder the toy stall owner's toys were identical to Su Ruaxi's. No wonder Su Ruashi wouldn't even blink when gifting a supreme treasure. At the same time, Long Ling also understood why the two were so exhilarated upon seeing Zhang Fan. This was clearly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now Long Ling's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the green ability lock on the stall. If she could possess such an ability lock, she would undoubtedly experience a tremendous boost in strength, just like Su Ruashi and the other. Then she would no longer be a burden. At this moment, Su Ruashi and her companion looked at the badge before them. The ice blue badge was evidently Lu Yan's exclusive weapon corresponding to the ability lock. But the green one had nothing to do with Su Ruashi. It should match the other ability lock on the stall. Both of them felt a jolt of shock. Were these ability locks mass-produced in Zhang Fan's hands? Why did every time they saw him set up his stall they discovered new ones? It was as if they refreshed on a fixed schedule. Could it be that Zhang Fan had forged not just one type of ability lock, but a variety? And what would the other ability lock armors look like? Would they possess unique abilities? Boss will take this blue badge. Though Lu Yan felt a bit embarrassed for not bringing a gift for Zhang Fan, she knew clearly how useful this badge would be for her. If she didn't seize this chance, who knew where Zhang Fan would be peddling next time? Sure, 18,000. A smile bloomed on Zhang Fan's face. Another badge sold for 18,000. Thinking of his bank balance, he reckoned he could already afford a seaside villa. Imagining his future retirement lying on a beach with Tutu basking in the sun, Zhang Fan couldn't help but curl his lips. Boss, sorry for being presumptuous, but I want this green badge. Su Ruashi felt a little embarrassed as Zhang Fan had already helped her so much. Yet she was being a bit greedy. But this time she wasn't buying the badge for herself. It was for Long Ling. There was still a green ability lock on Zhang Fan's stall. This badge must match it. Everyone could only buy once a day, and Su Ruashi knew the rules well. Zhang Fan might disappear by tomorrow, and Long Ling was still afflicted with poison. Perhaps this ability lock could help. In truth, Su Ruashi would have preferred to buy the marble, but since there was only one, it wasn't as good as the direct power boost from the ability lock. Okay, Zhang Fan didn't hesitate. The two quickly swiped their cards. Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully selling ability lock badges X2. Ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining reward Chi and Blood 300. Congratulations, host, on obtaining reward Chi C 100. Note, increased Chi C will correspondingly increase your gang Chi. The system's chime sounded at the same time. After several weeks of selling goods, Zhang Fan's strength was visibly rising. He had taken a big step closer to the mission of protecting his daughter's growth. Boss. Master. I want that ability lock. Long Ling's weak voice sounded. She had been eyeing the ability lock on the stall for a while. Zhang Fan hadn't expected that this person who seemed on the verge of death still had a childlike heart wanting to play transformation games. What's wrong with her? Zhang Fan couldn't help asking. If she died in front of his stall, would he have to help with the funeral? She's poisoned, Lu Yan said softly, uncertain whether Zhang Fan would offer help. Zhang Fan said nothing. There was nothing on his stall that could cure poison, so he was powerless. Long Ling, did you bring money? Su Ruashi asked, ready to cover if necessary. I did. Long Ling didn't hesitate, pulling out her phone. Soon a successful payment notification flashed. Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully selling toy. Ability lock. Ding, congratulations, host, on achieving milestone selling 3 ability lock toys. Ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining reward 1 gold medal. Achievement. Zhang Fan was stunned. Did selling toys come with achievements? He looked at the achievement attribute panel. Host Zhang Fan achievement panel. Sell 5 ability lock toys, reward gold, ability lock quantity 35. Pending sell 10 marbles, reward 1 black dragon pearl. Pending sell 100 dolls, reward 1 ultimate doll. Pending sell wonder eggs. The system panel dazzled Zhang Fan. Good heavens, he hadn't expected selling goods to come with a dedicated collector's catalog. But what would the gold ability lock reward do? While Zhang Fan wondered, Long Ling finally got her long-coveted ability lock. The green ability lock felt heavy and metallic in her hand, as if it weren't a toy but a genuine divine artifact. The green core in the center shimmered with the luster of an emerald. Long Ling could feel waves of vast power pulsating within it. This is for you. Su Ruashi handed over the green badge she had just bought. What is this? Long Ling looked at the badge with some confusion. This is equipment that pairs with the ability lock. After you activate the lock, you can use the badge to unlock an exclusive weapon. It's a pity that the boss only allows 1 purchase per day, or I would have bought everything. Su Ruashi briefly explained the situation. Long Ling now understood the badge's importance. She also realized that someone like Zhang Fan wasn't easy to come across. Su Ruashi had used her own daily purchase opportunity to help Long Ling get the badge, and Long Ling felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you. Having said that, Long Ling couldn't wait to try her newly acquired ability lock. The others watched her with anticipation. Most red ability locks were fire-related while blue ones were ice-affiliated. What about green? What abilities would it grant? For a moment, both of them were eager. Meanwhile, as the live stream abruptly cut off, the conference hall in Dragon City buzzed with noise. In particular, clan leader Long's beard bristled with agitation. His granddaughter's situation was unknown, and the sudden appearance of a toy stall owner in the Windfire Cave made him sense danger. No, I must go to the Windfire Cave right now. Clan leader Long declared, preparing to set off immediately to rescue his granddaughter. Clan leader Long, please calm down. Since someone is inside the cave, it means it's relatively safe, and they seem to know each other, the deputy city lord interjected hastily. We'll try to reconnect the cameras and repair them as soon as possible. Give us 10 minutes. The deputy city lord kept reassuring. Meanwhile, people nearby urgently tried contacting Su Ruashi and the others. Inside the Yin country base camp, Li Mu and his companion were anxious, unable to know what was happening. Inside the Windfire cave, the scene was far livelier. Right after obtaining the ability lock, Long Ling wasted no time and pressed the central core button directly in front of. The next second, a blue particle radiance enveloped her, coalescing into a green belt that fastened around her waist. At that moment, Zhang Fan was dumbfounded. Performing a transformation right in front of me, not even pretending to hide it. The system described that a toy could give rise to a belt, a perfectly logical explanation. It named the establishment Toy Emporium, a stall dedicated to vending playthings. Presumably the items on offer were genuine toys. Even if the toys were fake, Zhang Fan had already prepared himself mentally. But in the next moment, a green radiance enveloped Long Ling's body. Strange ripples of aura began to spread. Good heavens, you call it selling toys, but the toys you speak of and the toys I know seem to belong to entirely different categories. It's just like that fellow who contracted a mosquito. Can that even be called a mosquito? No wonder wherever I go, those former customers always track me down. If it were me, I'd pursue them to the ends of the earth no matter what. Zhang Fan wasn't all that surprised. He had long since resigned himself to the fact that he was merely a toy vendor. He didn't care what the toys looked like once they were sold. But compared to that, what truly concerned Zhang Fan were the system's quests. By selling the required toys, he could also receive a super ability lock as a reward. That was the most critical part. Undoubtedly, this provided another path for Zhang Fan to grow stronger. The more he sold, the stronger his power became, and the more respect he earned from those who purchased his toys. Under such a virtuous cycle, it would be strange if Zhang Fan didn't become invincible. And most importantly, as the seller, Zhang Fan could freely use any toy from the system's shop. This meant that even if Zhang Fan sold the toys, he wouldn't feel regret, because the system would restock them, and he could still use them freely. It seems I need to be diligent in selling toys from now on. He turned his gaze to Long Ling before him. Zhang Fan was fairly confident in the system's toys. After being enveloped by a flash of green light, a belt materialized around Long Ling's waist. Long Ling had practiced martial arts for years, so her figure was naturally well maintained. Her waist was so slender that it could be encircled by both hands. As the belt appeared, tendrils of green lightning and suction began to spread from its center. The super ability lock was also drawn to the belt's core. Immediately after, a green light flashed, and a scale-like armor began to cover Long Ling's body. From her feet to her head, the greaves resembled the claws of a beast, and the armor bore scale-like patterns. Extending upward, the chest plate appeared somewhat cumbersome, but the green core at its center was extremely prominent. The helmet resembled a Qilin, majestic and brimming with killing intent. Seeing such an exquisite green armor, Zhang Fan felt a flicker of desire. But the color didn't quite suit his taste. If only it were gold. I feel the toxins in my body being dispelled. This super ability lock seems capable of dispelling toxins and even healing wounds. Long Ling cried out in surprise. She looked at the green badge, whose emblem resembled a scepter. As she aligned the badge with the belt's core, a green light flashed, and a scepter nearly 2 meters long materialized. With a wave of the scepter, green particles enveloped Su Ruashi and the other person. The toxins from before dissipated completely. Waves of warmth also washed over them. This is a support-type super ability lock, so powerful. As expected of the boss to even be able to forge such a spiritual artifact. Everyone was astounded. They admired Zhang Fan even more. It must be noted that healing abilities were extremely rare, and most pharmacists relied on elixirs to treat the wounded. Where else could one find a super ability lock like Zhang Fan's that healed with just a wave? This was simply too heaven-defying. But considering it was made by Zhang Fan, it was somehow. Watching the admiring glances directed at him, Zhang Fan remained perfectly still. This only deepened Su Ruashi and the others' admiration. The boss remained expressionless even in such a situation. Remaining calm in the face of danger, his mental fortitude must have reached a terrifying level. The reason Zhang Fan was expressionless was that he was pondering what effect the golden super ability lock rewarded for selling 5 toy super ability locks would have. He was now eager to go home and study his own toys. As for what these people thought, Zhang Fan didn't care. Thank you, Senior. Senior bestowed this opportunity, and I, a junior, shall never forget it. Long Ling, clad in armor, clasped her fists and bowed, her voice filled with reverence. A boss who could sell at half price, or even give away such divine artifacts. How broad-minded he must be. Long Ling admired such a strong person, one who clearly knew his possessions were invaluable, even enough to shake the world if revealed. Yet he could generously give them to the weak, something few could do. I'm just a toy seller. Once sold, no returns or exchanges. It's time to pack up. Zhang Fan finished speaking, waved to the group, and then his figure vanished directly inside the Fenghua cave. Even knowing that the toys sold by the system were no simple matter, Zhang Fan would pretend to be unaware. Zhang Fan claimed that he and Tutu were merely humble toy peddlers. After Zhang Fan disappeared, Long Ling straightened up. For someone from a martial arts clan like hers, respect for seniors was paramount, especially since Zhang Fan had bestowed such a great blessing upon her. Moreover, he remained so low-key, calling such a top-tier spiritual artifact merely a toy. If she could meet this senior again, she would repay him well. This time she hadn't brought anything valuable. Next time, even if he demanded the ultimate treasure of the Long family, as Zhang Fan left, the few of them hadn't even come back to their senses. The boss is gone. Ruashi, did you see how he left? Lu Yan was somewhat dazed. As a martial master with exceptional perception, even she failed to catch a glimpse of Zhang Fan's departure. Senior's strength. Since he can freely enter the Fenghua cave, it means his power has long surpassed all the beasts within, even the Beast King. So it's only normal that we couldn't catch it. However, with the senior's help, at least we can get out alive. Ruashi felt a bit happy as well, being able to see the senior again and deliver the family heirloom, a stone lifted from her heart. She wondered if Tutu would be happy receiving the little dress she bought for her. Ruashi had spent several days shopping at the mall specifically for it. The salesperson thought it was for her own daughter and kept complimenting her. Thinking about it made Ruashi's face turn a bit red. Just as Zhang Fan left, a voice came through the "Hello, can you hear us? This is launching meeting room. We can hear you. Did the signal just cut out?" Lu Yan said, sounding a bit surprised. "Yes, you're safe. That's good. You nearly scared us to death." The Vice City Lord's voice came through, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, the video feed also appeared quickly. Warriors and Longqing burst into cheers. "Great, they're fine. It must have been a signal interruption earlier. You scared me. I thought they had been devoured by the beasts. Wait, look. Long Ling's injuries seem to have healed. Could it be that the boss just now helped? Can he actually heal warriors? Not sure. By the way, where's that boss?" In an instant, everyone noticed something amiss. The injuries of the group were healed, but the vendor who had set up the stall had vanished. Could it be that the boss is not just an ordinary toy stall owner, but also knows medicine? Absolutely, otherwise how could Long Ling and the others have suddenly recovered? Who remembers what that boss looked like? I can't recall his face at all. Me neither, no matter how hard I try. Let's check the replay. In an instant, the warriors of Longqing went into a frenzy, frantically searching for Zhang Fan's figure. But after scouring the footage, they could not find a trace of Zhang Fan, and even the toy stall seemed never to have existed. There was not a single image or video online. For a time, rumors spread among the people that it was a ghost. Inside the Yanghua base, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when the feed was restored. But when they saw that Long Ling and the others' injuries had healed, they were startled. Being able to recover their injuries so quickly showed that the boss was indeed powerful. Yet when the two tried to recall Zhang Fan's appearance, they could not. This shocked them even more, being able to erase memories of seeing someone. What an overwhelming ability. Why did he suddenly appear here, and what was his purpose? Just as the two were puzzled, the surrounding devil scorpion spiders swarmed and attacked again. At the same time, a green super ability lock appeared on Long Ling's hand. In an instant, Li Mu and the others jumped to their feet. Long Ling. When did she get a super ability? When did Long Ling acquire an ability lock? Li Mu and Shen Feng were now unsettled. Just moments ago, Long Ling did not have an ability lock, yet in the blink of an eye, after glancing at the toy stall, she suddenly possessed one. Could all this be connected to the toy stall? The same thought crossed Li Mu's mind, and everyone else thought so too. The livestream chat instantly buzzed with how does Long Ling also have an ability lock? She definitely didn't have one just now. Did the stall owner sell it to her? Impossible. Isn't the ability lock a spiritual artifact forged by our Xia Kingdom's official authorities? What does the toy stall owner have to do with it? Exactly, I heard it was officially forged. This should just be a replica toy. But that stall owner is too mysterious. Not only did he cure several people's poison, but he also vanished out of nowhere. It's highly suspicious. If the owner forged it, why would he appear in a place like this? Why give it to them? I've never heard of such a person existing in this world. The livestream comments flickered. Long Ling was clearly worried that the stall owner's secret might be exposed by her. After all, if the owner set up a stall here, it was obvious he didn't want his identity revealed. Moreover, the owner had explicitly stated that he was just a toy vendor, nothing more. She had to come up with a plausible reason for producing the ability lock. With this in mind, Long Ling looked at the camera and said, "This ability lock was distributed when we descended. The reason I haven't used it before is that it hadn't bonded with me yet. An ability lock can only be used after it bonds with its owner. Just now the ability lock bonded with me. As for the stall owner, he seems to be just a toy seller." Long Ling spoke. Instantly, half of the chaotic comments vanished. No wonder. I was wondering why she didn't use the ability lock if she had one. It needed bonding. I've heard that when a spiritual artifact reaches the divine artifact stage, it develops self-awareness and can only be used after bonding. Long Ling's actions must have moved the ability lock, prompting it to bond with her. Great news. I never imagined our Xia Kingdom's forgers could be so skilled, capable of forging a divine artifact like this. The livestream comments were filled with envy from countless martial. How powerful would they be if they had an ability lock? At that moment, many forgot about the mysterious stall. Compared to the ability lock, the mysterious stall seemed far less. Li Mu and the others sat down again. The doubt in Li Mu's heart vanished. He must have been overthinking it. The ability lock was probably a product of higher-level research, not a toy casually sold by a stall owner. Moreover, Long Ling had confirmed this. Besides, if it were a real ability lock, who would be foolish enough to sell it at a low price? It didn't make sense, and Li Mu couldn't understand why anyone would do such a thing. I didn't expect that your Xia Kingdom's forgers have reached such a level capable of forging divine artifacts, Shen Feng said sourly beside him. A spiritual artifact that can bond on its own. Wasn't that a divine artifact? Yet in his Yin Kingdom, there wasn't a forger of such caliber. Shen Feng was extremely envious. Not at all, I haven't actually seen one either. However, with the ability lock bonded, the Windfire Cave should be easily dealt with. Tomorrow during the Beast Tide, I hope General Shun will fight alongside us. Li Mu said with a smile. Shen Feng nodded. Since the other party had dealt with the Scorpion Spider, he was naturally willing to send troops to fight against the Beast Tide. But at that moment Shen Feng couldn't stop thinking about the forger capable of creating divine artifacts. How formidable his forging skills must be. He was probably several hundred years old by now. In his mind an image of a white-haired, immortal-like figure emerged. Such a master, his Yin Kingdom must recruit him. Meanwhile elsewhere, Zhang Fan hurried back home. Tutu had already packed up the stall. Tutu had only made one sale today, but Dad had made 3. Tutu was a little unhappy. She had hoped to become the week's top seller, so Dad would praise her. Now her plan had fallen through. The little one sat on the sofa wolfing down beast meat chunks, as if venting all her frustration on them. Tutu would turn sorrow into appetite and devour these wretched beast meats. Tutu's sister Ruashi bought you some new dresses. They're all in here. You can go try them on. Zhang Fan noticed Tutu wasn't in the best mood. He took out the clothes Su Ruashi had bought. Hearing about new clothes, Tutu's big eyes instantly lit up. Great are their little skirts to wear. Tutu loves little skirts the most. It's from Sister Ruashi. I knew Sister Ruashi is the best to Tutu. Tutu jumped off the sofa with a smile. She went to the bathroom to wash her hands, then extended her little hands, her big eyes gazing at Zhang Fan with longing. Zhang Fan handed her the ring and let her play on her own. Wow, so many pretty clothes. Next time Tutu meets Sister Ruashi, she'll give her a nice skirt too. Tutu murmured, clearly overjoyed. Zhang Fan meanwhile studied the toys on the system stall. Divine light rod. He took out a white rod. Striking a transformation pose, he pressed the button. But nothing happened. Dad, are you playing a dress-up game? Tutu wants to play too. Tutu, drawn by Zhang Fan's movements, looked over curiously. Zhang Fan coughed dryly and put the divine light rod away. After a moment's thought, he understood the reason. It must be that his system stall level was too low and these high gear items couldn't be used by him. Looking at the toys on the stall, the ability lock had been sold, leaving only marbles and water guns. Zhang Fan lost interest in playing. Instead, he was particularly intrigued by the golden ability lock. By selling 5 ability locks, he could unlock 1 golden ability lock. Based on the reward mechanism, the golden one should be able to overpower other colored ability locks. Since it was system-produced, Zhang Fan had full confidence. There were also marbles. Selling 10 would unlock a more powerful demon core. Zhang Fan was already looking forward to how strong he would become once his stall's toys sold on a large scale. Glancing at Tutu, who was still changing dresses on the side, a smile crept onto Zhang Fan's face. Dad, look, is Tutu pretty in this? Tutu trotted over to Zhang Fan, spinning around on her little short legs. She wore a green dress embroidered with patterns of yellow flowers. A fresh aura emanated from her. She had tied her hair up herself, adorned with a small yellow flower. Her cute face beamed with a smile, clearly seeking praise. Little Flower also circled around Zhang Fan. Our Tutu is the prettiest, Zhang Fan said, lifting Tutu into his arms. Life was indeed becoming more. Meanwhile, inside the Windfire Cave. Unlike the warmth of Zhang Fan's home, everyone here was tense, their gazes vigilant as they scanned the surroundings. Su Ruashi and the other 2 had arrived at the heart of the Windfire Cave. White spider silk covered the entire space, and in the center of the silk a white cocoon appeared before their eyes. Inside the cocoon something was pulsating. It should be the Scorpion Spider Queen. Seeing that the Spider Queen was still dormant, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Follow my instructions, stabilize the formation around you, and then you can come out. A voice came through the walkie-talkie. Long Ling and the others began stabilizing the formation as instructed by the Deputy City Lord. An hour later, after the formation was stabilized, the 3 sighed in relief, wiped the sweat from their brows, and quickly turned to leave the sealed area. Everyone in Dragon City cheered at the sight. This meant that tomorrow they could continue as usual hunting the beasts in the tide. If they could obtain a high-level beast core, of fortune overnight was within reach. But unbeknownst to all, shortly after the 3 left, a faint gust of wind began to seep into the once stable formation. At the same time, the cocoon began to shake violently, with numerous cracks appearing on its surface. A head emerged from within the cocoon. Outside the Windfire Cave, as Long Ling and the other 2 emerged, numerous martial artists stood waiting to greet them. The Deputy City Lord and a group of officials wore smiles, their eyes brimming with excitement as they gazed at the 3. Grandfather, why have you come? Spotting the white-clad figure in the crowd, a flicker of surprise crossed Long Ling's eyes, and then she lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. Linger, you performed admirably this time. Gaining the recognition of the ability lock has truly impressed us. Come, let's go home with your grandfather, and you can tell me all about the lock's functions and details. His tone carried no hint of reproach. He had already planned to come to the Windfire Cave to rescue his granddaughter when he was in the meeting room earlier. But when he saw that Long Ling had been acknowledged by the ability lock, his heart swelled with joy. A divine artifact like the ability lock was something not even the Long family. More importantly, such relics were rare even across the entire Xia country. Having one obtained by his own granddaughter was an honor that would illuminate the Long family's legacy. Long Ling smiled relieved. The group followed the Deputy City Lord and others back to Long City. A celebratory banquet that evening was inevitable. Meanwhile, on the martial artist forums of Long City, discussions about Long Ling and the ability locks recognition surged to a new level of prominence. Yen Country Base. General Shin, you can rest assured now. The seal has been stabilized. According to our patrols, the number of scorpion spiders outside has also halved. Under these circumstances, we should be able to handle tomorrow's beast tide with ease. Li Mu wore a smile, feeling a weight lift. The Windfire Cave seal had been fortified and not a single member of the dispatched Martial Alliance personnel had fallen. This was the best outcome. Indeed. We've witnessed the might of your Xia country. Our Yen country will also do our utmost. If the blood Qilin appears again, we will surely capture it this time. Shen Feng smiled. The two shared a cup of spirit tea. Time slipped by in a flash. Midnight arrived the next day. As the midnight bell tolled, the entire Long City entered a state of high alert. Countless martial artists began surging toward the city. They had long been ready and were growing impatient, waiting for the beast tide. The streets buzzed with noise. Some martial artists took to the air, flying straight out of the city, while others, unable to fly, sprinted at full speed. All sought the best hunting zones to slay more beasts. Only by doing so could they obtain more resources. But often prime positions were already claimed by large guilds. Merely securing a decent spot took all their effort. In the dead of night, Zhang Fan was sleeping soundly, holding Tutu in his arms. The little one's foot was propped against his nose, her sleeping posture utterly indescribable. What's that noise? An earthquake outside. Tutu turned over, her little head buzzing. Zhang Fan was also awakened by the commotion. Were these people insane at midnight? But then Zhang Fan realized. This must be the beast tide. Though he wondered if the beasts were so punctual. He guessed the martial artists charging out of the city were trying to secure good hunting spots. He turned over, covered his ears, and went back to sleep. In the dead of night, he had no intention of joining their frantic competition. After a wave of clamor, Long City fell silent again. Outside the city, within the combat zone, many martial artist squads had assembled. Each team claimed a territory. All beasts killed within that area belonged to them. This was why they had charged out at midnight. Some martial venerable level experts positioned their teams near Crescent Moon Lake, the area with the densest beast concentration. A well-planned ambush could bring immense wealth. Private martial artist squads formed one defensive line, while the official Xia country forces stood on the other side. Li Mu had not slept all night. He had stationed Long City soldiers at the core of the beast tide area early on. The Yen country forces were tasked with support and ambushes. Over the years, Long City had developed a complete operational system against beast tides. It had become almost a formulaic strategy. I wonder if the blood Qilin will appear in this year's beast tide. Last time it was reported that the blood Qilin drank at Crescent Moon Lake. It should show up. Not necessarily. The blood Qilin's reproduction rate is very low. Encountering one even once is quite fortunate. I think the majority this time will be divine ant beasts. Even divine ant beasts, if there are enough, can fetch a good price. Inside a martial artist squad, a few members murmured quietly. Other squads were engaged in similar discussions, speculating on which beast types would appear. Soon, all Long City personnel were in position. In the darkness outside the city, martial artists packed the area, each stationed within their hunting grounds, awaiting the first wave. The sky gradually lightened. Under the dim dawn, from the far side of Crescent Moon Lake, a thunderous rumbling, like an earthquake, drew near. In the distance, herds of beasts surged like a tidal wave. In the sky, several enormous beasts circled overhead. These beasts resembled giant ants, but were far larger, each nearly 3 meters in size. Their bodies were clad in armor-like exoskeletons, and their 2 antennae could not only transmit signals, but also serve as weapons for attack. Divine ant beast tide. Everyone prepare. All squad leaders gave orders. They'll handle the strength beasts who leave the ground. Several martial venerables had already taken to the air. Strong against strong. This was the unwritten rule during beast tides. Swish. As martial artists and beasts clashed together, a chaotic battle erupted. Some martial artists could crush hordes of beasts with a single palm, while others, incredibly swift, could annihilate an entire squad in an instant. The scene was brutal. Some looted a top-grade crystal core and fled the battlefield wealthy, while others were slain in retaliation by the beasts they had killed. Li Mu hovered above the battle, observing the carnage below. Divine ant beasts are usually the first wave of the beast tide. Their queen has a high reproduction rate, birthing tens of thousands annually. These scouts yield cheap crystal cores. Let our forces conserve strength for the second wave. Li Mu issued the command. All officers acknowledged. Meanwhile, as the beast tide raged, Zhang Fan finally woke up. He and Tutu washed up, and he even tied 2 neat braids for her before they had breakfast. Perhaps due to her bloodline, little Xiaohua had been restless since early morning. Finally, while Zhang Fan and Tutu were still asleep, the little one slipped out of the house. Daddy, have you seen Xiaohua? She disappeared early this morning. Tutu toddled around the room, searching everywhere, but found no sign of her. Zhang Fan shook his head. Xiaohua had vanished since morning. He had no idea where she had gone. They searched for a long time, but still couldn't find her. But Xiaohua was highly intelligent and clever, as Zhang Fan felt she wouldn't just disappear. The little one was probably up to her own business. Tutu, don't worry. Xiaohua is a beast. She'll be fine. Eat your breakfast first. Zhang Fan patted her head soothingly and served the meal. Next time I'm putting a tracker on her. I'm running off. She's not a good girl. Tutu muttered while eating. After a quick meal, Zhang Fan began his daily stall setup. In truth, he wanted to set up near Crescent Moon Lake to enjoy the beast-tide scenery, but Tutu refused to swap. According to Tutu, she wanted to find Xiaohua, so she wouldn't trade. Soon a small stall appeared at the edge of Crescent Moon Lake. The battle around Crescent Moon Lake was exceptionally fierce. No one noticed a small toy stall suddenly appear. After arriving at the lake, a hint of urgency crept onto Tutu's little face. The little one began scurrying around on her short legs. Somehow the toy stall had transformed into a small cart, which Tutu pushed with her tiny hands as she moved about the lake's perimeter. The vending area was fixed so Tutu could only move within the system's designated zone. Her range was limited to the vicinity of Crescent Moon Lake. But Crescent Moon Lake spanned hundreds of kilometers, which thrilled Tutu to no end. The little one pushed her cart, shouting as she went, "Little flower, you stinky little flower, where are you? If little flower doesn't come out, Tutu will get angry." "Oh, that's odd. Why are so many people here, and why are they flying in the sky?" Tutu suddenly sensed something amiss. Her big eyes gazed curiously at her surroundings. Numerous spirit beasts were locked in battle with martial artists all around. Creatures flew through the air and crawled on the ground, every kind imaginable. Tutu's little cart stood out starkly, utterly incongruous with the environment. But Tutu paid it no mind, finding little flower was paramount. She approached a combat zone where she spotted several older brothers and sisters playing with spirit beasts, wondering if they had seen little flower. "Big brothers and sisters, have you seen a little spirit beast that looks like this? So cute and adorable, eh?" Tutu arrived at a martial artist combat area, gesturing with her hand. Seeing Tutu, the martial artist was dumbfounded. He glanced around, confusion flickering in his eyes. Even his movements against the spirit beast slowed. The spirit beast was equally stunned, clearly not expecting a human child in this zone. The two antennae atop the divine ant beast's head twitched in shock. The little girl before them wore simple casual clothes, her long hair braided into a plait with bangs nearly covering her brows. Her big eyes sparkled. Most astonishingly, the little one was pushing a small cart through the horde of spirit beasts, meandering freely. The cart was laden with all sorts of toys. The pink cart was especially conspicuous. Instantly, the martial artists in the area widened their eyes. "What the hell? Isn't this a beast tide? Isn't this Crescent Moon Lake? Am I sleepwalking? Why is there a child here? She seems to be looking for something. Crazy, I must not be awake. What is that cart? Why are there toys on it? Selling toys in a beast tide? What kind of nonsense is this? Damn, we're fighting for our lives against the beasts, and she's gliding through the horde." Several martial artists murmured, staring at Tutu in shock. They couldn't comprehend how a pink cart and a little girl had suddenly appeared here. Some thought it was a dream, but the next second a spirit beast slapped them across the face. After losing a few teeth, they realized they were not dreaming. Everyone, don't get distracted. This is a beast tide. The spirit beasts are endless. One moment of distraction and you'll be killed. The leader of the group spoke. The others dared not focus on Tutu anymore. "Where did you come from, kid? Get out of here. There are too many spirit beasts. Find a place to hide if you know what's good for you," the leader said to Tutu, and then ignored her. Though inwardly shocked at the child's presence, he dared not slow his movements. Seeing they didn't welcome her, Tutu pouted and moved on. After asking 2 or 3 martial artists without getting the answer she wanted, the little one put her hands on her hips. She glared fiercely into the distance. If little flower comes back, Tutu won't talk to her for a whole day. Tutu snorted, lifting her little chin. But then Tutu realized something. Wait, with so many people here, does that mean Tutu can sell her toys? Suddenly Tutu's big eyes lit up. Excitement surged within her. Who cared about little flower? Was selling toys not more important? Earlier there hadn't been a single person at Crescent Moon Lake. Tutu considered it a good day if she made one sale. But now everything was, with so many people here, if she pushed her cart, couldn't she sell more toys? If Tutu worked harder and sold more, couldn't she and Daddy live a better life? Then Tutu could buy even more good things for Daddy. Thinking this, the little one clenched her fists. Tutu is the best. Tutu will sell all the toys here today. A blazing fire ignited in Tutu's heart. Then the little one pushed her cart with even more vigor. For a moment, a pink figure weaved through the surging black tide of beasts. Whether you like playing marbles or water guns, Tutu only has one philosophy for selling toys: buy only the expensive ones. Come and buy everyone, the little one shouted as she wandered through the beast horde. This left the surrounding martial artists dumbfounded. Where did this child come from? Was she even human? Meanwhile, in the spirit beast territory, little flower had reverted to her original form, her massive body overshadowing even small hills. Beside her were countless descendants of the blood Chelan. These spirit beasts had bloodshot eyes staring into the distance like rutting tigers. During the annual beast tide, the spirit beasts underwent bloodline awakening. They instinctively sought to expand their territories and reproduce within. That was why the beast tide was so massive. Though the spirit beast territory in this world was vast, spanning an entire province larger than some nations, expanding territory was their instinct, and they had to do it. Little flower had returned only to fulfill her final wish. After leading the horde through this last beast tide, little flower would retire and pass the crown to another spirit beast. She would become a docile pet by Tutu's side. "My king, you finally returned." An older spirit beast spoke excitedly. They had thought little flower would never come back. Without their king, they would surely be vulnerable. But now that little flower was back, their pillar of strength had returned, and the spirit beast's fighting spirit reignited. Don't rush. Let the other beast clans launch a few attacks first, then well strike. Little flower spoke calmly. She had learned a lot by Tutu's side. Hearing the king's command, the other blood Chelan lay in ambush. Little flower gazed into the distance, catching the scent of her but little flower couldn't go out. She couldn't abandon her kin. As time passed, news of Tutu pushing her cart and selling toys spread among the martial artists in the beast. Boss, did you see that? A little girl selling toys in the beast tide. I heard, but it's too absurd. How could a little girl sell toys in a place like this right in the middle of spirit beasts? Don't they attack her? Probably just an urban legend. Don't believe it. Some martial artists discussed. But the next second a figure approached slowly. Uncle Big Sister, want to buy a toy? A little girl appeared before them. The speakers fell silent, rubbing their eyes in bewilderment. They had barely held their ground against the spirit beasts in their zone. How had this little girl managed to glide through the beast tide? For a moment their gazes toward Tutu turned strange. They shook their heads repeatedly, finally believing. The news soon reached Li Mu and the others. Generally, I heard that around Crescent Moon Lake a little girl pushing a pink cart is gliding through the beast tide selling toys. These martial artists will say anything to grab territory. Shen Feng chuckled beside Li Mu. He was highly skeptical of such tales. It was likely a ploy by martial artists to divert attention to Crescent Moon Lake for a better position. Li Mu raised an eyebrow. Had that little girl from yesterday not left yet? She was still selling toys during the beast tide. What a persistent child. But beside him, Su Ruashi and the others widened their eyes upon hearing the news. Gliding through a beast tide while pushing a cart. There was only one person who could do that. Tutu. Could it be Tutu? It has to be her. I can't think of anyone else capable of this. Lu Yan exclaimed excitedly. As they spoke, a dark tide surged in the distance. Countless demon scorpion spiders swarmed like a sea. Among them, a giant spider 40 to 50 meters in size moved swiftly. It was a beast king. With the appearance of the demon scorpion spiders, the expressions of Shen Feng and the others changed instantly. How was this possible? Hadn't the demon scorpion spider king been sealed? Why was it here? And why had it brought all the demon scorpion spiders from the Windfire Cave? Cold sweat broke out on Li Mu's forehead. The demon scorpion spider king had broken its seal. Even the usually composed Li Mu panicked. With so many demon scorpion spiders and a beast king at the martial king level, their chances of victory. Just as Li Mu began to panic, three figures dashed forward. Longling, what are you doing? That's a beast king. I need to report to the higher-ups and request a martial emperor's aid. Come back. Don't be reckless. Seeing them charge out, Li Mu thought they were attacking the demon scorpion spiders and shouted frantically. Beast king. City lord, we're going to buy toys. Do you know where the little cart is? Oi. Long Ling said excitedly. Li Mu was speechless. Was that something a human would say? Nonsense. Li Mu bellowed, glaring at the three who appeared flustered. This was a time of crisis, yet they had the audacity to form a group and go searching for a little girl selling toys with a cart. Was this the moment to look for a toy-selling girl? The priority was clearly to find a way to deal with the scorpion spider as quickly as possible. Only a handful of people could currently withstand the scorpion spider's venom and block the advance of the demon king. If Long Ling and the other two vanished again, Dragon City would likely fall soon. Hearing Li Mu's rebuke, the three who had intended to rush off to find Tutu calmed down. Su Ruashi, Lu Yan, and the other returned to stand before Li Mu. When they had come down, the guild leader had explicitly stated they were to follow Li Mu's orders. Moreover, with the scorpion spider suddenly breaking its seal, it would indeed be inappropriate for them to run off now. City Lord, we reinforced the seal according to the regulations. Why has this demon king still emerged? Long Ling asked in confusion. They had carried out their duties yesterday, as instructed, so why was this happening? Perhaps the scorpion spider had awakened long ago, and we were simply unaware. It might be using this opportunity to capture Dragon City in one fell swoop. Beside them, Shen Feng spoke calmly, though a storm was brewing within his heart. The soldiers of their Yin kingdom had already been deployed. Now that the scorpion spider had suddenly appeared, it was clear those soldiers couldn't escape and would have to fight to the death. Your Xia kingdom must provide our Yin kingdom with an explanation for this matter. Shen Feng spoke again. Li Mu's expression turned grim. He had never anticipated events would unfold like this. Below, as the scorpion spider emerged, countless martial artists' faces paled, and some had already begun to flee. Chaos erupted. Sensing the danger, even the divine ant beasts which had been fiercely fighting began to burrow underground. This scorpion spider spared no one, be they martial artist or beast. If it passed by, even a roadside dog would feel its wrath. A massive wave of scorpion spiders began to encircle Crescent Moon Lake. Any life they captured would be directly devoured. Any martial artist touched by their venom would perish instantly. Run! The scorpion spiders are here. Wasn't the scorpion spider supposed to be sealed? Why are there so many? Is that the scorpion spider king? Damn, it's terrifying. Let's go. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. It's already too late. These spiders have surrounded us. We have to. Countless martial artists were filled with despair. Long Ling, follow my orders. We will stop the demon king's advance together. I have reported the situation to the higher-ups. The martial emperor will arrive shortly. Li Mu's voice was low, but his tone was exceptionally grave. Long Ling and the other two nodded. With a wave of their hands, their ability locks were unsealed. In an instant, 3 suits of battle armor materialized on their bodies. This spectacle left Shen Feng the Yin general utterly astonished. His eyes burned with intense longing. Such armor radiating such formidable power just by being worn. When would their Yin kingdom ever possess such equipment? General Shen, we must rely on your assistance as well. Li Mu spoke with slight embarrassment. It's nothing. I must also ensure the safety of our Yin kingdom's martial artists. Shen Feng shook his head. The group charged directly at the Demon King. Li Mu's body was enveloped in a golden radiance as he struck out with his palm towards the scorpion. His vital energy materialized into a colossal golden hand that descended upon the Demon King. The terrifying aura left every beast and martial artist present gasping for breath. It's the City Lord. Don't panic, everyone. The City Lord is a martial king, and we have the Yin general aiding us. We can definitely win. If we win, the demon cores of these scorpion spiders will fetch a high price, someone shouted. The crowd, which had been scattering, began to regroup. Boom. The palm strike landed on the Demon King, sending shockwaves for hundreds of miles. Yet the Demon King remained unmoved. The Scorpion Spider King's head rotated a full 360 degrees. A face eerily human-like appeared before everyone. Suruwashi couldn't help but swallow nervously. Facing such a beast for the first time, she seemed at a loss. Especially since this beast was so grotesque. Everyone worked together. Just hold it back. Li Mu shouted urgently. A barrage of attacks rained down upon the Scorpion Spider King. But as a Demon King itself, its 18 legs moved with ghostly speed the moment the attacks came. Its massive form became a blur, vanishing in an instant. Immediately after, a torrent of spider silk spewed from its maw, blanketing the sky. Venomous fluid rained down like droplets. Any beast or martial artist touched by this fluid would be poisoned to death. The divine ant beasts had already fled the moment the scorpion spider appeared. Only a large contingent of martial artists remained on the scene. Facing the incoming assault, they scrambled to dodge. Those weaker who failed to evade met their end. The venom acted like sulfuric acid, rapidly corroding the flesh of any martial artist it touched, leaving behind only a chilling skeleton. Shield. Seeing this, Long Ling quickly took out a green badge. Her exclusive ability weapon was a scepter. With a sweep of the scepter, a massive green ethereal shield materialized. The shield stretched for hundreds of miles, covering almost the entire sky, blocking the falling venom. Thank goodness we're safe. Damn, is this what they mean by when gods fight, mortals suffer? How are we ordinary martial artists supposed to survive a battle like this? We can't escape, and living is a Beneath the shield, some martial artists lamented. They, as low-level martial artists, had only joined the beast tide to scavenge leftovers. Who would have thought they'd encounter something like this, leaving them helplessly awaiting death? Did you know? Long Ling is only a martial master, yet her shield can block the Demon King's venom. Her strength far exceeds her rank. True. It's all thanks to that ability lock. To think it can withstand a Demon King's attack. The designer is a true genius. Many are going to die this time, someone remarked with a sigh. Others watched the battle of the powerhouses above with envy. Hey, does anyone know about that little girl selling toys from the earlier beast tide? I wonder what happened to her, a burly dark-faced man suddenly asked. He remembered that adorable little girl. Amidst the bloody battlefield, that splash of pink was truly dazzling. She was probably knocked over long ago. Her little cart is likely crushed flat. How could anyone survive in a place like this, especially under a Demon King's attack? Exactly. I wonder which reckless adult let a little girl run around here. Uncles and aunties, are you talking about Tutu? Do you want to buy Tutu's toys? Tutu's toys are so much fun. Suddenly a crisp voice rang out around them. The crowd sheltered under Long Ling's shield turned to look at the source of the voice. There, a pink little cart was slowly rolling in from outside, entering the shield's protection. Pushing the cart was a little girl less than a meter tall. Her innocent large eyes looked around, filled with anticipation. For a moment, everyone was stunned. How did she so effortlessly walk in from under a sky full of venom? How had she done it? Everyone stared blankly as Tutu walked slowly in. The little one had come all this way, only the hem of her clothes slightly dusty, her hair not even a bit out of place. Her delicate fair face was flushed, likely tired from pushing the cart for so long. Her eyes were full of hope, hoping that these big brothers and sisters would buy one of Tutu's toys. Someone couldn't help but swallow. I saw with my own eyes the venom of this scorpion spider. Anyone who touched it turned into bones instantly, yet this little girl is just... Look, her cart also has a barrier around it, probably for protection. This little one can push a cart and sell toys in a place like this. There must be a powerful figure protecting her. If there's an expert in the shadows, why don't they help us? The murmurs continued. Everyone looked at Tutu with confusion and caution. On the beast battlefield, the appearance of a small cart was far too strange. They had no idea what the little girl's intentions were, and what if she was a beast in disguise? Tutu entered the shield, pushing her cart around the area. But whenever she approached a spot, the warriors there would scatter, as if they were wary of her. Seeing this, Tutu felt like crying. She had been pushing her cart and trying to sell for so long, and not a single person had bought anything. Not only that, but these uncles and sisters were even avoiding her. What mistake had she made? If she had done something wrong, she could fix it, so why wouldn't anyone talk to her? Tutu pouted, her little fists clenched slightly. Determination grew in her big eyes. Dad said never give up easily. Tutu must be a... Tutu's little brows furrowed slightly, her eyes full of seriousness. Dear uncles and sisters, Tutu means no harm, I just want to sell toys. Tutu hasn't made a sale in days. If I don't, I won't be able to buy dad nice clothes. As she spoke, her eyes looked around hopefully. Under the shield were nearly 1,000 warriors. They looked at Tutu's pitiful appearance, especially her angelic face, and some female warriors were, "This little one is so pitiful, why don't we help her?" she said. "Help her? She's so suspicious, and there must be an expert behind her. That expert didn't help us, so why should we help her? Exactly, who knows what she's selling? What if it's something evil? Better keep our distance. They say some beasts can take human form, and that's terrifying," someone said, and the female warrior who had wanted to help Tutu lost her curiosity. Seeing this, Tutu had no choice but to put down her cart, find a chair, and sit down. Her little feet swung on the chair, completely out of ideas. The little one could only wait quietly, hoping someone would buy something. At that moment, the green shield above began to tremble. The Scorpion Spider King waved its hand, and cracks appeared on the shield cast by Long Ling. The warriors beneath the shield panicked. "What do we do? If the shield breaks, and the venom touches us, we're dead. Look outside, it's all bones. I don't want to end up like that. Isn't there anyone who can kill this Scorpion Spider King? This is a beast king comparable to a martial king. And beasts are naturally stronger than warriors. Even a martial emperor could probably only suppress it." Crack, crack. As everyone stared in terror, Long Ling's shield began to crack like a spider web. Meanwhile, the four of them took turns bombarding the Beast King. Su Ruox's flames were poured onto it without restraint. But these attacks seemed to have little effect on the Scorpion Spider King. The surrounding scorpion spiders, however, were growing in number. "We can't fight in close quarters. Many attacks can't harm this Beast King." Li Mu's expression darkened. Just as the four were sinking into despair, the Scorpion Spider King's cold eyes suddenly fixed on the green shield below. Under the shield, all the warriors were in panic. Some even had weak legs from the Beast King's pressure. But Tutu sat on her chair unmoved. "Not good, it's going to attack those warriors. This Scorpion Beast King plans to corrode all life around and build a massive spider nest." Shen Feng frowned, his voice heavy. If the entire Dragon City became a nest for the scorpion spiders, this planet would be overrun with them. Warriors would then be in extreme danger. By then, the Beast King's venom had dissipated, and some warriors began fleeing the shield, trying to escape toward Dragon City. Others stood frozen, as if waiting for death. Su Ruoxi stopped her attack and looked down. They didn't know whether to keep attacking the Beast King or save the surviving warriors first. The Beast King's area effect venom was far too potent. Warriors at the Martial Venerate level had long since fled, leaving only those below Martial Master. They were lambs to the slaughter. But when the three looked down, Su Ruoxi suddenly spotted a pink cart. It was right beneath the defensive shield, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. And on that cart sat a little girl. It was Tutu. Instantly, Su Ruoxi grew anxious. What was Tutu doing here? If the Scorpion Spider King attacked below, Tutu would be in danger. She was the first person to buy a toy from her. And she was such a lovely child as she had even kissed her. Su Ruoxi didn't want to see Tutu killed by the Beast King. Tutu was so young, only 5 or 6. To die here would be a terrible waste. Down there's a little girl. Shen Feng also saw Tutu and her little stall. "Reinforcements are on the way. We must hold the line and not let the Beast King enter the city." Li Mu spoke softly. He was somewhat surprised by the little stall, but dealing with the Beast King was the priority. Generally, this child doesn't seem afraid of the Beast King. "Are all the children in your Xia kingdom this brave?" Shen Feng said, slashing at the Beast King again. Li Mu shook his head. He had seen this child before and thought she was a prodigy trained by an expert. Now it seemed she was just here to fool around. What training? She was just here to die? The Scorpion Spider King as a Beast King could even rival a martial emperor. In such a situation, letting a little girl come here clearly showed no regard for her safety. Not good. The Spider King is about to attack. "Dodge!" Shen Feng shouted. The massive Scorpion Spider King's abdomen began to swell, split open, and bloom like a flower. At the same time, countless strands of silk shot out from its abdomen, raining down on the warriors like a net. The speed was so fast no one could react. Some warriors were pierced through the chest. Not good. Tutu is in danger. Su Ruoxi, Lu Yen, and the other charged downward almost simultaneously. "Don't go, it's dangerous." Li Mu couldn't understand why these prodigies would risk their lives for a little girl. But the next second, a furious roar echoed. The ground shook violently. At the same time, a burst of flames incinerated all the spider silk. Then a massive figure wreathed in flames appeared before the pink stall, seemingly from nowhere. A Qilin's head, blood-red fur, and a colossal body. It was a blood Qilin. Another Beast King had appeared, heavy like a stone on everyone's heart. Instantly, all eyes were fixed on the blood Qilin. And behind it was the toy stall. This was a Beast King. A Beast King protecting a little girl selling toys. Such a formidable aura. Is that the blood Qilin? How has it grown even stronger? Sensing the blood Qilin's presence, all the martial artists widened their eyes. This was no longer the aura of a demon king, but something far more potent. Could it be a demon emperor? None dared to speculate further, for if it truly were a demon emperor, the entire world would undergo cataclysmic upheaval. For demon beast, growth was an arduous journey. Advancing a single step was several times more difficult than for humans. Thus, though their ranks were not high, they could effortlessly crush martial artists of the same or even higher levels. Martial artists often had to band together to slay a demon beast. But now what was this blood Qilin's aura? A demon emperor. Impossible, a demon emperor among demon beasts hadn't been seen in centuries. Forget its strength, why is this blood Qilin protecting that little girl? I don't know. What's the meaning of the blood Qilin making such a commotion over this child? Could this little girl be the daughter of some demon king in the beast territory? In an instant, almost all eyes fixed upon Tutu. That little girl with a face full of joy. Tsuruashi and her companions who had rushed to help also halted. Their eyes were filled with shock. The blood Qilin, a legendary beast with a trace of Qilin bloodline. Why was it here, and why was it protecting Tutu? But the next second, Tutu's voice pulled everyone back to reality. Little flower, where did you go? Dad and I looked for you forever. Bad little flower, I'm really mad this time. Tutu walked to her small stall. Arms crossed, cheeks puffed, she glared angrily at the blood Qilin before her. Meanwhile, in the distance, the blood Qilin clan had arrived at the battlefield. A sea of blood Qilins enveloped the scorpion spiders. Their momentum was no less than that of the scorpion spider swarm. The scorpion spider king, however, cowered in the distance, not daring to move. Clearly suppressed by the blood Qilin's bloodline and aura. She's scolding a demon king. Shenfeng frowned. A demon king at this stage could understand human speech. Moreover, the status of a demon king was extraordinary, a symbol of power and nobility. How could it tolerate being scolded by a human? Especially a little girl, and before its own clan. Even an ordinary human couldn't explain this, let alone a demon beast. Li Mu broke out in a cold sweat. In the distance, 2 human martial emperors had arrived. Only 2, the rare martial emperors of the Xia kingdom. But upon seeing the blood Qilin, they halted. They sensed its aura. It was also a demon emperor. Elder Chu. Li Mu quickly bowed as the martial emperor approached. What's with this blood Qilin? Its aura is dense, it has likely reached that stage. Elder Chu's voice was grave. Could the demon beasts be rising again? You mean? It's already a demon emperor. Li Mu exclaimed in shock. Exactly. A demon emperor, though at the initial stage, can already lead the beasts to reclaim our human territories. Elder Chu's voice was stern. The atmosphere turned icy. No one had expected the blood Qilin to have advanced to the demon emperor realm. And yet this little girl was scolding a demon emperor. Tutu, stop. It's a demon emperor. Tsuruashi quickly warned. She feared Tutu would provoke a demon emperor-level beast. That would be catastrophic. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. The fearsome demon emperor lay on the ground like a puppy. Its huge tongue licked Tutu's face. Tutu was drenched in Little Flower's saliva. She grew even angrier. Little Flower's tail wagged incessantly. Docile as a puppy. Its eyes were full of pleading. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this a demon emperor? Bowing so humbly to a human girl before its own clan, and even wagging its tail to please her. This was a disgrace to all. The blood Qilin clan turned away, unwilling to witness the scene. Their king was too shameful. This? Elder Chu was also bewildered. Was this still a demon emperor? One capable of leading beasts to glory, and yet it lay there being scolded by a little girl. The world had become something he no longer understood. Elder Chu, are you sure this is a demon emperor? Shenfeng stared eyes wide. As a martial king, he had never seen a demon beast so submissive. Without a doubt. But I'm not sure about this girl. She calls it Little Flower. Could this demon emperor be her? Elder Chu's words were shocking. In an instant, everyone gasped. A demon emperor as a pet. This. Who could afford such a luxury? Not even a peak martial emperor. Could it be that realm? Impossible. No martial sovereign had been heard of for years. Martial emperors were already the pinnacle of authority. What? A demon emperor as a pet. The martial artist who had taken refuge with Tutu stood frozen. How powerful must the owner of such a pet be? What kind of toys was she selling? Perhaps they were toys to her, but in their hands could they be spirit artifacts? Do you think her toys might be real, eh? Possibly. Someone with a demon emperor as a pet can't be ordinary. Why would she sell mere toys? Damn, I missed my chance. She definitely wasn't just selling toys. Damn it, I should have bought one. In an instant, a wave of regret swept through the martial artists. Some slapped their thighs until they reddened. If only they had known, they would have bought Tutu's toys. Oof. Come home with me. I'm punishing Little Flower with no food for a day. Tutu snorted. Little master, no. Little Flower is hungry, do I need to eat? Little master, you're the best. The next moment, something even more astonishing happened. Little Flower's massive body rolled on the ground. Its desperate howls moved everyone to tears. Was that food so delicious that even a demon emperor would throw a tantrum? Great king, you cannot abandon our clan. Some blood Qilins wailed behind. Rest assured, I will never abandon the clan. But my little master gives too much. I have already abdicated the throne. Farewell, everyone. Little Flower said without shame. All the blood Qilins were stunned. Our king. How could you be lured away by a human? Going home for dinner. Under everyone's gaze, Little Flower shrank to the size of a pet. Li Mu's eyes widened. Wasn't this the blood Qilin cub he saw at the stall? So it was the demon emperor. The next second, a flash of light, and Tutu and the blood Qilin vanished. The blood Qilin clan also disappeared from the battlefield. The wails of the blood Qilins still echoed in the wind. Only the scorpion spiders and some bewildered martial artists remained. The demon emperor of the blood Qilin clan, abducted by a little girl. Li Mu once again took out the water gun he had bought from Tutu. This time he noticed something different about it. The water inside had turned golden, holy golden water. The golden water rippled under the sunlight, appearing almost dazzling. Li Mu found himself momentarily mesmerized. Since that little girl's pet was a demon sovereign, the toys she sold couldn't possibly be so simple. Li Mu examined the water gun repeatedly. He gently pressed the trigger, and the golden liquid sprayed out. In an instant, nearly half the liquid in the gun vanished. Such a potent aura. Just one whiff, and I feel my cultivation loosening. Generally, what did you just take out? Elder Chu's eyes flew wide. His gaze locked onto the water gun in Li Mu's hand. As a martial emperor, Elder Chu's cultivation was not easily shaken. It could not be easily disturbed. Yet what Li Mu had just produced made even his cultivation tremble. Even the fatigue from his journey vanished. Merely from the scent. Meanwhile, the water droplets from the gun landed on the warriors below. What kind of water is this? I feel my wounds healing, and my cultivation rising. Damn, I broke through. From early martial master to mid-stage. Me too. What was that? Everyone snapped out of their shock over the demon sovereign pet. Their gazes turned upward. That aura had descended from above. What was that thing? A single drop could loosen their cultivation. Some had even directly broken through. In the distance, the scorpion spider king, sensing the threat had faded, grew restless again. Meanwhile, Li Mu finally realized something was off about the water. What sprayed from the gun wasn't water, but essence. An essence capable of shaking a martial emperor's cultivation. This essence could even advance a martial emperor. A small step, yet at such high levels some spent their entire lives unable to take it. And he just now had sprayed such precious spiritual liquid away. He was a complete prodigal. Shenfeng also looked over, his eyes burning with intensity. What was this thing? Just one sniff left him feeling refreshed. What would happen if he drank it? It's this spiritual liquid. I just sprayed some out. Li Mu was dazed, his expression a mix of shock and regret. Why had he been so impulsive? Why had he sprayed it carelessly? If he could absorb all this liquid, how far would his cultivation soar? Perhaps he could even take that step. Now Li Mu understood why Su Ruashi and her companions risked their lives to save the girl at that stall. The toys she sold were opportunities, celestial treasures for poor warriors like them to enhance their strength. And he, foolishly oblivious, had missed the point. He had even thought of fighting the scorpion spider. He should have realized anyone setting up a stall in such a place couldn't be ordinary. Back then he was so focused on befriending the senior that he never considered the toys. Now he had sprayed spiritual liquid like water. A true prodigal. Li Mu wanted to slap his thigh. He had watched the cart leave, watched his opportunity slip away before his eyes. He had once held a power that could transcend realms, but he didn't seize it. If given another chance, Li Mu would never spray water recklessly. Where did this spiritual liquid come from? It's even denser than the liquid in some spirit stone veins, and it dispels fatigue. Elder Chu's voice trembled with excitement. Li Mu shook his head. How would he know? All he knew was that a little girl sold it. He had paid a hefty price for it. This water gun cost me 100,000. Li Mu didn't hide it. What? That's all it took to buy this. Elder Chu and the others were stunned. Such a treasure worth only that much. It was far too cheap. Where did you buy it? He asked eagerly. The vendor has already left, just now. Elder Chu and the others understood. Regret filled their eyes. If they had known earlier, even with the blood Qilin present, they would. Damn scorpion spider. In unison, everyone turned their gaze toward the scorpion spider. It was all its fault they missed out on buying. Today we must slay this beast. Elder Chu's voice was cold. Each of you will take a sip from this water gun. The water restores stamina, removes negative effects, and boosts cultivation. As long as we hold it in our mouths, the power will persist, allowing us to fight continuously. By the time the liquid's effect fades, we should have killed the scorpion spider. Elder Chu declared. Li Mu was dumbfounded. You're a martial emperor. Why are you eyeing my meager supply of spiritual liquid? Li Mu was filled with regret. If only he hadn't taken it out. Now they were openly demanding a drink, and he couldn't refuse. I'll generally spray it into my mouth. Shenfeng had already opened his mouth wide, looking at Li Mu with an unreadable expression. As if saying, spray it, hurry up and spray it. The sight made Li Mu's heart tighten. His heart bled as he looked at the open mouths. Even the lofty Elder Chu had opened his mouth, waiting for Li Mu's water gun. Li Mu took a deep breath, suppressing the pain of having his flesh cut, and sprayed each eagerly waiting person once. In an instant, most of the spiritual liquid in the gun vanished, leaving only a bit near the handle. Li Mu was heartbroken. He had been saving that liquid to boost his cultivation. Now forget about advancing. He'd be lucky if it wasn't all used up. It was like the old days when someone bought a pack of spicy strips, and everyone crowded around to share. After drinking the water from the gun, everyone felt a surge of heat through their body. At the same time, all negative effects vanished. They felt an inexhaustible strength, their martial cultivation rising, and their chi seas expanding. Excellent stuff, truly excellent. Why didn't you bring this out sooner, General Li? Shenfeng laughed, patting Li Mu on the shoulder. His aura surged. Li Mu smiled bitterly. If he had known, he would never have taken it out. None of you would have gotten a share. Since everyone has had a drink, let's launch the final assault on the Scorpion Spider King. With that, 2 martial emperors and 2 martial kings launched a fierce attack on the Scorpion Spider King. Under such an assault, Su Ruashi and her companions had no part to play, watching from a distance. The fighters seemed to have an unending buff, unleashing martial techniques. The light from each technique rained down, leveling mountains and seas. Normally, whether martial king or emperor, their chi seas would be exhausted after a few techniques. But now techniques flew freely as if they cost nothing. The scorpion spider suffered. Martial Emperor techniques fell like rain, leaving it utterly unable to retaliate. So overpowered. Long Ling stared blankly into the distance, murmuring. So this is the toy water gun. One sip, and even a Martial Emperor can use techniques freely with no side effects. Incredibly overpowered. Lu Yin murmured, watching the frenzied Martial Emperor. She couldn't help but swallow hard. How many more of these heaven-defying toy treasures did Tutu and that mysterious senior have at their stall? Relentless attacks rained down as if they cost nothing, leaving the watching martial artists utterly astounded. This protracted bombardment lasted a full half an hour. The demon scorpion spider king itself could not fathom how it endured that interminable half hour. With the final strike, a deep pit had formed in the area where the demon scorpion spider king once stood. At the bottom of the pit, only a single black demon core floated in the air, clearly the core of that demon scorpion spider king. The demon scorpion spider king had perished, tortured to death by the unceasing assault. Perhaps even in its final moments, the demon scorpion spider king could not understand why these martial artists possessed inexhaustible gang chi, and why their martial techniques never— "Oh no, my chi si is empty. We might still be attacked by demon scorpion spiders," exclaimed one martial artist. "General Li, quick, spray some of that spiritual liquid into my mouth." Chu Lao shamelessly pleaded, for the liquid was so precious. Just one sip had allowed him to unleash an endless torrent of power. His cultivation even seemed more stabilized. He no longer cared about the dignity of a martial emperor. Drinking that spiritual liquid was all that mattered. Li Mu was dumbfounded. "You've already had one sip. Do you want a second? These spiritual liquids are heirlooms, I can't waste them. Besides, that little girl might never be seen again. This liquid could be the last opportunity Li Mu would ever have in his life. He couldn't just spray it around." "Chu Lao, I really have none left," Li Mu lamented, almost in tears. "Hey General Li, don't be so stingy. Look, our Yin kingdom helped slay the demon scorpion spider, and we lost so many warriors. If you have none for Chu, at least give some to Yin kingdom." "Open your mouth," Shin Feng brazenly said, opening his own mouth. In an instant, all the grandmasters lost interest in the demon scorpion king's core. Instead, they surrounded Li Mu, determined to taste a single drop of the water from that spray gun. The lower-level martial artists below were stunned. Wait, is that water really that amazing? Even martial emperors humble themselves to ask for a sip. That little girl is terrifying. She must have provided that water. I was such a fool not to buy her goods back then. This is insane. They don't even care about the demon core of an overlord. They only want a drink of water. Could that liquid be some divine cultivation resource? Stop jabbering. The area is littered with demon scorpion spider corpses. Let's gather them quickly. Our chance for riches is here. Someone shouted amid the shock. Everyone snapped back to reality. The battle of the martial emperors had been earth-shattering. How could ordinary demon scorpion spiders withstand their full power? Hundreds of thousands of demon scorpion spiders had been slaughtered by Chu Lao and his peers. As a result, the ground was now covered in their corpses. The demon cores of these demon scorpion spiders were highly valuable, used to craft venomous spirit tools or antidote pills. Each core could fetch several thousand high-grade. With so many cores available, martial artists went wild, frantically collecting the scattered demon cores on the ground. Amid the clamor of the beast battlefield elsewhere in Longs, Tutu was scolding Xiaohua. "Xiaohua, don't run off again, you hear me?" Tutu was so worried. "If you wander off again, Tutu won't talk to you for a day. No, and out." Tutu stood with her hands on her hips, while Xiaohua lay on the ground, not daring to move. The young mistress was angry, adorably so, with a pout that was both fear. "Tutu, don't be mad. See, Xiaohua is back now. Let's put a collar on her, so she won't get lost again," Zhang Fan said, amused by the scene. Daddy spoke up for Xiaohua, "So Tutu will forgive her for now," Tutu conceded, but then a hint of grievance crept onto her little face. But Tutu pushed her little cart and sold toys all day, yet no one bought a single one. She felt she was too stupid. Maybe she hadn't performed well enough. "Daddy, Tutu didn't sell a single toy all day. Is Tutu really that dumb?" Tutu blinked her big eyes, looking up at Zhang Fan with a pitiful expression, her small hands. It was clear the little one had been discouraged by her failed street stall attempt. She had tried so hard, but no one bought her wares. Failure and success coexist. Don't give up over such a small thing, Tutu. "Daddy believes you are always the best," Zhang Fan said, holding her tightly. Hearing her father's words, Tutu's face lit up with renewed determination. Daddy is right. Tutu is the best and Daddy is the best too. Together we will work hard, and Tutu will surely sell something." Seeing Tutu's smile return, Zhang Fan gently ruffled her hair. Under the sunlight, Tutu's smile was radiant. "Daddy, tomorrow let's go street vending together." Tutu planned to learn from Zhang Fan, hoping for better results. But Zhang Fan shook his head. The system's one-week street stall period was almost over. Moreover, after Tutu's recent setback, it might not be wise to go again immediately. So Zhang Fan decided not to set up a stall for the next few days. Instead, he would take Tutu to relax. A balance of work and leisure was best. "Tomorrow Daddy will take you to Long City to play." "No stalls," Zhang Fan said. Tutu nodded obediently. "As long as I'm with Daddy, anywhere is fine." "That's the happiest thing," Tutu murmured, burying her head in Zhang Fan's chest. While the family enjoyed warmth and harmony on the beast battlefield, the demon scorpion spider corpses and cores had been collected. After much pleading, Li Mu still refused to produce the spray gun, disappointing several people. Yin Kingdom had suffered considerable losses from the beast assault. Of the 10,000 martial artists brought, only about 5,000 remained. The civilian martial artist squads from Xia Kingdom fared even worse. Only 1/10 of the low-level ones survived. Most of the higher-level martial artists, however, survived, having fled at the first sight of the demon scorpion spiders. Meanwhile, a rumor began spreading in Long City. Have you heard? The victory over the Overlord King is said to be all thanks to a little girl. No, I heard that little girl has a divine beast pet. A beast emperor, can that be true? Word is that a street stall girl sells toys that are supreme divine artifacts. Long City is buzzing. That's not right. What I heard is that the little girl is a martial god descended to bestow opportunities. Amid the chaos, Tutu's sales exploits were exaggerated to mythical proportions. Some even began to suspect that Tutu was a celestial being incarnate. Driven by these rumors, countless people gathered near Moon Lake, trying to track down the mysterious, but after searching for hours, no one saw a trace of the little girl. In an office in Long City, high-ranking officials from the city convened. Li Mu sat to one side, while at the head were Chu Lao and other veteran martial emperor powerhouses. The atmosphere was tense. On the table, a toy spray gun was being examined. Why was such a precious spiritual liquid contained in a toy gun? What was the purpose? And where would that little stall appear next? Elder Chu picked up the water gun and examined it from all angles. He even pressed the button, but nothing happened. The spiritual liquid inside the water gun had long been collected by Li Mu using a treasured artifact. Not a single drop was allowed to spill. After my investigation, I found that this toy stall has appeared in many regions across our Xia Kingdom, Elder Chu said, fiddling with the water gun as he spoke with a grave tone. Initially, it was reportedly set up outside the beast forest run by a father and daughter. No one bought anything until a student from Xinwu Academy purchased an item and stunned everyone at the Forger Grand Tournament. The stall then vanished, only to reappear at the Ao City secret realm. After being exposed, it showed up again on our battlefield. Based on its location patterns, the stall owner changes locations periodically and strongly dislikes being discovered. As Elder Chu spoke, everyone nodded slightly. But Elder Chu, as you said, the owner hates being found out. Every time he's discovered, he moves elsewhere. We've searched online and in related videos, but never caught a glimpse of his face. Moreover, the videos about the stall mysteriously vanish as if he never existed. Under such circumstances, even if he sets up again, we can't pinpoint his location. How are we supposed to buy his goods? Li Mu shook his head as he spoke. After returning, he had searched through countless records. He even watched the replay of Xiao Xiao's expedition livestream. He noticed that while the toy stall was visible in the footage, Zhang Fan's figure was indistinct. That's the mark of a true master. They never allow themselves to be known. If the whole world knew him, he wouldn't be able to run his stall. I suspect he's bestowing opportunities. At the same time, he's testing the power of his forged artifacts. I strongly suspect this person is an incredibly skilled forger, perhaps surpassing the divine level. Elder Chu's voice grew heavy. The meeting room fell silent. What if these divine artifacts fall into the hands of enemy nations or villains? Li Mu asked. If they do, then those artifacts are simply not meant for Xia Kingdom. Elder Chu shook his head, speaking from his observations. That mysterious stall owner sold his toys entirely by fate. When destiny aligned, someone would buy. Oh, when it didn't, you couldn't even find him. At Elder Chu's words, everyone sighed again. Damn, I was with the city lord back then. Why didn't I think to buy more? The assistant beside the city lord slapped his thigh in regret. Back then he thought the city lord was foolish for spending so much on a broken toy. Now looking back, he wanted to slap himself. Perhaps this was what they called fate without fortune. Regardless, this must be kept confidential, especially from other nations. Also, it must not spread to the public. As Elder Chu spoke, Li Mu nodded in understanding. Everyone knew that the fewer people aware of such matters, the better. Zhang Fan, however, had no idea that Dragon City's leadership was holding a meeting about him. At that moment, Zhang Fan was strolling through Dragon City with Tutu. He occasionally overheard people discussing something major happening in the city. Along the way, he saw several people with swollen eyes from crying. Their families had perished in the beast tide, a pitiful sight. Daddy, that auntie is crying. She's so sad. Tutu wants to give her a candy. Eating something sweet will make her feel better. Tutu held out a piece of candy with her small hand, her face full of innocence. The auntie glanced at her, forced a smile, and took the candy. But the candy tasted bitter in her mouth. As Zhang Fan strolled with Tutu, he checked his status panel. Host Zhang Fan. Physique Supreme Saint Body, Yanhuang Bloodline Immunity to all poisons. Cultivation Art, Xianhuang Blade Technique. Weapon Xinyu Blade. Level Martial Venerable Qi and Blood 2000. Qi C. Available toys: Meow Gloves, Water Gun, Marbles, Surprise Eggs, Transformable Toys, Ability Lock Dolls, etc. Lock Toys, Divine Light Rod, Beast Plushies, Building Blocks, Racing Cars, Spinning Tops, Marble Legends, Guoba Mecha. System Level LV2 Toy Sales Achievement 0. Looking at his panel, Zhang Fan felt he still had too few toys to sell. There were over 1,000 locked toys, and he hadn't completed a single sales achievement. He decided to encourage customers to buy more next time. Maybe he could shoot videos and post them online. Zhang Fan thought this idea was feasible. In this internet age, promoting through videos might attract investors. But that would draw all kinds of people, creating more problems. Lost in thought, Zhang Fan and Tutu returned to the hotel. The next day early in the morning, Li Mu personally led a search at Crescent Lake and Windfire Cave for the stall. But after a full day they found no trace of it. Helplessly, Mu had to return. For several days he searched tirelessly even after the beast tide subsided, but the little toy stall from the battlefield was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, countless Dragon City residents also searched. Suruwashi and her two companions scoured the entire battlefield day and night, but they never caught even a glimpse, yet they never found the familiar little girl at the stall. Forced to give up, Li Mu sat at home, staring blankly at the small water gun in his hands. The once commanding city lord of Dragon City was now lost in thought over a water gun. Father, why are you playing with an empty water gun? Why not fill it with water? A middle-aged man approached Li Mu, puzzled. Wasn't a water gun meant to be filled with water to use? Was his father losing his mind? Li Mu's eyes lit up. Right, how could the water gun contain so little spiritual liquid? Could ordinary water work? Excited, Li Mu acted, immediately pouring in some common spiritual liquid. The liquid visibly turned yellow, though paler than before. Li Mu was astonished. The water gun could be reused. Incredible, absolutely invincible. But he noticed that each refill had its effect. After about 10 uses it would become a mere toy. Li Mu carefully stored the water gun, tempted to enshrine it on a pedestal. This will be our Li family heirloom. No one is to touch it, Li Mu declared solemnly. The middle-aged man watched his father bemused. A water gun as an heirloom? How absurd. Yet he dared not argue, nodding repeatedly. Lately his father had been acting strangely, often spacing out and muttering. Had the venom from the scorpion spider fight affected his brain? Gazing at the water gun, Li Mu's heart raced. The spiritual liquid within was enough to push him to the peak of martial king, perhaps even to martial emperor. That little girl had given him far too many surprises. Time passed quietly. Zhang Fan hadn't set up his stall for days. Father and daughter spent their time reading and playing with toys, living a peaceful life. Ding. Notice stall location refreshed. Ding. This week's stall locations: Beast Territory, White Tiger Mountain, Beast Territory, Black. The system's voice rang out again. Zhang Fan stared at the two locations in utter disbelief. Seriously, these stall locations are from the mortal realm. Who sets up a stall in Beast Territory? It's like selling goods in a zoo surrounded by animals. Would anyone even buy anything? Zhang Fan gazed at the location of his current stall, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. If he were still within a human city, even if it were in another country, he could have but now the system didn't even bother to pretend. It had directly arranged for him to set up in a zoo. How could anyone do such a thing? Besides, those animals had no money to... Initially, Zhang Fan had thought about filming a short video or posting a thread online to attract some customers for his toys. Perhaps then he could complete his task. White Tiger Mountain and Black Wind Cave. Just hearing those names made it clear they weren't good places. Daddy, are we going to set up the stall in a new place again? Tutu asked excitedly, looking at Zhang Fan. The little one didn't care at all about the stall's name. She was only interested in... Every time the stall refreshed, it felt like opening a blind box. You never knew where the system would randomly send you. It seems this time it's a Beast Territory. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. The little girl's eyes lit up at the news. She waved her small hands joyfully. A Beast Territory is great. Can Tutu find many cute little pets again? Tutu exclaimed excitedly, while Xiaohua panicked. Was her little master abandoning her? Was she falling for someone else? Was she planning to find new beast cubs? Was Xiaohua no longer cute enough? In an instant, Xiaohua felt her position was in jeopardy. The little creature quickly ran to Tutu's feet, rubbing her small head against Tutu's calf, whimpering pitifully twice. It was clear that Xiaohua was genuinely afraid of losing her place. Xiaohua, be good. Tutu won't abandon you. Besides, if we go to the Beast Territory, Tutu might sell even more toys. Tutu's small face was full of excitement. If she couldn't sell toys to martial artists, surely she could sell them to beasts. Thinking this, the little girl's confidence reignited. Zhang Fan looked at the confident little one and didn't have the heart to discourage her. He simply stood by, smiling and nodding. Setting up a stall in the Beast Territory. Xiaohua caught the key point. Her big master and little master were actually going to set up a stall in their Beast Territory. This was wonderful. Xiaohua had thought she would wander the human world with her masters forever. She never expected they would set up a stall in their own Beast Territory. Wasn't this like going home? She wondered which area her masters would visit. The Beast Territory was vast, just like the human nations. Beasts also had their own territories. Every type of beast was very resistant to other beasts or humans stepping into their domain. But if she were there, she could surely pave a smooth path for her masters. By proving her strength, her little master would definitely not abandon her. Xiaohua could also enjoy those delicious meals every day. With this thought, Xiaohua began to feel a sense of anticipation. Zhang Fan and Tutu started investigating White Tiger Mountain and Black Wind Cave. Unfortunately, information about these places was scarce across the entire network. It only said that these two areas were extremely dangerous, located in the heart of the Beast Territory. Human exploration and development of that region had barely reached 10%. Clearly, even in this world with advanced technology and human martial artists, the Beast Territory remained largely unexplored. At the same time, Zhang Fan realized that there might be even stronger beasts in the territory. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so little information. Daddy, there's not much information here. How do we get there? And Daddy, where will we sleep at night? The little girl asked 3 questions in a row, her eyes full of confusion. The system could teleport them to the designated stall area, but after the stall time ended it would send them to a safe zone, not necessarily to a city like Dragon City. So upon arriving at the stall location, Zhang Fan and Tutu would need to set up a simple shelter. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan smiled and ruffled Tutu's hair. Tutu is right, that reminds Daddy. How about Daddy takes you shopping? Zhang Fan said with a smile. Tutu hopped up and down on her little legs. Yes, let's go shopping. Tutu wants to go shopping with Daddy. The little girl waved her hands and feet excitedly. As long as she could go out and play with Zhang Fan, Tutu was always happy. Zhang Fan along with Tutu and Xiao Hua headed toward the nearest department store in Dragon City. The technological development in this world was quite advanced. Thanks to the craftsmen, there were things like house capsules. These capsules contained a complete house structure that could unfold into a temporary dwelling. These were developed and sold for martial artists. When martial artists ventured into remote areas to hunt beasts, they would buy such a house capsule for temporary rest. It was said that the house capsule was crafted by a senior craftsman, bringing considerable revenue to the open-source technology company. Zhang Fan's target this time was precisely this house capsule. Soon they arrived at the sales area. Seeing the father and daughter, the saleswoman quickly approached with a bright smile. Glancing at Xiao Hua running on the floor, she thought anyone who could keep a beast was certainly well off, so her smile grew even warmer. Sir, what style of house capsule would you like? We have a pool villa, a forest cottage, and this 2-story luxury villa. The prices are very reasonable. This one is 28,000, this one is 38,000, and this one. Also, with our open source house capsule, we offer a full set of furniture for free. The saleswoman explained with a smile. Tutu's big eyes were dazzled. So many beautiful little houses. She wanted them all. Daddy, this one is pretty. No wait, this one is pretty too. Tutu wants this pink one with the little ducklings. Tutu pointed at a 2-story villa, its walls painted with patterns of little ducks and yellow flowers. It perfectly matched Tutu's personality. Zhang Fan thought for a moment, then affectionately patted Tutu's head. Let's get this one. Full payment. He quickly swiped his card and paid. The only good thing about this world was its convenience. Whatever you needed could be bought in the mall. Of course, the prices were steep. After buying the house capsule, Zhang Fan took Tutu to eat some delicious food before finally leaving Dragon City. System, teleport us to a safe area outside the stall, Zhang Fan said softly. As he finished speaking, their figures along with Xiao Hua's vanished from the outskirts of Dragon City. In a primeval forest, 3 flashes of light. Tutu and Zhang Fan looked around in bewilderment. The system's teleportation was fine, but they still preferred to enjoy the scenery along the way. Gazing at the endless forest, Zhang Fan was even more awed by the vastness of this world. From time to time, the roars of beasts echoed through the woods. Xiao Hua's eyes scanned the surroundings. Soon she recognized the area. It was the foot of White Tiger Mountain. The 2-winged white tiger was the overlord of this territory. Even the Blood Shielan had to show respect, especially on this mountain where a 2-winged demon king resided. Its strength was terrifying. No beast dared to set foot within 100 miles of this area. Xiao Hua never expected her master to set up a stall right at the beast's doorstep. Setting up a stall by the tiger's mouth. Her master was truly bold. But thinking that she was now a beast emperor, Xiao Hua couldn't help but lift her head proudly. Xiao Hua is not the same as before White Tiger King. If you dare to come, Xiao Hua will make sure you regret it. Beholding the desolate primeval forest, Tutu bounced around in sheer delight. Dad, let's find an open space and build a house. Tutu thinks this place is wonderful too. Tutu hopped about as he spoke, the little one searching for a suitable spot to erect a dwelling. Zhang Fan smiled and nodded. The area the system had transported them to was absolutely safe, so all they needed was to find a comfortable plot within this region. Soon in a clearing within the forest, Zhang Fan and Tutu cleared away the surrounding weeds and underbrush. Zhang Fan took out the house capsule. The capsule opened and was placed in the center of the clearing. In an instant, a pink 2-story villa rose from the ground, standing uniquely picturesque amidst the desolate. The cozy pink style even caught the attention of some small forest beasts. A squirrel nibbled on a pine cone while staring curiously at the sudden human arrivals. Oh yeah, from now on this is Tutu and Dad's home. Tutu ran a full circle around the house, arms spread wide, his joy unmistakable. The villa was already furnished, kitchen, bathroom, even lounge chairs outside. The money was truly well spent. Dad, come quick. There's a lounge chair here. Let's sunbathe together. In the blink of an eye, Tutu was already lying on a lounge chair on the villa's 2nd floor, a parasol above him. Zhang Fan was thoroughly satisfied to live in such a villa amid this forest. He quickly went upstairs, and the two lay side by side basking in the sun, while Zhang Fan told the story of the little duck. Meanwhile, on White Tiger Mountain, a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open. The 2-winged white tiger twitched its nose. A flicker of doubt mingled with its fierce gaze. Had it caught the scent of a human? Was it mistaken, or was it hallucinating? It must be an illusion. This was the territory of demon beasts, a great province of beasts. No human could possibly set foot here. Even if some humans did, they could never reach this place. They would be devoured by the lesser beasts at the periphery. Moreover, as the Beast King, it was unthinkable for a human to appear beneath its very feet. The 2-winged white tiger shook its head and turned its gaze to the white figure in the cave. It gave a low roar at one of the tigresses. The tigress waddled over to the Tiger King step by step. Soon the cave echoed with the Tiger King's roars. In less than 3 minutes the commotion within the cave subsided. Have you found the tigress that ran away? The Tiger King asked the white tiger beneath him. The Tiger King ruled a territory, and within this beast tribe his word was law. It was because of this that the Tiger King also had the right to choose his own mate. Throughout the entire white tiger territory, any tigress he fancied could be brought to his chamber. But unfortunately, the two-winged white tigers had poor reproductive capabilities, especially the tigress's fertility. Typically, a two-winged white tiger cub was born only once every 3 to 5 years. Despite the Tiger King's efforts over many years, no tigress had become pregnant. Recently, he had set his sights on a stunning white tigress in the forest. She had sapphire blue eyes and the most exquisite patterns on her coat. Most importantly, that tigress had a broad, plump rear, a perfect specimen for bearing cubs. He had ordered the other white tigers to capture her, but "My king, that tigress has not been found. She seems to have concealed her aura." The white tiger beneath the Tiger King whimpered and shook its head slightly. A hint of resentment lingered in its eyes. The Tiger King was good in many ways, but words failed to describe it. Slap. The Tiger King's paw struck the white. Go find her. Within the entire beast territory, I will not allow a single white tiger to escape my control. As he spoke, several two-winged white tigers began to move. My king, recently a few two-winged white tigers plan to challenge you and establish a new reign, reported a white tiger prospect. The rule of the two-winged white tiger territory was simple: defeat the Tiger King, and you become the new king, inheriting his mates. But if you fail, the Tiger King would slay you. Some long single two-winged white tigers often took this step, attempting to challenge the Tiger King's authority. Let them come all at once, the Tiger King declared arrogantly, showing no fear of defeat. At the Tiger King's command, one white tiger after another began to mobilize on White Tiger Mountain. The two-winged white tigers soared through the sky, their bell-like eyes fixed intently on the surroundings. Their noses sniffed for the scent of other white tigers while their perception probed the conditions ahead. I really envy the king. He gets a new tigress every day, not like us year after year without even touching a single one. In the sky, two-winged white tigers flew side by side, conversing in frustration. The white wings on their backs flapped incessantly, expressing their discontent. Tell me about it. Oh, if only I had a tigress. But alas, we lack strength. If only we could defeat the Tiger King. Hey, don't say that. Have you forgotten last time when the Tiger King roared two to death? The two tigers shuddered at the memory. It was terrifying. The Tiger King was far too fearsome. They, as lesser tiger demons, shouldn't even think about it. Still, the tigress the king is after now is truly beautiful. Those patterns, that face. Exquisite. Indeed. Her fur is so white, she's the most beautiful tiger in our realm. Say, if the king finds that tigress, do you think his old mates will be cast aside? Then maybe. The two tigers' hearts raced at the thought. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a burrow, a pair of blue tiger eyes cautiously peered out from among the scattered leaves. A pure white tiger head emerged tentatively. When she saw the sky filled with white tigers searching for her, panic set in. She had no desire to be captured and become the Tiger King's breeding tool. She possessed the bloodline of the primordial white tiger and harbored thoughts far beyond those of ordinary beasts. Her gaze was resolute, with a deep, burning desire to grow. She had to grow stronger quickly so she could return in full force and consolidate her power. This time her bloodline and physique were at their peak. Those humans and beasts who had once harmed her, Lin Qingxue would make them pay 100-fold. And she would start with this Tiger King. Just as Lin Qingxue's heart burned with fury, her icy blue tiger eyes suddenly caught sight of a small pink house. A human dwelling. Lin Qingxue's pupils contracted. This was the foot of White Tiger Mountain. How could there be a human house here? How could a human be present in this place? Lin Qingxue could recognize at a glance that this was a human dwelling. The main reason was that she too was a reincarnator. This was a secret she had buried deep in her heart. However, unlike Luo Qingxue, Lin Qingxue did not become a human after her rebirth. She became a twin-winged white tiger. It was practically a catastrophic start. She had transformed from a human into a demon beast. Yet in Lin Qingshue's eyes it didn't matter, especially compared to the human martial artist she loathed to the core. She would rather become a demon beast. Only among demon beasts was there no scheming and intrigue. Only pure supremacy of force. Only the strong reigned supreme. In her past life, Lin Qingshue's cultivation had reached the martial emperor level, making her the rare female emperor who at merely 200 years old had achieved such height. It was precisely because of this that she shone so brilliantly in the human world. Unfortunately, during a war against the demon race, she was framed by humans and betrayed by even her fiancé from her past life had dug out her soul bone at her deathbed, seeking to attain enlightenment through it. Fortunately, she used a supreme treasure and secret art to reverse fate and reincarnate her soul, but she never expected to be reborn into the wrong womb, a tiger's womb. The silver lining was that this tiger's physique was excellent, and its bloodline was the supreme white tiger lineage. It was because of this that she could progress rapidly, and with her striking appearance caught the attention of the Tiger King. Unfortunately, her current strength was merely that of a lesser demon beast. If discovered, it would be the end of her. Thus, she kept hiding, desperately seeking ways to cultivate. As for why she didn't leave White Tiger Mountain, Lin Qingxue wished she could, but leaving would mean entering the territories of other demon beasts. Within this demon beast-ruled province, every region was meticulously divided. Once you set foot in another demon beast's territory, death would come far swifter than here. Yet what puzzled Lin Xianxue was why there was a human cabin here. This was White Tiger Mountain, a relatively central location within the demon beast tribe. Who would build a house here? And it was even pink. Thinking of the humans' treatment of her in her past life, a surge of rage welled up in Lin Qiangshu's heart. The dignified female emperor had been framed to death like that. She would never forgive humans again. This time she would ascend as an emperor of the demon race, leading them to conquer more territories and slay all those who had humiliated and betrayed her. With these thoughts, she quietly hid again. Flicking her large tail, she curled up in the small burrow she had dug. Her stomach let out an unseemly growl Lin Xianxue hadn't eaten for a long time. But there was no choice. To grow stronger, she had to endure hunger. The next morning, Tutu and Zhang Fan set out to set up their stall. Tutu was especially cheerful as it was her first time peddling in a demon beast tribe. This made Tutu extremely delighted. Zhang Fan just shook his head with a smile. This little one was always so lively. Tutu chose White Tiger Mountain as her stall. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, chose Blackwind Cave. The cave felt rather oppressive, and Zhang Fan always reserved the less favorable spots for himself. After all, Tutu was so vivacious, keeping her in a cave wouldn't be ideal. Go for it, Tutu. Work hard with Xiaohua. Zhang Fan cheered her on. Tutu will definitely work hard. Tutu nodded her little head with a serious expression. Today Tutu wore a red sweater and a pair of black pants. On her head was a fluffy demon beast hat with 2 brown ears that looked incredibly adorable. Oh, little master, let's work hard together. Xiaohua was also visibly excited. The one human and one beast were soon teleported by the system to the designated area. On White Tiger Mountain, several white tigers were still patrolling, evidently searching for that beautiful tigress. Tutu and Xiaohua stood before their stall gazing up at the towering White Tiger Mountain. Tutu blinked. She tilted her little head. Tutu had a brilliant idea. Xiaohua, heed my command. Tutu's tiny brows furrowed as she put on a stern face. Xiaohua immediately stiffened. Xiaohua obeys. Xiaohua held earnestly. Last time, when she sneaked out, her little master was furious, so now to secure her place in the family, Xiaohua had to give it her all. Xiaohua, go up White Tiger Mountain and drum up customers for Tutu. You're both demon beasts, so you must be able to communicate better. Today Xiaohua's mission is to bring in 3 customers. Tutu held up 3 fingers, her tiny digits looking exceptionally cute. Xiaohua's mouth fell open, her face full of innocence and exasperation. Wait. Her little master was setting up a stall, and she wanted Xiaohua to solicit customers. Xiaohua was the dignified demon emperor. How could she stoop to being a pimp? Xiaohua will not fail this mission. Xiaohua looked at Tutu before her and cast aside the dignity of the demon emperor. Soliciting it was then better than being exiled by her little master. Good, Tutu believes in you, Xiaohua. Go for it, Tutu said, cheering Xiaohua on. Xiaohua trudged off with a gloomy face, waddling on her short legs toward White Tiger Mountain. Being a blood-Shielan, she was an anomaly on White Tiger Mountain. Hostility between different demon beast races was severe. If an outsider demon beast was discovered, it would be surrounded and attacked. Going boldly into the Tiger King's den to peddle toys. Who would believe that? They'd think she was a fool. Oh, and Xiaohua, be tactful, humble, and sincere. In business, the customer comes first. Tutu called out instructions behind. Xiaohua grew even more disheartened. She had initially thought that if no one came to buy, she could rely on a bit of fisticuffs. Now with Tutu explicitly telling her to treat customers, well, she'd have to be more diplomatic. Xiaohua hung her head, pondering as she walked. Tufts of fur fell from her head in clumps. How was she supposed to sell these goods? She couldn't just say, my master's toys are the best in the world, could she? That would only make the demon kings laugh their heads off. Why, I wish I could sell goods with the big master. Xiaohua felt like crying. She had never been a salesperson. Elsewhere. Inside Blackwind Cave. After being teleported there, Zhang Fan noticed a problem. Why was everything around him so fuzzy? Reaching out his hand, he grabbed a large fly. Zhang Fan looked behind him. A black bear's head larger than his entire body appeared before him. The black bear seemed equally bewildered, staring at Zhang Fan with dazed. It clearly had no idea why a human had shown up while it was sleeping in its cave. Their eyes met, and Zhang Fan offered an awkward smile. What if I said I wanted to set up a stall in your arms? Would you believe me? Zhang Fan spoke. The black bear was even more stunned. Where's this mosquito from? Die. The black bear paid no heed to Zhang Fan's words and swatted at him. But without Zhang Fan lifting a finger, a black light flashed, and the bear's paw was severed. The system's protective mechanism had activated. The black bear grew terrified. It scrambled to the side, eyeing Zhang Fan warily. Its small eyes were filled with panic and confusion. As it stood perplexed, Zhang Fan slowly pulled out a toy and placed it before him. This meow meow glove suits you. Wanna buy one? Zhang Fan said with a smile. The black bear stared, looked at its regenerated paw, its eyes welling up, and then it fled with long strides. Zhang Fan could faintly hear sobbing cries. It seemed to be saying, Mama human took over my cave. Zhang Fan. It had gone to tattle. Meanwhile, after Xiaohua left, Tutu began wandering around. Soon she discovered a burrow covered by leaves. What's this? Tutu pushed aside the leaves with her tiny hands. Curiously, she crawled inside. When she saw a white-furred tiger, Tutu's big eyes lit up. Especially upon noticing it was a tigress, the little one blinked. Daddy said demon beast milk is the most delicious, and Tutu has never tried it. Does this big tiger have milk? Tutu tilted her head thinking. She crept closer and finally lay beneath the tiger drinking its milk. It was sweet, very nice, but there was no milk. Was Daddy lying to Tutu? Maybe demon beasts don't produce milk. No way. Tutu would try harder. Soon Lin Xianxue was awakened by a ticklish sense. When she saw the little girl performing such a shameful act beneath her, Lin Xianxue was dumbfounded. The entire tiger was beside itself. Her tiger eyes widened, and she felt as if she were dreaming. Lin Xianxue felt she must be dreaming. How could there possibly be a human here, and in the very cave she inhabited, a place that should never have been discovered? Especially a little girl. She was definitely dreaming. She tried to rub her eyes with her paw, yet the itching sensation on her body confirmed it was no dream. There really was a little girl sucking on her. Waves of embarrassment washed over her. Lin Qiangshu's tiger face flushed crimson instantly. Despicable human. How could you do such a thing in broad daylight? And to assault this emperor while she was off guard. In an instant, steam seemed to rise from Lin Qiangshu's head. Gurgur, why isn't there any milk? How strange. Tutu was sucking so earnestly. Tutu's little mouth kept puffing up, her tiny lips moving, and her small hands couldn't help but squeeze. This left Lin Qianxue utterly bewildered. She lifted Tutu up with her tiger claw. Tutu looked just as confused, her big eyes curiously fixed on the tiger head several times larger than herself. Those blue eyes were exceptionally beautiful. Hello, Sister Tiger. Tutu's face beamed with a brilliant smile. As if she hadn't the slightest clue about the enormity of what she had just done. Lin Qianxue wondered if the little girl was simply foolish. Why wasn't she afraid of her? She was a white tiger, a twin-winged white tiger. Not only was the girl unafraid, but she had also attacked her during cultivation. Earlier, when Lin Qianxue had just been reborn, she was still shy. After all, transforming from a human into a demon beast was highly uncomfortable, especially being without clothes. Feeling terribly exposed, Lin Qianxue usually hid from other demon beasts, terrified of being seen. But today not only was she seen, but a child had also suckled her beast milk. This was a human. Where did this little girl come from? Tutu scratched her head with her small hand. Sister Tiger, Tutu wants to drink beast milk, but why don't you have any? Tutu's voice came again, filled with innocence and confusion. Lin Qiangshu's face flushed bright red. Come on, she wasn't pregnant, so how could she have beast milk? Where did you come from, child? Don't slander this emperor. I am not pregnant, so where would I get beast milk? Perfect timing, I'm hungry. He'll just eat you up. Lin Qianxue bared her fangs, glaring menacingly at Tutu. She was only trying to scare the child, hoping she would be sensible and run away. She expected the child to be frightened into tears, but Tutu's big eyes held no trace of fear. So that's it. Sister Tiger isn't pregnant, so she has no beast. Tutu understands. Thank you, Sister Tiger. Saying this, Tutu took out her little notebook and wrote it down. Sometimes when a tiger is extremely angry, it really does laugh. Lin Qianxue was indeed so angry she laughed. By the way, Sister Tiger, when will you get pregnant? Tutu is waiting to drink the milk. Oh, and squeeze some for my dad too. Tutu's innocent words left Lin Qianxue completely speechless. Hoping for her to get pregnant was one thing, but wanting to drink it herself and then suggesting her father have some too. How could a human say such things? What a filial daughter. But in Lin Qiangshu's eyes, Tutu now seemed to be radiating black aura like a demon child descended upon the world. Grr. Lin Qianxue couldn't take it anymore and swatted Tutu away with her paw. Tutu was flung into the air, tumbling far away. The little one picked herself up from the ground and scampered back to the entrance of Lin Qiangshu's hidden den. Sister Tiger, when you get pregnant, you must tell Tutu. Tutu will bring you a gift, and then you must give Tutu some beast milk. Tutu said this with a completely serious expression. Go away, just get lost. Where did this shameless little girl come from? They'll say it one more time, I have no beast milk, not now, not ever. You and your father can forget about ever drinking my beast milk. Lin Qianxue almost roared. How could this human have no sense of boundaries? She was the exalted empress. How could she possibly mate with a demon beast and become pregnant? She was destined to become the Yao Emperor. This child's father, who could raise such a brazen daughter, must be a rogue, a scoundrel. She should be grateful that this emperor deigned not to kill a little girl, or else this child would have died 100 times over. So fierce. What Daddy said about a tigress is true. Tutu better leave quickly. A raging tigress is truly terrifying. Tutu shuddered and ran back to her stall, her heart still pounding. Hearing Tutu's words only made Lin Qianxue more exasperated. Who's a tigress? This emperor is not. I am the empress. Humans truly are creatures without boundaries. I will devour every last one of them. Lin Qianxue was so angry she felt her chest might burst. Her chest heaved continuously. Just thinking about that innocent child made her furious. She touched her belly with her tiger claw. Maybe she should make a grass skirt to cover her rear and navel. What if she was attacked again? The more Lin Qianxue thought about it, the more sense it made. But she was still being hunted and couldn't just go out. Moreover, her roar might have attracted the attention of other white tigers. Worried about being discovered, she regretted making such. Curled up in her earthen den, Lin Qianxue was terrified. She cultivated while staying alert, prepared to fight to the death if a white tiger found her. To her surprise, no white tiger came for her. Instead, a group of them rushed urgently towards White Tiger Mountain. Something big seemed to be happening on White Tiger Mountain. What's going on over there? Is a demon beast attacking? Great, no matter the reason, I hope it buys me time. With my bloodline, it'll advance quickly. I'm just a low-level beast now, but soon I'll become a great demon. Lin Xianxue thought to herself. With her superior bloodline and knowledge from her past life, her cultivation speed was extremely fast. Meanwhile, Tutu sat on a chair swinging her short legs. Her little mind was still on the tiger sister. What is pregnancy? Sister Tiger didn't tell Tutu. And when Sister Tiger has babies, how does she give birth? Oh, and why was Sister Tiger there? Why didn't she come out? Tutu saw so many tigers flying in the sky. Tutu's little head was filled with random thoughts and a whirlwind of question marks. On the other side, White Tiger Mountain was but Xiaohua had arrived at the summit of White Tiger Mountain. At the top, hundreds of twin-winged tiger kings were poised for battle. All the white tigers had their fangs bared forward. The Tiger King itself was bristling, staring at Xiaohua, who was no bigger than its toenail. From Xiaohua's aura, it was a Yao King not inferior to itself in presence. Perhaps its rank was even higher. Had it come to seize the territory? That made sense. Why else would it be here? The Tiger King was ready to defend its territory to the death. Its two fangs aimed at Xiaohua. It growled, muscles tensed, releasing its demonic aura. Seeing the Tiger King so tense, Xiaohua coughed awkwardly. My master sent me to tell you that she set up a stall down below selling toys. If you need any, please come and support, Xiaohua said. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Only the wind blew across the mountaintop. All the twin-winged white tigers stared wide-eyed at Xiaohua. They clearly hadn't expected a Yao King to show up for this. They were dumbfounded. Their stares made Xiaohua feel extremely awkward. It wished the ground would swallow it up. So embarrassing. Xiaohua vowed never to do sales pitches again. The Tiger King was utterly confused, frozen in place. It had prepared for an all-out battle only to find it was just a sales pitch. What was wrong with this Yao King? Who in the demon world goes to another's territory to peddle goods? Was the demon world getting this competitive now? Facing the gazes of hundreds of double-winged white tigers, Xiaohua could only tilt its head back, maintaining the demeanor of a powerful figure with great pride. Tiger King, this demon king, said it wants us to go to its master to buy some toys, spoke a white tiger beside the Tiger King. I heard that, but this demon's strength is formidable, even surpassing mine. Such a terrifying demon king has actually not come to invade our territory. The double-winged Tiger King was somewhat puzzled. Normally demons would keep their distance unless a powerful human arrived, in which case they might unite against humanity. But now this blood Chelan on one hand did not invade territory and on the other acted as a salesperson. For a moment, the double-winged Tiger King grew even more interested in the master it mentioned. Being able to subdue a demon king, that master must be at least a heaven-reaching great demon. Perhaps it is a demon emperor. I must go meet the demon emperor. The double-winged Tiger King quickly sorted things out. As a demon king, he must ensure the safety of his territory. If a demon emperor had arrived as a lower-level demon, he had no choice but to go meet them. But my king had said its master sells toys. What should we use to buy? A white tiger beside him raised the question. The double-winged Tiger King hesitated for a moment. Indeed, they were here to sell, not to give charity. It would have to be an equivalent exchange. As a demon, it had no human money. Go bring my treasured silver ring snake. After eating it, it can nourish and invigorate with special effects. That demon king will surely like it. The double-winged Tiger King quickly thought of a solution. After giving the order, a group of white tigers began to act. Xiaohua stood proudly in place. This demon king indeed has sales potential. Just look, with just a few words, the Tiger King is already eager. Wait until they see my master. That will scare them. Xiaohua was already fantasizing about the scene where it brings business to its little master and receives more delicious food. Soon a thick python was carried out by a white tiger. Take me to your master, said the double-winged Tiger King without courtesy. It strode toward Xiaohua with massive claws. Xiaohua, not weak in aura, slowly walked ahead of the double-winged white tigers. The double-winged white tigers flapped their wings and one by one took to the sky. Xiaohua also walked on the ground soon, leading a group of double-winged white tigers down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Xianxue was lying in her den, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. Her stomach growled, but she dared not go hunting. Every time she hunted, Lin Xianxue chose the dead of night when the double-winged white tigers were resting, and she would kill some demons to feed herself. But the more she cultivated, the faster her energy was consumed. Previously, killing one demon could sustain her for 2 or 3 days. Now she needed to eat within half a day. If she didn't eat, her cultivation speed would slow down significantly. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Lin Xianxue was at a loss, suddenly the sound of flapping wings came from above. She stealthily poked her tiger head out of the den. One glance and Lin Xianxue was dumbfounded. Her entire tiger body began to tremble. She actually saw the Tiger King. It was the double-winged Tiger King with the strength of a demon king. Moreover, he was the strongest in this territory. Most crucially, there was another demon king in front of him. Lin Xianxue had sharp senses. Just a sniff with her nose could gauge the strength of another demon. That small demon, despite its tiny body, exuded the chi of a genuine demon king. How can this be? How can there be 2 demon kings on White Tiger Mountain? Lin Xianxue was completely stunned. If it were just one demon king, she could hide and conceal her aura to gradually grow stronger. But with these 2 demon kings, hiding was impossible. Being discovered was only a matter of time. Moreover, she was very hungry now. What to do? Lin Qiangshu's mind raced. She had already reviewed all the knowledge from her past life. But as she was thinking, suddenly Lin Qianxue noticed that the Tiger King and the other Demon King were heading straight toward her hiding spot. In an instant, Lin Qianxue panicked. How can this be? The Tiger King usually stays in his cave. Why did he come down the mountain into my area? Has he discovered me? Lin Qianxue poked out her tiger head, her heart in her throat. Her heart was pounding fiercely. The double-winged Tiger King descended slowly with 3 or 4 white tigers. Blood Qilin, where is your so-called master? The double-winged Tiger King looked down at Xiaohua, who was only the size of his fingernail. Xiaohua raised its little head and walked with an arrogant stride. My master is right ahead. I advise you to be respectful. Xiaohua said and walked forward slowly. My king, this little one is too arrogant. This is our territory. Why don't we all attack and eat it? Perhaps your strength will also increase, a demon who disliked Xiaohua muttered quietly. The double-winged Tiger King shook his head slightly. He wasn't foolish, he was a highly intelligent being, especially as a demon king. Let's first see this demon's master. A demon capable of taming another demon king is rare. As the double-winged Tiger King spoke, suddenly his brows furrowed slightly. He smelled a strong tiger musk, the unique scent of a female tiger. He had never encountered this scent before. If he wasn't mistaken, at the foot of White Tiger Mountain, there should be another white tiger not under his control. A female tiger at that. Hurry up, Xiaohua interrupted the double-winged Tiger King's thoughts, its impatient voice sounding. Humph, daring to hurry me. The double-winged Tiger King set aside his previous thoughts and let out a dissatisfied snort. He swayed his massive body and followed. In the nearby den, Lin Qianxue was drenched in cold sweat. Her tiger tail twitched restlessly. So close. She breathed a sigh of relief and lay on the ground, not daring to move. The Tiger King was so close to her, Lin Qianxue dared not move. If discovered, the great empress would have to bear little tiger cubs. On the other side, the double-winged Tiger King was led by Xiaohua to a clearing. In the clearing, a small stall appeared before them. The double-winged Tiger King stood over 10 meters. His enormous body stood before Tutu's small stall, making the stall appear incredibly tiny. Especially Tutu. Her little frame was so small that the double-winged Tiger King almost overlooked her. Little Master Xiaohua has brought customers. Isn't Xiaohua great? Xiaohua trotted happily over to Tutu. Tutu, with her short little legs, came over to Xiaohua, picked it up, and patted its head. Xiaohua is the best. Tutu's face was full of smiles. Finally, Tutu was going to make her first sale. Tutu's big eyes curved with excitement. Meanwhile, the double-winged Tiger King and his tiger underlings were dumbfounded. How could there be a human at the foot of White Tiger Mountain? And such a tiny one at that. A human child. What was going on? A human child had become the master of this demon king. Was he crazy? Looking at Tutu's toy stall, the Tiger King and his minions were momentarily stunned. The double-winged Tiger King looked back at his territory, White Tiger Mountain. Wasn't this his own home? How could a human be setting up a stall at his doorstep? In the distance, Lin Qianxue's tiger eyes stealthily watched this scene. When she saw the stall of the human little girl from this morning, Lin Qianxue was also stunned. She suspected that even now she might still be dreaming. Tutu trotted briskly to the stall, hopping joyfully. A radiant smile instantly blossomed on her tiny face. Uncle Tiger, Tutu has lots of fun spirit beasts. Although many toys haven't been put on the shelves yet, Tutu promises they're all incredibly fun. Uncle Tiger, would you like to buy some? Tutu can recommend some for you. Waving her little hands, her voice childish yet crisp rang out, jolting the slightly dazed winged Tiger King. The winged Tiger King felt deceived. He had assumed the master of this blood Qilin would be a formidable spirit beast, at least a beast king no weaker than himself. But when he saw the human, the winged Tiger King felt as if the sky had collapsed. It was actually a human child. This was nothing short of a disgrace to the spirit beast realm. This blood Qilin was unworthy of being a spirit beast. Their spirit beast tribe had no need for such a creature. Controlled by a human turned into a pet, yet still a murderous intent flickered in the winged Tiger King's eyes. What toys? Blood Qilin, is this so-called master of yours? A human child? Blood Qilin, you've shamed all spirit beasts. We spirit beasts are irreconcilable with humans. And you willingly become a human's servant. What a humiliation. As the winged Tiger King spoke, his eyes bulged like bronze bells. Xiaohua snorted upon hearing this. Winged Tiger King, you don't know a damn thing. My great master is omnipotent, a human powerhouse, and a role model for us spirit beasts. My little master is innocent and kind-hearted. Buying my master's goods is a blessing you've earned from past lives, understand. The blood Qilin was not one to tolerate the Tiger King's arrogance. Words tumbled from its mouth. You, the Tiger King, never having faced such a barrage, trembled with rage. Disgrace. A disgrace to us spirit beasts. I will tell every spirit beast that the blood Qilin clan has betrayed us. And now you and your master. Get out of my territory, or don't blame me for being rude. The winged Tiger King had issued an eviction order. Spirit beasts inherently despised humans, as human warriors often entered their territory to slay them. Seeing a beast king kept as a human pet was unbearable for the proud Tiger King. Not striking Tutu down on the spot was already merciful. Tutu scratched her little head. She had just spoken, so why was Uncle Tiger so furious? She only came to sell toys. Seeing Tutu upset, Xiaohua quickly stepped forward. Winged Tiger King, I warn you one more time. Don't raise your voice at my little master. As Xiaohua spoke, its body began to grow. In an instant, a vast majestic aura emanated. Not a peak beast king, a beast emperor. This blood Qilin had actually evolved to the beast emperor level. Instantly the winged white tiger and its subordinates all trembled. A beast emperor, a being unseen for millennia in the spirit beast world. And now it was tamed by a human. The winged white tiger retained its pride. Even if you're a beast emperor, the tiger king will not be tamed by a human. Spirit beasts must have backbone. The tiger king glanced at Tutu on the ground. Don't say I'm rude to you. I'll allow your master to set up a stall on White Tiger Mountain, and this silver ring snake is my gift to you. Consider it a greeting gift to the beast emperor. As for buying human goods, I'm not as degraded as you. The winged tiger king flicked its tail haughtily. It disdained any dealings with humans and looked down upon spirit beasts tamed by them. To be tamed was a disgrace to the spirit, an object of ridicule for all spirit beasts. My king, this blood Qilin has no backbone. A beast emperor, yet raised by a human. Right, is this even a spirit beast? A beast emperor rare in a millennium, and this is what it's come to. Son, when will our spirit beast race rise again? We must trust our tiger king. He will lead us to restore our spirit beast pride. The white tiger underlings murmured. The winged white tiger raised its head proudly. It would never become a human slave. Watching its arrogant demeanor, Xiao Hua shook its head slightly. These spirit beasts were too shallow. What did they know? Could spirit beast dignity fill their bellies? Could it enhance cultivation? They were grown beasts. They needed not face, but real strength. Lin Xianxue, watching from afar, was stunned. How could that little girl have a beast emperor? Even in her past life at her peak, she would have been cautious facing a beast emperor. But here a beast emperor appeared so casually, becoming the little girl's pet. No wonder the girl dared to attack her. So she had a backing. Yet why was she setting up a stall here? Lin Xianxue still couldn't understand. Had humans evolved to this extent? Just as Lin Xianxue puzzled, a fierce aura locked onto her. Not good. Her heart jolted. While watching, she had forgotten to conceal her scent and fur. This aura surely meant the Tiger King had detected her. Panicking, Lin Xianxue tried to flee. My king, what have you found? A subordinate asked as in the Tiger King's eyes countless plants turned transparent. Soon a magnificent white tiger with pristine fur appeared before him. My lady, my future lady, I've finally found you. The winged Tiger King's virility surged. The fangs at the corners of his mouth trembled with excitement. He had finally found this tigress. Her physique, her fur, her beautiful face. She was the dream tiger of his heart. Overjoyed, he forgot everything and charged forward. Lin Qiangshu's strength was low. Facing a beast king, she was no match. A crushing pressure bore down. Lin Xianxue closed her eyes, her heart filled with fear and dread. In both her past and present lives, she had always maintained pure thoughts. Was she about to lose everything because of a tiger? Bitterness filled her heart. She knew escape was futile. She had even prepared for the worst, death rather than let the Tiger King have his way. Her eyes grew resolute. But at that moment a childish voice rang out. Bad tiger, don't you dare bully the pretty white tiger sister. The source of the voice, a little girl stomping furiously toward them, small feet, as if trying to spark fire. On her hand was a white cute paw glove, the meow glove. I the king do as I please. A human has no say in this, the winged Tiger King said, utterly unyielding. With a claw he reached for Lin Xianxue. Pretty little white tiger, come back to my cave and be my tiger queen. Drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. But the next second a cute cat paw glove landed on the winged Tiger King's head. A terrifying murderous aura seeped from his crown downward. In an instant the Tiger King's eyes cleared. Under the touch of Tutu's meow meow gloves, the eyes of the twin-winged Tiger King grew increasingly clear. The murderous aura caused the Tiger King's body to tremble, and it was an overwhelming, heaven-piercing, killing intent. It felt as if the moment he moved those cat-like paws would crush his head. Simultaneously, under the formidable threat of the meow meow gloves, the Tiger King could only obediently lower the tiger claw that was clutching Lin Xianxue. Tiger King, what's wrong with you? Beside him several white tigers stared in shock. They couldn't fathom why the once ferocious Tiger King now behaved as docile as a well-behaved cub. The Tiger King gazed fearfully at the little girl perched atop his head. Human child, what is that thing in your hands that makes me feel an instinctive dread? Oi. The twin-winged Tiger King looked with terror at the meow meow gloves on Tutu's hands. Within those gloves there was not only killing intent, but also a sensation of bloodline. It was like a cat smelling tiger urine, a fear that emanated from the very soul. Tutu waved the meow meow gloves on her hands. Tutu doesn't know either, but Tutu doesn't want Uncle Tiger to bully Sister White Tiger. Tutu still wants to drink Sister White Tiger's beast milk. Tutu heard a story from Daddy about a child who grew up drinking beast milk and eventually became a strong warrior. Tutu won't let you take away Tutu's Sister White Tiger, Tutu said with a proud pout, her small hand continuously patting the head of the twin-winged white tiger. With each pat from Tutu, the twin-winged white tiger's body trembled, sinking a little deeper into the ground. By now the twin-winged white tiger's eyes were completely clear. This was no ordinary human child. This was a human child wielding an unparalleled weapon. Moreover, those claws were clearly extraordinary, likely plundered from a mighty demon beast with an extremely powerful bloodline. Perhaps it had slain that great demon, taken its hands, and crafted them into such gloves. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. No wonder the demon emperor became this child's pet. Only those unafraid of death would dare to resist. But how could a human child possess such power? How could she possibly plunder the hands of a great demon? And there was no trace of human aura around this little girl. She was alone. The more the Tiger King pondered, the more suspicious it seemed. If it's just a pair of claws, why should I be afraid? These claws are merely bloodline suppression. They probably can't harm me much, right? After all, I am a demon king. The twin-winged Tiger King mused inwardly, his once clear eyes turning fierce once more. This little girl was trampling on his dignity as the Tiger King. Even with bloodline suppression, he could surely rise above it. He couldn't let the other white tigers look down on him, could he? With that thought, the twin-winged Tiger King forcibly suppressed his fear and murder. His tiger body shuddered, and he let out a fierce roar. Human, do you truly believe I fear you? Don't think I'm afraid just because of suppression. The twin-winged Tiger King finally lost his temper. Child, run quickly. Lin Qianxue shouted urgently. She was deeply moved that this little girl had stood up for her. But she didn't want to see Tutu killed by the Tiger King. Tutu, however, showed no fear. Humph, bad tiger, since you don't like Tutu's persuasion, Tutu also knows a little bit of martial arts. With that, Tutu bounced on the Tiger King's head, ready for battle. The Tiger King's underlings were utterly bewildered. Was that supposed to be persuasion? What a novel method. Persuading with killing intent and bloodline suppression. However, the few tigers shook their heads. This little girl couldn't have much strength, but best, she was a minor warrior, relying on a pair of gloves to defeat the Tiger King. Master, should Little Flower help? Little Flower has long been annoyed by these beasts. Little Flower yelped. Tutu simply waved her hand. Tutu wants to personally teach this bad tiger who bullies Sister White Tiger a lesson. Little Flower said, hands on her hips. The twin-winged white tiger suddenly rose, trying to shake Tutu off his head. But Tutu slapped the twin-winged white tiger's head. The Tiger King felt a heavy force on his skull, as if a powerful demon king had slapped him across the face. His body flew backward. What kind of power is this? The Tiger King was utterly stunned. He was a demon king, yet he couldn't even fight back. It felt as if something was pressing down on him, sealing his cultivation. He felt completely drained of strength. It must have been the system's protective mechanism. Seeing the meow meow attack coming again, the Tiger King was dumbfounded. So when she said she knew a little martial arts, she really meant it. It wasn't a joke. Meow meow meow. Tutu's small paws rained down on the Tiger King's head without any pattern. Before long, the Tiger King's head was swollen. Yet Tutu showed no sign of stopping. Seeing this, Little Flower couldn't help but swallow hard. The young master was terrifying when angry. Little Flower decided to be more obedient from now on. Lin Qianxue too was stunned. Was this even human? Why had she never seen such an ultra-aggressive human in her past life? A single slap sent the Tiger King flying. This was nothing short of superhuman. The once fierce gaze in the Tiger King's eyes became clear again. His body also shrank significantly under Tutu's blows. Soon the Tiger King, originally over 10 meters long, shrank to a 1-meter cub. His adorable appearance made Tutu withdraw her small hands. By then Tutu was already sitting on the Tiger King's back. The 1-meter-long Tiger King ridden by Tutu had a swollen head that looked larger than his body. His big eyes were now even clearer. Even his voice had become childish. Oh no, how did this human child turn the Tiger King into a grandson? Don't say that. He's even smaller than a grandson. So cute, when did our Tiger King ever look this adorable? A few subordinates stared curiously. The child's strength was too great. They dared not intervene and could only watch from behind. Seeing the dazed Tiger King, Tutu finally let go and removed the meow meow gloves. Uncle Tiger, are you not angry anymore? Do you still want to hit Tutu? Daddy said this world should be filled with love. Uncle Tiger, look at you. You always try to take Sister White Tiger away. That's not right. Tutu stood before the White Tiger King, hands on her hips, chattering endlessly. The Tiger King had been thoroughly beaten and realized he had no ability to fight back against Tutu. His cultivation was directly suppressed. Now he could only obediently listen to Tutu's lecture. This king admits his mistake. The Tiger King lay on the ground, wagging his black and white tail. Good, that's better. Tutu stood on tiptoe and patted the Tiger King's small head. All right, since you've admitted your mistake, you can leave now. Remember to spread the word and get more beasts to buy Tutu's toys. As Tutu spoke, the Tiger King didn't hesitate for a moment. He scampered away in a flash. This human child was a demon. The Tiger King didn't dare stay a second longer. He had completely forgotten Little Flower's earlier words. Lin Qianxue watched the entire scene with a dazed expression. What was with this little girl? How had she beaten such a fierce Tiger King into a cub form? Was that even right? Especially the foolish look on the Tiger King's face as he left. Who could tell he was a mighty Tiger King? Ta! Unable to contain herself, Lin Qianxue burst out laughing. The distant Tiger King's childish voice echoed back. Damn it, this king will return. The Tiger King felt this was the most humiliating day of his life. This human child was utterly terrifying. Especially that meow meow glove in her hand. It was too frightening. Wait, did that human child just say that glove was for sale? Suddenly the Tiger King's eyes widened. His body stiffened and his steps slowed. He seemed to have missed out on something wonderful. My king, what's wrong? Beside him, seeing the Tiger King halt once more, his underlings widened their eyes in confusion, gazing at him inquisitively. What was wrong with their king today? Not only could he not defeat a mere human child, but after being reduced to a weakened state, he was now acting paranoid. No, this isn't right. If those meow meow gloves were truly crafted from the claws of some great demon, then they must contain that demon's bloodline. If I could acquire those meow meow gloves, wouldn't that mean I could inherit the great demon's bloodline? The Tiger King pondered, growing more alarmed with each thought. That was the bloodline of a great demon. Who wouldn't desire it? The stronger a demon beast, the nobler its bloodline. A lowly bloodline was simply insufficient to support a beast's cultivation. Moreover, bloodline was paramount within the demon beast clans. He absolutely had to obtain those meow meow gloves. At any cost. Huh, my king, why have you turned back again? Seeing their king retreat, the tigers around him were all utterly bewildered. Little master, if that fellow comes again, Xiaohua can crush him with one paw. No need for your intervention. Xiaohua raised its head haughtily. Xiaohua is such a good kitty. Tutu stood on tiptoe and patted Zaihua's head. Thank heavens I'm safe. Beside them, Lin Xianxue let out a long sigh of relief. At least she wouldn't be dragged back to become a forced bride. Her gaze fell upon the little girl before her, who was smaller than her own paw. A flicker of doubt arose in her heart. In her past life, she had never encountered a child with such formidable power. Who was she? Why was there no memory of such a powerful being in her mind? And who was the father the little girl spoke of? Lin Xianxue could sense waves of pure bloodline power emanating from those meow meow gloves. Was she planning to sell something like this? Lin Qiangshu's tiger eyes were filled with confusion. Sister Tiger, that mean Uncle Tiger has been chased away by Tutu. Don't worry anymore, Sister Tiger. Tutu looked at Lin Xianxue, a brilliant smile spreading across her small face. Lin Xianxue harbored a deep hatred for humans given the betrayals of her past life that made her unwilling to trust them again. Yet now, gazing at Tutu's innocent face and eyes as clear as a spring, Lin Xianxue unexpectedly felt a protective impulse arise within her. But just as that thought emerged, Tutu's voice rang out again. Sister Tiger is safe now. So Sister Tiger, are you going to have babies? When will you give birth to little tiger cubs? Tutu wants to drink some beast milk. Tutu's childish voice echoed. Lin Xianxue was speechless, dark lines forming on her forehead. She retracted her previous thought. This little one helped her just so she could drink her beast milk. Lin Xianxue had never felt so exasperated. Your name is Tutu, isn't it? Lin Xianxue spoke, having caught the name from their earlier conversation. Sister Tiger is so clever. Tutu nodded her little head like a pecking chick. Lin Qiangshu's mouth twitched. How had she become the one treated like a child? So Tutu, are those meow meow gloves on your stall for sale? Lin Xianxue looked at Tutu with eager anticipation. She wanted those meow meow gloves. She wanted them desperately. Lin Xianxue could sense that if she obtained those gloves, she would undoubtedly advance further. Perhaps with the power of the gloves, she could even defend herself. Maybe she could defeat the Tiger King and become the new master of— Yes, sister. Do you want to buy Tutu's meow meow gloves? Hearing that Sister Tiger wanted to buy them, Tutu's eyes instantly lit up. Wonderful. Tutu was finally going to make her first sale. Tutu would make the first sale this week, even before Daddy did. Excitement surged in Tutu's heart, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Lin Xianxue expectantly. Can she really buy them? Joy also welled up in Lin Qiangshu's heart. Though she wondered why this little girl would sell something so precious, Lin Xianxue couldn't afford to dwell on it now. She strode over to Tutu's small stall. So Tutu, how can I buy these meow meow gloves? Anticipation filled her heart. Tutu looked at the meow meow gloves. The gloves were a toy specifically designed for demon beasts. The system had already informed her of this when she unlocked the toy. Thus, purchasing the meow meow gloves didn't necessarily require human currency. They could also be bought with the currency used among demon beasts. For instance, 10 strength demon beast corpses, beasts comparable to human martial masters or martial lords. Or alternatively, 100 high-level demon cores, which could only be harvested from strength beasts. All things considered, it wasn't a bad deal for the beasts. In the demon beast domain, strength beasts were everywhere. Any random beast king had slain countless strength beasts, so these 100 demon cores were well within reach. It cost 100 high-level demon cores, or 10 strength demon beast corpses. Tutu extended her small hand. She looked at Lin Xianxue with hopeful eyes. In Tutu's eyes, the white tiger sister before her seemed so pure and holy. So beautiful. It would be even better if she bought Tutu's toy. Upon hearing Tutu's words, Lin Xianxue was stunned. Wait, that much? She was barely scraping by, still trembling in her den not long ago. She hadn't dared to hunt a single beast. And now the meow meow gloves required 10 great demon corpses or 100 demon cores. For a beast king or any talented beast with a decent bloodline, this price was easily affordable. In fact, it was a pittance, less than 1% of the glove's true value. But the problem was Lin Xianxue didn't have them. She had not a single demon core, not a single corpse. How could she possibly buy them? Just as Lin Xianxue was frozen in awkwardness, a tiger's roar echoed through the air. The winged Tiger King had actually turned back again. Stop making a fool of yourself here. You don't even have 10 beast corpses and you want to buy the meow meow gloves. Let me handle this. I am willing to offer 200 beast corpses and 1,000 demon cores. Please sell these gloves to me. The Tiger King approached with an air of arrogance. Upon seeing Tutu, an unfamiliar smile crept onto his tiger face. Those large fangs sent a shiver down one's spine. Lin Qiangshu's face darkened. This Tiger King was nothing like a proper beast. Once she grew stronger, she would surely trample him under her paw. All the beasts turned their gaze to Tutu. If Tutu sold the Meow Meow gloves to the Tiger King, he would undoubtedly become more powerful. He might even expand his territory further. For Lin Qianxue, growing stronger would become much harder. The Tiger King's eyes gleamed with confidence. As a merchant, Tutu had no reason to refuse his offer. Tutu looked at the big Uncle Tiger who had returned. His condescending gaze made her very unhappy. Uncle Tiger, Tutu is not selling these Meow Meow gloves to you. Tutu pouted, turned her head away, and refused to look at the tiger. Her tsundere attitude left the Tiger King stunned. His eyes widened. Was there really a merchant who refused to sell? The Tiger King was dumbfounded. Suddenly a glint flashed in his eyes. The next moment his body began to shrink. He transformed into a size as small as Xiaohua. The Tiger King gritted his teeth and stomped his paw. For the sake of power, then a scene that left everyone astounded unfolded. The Tiger King actually lay down on the ground and started rolling around. The underling tigers were utterly flabbergasted. Was this really their king? For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Not only the demon beasts, but even Tutu widened her eyes in astonishment. Was this still the Tiger King she knew? How could he be rolling around and throwing a tantrum? Xiaohua wore a look of utter contempt. Wasn't there supposed to be a demon beast's dignity? Weren't they not supposed to fraternize with humans? Look at yourself, what are you doing now? Tiger King, you are the Tiger King. Is a pair of Meow Meow gloves worth this? Xiaohua stuck out her tongue in disdain. The Tiger King was now completely immersed in his own world, utterly indifferent to the gazes of the surrounding demon beasts. Even the tiger subordinates he had brought were left dumb. The Tiger King kept rolling on the ground, muttering incessantly, "Sell them to me, please sell them to me. This king truly wants these Meow Meow gloves. Human cub, this king apologizes to you. As long as you sell these gloves to me, I will agree to anything you ask." The Tiger King's howls were pitiful. Tutu watched the adorably clueless Tiger King rolling on the ground, and her little face flushed with delight. What child could resist such a temptation from the Tiger King? Lin Qianxue, however, was at a loss. If someone refused to sell, why would he throw a tantrum? Was this still the fierce Tiger King from moments ago? Tutu was truly exasperated by the Tiger King's antics. Looking at the cute milk-fed Tiger King who was as small as Xiaohua, she could only roll her eyes in exasperation. Fine, Tutu will sell them to you. But you must promise Tutu that you won't lay a claw on Sister Tiger anymore. Sister Tiger is Tutu's reserved beast girl. Tutu pointed at Lin Qianxue beside her. Lin Qianxue's tiger head was filled with question marks. What did beast girl mean? She was a female emperor destined to become the Yao emperor. How shameful to be called a beast girl. Fine, this king agrees. Hurry up and sell the Meow Meow gloves to me. This king truly begs you. The Tiger King was incredibly humble. To become stronger, to obtain a better demon beast bloodline, to defeat the other demon kings, this king will do anything. My king, didn't you just say that being entangled with humans is a disgrace? One of his subordinates finally couldn't bear to watch. This was a complete loss of a demon king's dignity. What do you know? Get the hell out of here. The Tiger King let out a furious roar, and his subordinates scurried away in an instant, clearly terrified. Human cub, this king was just scolding them. They don't know any better. I hope they didn't scare you. The Tiger King forced a smile onto his face. All right, Tutu will reluctantly sell them to you. Cough up the payment. Tutu extended her tiny hand. Her little face was beaming with joy. She had successfully tamed the Tiger King and made a sale. This was absolutely wonderful. If Tutu could make a few more sales, she would surpass her father and become the top seller of the week. Then she would surely earn her father's praise. Tutu daydreamed blissfully. The Tiger King was incredibly fast at retrieving items. Soon he produced demon beast carcasses and demon cores. Tutu only wants what she deserves. Tutu doesn't want anything extra. Tutu pointed at the demon beast carcasses on the ground, speaking with a serious expression. The Tiger King hadn't expected a human to be so unavaricious. This earned Tutu a newfound respect from both the Tiger King and Lin Qianxue. Lin Qianxue's eye. Tutu was not only well-behaved and sensible, but also had strong principles. What kind of father could raise such a child? Would he be reasonable and have his own insights? Were there really such formidable humans? Why hadn't she encountered any before? However, when she saw Tutu actually sell the Meow Meow gloves to the Tiger King Lin Qianxue, if that were the case, wouldn't it become even harder for her to grow stronger? With the Tiger King gaining such an advantage, how could she ever develop? It was all her fault for being penniless. Lin Qianxue gritted her teeth, determined to go hunting immediately, so she could at least afford to buy some of Tutu's toys. Ding, congratulations on successfully selling the toy Meow Meow gloves. Congratulations on receiving the reward, White Tiger Chariot. Congratulations on unlocking a new toy, the Fierce Tiger King model. Ding, congratulations on your first sale of a Demon Beast toy. Reward Vitality 300. The system notifications chimed continuously. Zhang Fan, who was at Blackwind Cave, also had his eyes light up. He hadn't expected Tutu to make a sale so quickly. It was only the first day. How had she managed it? Zhang Fan looked at the 3 black bears standing before him and twitched his mouth. Why was it so difficult for him to sell toys here? With that thought, Zhang Fan smiled at the 3 black bears in a friendly manner. But the black bears stared at him with murderous intent, as if they wanted to devour him alive. Zhang Fan rubbed his cheek and turned his attention to Tutu's situation. There Tutu stood beside a cute little tiger, while on the other side stood a tigress. The scene looked incredibly warm and friendly. Wait, something felt off. Why was his own situation so grim? Zhang Fan even wondered if these black bears were the ones who had stolen the Kasaya back in the day. Oh well, at least Tutu made a sale. That's not bad. Zhang Fan thought to himself, occasionally glancing over at Tutu's situation. Over at Tutu's stall, the Tiger King, having obtained the Meow Meow gloves, eagerly put them. He waved them around casually, but felt nothing special. Strange was this king overthinking it. No, I clearly felt the danger and suppression earlier. It must be real. This king needs to go back and study this properly. With a roar, the Tiger King charged toward White Tiger Mountain. He intended to research how to use the Meow Meow gloves. Seeing the Tiger King leave, Tutu pouted. That Tiger King was so rude. He didn't even say goodbye before running off. Tutu, I need to go too. I have to hunt demon beasts. Lin Xinxue spoke urgently. She had to hunt enough demon beasts quickly to buy some toys from Tutu. She had noticed that Tutu still had more Meow Meow gloves, so they probably weren't the only pair. Lin Xinxue planned to save up and try to buy a pair as well. At least for now, the Tiger King wouldn't easily attack her, making her a bit safer. Goodbye, Sister Tiger. Tutu waved at Lin Xinxue. Today had been a great day. She had sold her first toy and unlocked a new one. This was fantastic. Tutu took out the newly unlocked toy. It was a brown tiger toy with black stripes. The tiger had a pair of orange wings on its back and a cannon behind it. It looked extremely fierce, especially its fangs, which exuded the authority of a jungle overlord. This was the newly unlocked toy, the Fierce Tiger King model. Tutu placed the model in the most conspicuous spot on her stall, hoping some demon beast would come to buy it. Seeing that Tutu's area had quieted down, Zhang Fan turned his attention back to the black bears beside him. Free customers, would you like to buy some toys? I highly recommend these Meow Meow gloves. Zhang Fan pointed at the Meow Meow gloves on his stall. Two of the black bears stared at him with wide eyes. Their son had just come to complain that their home had been broken into and a merchant had set up a stall inside the Black Wind Cave. The two bears had rushed back in a panic. Sure enough, they saw a young man selling toys. But before they could even speak, the man started pitching his wares to them. Meow Meow gloves. Did the three bears look like fools? Just as they were about to lose their temper, another black bear rushed into the cave. My king, according to reports from the demon beasts below our Black Wind Cave, the Tiger King of White Tiger Mountain has acquired a supreme treasure. What it is remains unknown. The black bear spoke hastily. Suddenly the atmosphere in the cave became strange. The Black Wind Bear King's expression darkened. The twin-winged Tiger King had always been his mortal enemy. Now that the Tiger King had obtained a supreme treasure, wouldn't he, the Black Wind Bear, be in trouble? In an instant, the Black Wind Bear King grew frantic. What was this supreme treasure the twin-winged Tiger King had acquired? What were its abilities? Where had he gotten it? One mystery after another plagued him, and the Black Wind Bear King even forgot about Zhang Fan's presence. Seeing the Black Wind Bear King's grim expression, Zhang Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, the Bear King realized there was still an outsider. His gaze fixed on Zhang Fan. To suddenly appear in his cave and easily injure his cub, this man's cultivation was undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, he could meet his eyes without flinching. The Black Wind Bear King's look toward Zhang Fan grew wary. With the Winged Tiger King in its enhancement period, he wished to avoid further. If wounded, the Winged Tiger King would seize the opportunity. Human ill, overlook the injury to my cub. I forgive you. Now leave my cave immediately. The leading black bear fixed his eyes on Zhang Fan. The bear's enormous bulk nearly filled the entire cave. Its black fur seemed like a dark mist in the gloom, only a pair of black-red eyes discernible. Faced with the bear's words, Zhang Fan hesitated. He had not sold any goods and was reluctant to leave. Tutu had already made a sale, and as a father, Zhang Fan did not want to lag behind. I'm sorry, but this is my stall location. I haven't finished my shift yet, so I can't leave just now. Perhaps you could buy a pair of gloves. I guarantee an unexpected Zhang Fan smiled as he stepped in front of the stall. What toys? Father, this man hurt me. Let's just crush him. The cub bear said fiercely, still nursing the pain from the paw Zhang Fan had severed. What's the hurry? Is this the time to act rashly? Our black wind bears have been at odds with the winged white tigers for millennia. The tigers are our hereditary enemies. That Tiger King is shrewd, and now it has obtained a mysterious treasure. We don't know this human's background. If he is truly powerful, and we suffer losses at this moment, what will we do when the winged Tiger King attacks? The leading Bear King was not foolish. Whether for the continuation of his race or to defend against a surprise attack by the winged Tiger King, they could not act rashly against Zhang. Moreover, Zhang Fan's strength was unfathomable. Standing calmly in the Black Wind Cave, he surely had a profound background. Whether the Bear King could even defeat him. Scolded by the bear, the cub fell silent, hanging its head and glaring at Zhang Fan discontentedly, its bare ears drooping low. If Tutu were there, she might have patted its head. The Black Wind Bear King turned his gaze to Zhang Fan's stall. There were few beast toys to begin with, and only a single Meow Meow glove was displayed. Zhang Fan had not yet had time to set out the ferocious Tiger King model toy. Now the Bear King just wanted to get rid of him quickly. How much for this glove? And after you sell it, please leave my home. The Bear King's tone softened slightly, mainly because he didn't want a confrontation now. Zhang Fan smiled, surprised that the Black Wind Bear was quite intelligent. This Meow Meow glove costs 100 demon cores, or 10 Shrank Beast carcasses. What? Dad, that's too much. And Shrank Beast is at least a minor lord. Our Black Wind Bears aren't as aggressive as the winged white tigers. Isn't that a bit steep for a human toy glove? The cub bear exclaimed. The black wind bear king, however, was unconcerned. Though the price sounded high, it was trivial to him. Final bite. Now please leave my home. The bear king nodded, and a black bear brought forth the payment. Beasts often hunted lower-level demons. Eating them accelerated cultivation and enhanced blood vitality, so beast kings usually stockpiled carcasses. Ding, congratulations on successfully selling the Meow Meow glove. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the reward Strength 500. The system notification came. This reward was not as high as the first sale. However, Zhang Fan noticed an unachieved achievement in the Meow Meow glove sales column. Sell 5 Meow Meow gloves to unlock the reward Golden Meow Meow glove. Having sold 2 gloves now, he only needed 3 more to unlock the new achievement. Anticipation stirred in his heart, for he had yet to fully enjoy the rewards from selling items. Meeting the bear's expectant gaze, Zhang Fan scratched his head and reluctantly packed up. The bear wouldn't buy another glove soon, so staying was pointless. Better to leave and return after they had explored the glove's use. Back in his forest cabin, Zhang Fan began investigating the system, eager to study the function of the Golden Meow Meow glove. Meanwhile, Tutu, after making her first sale, sat for a while longer. Seeing no more beasts coming, the little one packed up and started to close her stall. Little Flower, let's go. We'll set out again tomorrow. Tutu smiled, patted Little Flower's head, and the 2 figures vanished from the spot. After Tutu left on White Tiger Mountain, the winged Tiger King wore a white Meow Meow glove on each claw, perfectly fitted. My king, what use is that glove? I heard from the lesser demons that you crawled and rolled before a human cub today. Lost the king's dignity. Beside him, a tigress swayed as she approached, the king's lawful wife who managed his other consorts. Crawling and rolling. I merely appeared for the sake of opportunity. You know nothing. The Tiger King waved its tiny claws. Then what use is that glove? You're not planning to defeat other territory beasts with it, are you? The tigress rolled her eyes. This is a top-tier divine artifact. Just wait. Tomorrow I'll go to the Blackwind Cave and tear those stinking bears apart. I'll overthrow the Blackwind Cave, then conquer the other tribes. I will be the sole king of the beast tribes. The winged Tiger King dreamed, waving its claws, yet it could not replicate the sensation Tutu had with the Meow Meow glove. Perhaps I haven't unlocked the specific use of this glove? While the Tiger King pondered back in the Blackwind Cave, the bears discussed countermeasures against the winged Tiger King, all the while eyeing the toy glove. The black glove was inconspicuous in the darkness. Father, isn't this just a toy? What's so special about it? Weren't we going to talk about dealing with the winged white tiger? The cub bear peered at the glove, finding nothing remarkable. Exactly why did we buy this? That human injured our son, why not just fight him? The mother bear shook her head, feeling the bear king had regressed. Fight. After we resolve the Tiger King problem, then we'll deal with that human. First, let's discuss the Tiger King situation. If he truly obtained a treasure, our Blackwind Cave will be the first to suffer. As he spoke, the Bear King unknowingly slipped the glove onto his massive paw. In an instant, the glove molded to fit. Within moments, the Blackwind Bear King felt his paw tighten, and a strange bloodline power began surging through his paw. The Blackwind Bear King's eyes widened. What power was this that even he felt fear? His own bloodline boiled. This was no mere toy. He felt his strength multiply several times over, as if a single palm strike could crush the winged Tiger King. A surge of confidence washed over him. A treasure. This was an absolute treasure. All the black bears stared at their king in confusion. What had come over him? But the Bear King's heart sank. Had he just driven away that human? A being who could offer such a treasure willing to help him, and he had driven him away. How foolish. Would that human bear a grudge and turn to help the Tiger King? Regret flooded the Blackwind Bear King. Father King, why is your complexion so grim? Great King, what has befallen you? Seeing the Black Bear King's already dark face twist into an even stranger expression, the other black bears inquired with concern. The Black Bear King was now consumed by regret. His claws continuously struck the ground, yet the Meow Meow gloves kept transmitting power into him. They were even refining his bloodline. Originally, the Black Wind Bear's bloodline held but a trace of the devouring Heaven Bear's essence, yet now through the purification of the Meow Meow gloves, the Black Bear King could sense his bloodline growing stronger. And these gloves were half sold, half given to him by that human. At this thought, the Black Bear King's heart grew anxious. How could he find that human again? He had to thank him in person. This bloodline enhancement was an irresistible temptation for any demon beast. Which beast did not yearn for purer blood to draw closer to their ancient ancestors? Just like the legendary devouring heaven serpent, which went to any length to obtain a dragon scale, hoping to transform into a true dragon and alter its own bloodline. Yet in the end, it never realized its wish. Without true dragon blood, even obtaining a supreme treasure could not change reality. To this day, no beast had ever succeeded. Many had become lost, or even perished on the path of seeking bloodline evolution. And now he had actually encountered such a one who could strengthen the mere sliver of bloodline within him by dozens of times. That person is definitely not human. After a long silence, the Black Bear King finally uttered these words. For a moment, the gazes of concern around him turned into confusion. What was wrong with their king? Wasn't that stall owner just a human? He had the aura of a human, even the features. What else could he be? Father King, have you grown senile? Little Black Shoe blinked his small eyes, his furry paw reaching out to touch his father's head. He thought his father must have a fever. Why was he speaking nonsense? Scram. That man is definitely not human. Do you know what he just sold us? The Black Bear King's tone was exceptionally serious. Isn't it just a toy? A glove toy made by humans. I saw one when I sneaked down the mountain last time and passed a human stall. What? You sneaked down the mountain? The mother bear's rage flared instantly. Realizing he had let it slip, the little black bear quickly scurried away to hide. No, this is no ordinary toy glove. This glove can actually enhance the bloodline strength of us black wind bears. I can feel my bloodline drawing closer to that of our ancestors. The Bear King's voice was deep and earnest. Great King, you mean the devouring heaven bear? But how is that possible? Though our black wind bears share a thread of connection with the devouring heaven bear, bloodline purification is unheard of. A subordinate black bear spoke up, his eyes full of doubt. He had never heard of a glove capable of such a feat. That is why I say this person is extraordinary. To allow us demon beasts to trace our origin bloodline, he must be a demon beast in human skin. He could very well be a great demon, perhaps even a demon emperor. The Black Wind Bear King spoke again. What? A demon emperor? Demon emperors haven't been seen for tens of thousands of years. How is that possible? A black bear exclaimed in shock. Who else but a demon emperor could create something so beneficial to us beasts? He is not only a demon emperor, but also a craftsman for our kind. This is the supreme treasure he has bestowed upon us. I understand. I understand it all now. The Black Bear King's eyes grew more fervent with each word. He looked as if he had been entrusted with a special mission. Great King, what do you understand? Father King, are these gloves truly that miraculous? Several black bears gathered around staring at the Bear King. I understand now. This is a sign. My acquisition of this supreme treasure means I am destined to dominate this realm of demon beasts, to achieve a grand and to rule over this territory of beasts in his stead. The Black Bear King was brimming with ambition, the gloves on his claws gleaming brilliantly as he waved them. Seeing the Bear King's exuberant demeanor, a blazing fire ignited in the hearts of all the black bears, to bring glory to their ancestors and make the Black Wind Bear clan even mightier. Who wouldn't be thrilled by that? But Great King, it is said the twin-winged white tiger has also obtained some supreme treasure. A black bear quickly spoke up. What paltry treasure? Before these gloves and my devouring heaven bear bloodline, any treasure is futile. All black bears hear my command. I order you to assemble. I will launch an attack on the twin-winged white tiger at dawn tomorrow. The twin-winged white tiger has oppressed us for too long. Now I have no restraints. With this treasure, we black wind bears will become the rulers of this forest. As the Bear King spoke, all the black bears began to execute his orders. Within the Black Wind Cave, countless bears bustled about in activity. More bears gossiped among themselves, wondering what supreme treasure their king had obtained that emboldened him to challenge the Tiger King. Our king must have lost his mind challenging the twin-winged white tiger to a duel. Exactly. That Tiger King is a fearsome demon lord, and it said he also acquired some treasure. But our king seems to have gotten one too. They say he activated the devouring heaven bear bloodline. I wonder if it's true. I remember a battle between our clans a decade ago. That twin-winged white tiger could fly, putting us black wind bears at a disadvantage. This time we'll have our revenge. Inside the Black Wind Cave, many bears chattered. They were all curious about what treasure their king had obtained to dare face the Tiger King directly. Word of this soon reached the Tiger King's lair. The Tiger King was in his den, studying the meow meow gloves. Soon a white tiger relayed the news about the Black Wind. I haven't even sought them out yet, and now those black bears come knocking on my door courting death. Once my supreme treasure is revealed, those black wind bears will be doomed. The twin-winged white tiger snorted coldly, dismissing the black wind bears with utter contempt. Now that the Tiger King possessed the miraculous gloves combined with his absolute strength, he had already tacitly claimed all the surrounding mountains as his territory. As for the black wind bears, in his eyes they were nothing but ants easily crushed underfoot. The proud Tiger King lifted his head. But I heard the Bear King also obtained some kind of treasure. The white tiger subordinate spoke again. No matter what treasure it is, it cannot compare to what I hold. With this alone I can rule the entire demon beast realm. The Tiger King raised his white gloves, his eyes blazing with fervor. Excitement, exhilaration, and longing were written all over his face. Seeing the Tiger King's confidence, the white tiger said no more, though curiosity gnawed at him. What was that thing on the Tiger King's paws? Was it truly that formidable? Could it really allow him to rule all demon beasts? Wasn't it just a toy glove? By the way, at dawn tomorrow, we twin-winged white tigers will officially declare war on the Black Wind Bears. I will make the Black Wind Bear the first to taste my might. After the twin-winged white tiger spoke, the White Tiger Mountain erupted into activity as the tigers mobilized. Zhang Fan and Tutu, of course, had no idea that the items they sold had triggered a war between two demon lords. At this moment, Zhang Fan was standing outside the villa. In the yard, Tutu was dressed in a black leather jacket and black jeans. On her feet were a pair of leather shoes. A pair of black sunglasses adorned her face, giving her a dashing and spirited appearance. Beneath Tutu was a miniature white motorcycle. The motorcycle was pristine white with a mechanical white tiger head. Tutu sat atop it, looking incredibly cool. Clearly this was the system's reward, the white tiger chariot. What do you think, Daddy? Am I cool? Tutu sat on the bike, flashing a peace sign in front of her little face. Just as the two were having a blast, Zhang Fan sensed something amiss. Why had the demon beasts around White Tiger Mountain grown so agitated? Several beasts had already passed by his doorstep. Was something about to happen? Dad, what's wrong with these little animals? Tutu sat atop her small motorcycle, removing her black sunglasses to reveal her clear bright eyes. She gazed curiously at the beasts coming and going. Maybe it's the hunting season, Zhang Fan speculated. After all beasts also hunt, he guessed they might be planning a collective hunt. Is that so? By the way, Dad, Tutu encountered something very interesting today, she said, hopping off the White Tiger war chariot. She trotted over to Zhang Fan. What interesting thing? Zhang Fan picked Tutu up, looking at her with curiosity. Father and daughter sat on a recliner. Zhang Fan, listening to Tutu recount the day's story. When he heard she wanted to drink beast milk, his face darkened. What child goes to a tiger's den to drink beast milk? Tutu was bolder than any tiger. And a bit rude. Tutu, don't do that again, okay? When you see Sister Tiger again, you must apologize to her, Zhang Fan said softly. Oh, so Tutu trespassed into Sister Tiger's home. But her home was way too small. But Tutu understands now. Next time I see Sister Tiger, I'll apologize. Tutu's eyes widened with realization as she looked earnestly at Zhang Fan. She spoke obediently. Tutu was a good child who could admit her mistakes. Zhang Fan ruffled her hair, then picked up a comb to brush it. Today's theme for Tutu was a cool motorcycle vibe. So Zhang Fan planned to give her a stylish little look. Her hair couldn't be neglected. By the way, Dad, when can Tutu drink beast milk? Didn't you say drinking milk makes you stronger? Tutu sat docilely in Zhang Fan's arms, asking curiously. Dad will figure something out. He'll make sure Tutu gets the best beast milk to drink, Zhang Fan said with a smile. But Dad, Tutu only wants to drink Sister Tiger's milk, Tutu said innocently. Zhang Fan was speechless. Sister Tiger wasn't even pregnant. How could she drink her milk? Was there a way to make Sister Tiger pregnant quickly? While Zhang Fan and Tutu chatted in another part of the forest, a white figure darted through the dense woods. If one looked closely, the white figure wore a small skirt made of leaves on its rear. It was quite anthropomorphic. This white figure was Lin Xianxue. She was hunting. Beneath her feet lay the corpse of an enshranked beast. After killing it, Lin Xianxue sneezed several times in a row. She felt someone was gossiping about her. Casually, she touched her rear, safe and sound. Glancing back, she shook her head. She was just an ordinary little tiger. How could anyone be talking about her? Recently, the twin-winged white tiger had obtained a precious treasure. She guessed it would attack the black wind bear. Seizing this window was her best chance to grow stronger, the perfect opportunity. Lin Xianxue didn't intend to let this rare chance slip by, so she kept hunting beasts relentlessly. Since leaving Tutu's stall, she had already slain 3. Relying on her combat experience from a past life and her formidable bloodline constitution, Lin Xianxue often managed to defeat foes above her level. A little more effort, and I can buy a meow meow glove. But I wonder if he'll see that stall again tomorrow. Will I see that little girl again? Lin Xianxue mused as she killed a brown-furred beast with a single slap. After killing it, she devoured the beast core, leaving the corpse behind. Since the stall accepted beast corpses as payment, she didn't eat them. Just as Lin Xianxue was in the heat of battle, a series of roars echoed from afar. Simultaneously, commotion arose from the Black Wind Cave hundreds of miles away. What's happening? Did the Black Wind Bear get wind of something? Or is the twin-winged Tiger King really planning to attack it? Lin Xianxue pondered. She had guessed the Tiger King would make a move, but not so soon. And the Black Wind Bear's intelligence network was surprisingly swift. The battle between these two beast kings would throw the entire area into chaos. She had to grow stronger quickly to at least survive their clash. With that thought, Lin Xianxue fought even harder. Time passed swiftly. By late night, she had finally gathered a decent stock of beast corpses. To be safe, she even hunted a few extra beasts. All to buy toys from Tutu's stall. Passing by Tutu's home, Lin Xianxue glanced inside. It was a pink little villa, strikingly visible even in the darkness. Should she tell the little girl that the two beast kings were about to clash? Lin Xianxue hesitated, then finally headed toward the villa. As she approached, Xiaohua leaped out. Little tiger, what do you want? This is my master's territory, Xiaohua growled, glaring fiercely at the tigress. Her eyes were full of vigilance. A tigress trying to approach the master at night. Xiaohua the guard beast would not tolerate it. You misunderstand. I just wanted to tell your master something. The White Tiger King has obtained a treasure and might attack nearby beasts. It could affect your master. With that, Lin Xianxue turned and left. Her den wasn't far from Zhang Fan's villa. Hearing her words, Xiaohua's eyes flickered. Oh, she hadn't expected this. I'd better tell the master, Xiaohua thought, trotting back into the villa on her short legs. Inside, Zhang Fan and Tutu were asleep. Xiaohua didn't disturb them. The next morning, before she could relay the news, Zhang Fan already knew. At dawn, the white tigers on White Tiger Mountain swarmed out. The sky was filled with flying white tigers. At the lead, the twin-winged Tiger King charged fiercely in one direction, clearly spoiling for a fight. Dad, they look like they're going to fight. Let's go watch the excitement. Tutu's eyes lit up at the sight. Animals fighting. That had to be fun. Xiaohua scratched her head. She hadn't even spoken yet, and the beasts were already so impatient. Zhang Fan nodded. This was a rare opportunity. He wanted to see the true difference in strength between beasts and human warriors. At that moment, on a vast open ground outside White Tiger Mountain in the Black Wind Cave. This was the area where local beasts fought, choosing to battle outside their territories to avoid home invasions. The two beast kings arrived at the area tacitly. Both the twin-winged white tiger and the black bear king were followed by thousands of top-tier beasts. These beasts would be elites in any human city's beast zone. Yet here in this forest they were commonplace. Black bear king, you're quite bold to attack me, the twin-winged white tiger. The tiger king snorted, glaring coldly at the bear. Aren't you the same? Plotting against my black-wind cave. Do you think I'm a pushover? The two beast kings spoke, both brimming with fierce confidence. The black bear king believed that with the meow meow glove, a supreme treasure, he could utterly crush the white tiger king. Meanwhile, the white tiger king thought he was the only one with the glove and could dominate the black bear king. They looked at each other, as if envisioning the other's crushing defeat. A faint smirk curled on both their lips. In the distance, Zhang Fan and Tutu had arrived, watching from afar. Tutu blinked her big eyes, wondering which beast king would. Daddy, which of these two animals do you think will win? Tutu tugged at Zhang Fan's collar with her little hand. She gazed curiously at the two demon kings about to fight before them. Zhang Fan looked at the two demon kings and shook his head slightly. Both demon kings were evenly matched, making it truly difficult to determine a victor. Who does Tutu favor more? Zhang Fan asked with a smile. Tutu tilted her head. Tutu doesn't know either. But Tutu feels that peace is most important. Everyone being safe and sound is the best. As Tutu spoke, Zhang Fan's face was filled with gratification, truly his daughter. At this moment, not far away, Lin Xinxue was also secretly watching. She too wanted to see the strength of the two demon kings and the combat power of the tiger king after obtaining the supreme treasure. Suddenly Lin Xinxue spotted a familiar. It was a little girl, but now a human man stood by her side. Lin Xinxue could not sense the man's aura, yet being able to stand before Tutu likely meant he was her mysterious father. So young. Looking at Zhang Fan's back, Lin Xinxue felt a shock in her heart. To be able to create the meow meow gloves and raise such an outstanding daughter, yet be so young himself. Why had she never heard of such a powerful figure in her past life? Strange, too strange. Tiger King, today is your day of death. The black bear's roar shattered Lin Qiangshu's thoughts. Her gaze swiftly shifted to the battlefield. The black bear king let out a roar, its massive and bulky body swinging a paw toward the twin-winged white tiger. Bear king, crush him. Behind him, a group of black bears cheered in encouragement. The twin-winged tiger king refused to be outdone, opening its mouth to reveal a pair of fangs as a tiger's roar erupted from its throat. The tiger's roar shook the mountains and forests, shattering all trees within hundreds of meters. Yet the black bear stood unmoved. Its paw struck directly forward. If this strike landed on the tiger king, the latter would surely die. Just as the paw was about to descend, a pair of white wings sprouted from the tiger king's back seemingly from nowhere. With a flap of its wings, in an instant the tiger king teleported behind the black bear. Such speed! The surrounding black bears exclaimed in shock. Even Zhang Fan furrowed his brow slightly. After all, the white tiger king's body was tens of meters long. For such a massive frame to teleport, just how much enhancement did that pair of wings provide? The white tiger king's wings have reached the third tier. A third-tier pair of wings, ordinary demon kings, are no match. The black bear king is so slow, it's likely to suffer. In the distance, Lin Xinxue kept watching the battle. She shook her head slightly, but her eyes were full of envy. As a twin-winged white tiger herself, Lin Xinxue hadn't even cultivated wings. Not because her level was too low, rather Lin Xinxue had yet to find her own wings. A sense of pride swelled within Lin Qiangshu's heart. If she was to cultivate, she wanted to lay the best foundation. For a twin-winged white tiger to go further, it required not only bloodline, but most crucially its wings. The wings could provide the white tiger with nearly a 200% boost. The twin-winged tiger king's wings had reached the third tier, making it difficult even for mid-stage demon kings to catch its shadow. Sure enough, just as Lin Xinxue had thought, in an instant countless claw marks appeared on the black bear king's body. Bright red lines emerged, all traces of the white tiger king's attacks. Yet the black bear king was no pushover. After all, it was a demon king. The black bear king's skin defense was formidable. The white tiger king's attacks were almost like a scratch. Though leaving marks, they couldn't budge the black bear king an inch. If this is all you've got, I, Black Wind Bear, will reluctantly take your white tiger mountain. Let me tell you one more thing. I've found a backer, and a senior bestowed upon me a supreme In the future, I will be the one to rule over all the demon race. The black bear king spoke with great confidence. It paid no heed to the wounds on its body. In its view, these wounds were utterly insignificant. What? The bear king also got a supreme treasure. Around them, a group of white tigers was stunned. They only knew there was a riot on the bear king's side, but hadn't expected the bear king to have a supreme treasure too. This news was known only to the Tiger King and its high-ranking members. Ordinary white tigers were unaware. For a moment, chaos erupted among the white tiger group. I only heard our Tiger King got a supreme treasure. How does this Black Wind Bear have one too? Impossible. Even if it does, the treasure can't be much stronger than our Tiger Kings. True, the senior the Black Bear King met can't be as powerful as the one our Tiger King encountered. The surrounding white tigers buzzed with discussion, but a hint of worry crept into their eyes. Seeing this, the twin-winged Tiger King attacked, even more fiercely. Its voice rang out. Do you really think you're the only one with a supreme treasure? I too met a master who bestowed a supreme treasure upon me. You don't think you're all that, do you? The Tiger King said coldly. Yet its aura was in no way inferior to the Bear King's. Facing the White Tiger King's mockery, the Black Bear King remained completely unfazed. It was certain that its own supreme treasure was absolutely formidable. The Tiger King wasn't worth a single hair of its own. Now the Tiger King was just bluffing. The Tiger King also has a supreme treasure. The little black bears in the Black Bear clan also started chattering. They had come tagging along only because they heard the Bear King had obtained a supreme treasure. But who would have thought the Tiger King also had a treasure? How had these two demon kings acquired so many supreme treasures in such a short time? Could it be that some old man handing out treasures had appeared in this forest? Has any expert come to our forest recently? Not sure. Why are treasures popping up so frequently? Aren't you curious what this supreme treasure actually is? A treasure the Bear King values so much must be extraordinary. The group of black bears began murmuring among themselves. They even lost interest in the battle between the two. Hearing the conversation between the two demon kings, Lin Xianxue was dumbfounded. Wait, another supreme treasure. No, wasn't Tutu only selling goods at White Tiger Mountain? How did the Black Bear King get a supreme treasure? Suddenly Lin Xianxue looked at the young man beside Tutu. Could it be him? In an instant Lin Xianxue understood. Tutu sold goods at White Tiger Mountain and her father was likely at Blackwind Cave. That way it made sense that both demon kings could have supreme treasures. But what was the Black Bear King's supreme treasure? And why did it have the courage to be so confident before the White Tiger King? Could it have obtained something even stronger than the White Tiger? Lin Xianxue dared not think further. What could be more powerful than the Meow Meow gloves? How heaven-defying would that be? As she pondered, the two demon kings had clearly grown impatient. Without boosting their strength, neither could overpower the other. The Black Bear King's defense was formidable, while the White Tiger King was swift. Thus neither side could do anything to the other. The only way to break the deadlock now was their respective supreme treasures. Very well, White Tiger King, let me show you what a true supreme treasure is. The Black Bear King roared loudly. The White Tiger King assumed a fighting stance, unwilling to back down. Black Bear King, do you really think your supreme treasure is so impressive? My supreme treasure is absolutely rare in this world. As the White Tiger King spoke, a crowd of demon beasts stared intently at the two demon kings. All were eager to see what supreme treasures the two kings would unveil. They exchanged glances and raised their paws almost simultaneously. Meow Meow gloves. X2 inch. In an instant a pair of gloves appeared on the claws of both. For a moment the entire scene fell silent. The two demon kings stared at each other. Gazing at the Meow Meow gloves on each other's paws, their eyes went wide in shock. How can you possess such a supreme treasure? The two demon kings spoke almost simultaneously, staring at each other with eyes wide and filled with disbelief. Such treasures were rare to encounter, let alone two sets. Moreover, the White Tiger King had bought his from a little girl. Could it be that she had sold one to someone else as well? The Black Bear King stood dumbfounded, frozen in place. He had thought he was the only one with this treasure. How did the White Tiger King have one too? The two demon kings glanced at the gloves on their paws, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Am I seeing things? Do our Tiger King and Bear King share the same treasure? Not sharing, but both obtained the same treasure. How are they supposed to fight now? But this doesn't make sense. How can there be two such treasures? The White Tiger King must have stolen our Bear King's treasure. Our Bear King's gloves are the real ones. The lesser demons below murmured among themselves. Both demon kings were bewildered. They stared at each other, realizing they had fought for nothing. Was it all just a farce? What should they do now? To fight or not to fight? Just as the two demon kings were at a loss, a peddling voice suddenly echoed from the nearby White Tiger Mountain. Come take a look. Fresh toys here. You won't lose out. Meow Meow gloves for only 10 grade beast corpses. Yes. Daddy's toys are so fun, come buy them. The continuous cries of peddling filled the air. The tense atmosphere of the impending Demon King battle suddenly shifted into something peculiar. How can there be a human setting up a stall here? What is that human saying? Selling toys. Meow Meow gloves. Are those the ones on the Demon King's paws? Impossible. Those gloves are supreme treasures. How could a human possess such a relic of our demon race? They must be imitation toys. Indeed, those two flies are just causing trouble. Send a few lesser demons to chase them away. What's going on? Why aren't the Demon Kings attacking anymore? By the time all the demon beasts realized that their demon kings seemed to have lost all intention of fighting each other. Instead, they were fixated on the source of the sound. The Bear King's eyes lit up. Wasn't that the mysterious boss who had appeared in his Blackwind Cave yesterday? If he could offer such a treasure, there must be other wonders at his stall. If he could acquire even better treasures, the Winged Tiger King would be his for the taking. The Winged Tiger King also shuddered. That little girl's voice was so familiar. Wasn't it the child from yesterday? In an instant, the two demon kings had no desire to continue their battle. They exchanged glances, both seeing urgency in each other's eyes. I can't let more people know about this stall owner's prowess, or these lesser demons will flock to buy, and how will I grow stronger? The Bear King thought to himself, and the two demon kings shared a knowing look. Bear King, wait for me. I have a stomachache. I think I'm having diarrhea. No, I'm pregnant. Let's fight another. The Winged Tiger King clutched his belly, which bloated and rolled on the ground, as if he were truly pregnant. Tiger King, aren't you a male white tiger? How can you be pregnant? A white tiger looked on with confusion. Could males also get pregnant and have stomachaches? You don't understand a thing. I'm hermaphroditic. I've hidden it for years, but now I've been discovered. The White Tiger King blushed with embarrassment. The surrounding white tigers and other demon beasts were stunned. Could the Winged Tiger King really be this twisted? All winged white tigers retreat. As the Tiger King spoke, the white tigers exchanged bewildered looks, still dazed as they departed, shaken by the revelation. I never knew the Tiger King was hermaphroditic. No wonder he's pregnant. Are we going to have a Tiger King cub soon? A few less intelligent white tigers whispered among themselves. Just when they thought the Tiger King's excuse was absurd enough, the Black Wind Bear King plopped down on the ground, forcing out 2 tears. Oh no, there's trouble at home. My son seems to have died. I must go back immediately. All Black Wind Bears return to the Black Wind Cave. I'll join you shortly. The Black Wind Bear King commanded. Father, I'm right here. I'm not dead. A little black bear popped his head out. How could his father curse him like that? The Bear King glared at him. I meant your second brother. Your second brother has died. I have a second brother. The little black bear was baffled, his mind buzzing. Wasn't he the sole heir? When did a second brother appear? Had his father secretly fathered another cub? He had to go tell his mother. Hearing the Bear King's words, the Black Wind Bears erupted in uproar. Does the Bear King have an illegitimate child? I don't know. How come I've never heard of this? In an instant, the Black Wind Bears were bewildered. Why had their king suddenly revealed such personal matters? Soon both sides of demon beasts left the scene, heading back to their territories. They had to bring this shocking news back to their clans. After all the lesser beasts had departed, the 2 demon kings glared at each other. Wait until I buy a stronger item, then you're dead. The Winged Tiger King spoke and dashed toward Zhang Fan's location. The Black Wind Bear King also sprinted forward. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan and Tutu stood at the foot of White Tiger Mountain. When Zhang Fan saw both demon kings produce meow meow gloves, he sensed something was off. So he immediately set up his stall. How could he miss this golden opportunity? As expected, after Zhang Fan called out a few times, a white-furred tiger almost instantly approached the stall. It's Sister White Tiger. Little Tutu jumped up excitedly, pointing at Lin Xinxue with a smile on her face. Tutu hadn't sold goods with Daddy in a long time. Zhang Fan looked at the approaching white tiger, a robust creature with a thick, powerful tail and large, fierce paws. Yet to Zhang Fan's surprise, the white tiger wore a small apron over its rear, covering it. This was the first time he had seen a tiger in a skirt. Truly a high-intelligence beast. It even knows modesty. Zhang Fan mused, a smile on his face. Welcome, esteemed customer. What would you like to buy? Our stall may have few toys, but they are more than enough. If you want my recommendation, this is our newest item, the Mighty Tiger King model toy. Zhang Fan pointed at the mecha toy model before him. This was a new item from the system, unlocked just yesterday. If he could sell it, the system's reward would be substantial. Looking at the toy model, it depicted a brown tiger, its body resembling a stitched-together mecha. On its back were orange wings, and it even carried a machine gun cannon. The fierce fangs added an extra layer of ferocity and dominance. Lin Xinxue had seen the power of the meow meow gloves, but this mecha model was something new. She wondered what abilities it possessed. To be safe, buying the meow meow gloves would be the best choice. Their power had already been proven. Both demon kings regarded them as supreme treasures. Yet that very fact made Lin Xinxue hesitate. With 2 pairs already in existence, acquiring another would yield, it might even invite plunder from the 2 demon kings. Thus, purchasing the Mighty Tiger King model seemed the better option. But the key issue was that she had no idea what the model, even as a former empress in her past life, she couldn't discern the model's true function, nor could she fathom the stall owner's intentions. As Lin Xinxue hesitated, a clamor arose in the distance. Along with it came the voices of the 2 demon kings. The Winged Tiger King is hermaphroditic. The Black Bear King's son is dead. Hearing these shocking tidings, Lin Xinxue paused, then quickly understood. The demon kings must have discovered Zhang Fan's stall and were trying to drive away the other beasts to monopolize this opportunity. Realizing this, Lin Xinxue stared anxiously at the toy stall. It seemed she would have to take a gamble. Seeing that the 2 great demon kings were about to arrive, Lin Xinxue dared not hesitate any longer. She feared that if she hesitated further, she would end up buying nothing at all. Having finally encountered this shopkeeper again, Lin Xinxue had no intention of letting this opportunity slip. Shopkeeper, I want this fierce Tiger King model. Lin Xinxue pointed at the fierce Tiger King model before her. The giant tiger paw even swayed in front of the stall. Her large eyes were filled with longing and yearning. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan thought, isn't this a business opportunity? This fierce Tiger King toy model costs 15 strayed beast corpses or 150 strayed beast cores. How would you like to pay? A smile appeared in Zhang Fan's eyes. Little Tuzi also looked at Sister Tiger with a full smile. Unexpectedly, Sister Tiger had also come to buy something. How wonderful. Tuzi had even already wrapped up the fierce Tiger King model, just waiting to hand it to Lin Xinxue. Upon hearing the price, Lin Xinxue was momentarily stunned, but also relieved. Last night, in order to secure the purchase of the toy, she had hunted several extra strayed beast corpses. After buying the meow meow gloves, she could still keep a few corpses to use during the winter. But now the fierce Tiger King model she wanted would drain her savings all at once. However, Lin Xinxue had no regrets. She quickly rushed to her den and dragged out all 15 corpses. Her speed was astonishing. As if afraid that the 2 demon kings would come and snatch it away. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully selling the toy, the fierce Tiger King model. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward Quantum Helmet. Quantum helmet, when worn, it allows the user to see the cultivation level and techniques of others. Emphasis. Riding a motorcycle without a helmet is illegal. The system's voice rang out continuously. Zhang Fan gave an awkward smile. This system was quite user-friendly. But wearing a helmet while riding is only right. Stop right there, this king commands. Just as Lin Qianxue took the toy, the twin-winged Tiger King and the Black Bear King had already charged forward. They were but one step away from snatching the newest toy from Lin Qianxue's hands. Looking at the item in Lin Qianxue's hand, the two demon kings exchanged a glance. Is this a new toy? Is it a mecha model? The twin-winged Tiger King looked at the model in confusion, then glanced at Zhang Fan with equal confusion. This young man was the first time he had seen such a person. A trace of vigilance also appeared in his eyes. After all, Tuzi had already left an indelible impression on his demon life, let alone this father of Tuzi. He must be extraordinary. Boss, is this a new toy? The Black Bear King also looked at Zhang Fan excitedly. Suddenly he thought of something. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. The twin-winged Tiger King's eyes widened. Bro, do you really have to go this far just to buy a toy? This makes me look so foolish. Seeing this, the twin-winged Tiger King, without a moment's hesitation, also prostrated himself. Lin Qianxue, witnessing this, quietly planned to slip away. She had already bought her item, though she needed to escape as quickly as possible. I'm sorry, senior, I didn't mean to drive you away. Please give me a chance. Could you come to my Black Wind Cave as a guest? My clan, the Black Wind Bears, will definitely treat you as an... Even if you take a fancy to that female bear, I will definitely bring her to you. The Black Bear King's tone was sincere, and his eyes were filled with guilt and apology. After learning of the power of the Meow Meow gloves, the Black Bear King had been worried that Zhang Fan would be angry or take back such a precious treasure. He hadn't slept well. Now seeing Zhang Fan, his first thought was to quickly beg for forgiveness. Zhang Fan looked at the previously fierce Black Bear King, now transformed into this state, with some surprise in his eyes, but he just smiled and waved his hand. He had no interest in any female black bear. Zhang Fan's sexual orientation was perfectly normal. Such a thing was simply too absurd. The White Tiger King listened to the Black Bear King's words completely dumbfounded. To drive such an expert out of your home, this Black Bear King has really regressed as he lives. But since that was the case, why had he himself knelt? The White Tiger King quickly stood up, assuming the demeanor of a demon king. Tuzi, is there a new toy? This Tiger King wants to buy one too. The twin-winged Tiger King's demeanor instantly collapsed, and he looked at Tuzi with a fawning expression. Tuzi nodded his little head and pointed seriously at the fierce Tiger King model on the stall. There is indeed a new toy, but it just sold out. The fierce Tiger King toy model is limited to one per week. Once it's sold, it's gone. Tuzi didn't conceal anything and stated directly. Hearing Tuzi's words, the twin-winged Tiger King's eyes widened. Just now he had witnessed that beautiful white tiger Lin Qianxue taking away the model. That was a new toy. No, he had to find an opportunity to get it back from her. The Meow Meow gloves were already so powerful. The twin-winged Tiger King had no intention of letting go of this model. The Black Bear King also rolled his eyes, plotting to get the model. By the way, do you still have those gloves? The Tiger King thought of something and asked again. Yes, there are still Meow Meow gloves. This week's limited sale is 3 pairs. There is one last pair. Tuzi held up one little finger and said. Hearing this, the two demon kings could no longer hold back. Senior, no doubt I want one. The Black Bear King instantly prostrated himself at Zhang Fan's feet. His enormous body was like a small mountain, and the scene was utterly ridiculous. Tuzi, I'm a cute little tiger. Please sell it to me. The twin-winged white tiger shrunk down and lay at Tuzi's feet, rubbing his head against Tuzi's little toes. Look, isn't that our Tiger King? What is he doing? Damn, he seems to be currying favor with humans. Confirmed, the Tiger King really is hermaphroditic. This behavior is only done by tigresses in heat. The twin-winged Tiger King was stunned. Is that the Black Bear King? Why is he like this too? In an instant, the situation here attracted the attention of many demon beasts. One by one, gazes turned. When they saw the two great demon kings groveling before two humans, countless demon beasts were instantly dumbfounded. Is this still the demon king ruling a territory? How did it come to this? Isn't this too bizarre? What demon king? Before my master, they are all just minor demons. On the side, Xiao Hua spoke proudly. Senior, what's wrong with our Tiger King? I remember our demon king wasn't like this. He has been trained by my master. Xiao Hua chuckled. For disgrace. This is simply a disgrace to our demon race, being trained like this by a human. Some demon beasts couldn't bear to watch and shouted loudly. However, it didn't affect the actions of the two demon kings at all. Instead, they became even more. Tuzi and Zhang Fan were at a loss as to what to do. If they sold, the other demon king would be unhappy. What if they got a bad review? Zhang Fan would not allow a single negative review in his shop. We're closing up now. We'll set up again tomorrow. Whoever comes first gets to buy first. With that, Zhang Fan pulled Tuzi and folded up the stall on the spot, leaving only the two demon kings grappling with each other. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest, several figures were. I heard that the twin-winged white tiger and black wind bear clans are in a civil war. Let's take the opportunity to see if we can get our hands on some cubs. Twin-winged white tiger cubs or black wind bear cubs? One of the figures whispered. They had rushed over as soon as they received the news. Twin-winged white tigers and black wind bears were both precious demon beasts. If raised, they could become mounts. Therefore, many nobles or high-level martial artist families would need such cubs to nurture. If they could capture one, they would be set for life and could even gain promotion and wealth. Greed flickered in the eyes of several people. Soon their gazes locked onto a white figure running in the distance. "Boss, look, is that beast a twin-winged white tiger?" As a white figure flashed by, a shadowy figure exclaimed excitedly. The others also caught sight of the figure. Wasn't it indeed a twin-winged white tiger? A white body, a massive head, and mighty tiger claws. Yet this white tiger appeared to have no wings. No, if this is a twin-winged white tiger, why does it lack wings? By all accounts, a twin-winged white tiger should grow its wings upon reaching 1 year of age. Only those with wings are true twin-winged white tigers. Moreover, the higher the wing grade, the greater its future potential. It is said that the twin-winged tiger king possesses third-tier wings. The leader spoke. "Jiro, this white tiger has no wings. That might not be a twin-winged white tiger, right? But if not, why would it appear outside the twin-winged tiger's territory?" Another man remarked. Upon closer inspection, these men were all clad in black tight suits, each wielding a long blade. Their figures were somewhat short. "Regardless, we can't leave empty-handed. The two great demon kings remain still. Let's capture this white tiger first. If the two demon kings clash, we might seize one amidst the chaos. If not, we'll take this white tiger back. It will fetch a decent price," Jiro said, waving his hand. The figures vanished from their spot in a flash. They were all martial venerable experts taking risks in the chaos to capture rare beasts. If not, some other uncommon creatures would suffice. At that moment, Lin Qianxue was fleeing. Having obtained the fierce Tiger King model, she naturally drew the attention of the two demon kings. Lin Qianxue refused to succumb, so she chose to escape at once. She sought a safe zone to hide, intending to figure out the model's purpose and bolster her strength first. Once strong enough and acquainted with the model's function, she would return. She would then defeat the twin-winged Tiger King, claim a territory, expand rapidly, and become the empress of the demon race, leading the demons to conquer humanity and avenge her past life. But now Lin Qianxue sensed a faint aura of danger. Her brows furrowed slightly. She discreetly tucked the fierce Tiger King mecha model into her ear. The fierce Tiger King model was actually quite small, merely the size of Tutu's palm. Yet Lin Qianxue's body spanned several meters. Concealing the model in her ear seemed unobtrusive. Soon after, 4 or 5 figures descended. The men encircled Lin Qianxue. They gazed at her as if she were a rare treasure. Since her rebirth, Lin Qianxue had remained in White Tiger Mountain, seldom leaving. Yet to her surprise, as soon as she planned to flee, these humans surrounded her. Their intentions seemed far from friendly. "This shouldn't be. This is demon territory. Aren't these humans afraid of death?" Lin Qianxue wondered, her eyes filled with vigilance. "Boss, it's a female white tiger, no wings. Probably not a twin-winged white tiger. Regardless of whether it's a twin-winged white tiger, a tigress is still valuable. We can breed her with other beasts and profit from the offspring." "Makes sense. What are we waiting for?" The men's eyes burned with greed. Their curved blades gleamed with chilling light. Lin Qianxue overheard their conversation. Rage blazed in her eyes. In her past life, she was betrayed by someone with that very accent. That accent belonged to only one nation, the Dwarf Kingdom. The Dwarf Kingdom, the sole country on this planet whose citizens were universally short in stature. Consequently, people from other nations, regardless of gender, rarely married Dwarf Kingdom natives, as few of them could practice martial arts. Coupled with their poor talent, they were spurned by other nations. They maintained their population mostly through intermarriage among close kin. Moreover, the people of this nation were treacherous. In her past life, when battling aberrations, Lin Qianxue, as empress, naturally led the charge, only to be ambushed by these very individuals. She was ensnared by those aberrations and gravely wounded, then betrayed by her own fiancé. All of this deepened Lin Qianxue's hatred for humanity. Now these scoundrels had returned. How could Lin Qianxue let them off? Her eyes turned crimson. Look, the tigress is enraged. As she's just a cornered beast. Hurry and capture her before other beasts catch our scent. If those beasts discover us, we're doomed. The men sprang into action. As martial venerable experts, subduing a low-level beast was child's play. Lin Qianxue lunged fiercely at one of them. Her speed was blinding. Hatred burned in her eyes. What a ferocious tigress. The man dodged hastily, cursing under his breath, but Lin Qianxue was faster, her claws tearing through his armor. This tiger has high combat prowess and tactical awareness. Be careful, Jiro warned. The men began forming a formation. This was a formation exclusive to Dwarf Kingdom warriors. It could trap the opponent, even softening the ground. In her past life, Lin Qianxue could evade such formations effortlessly. She could even crush them with one hand. But now Lin Qianxue hadn't even grown her wings. Under siege by 4 or 5 martial venerables, she was utterly outmatched. Lin Qianxue glanced around anxiously. If captured, escape would become nearly impossible. Fierce Tiger King model, do something. Lin Qianxue thought desperately as the ground began to sink. Panic crept in. She rammed her head against the formation. But the formation remained unyielding. Ram all you want. A bloody head would be perfect. A short man laughed heartily. The men stared at Lin Qianxue like demons. Soon the formation constricted and a massive net ensnared Lin Qianxue. The world spun as her limbs were bound. She, a former empress, was captured by humans. Fury surged within Lin Qianxue as her demonic power began to run wild. She resolved to detonate her remaining demonic energy and fight to the death. Damn it, she's going to shatter her demon core and go down fighting. Is this tigress insane? Indeed, I've never seen a tiger like this. Isn't she afraid of death? The men's faces paled, some even stepped back. But at that moment a wave of heat emanated from Lin Qianxue's ear. Then a voice echoed within her ear. Master, do not be angered. I can lend you my aid. The voice came from the mecha model. Lin Qianxue froze. How had the fierce Tiger King model come to life? Hadn't the shopkeeper said it was just a toy? What level of Demon Clan treasure was this? Why had she never heard of it? Hearing the words of the Tiger King model beside her, Lin Qianxue was instantly filled with confidence. The Meow Meow gloves had already displayed their unique power, and this Tiger King model was surely no ordinary item. Not to mention that a toy could come to life. This was no mere plaything, but a spiritual artifact. It was even a spiritual artifact imbued with intelligence. In her past life, Lin Qianxue had witnessed a spiritual artifact forged by a pinnacle martial emperor blacksmith. That single artifact had effortlessly crushed several martial emperors. As for Zhang Fan's Tiger King, Lin Qianxue believed it was extraordinary. At this moment her gaze toward the few individuals became indifferent. Did they want her to go back with them? Lin Qianxue agreed. Rather than killing these humans, she planned to uproot their entire lair. Given that these people were from the Dwarf Kingdom, Lin Qianxue could never let them off. Look, boss, she stopped struggling. Seeing Lin Qianxue give up her resistance, the men from the Dwarf Kingdom's eyes lit up. It was best that she didn't crush her demon core and fight to the death. Once they brought Lin Qianxue back, they could use her as a breeding beast, pairing her with other demon beasts to obtain a steady stream of cubs. This white tiger is quite intelligent, it seems talented. Don't look at us like that. Rest assured we'll take you back and you'll live a good life. The boss is right. More cubs is the best outcome. The men spoke in succession, sly grins spreading across their faces. In their eyes, Lin Qianxue, the white tiger, had finally submitted. She was tame now, all they had to do was bring her back. If a wealthy family bought her at a high price to serve as their clan's guardian beast, that would be ideal. If not, she would remain a breeding demon beast. Working together, the men dragged Lin Qianxue out of the forest toward the mountains. Along the way, not a single demon beast detected their scent. Knowing that demon beasts were highly sensitive to human odors, Lin Qianxue quickly deduced the reason for their undetected passage despite their commotion. These people must have used the unique secret arts of the Dwarf Kingdom to conceal their scent, concealing their forms and infiltrating the demon beast territory. Among human warriors, those from the Dwarf Kingdom are the most cunning. Their attacks are weak, but they excel in ambushes. Lin Qianxue mused, having considerable knowledge of the Dwarf Kingdom's warriors. Meanwhile, in the Dwarf Kingdom, located on a southern island of this planet. The island, surrounded by sea on all sides, was small, but housed many subjects of the Dwarf Kingdom. Most were short in stature with thick calves, and many warriors wore veils, giving them a mysterious. In the eastern city of the Dwarf Kingdom, a group of students strolled and explored. Their leader, tall and slender, wore a black professional skirt, her long, shapely legs. Beside her stood two equally striking figures. They were Lu Yin, Su Ruashi, and Long Ling. After the last beast tied, the three had returned to the martial arts. The association was highly satisfied with their performance. Each received rewards and was granted some leave. Lu Yin, now a member of the Martial Arts Association, also remained a teacher at the new martial academy. Since Su Ruashi had yet to complete her studies, Lu Yin planned to take her class on a holiday visit to the Dwarf Kingdom during the break. Though the warriors of the Dwarf Kingdom were rather sinister, the scenery was pleasant. Notably, a sea area south of the Dwarf Kingdom's island often saw large demon beasts. This area was also suitable for training. In Xia Kingdom, most terrain was land-based, and the new martial academy had little opportunity to train against sea demon beasts. Teacher Lu, when can we join the Martial Arts Association? Wang Chong asked enviously. Now a burly man with a strong build. This was clearly the result of his last tempering. Once your strength improves further, you'll have a chance to enter. Lu Yin said calmly. You're all reserves, otherwise we wouldn't bring you for training. Long Ling added with a smile. Most of these students had purchased Zhang Fan's toys, and the Xia Kingdom authorities had taken notice of them. Great. If I can join the Martial Arts Association, it would be like smoke rising from our ancestral graves. Wang Chong exclaimed excitedly. By the way, Teacher School Beauty, Su, have you heard any news about the boss recently? I haven't seen him in almost a month. Wang Chong said somewhat dejectedly. Since the last lava lake incident, he had never encountered that mysterious stall owner again. Right, has the boss disappeared? I wish I could see him again. Another student echoed the same longing. I wonder if the boss stall has any new toys. We only bought some cheap stuff. Several students sighed in unison. Su Ruashi shook her head in disappointment. She had been inquiring about Zhang Fan lately, but to no avail. She hadn't even seen a trace of his stall. Lu Yin shook her head as well. Zhang Fan seemed to have vanished. Whoa, Teacher Lu, look. Where did the Dwarf Kingdom get that white tiger? Suddenly, a student pointed at the beach not far away. Over the sea near the shore, several figures were dragging a white tiger at incredible speed. Behind the figures, the white tiger with pristine white fur and big blue eyes roared in fury. Is it really a white tiger? Could it be the legendary twin-winged white? Possibly. The Dwarf Kingdom is separated from the demon beast territory by only a sea. Some adventurers venture there to hunt demon beasts. I didn't expect the dwarf kingdom to actually catch a white tiger. But judging by its appearance, it's not a twin-winged white tiger. Those have pure bloodlines and travel in groups. This one has no wings and was caught alone, so it's likely a common white tiger. Long Ling, well-traveled, explained softly. Regardless, let's go take a look. If I could buy a white tiger as a mount, that would be amazing. Wang Chong said excitedly. Chong, don't even think about it. Even if it's for sale, we can't afford it. Another student laughed. The scene on the beach drew a crowd. Many people from the dwarf kingdom rushed toward the shore. The dwarf kingdom had no laws protecting demon beasts. To them, demon beasts were mere animals to be captured and slaughtered at will. This had led to the depletion of small demon beasts in the surrounding seas. Only large ones remained, and any dwarf kingdom warrior who ventured into the sea would be targeted by these great. Soon the beach was packed with onlookers. Many whispered and pointed at Lin Xianxue. Some eyes gleamed with greed as they gazed at the nearly flawless white tiger. At the same time, everyone noticed something. The white tiger was a female. Is this white tiger for sale? As someone asked. It will be auctioned tonight at the Dwarf Merchant Guild. Anyone who wants an exquisite female white tiger must attend, Jiro announced with a grin. Upon their return, the Dwarf Merchant Guild had already contacted him, reserving the white tiger. He couldn't sell it on the spot. Hearing that it was the guild's merchandise, some muttered and left while others eagerly anticipated bidding for the white tiger. Su Roashi and her two companions watched the white tiger from afar, frowning. They felt that the look in the tiger's eyes was not that, but rather that of a human. Teacher Lu, don't you think something's off about that white tiger's gaze? Su Roashi whispered. I feel it too. That tiger doesn't have the eyes of a fierce beast. When a ferocious beast looks at a person, its gaze is filled with rage and hostility. This spirit beast is far too composed, and there seems to be a story in its eyes. Luya nodded. Some spirit beasts become anthropomorphic after gaining intelligence. This white tiger has likely awakened its intellect. Such spirit beasts are a Ancina Millennium find. It seems I'll have to visit the Dwarf Merchant Guild tonight. Long Ling spoke softly. Her home was in Dragon City, so she was quite familiar with spirit beasts. An intelligent spirit beast, unlike ordinary ones that retained primal wildness, possessed its own. This white tiger, though low in rank, had awakened its intellect, and surely had a promising future. Teacher, we want to go too. Wang Chong raised his hand, speaking excitedly. He had never attended any merchant guild before. Right, teacher, what exactly is the Dwarf Merchant Guild? Someone asked. The Dwarf Merchant Guild is a unique guild in the Dwarf Kingdom that trades spirit beasts. Whenever a special spirit beast appears, the Dwarf Merchant Guild holds an auction to sell it. According to rumors, the guild once sold a young Millennium Flood Dragon. Lu Yin spoke after a moment of thought. Instantly, everyone grew interested. The Dwarf Merchant Guild seemed quite formidable, even capable of obtaining a young Flood Dragon. Wasn't that young Flood Dragon extremely expensive? It said that it fetched a sky-high price equivalent to a high-grade spirit artifact. This white tiger will be worth at least a mid-grade spirit artifact, Long Ling explained. Meanwhile, Jiro and his men dragged Lin Xianxue on a humiliating parade through the eastern city, telling everyone they met that the Dwarf Merchant Guild would be selling it tonight. This caused the news of the white tiger to spread rapidly. Countless experts from the Dwarf Kingdom began to turn their attention to that white tiger. Lin Xianxue was carried and soon arrived at the Dwarf Merchant Guild's holding area. Haha, white tiger, consider yourself lucky that the Dwarf Merchant Guild has taken a liking to you. If you're sold to a good family, you might never have to worry again. Jiro looked at the caged Lin Xianxue, a sly grin spreading across his face. Lin Xianxue ignored these people. She had already left her scent on them. Tonight, after she devoured everyone at the auction, it would be their turn. Not a single one of them would escape. Her gaze swept around. This was a vast storage space for spirit beasts. Thousands of cages held all kinds of creatures. There was a massive white serpent nearly 8 feet long. There were also brown saber-toothed tigers, and a 9-tailed cat resembling a feline, but dozens of times larger. Hundreds of species were imprisoned. Most of these spirit beasts were injured, some lying on the ground in a dying state. Lin Xianxue even spotted some talented spirit beasts, though she had no idea where they had been taken from. Perhaps they had once been prodigies of their territories, but now they were reduced to toys to be auctioned off to wealthy humans. Soon Jiro and his men left the holding area. Ugh, it stinks. These spirit beasts are disgusting. The worthless ones might as well be dead. Jiro fanned the air in front of his nose. Are you a white tiger? A twin-winged white tiger? After they left, the spirit beast looked at Lin Xianxue and asked. It was an elderly 9-tailed cat. The cat was entirely green with 9 tails, looking quite magnificent. But now it seemed frail, on the verge of death. Lin Xianxue only gave an aloof grunt in response. She looked down on these spirit beasts. Lacking any fighting spirit, these cowardly creatures were beneath. In the white tiger tribe, there should be a tiger king, right? With an beast king present, how were you captured? Even if there's discord among the white tigers, as long as there's a tiger king, those humans wouldn't dare to act. The 9-tailed cat looked at Lin Xianxue with confusion. It couldn't understand how she had been caught. I came willingly, Lin Xianxue said calmly. What? Instantly, the surrounding spirit beasts were shocked. Had a spirit beast truly volunteered to be captured by humans? Was she insane? White tiger, stop joking. Do you know what fate awaits you here? If you're sold, it's bearable. But if not, you'll starve to death here. Or you'll be eaten as a side dish with alcohol. The nine-tailed cat spoke, its eyes full of bewilderment. With such a bright future, why would she come here? Tonight, I will kill everyone here. If you want to leave, I'll open the seals, and you can flee as quickly as possible. Lin Qianxue said no more. Thousands of spirit beasts present widened their eyes in shock. Little one, don't be so arrogant. The boss here is a human martial king level. Even I might not be able to escape. How dare you, a mere shrank little demon, speak such nonsense? From the darkness, a fierce-looking nine-tailed cat slowly emerged. Its build was robust with powerful claws that revealed its strength. A scar ran across its face, and its large green eyes glowed in the darkness. What surprised Lin Qianxue most was that this nine-tailed cat was actually at the beast venerable rank, and a female one at that. This was extremely rare. Nine-tailed cats could release a paralyzing toxin that would immobilize enemies for several seconds. They were not usually caught by humans. How had this great demon been captured? Lin Qianxue was somewhat taken aback. You must be curious how I was caught, aren't you? I was fighting a heaven-swallowing python when those despicable humans ambushed me and captured me along with my descendants. The one who struck was that human martial king. She spoke venomously, killing intent flickering in her eyes. As for you and Shrank, White Tiger, wanting to kill a martial king is nothing but a dream. The nine-tailed cat clearly had no faith in Lin Qianxue. The main issue was Lin Qianxue's rank was too low. If I can break open your cages and throw this place into chaos, will you lend me your strength? Lin Qianxue looked at the nine-tailed cat. She happened to be short of allies, and this nine-tailed cat would make an excellent helper. If you truly can shatter the cages, I am willing to join forces with you. The nine-tailed cat shook its head slightly as it spoke. The cages here were reinforced with advanced formations. Breaking them was no simple feat. Spirit beasts had no ability to dismantle formations. Meanwhile, the Dwarf Merchant Guild had already started selling tickets for the upcoming auction. Lu Yen and the others each bought one. They all wanted to see how many rare spirit beasts the Dwarf Merchant Guild could produce. Inside the guild master was reviewing the list of buyers for this auction. A smile spread across his face. This time our Dwarf Merchant Guild will not only sell the female white tiger, but also a mysterious beast venerable. It will shake the entire... The guild master's smile widened as he looked at the card in his hand, the corners of his mouth curling upward. With this auction, their Dwarf Merchant Guild would surely gain fame across the sea. In the blink of an eye, time passed. The auction hall began to fill with people. Lu Yen and her group sat in the very back. Everyone stared at the auction stage, not far away, excitement gleaming in their eyes. I heard that besides the white tiger, a mysterious beast king will also be up for sale. No way, really. What rank of beast king? Word has it it's on par with a martial venerable, or even a martial king. What? The Dwarf Merchant Guild actually has such a great demon. How did they catch it? People around them murmured in hushed tones. Lu Yen and the others were equally stunned, their eyes wide. A beast king had been captured. How had the Dwarf Merchant Guild... Weren't they far too formidable? And what kind of spirit beast was that beast king? Everyone was suddenly filled with anticipation. But none more so than Lin Qianxue, who could hardly wait to throw the entire auction into chaos. Teacher, this is too insane. How can the Dwarf Chamber of Commerce be this powerful? Wang Chong exclaimed. I'm not sure, but the president of the Dwarf Chamber of Commerce is a martial king. There aren't many martial kings in the world, and he is one of them. Lu Yen shook her head and said. She had also never seen anyone auction a demon king before. This trip was truly worthwhile. I only care about my white tiger. Long Ling had a special fondness for that white tiger. If she could bring the white tiger home, even as a mount would be fine. Long Ling's family held considerable prestige in Dragon City and possessed substantial wealth. Buying a white tiger was naturally no issue. Inside the cage, listening to the noisy sounds outside, some demon beasts had already begun to tremble. The auction has begun. I want to see how you break free from our cage, the nine-tailed cat king said, its green eyes fixed on Lin Qianxue. A hint of anticipation gleamed in its eyes. Lin Qianxue said nothing, but a dwarf came beside her and opened her cage. Come out, you'll be the first to be auctioned. The dwarf slapped Lin Qianxue on the head with disdain in his eyes. Lin Qianxue obediently stepped out. Hey, why are you so timid? Seeing that Lin Qianxue did not react, even after being hit, the nine-tailed cat king grew somewhat angry. This white tiger had spoken so bravely earlier, but now it wasn't making a scene at all. Watching Lin Qianxue walk away, the nine-tailed cat king sighed softly. It shouldn't have held any hope. For this auction, we first offer a female white tiger. Upon inspection, this tiger carries the bloodline of the twin-winged white tiger. That is to say, this white tiger may very well evolve into a twin-winged white tiger. Most importantly, this is a female tiger. No need for me to elaborate on its value. On the auction stage, a female auctioneer smiled as she spoke, her figure alluring and her tone somewhat seductive. As she finished, the crowd below erupted. Damn, they dropped the bomb right from the start. If they sell the highlight piece first, what's left for later? I never expected this white tiger to carry the bloodline of the twin-winged white tiger. This is terrifying. No, I must have this white tiger. Nobody else better snatch it. It seems today's auction has the white tiger not as the finale. There must be something even stronger. Could it be that martial respect demon beast? Around them, countless voices buzzed. Damn, Teacher Long Ling, this white tiger is actually a twin-winged white tiger, a student exclaimed. Long Ling became even more determined. If it was a twin-winged white tiger, she had to secure it. Such high-grade demon beasts were rare and not easily encountered. Inside a private room, the president was having tea with a mysterious figure. This white tiger was captured at the foot of White Tiger Mountain. It's extremely special. If you need it, you can take it away. However, its talent is mediocre, it hasn't grown wings yet. The president said with a chuckle. The man shook his head slightly. He clearly wasn't interested in this white tiger. Now the twin-winged white tiger starting price, 30 million, each bid must not be less than 1 million. The female auctioneer on stage shouted loudly. Lin Xinxue swept her tiger eyes around, unable to contain the murderous intent any longer. Though her paws and feet were shackled, Lin Xinxue paid no attention. She activated her cultivation technique, and in the next moment the formation on the shackles was directly. In her past life, Lin Xinxue was a female emperor and was thoroughly familiar with these human formations. Trying to trap her with such a cage was a mere dream. Crack. In the next second, the chains binding Lin Qiangshu's legs snapped with a harsh sound. A tiger's roar instantly erupted within the auction house. Swish. Suddenly Lin Xinxue lashed out with her claws, and the female auctioneer's head was sent flying, her body turning into a pulp. Oh my god, the demon beast has broken its shackles. Run, the demon beast is going to eat people. In an instant, chaos erupted. Countless people screamed and fled, their legs trembling with fear. The president, hiding in a small room, turned pale. This was an advanced formation. How could it be broken so easily? Regardless, the chaotic scene must be brought under control. He quickly stood up. Everyone, don't panic. I am the president of the auction house. It's just a minor demon. Let me handle it. With that, the president instantly appeared on the auction stage, glaring fiercely at Lin Xinxue. Great, the president is here. Don't run now. There's going to be a show. The president is a martial king. This white tiger won't escape. The previously chaotic crowd instantly quieted upon. A sense of security filled the air. This tiger is crazy. How did it break such a formation and chain? Someone in the student group exclaimed in shock. Lu Yan was also surprised. If I'm not mistaken, these chains are an advanced formation. How did the white tiger manage this? This white tiger is no ordinary beast. Long Ling said, her eyes growing more determined. Beast, kneel and surrender, the president said coldly. He hadn't expected this white tiger, which had been docile all along, to suddenly go berserk. It didn't act up before, but now that I, the king, am here, it's useless to resist. Lin Xinxue showed no fear, glaring fiercely at the president before her. Just a mere martial king. How many martial kings could the dwarf kingdom boast? Lin Xinxue recalled that in her past life the dwarf kingdom had no more than 10 martial. If this martial king died, the dwarf kingdom's strength would be severely diminished. Why isn't she afraid? This is a martial king, someone exclaimed upon seeing Lin Qiangshu's lack of fear. The pressure of a martial king would terrify even high-level demon beasts, let alone a low-level one like Lin Xinxue. Such a stubborn white tiger. I like it, Long Ling said excitedly. But despite her stubbornness, she fails to see her opponent's strength. Against a martial king, no matter how stubborn, she won't gain any advantage. Su Ruashi shook her head slightly. From a human perspective, Lin Xinxue was just a demon beast, a low-level one at that. Such a low-level demon beast had no right to flaunt itself before a martial king. Since that's the case, beast, I will subdue you. The president snorted coldly. His white hair flew as his entire aura surged. Lin Xinxue remained unfazed, casually shaking her head. In the area where the demon beasts were confined, there seems to be some commotion outside. It's a tiger's roar. Did that white tiger actually make a move? And there's the voice of a human martial king. It must be. Is she crazy? Does she plan to take on the entire human nation as a single beast? Inside the cage's voices buzzed incessantly. The nine-tailed cat king, which had earlier doubted Lin Xinxue, was now wide-eyed. How dared this white tiger do this? How dared she go before so many people and flaunt herself? What gave her such confidence? Just as all the demon beasts were puzzled on the auction stage, Lin Xinxue shook her head, and a toy model of a fierce tiger king fell out of her ear. What is that? It looks like a toy model. Haha, why does this white tiger have a toy model on it? So this white tiger likes playing with toys after all. But how did a toy model end up in a demon beast territory? Is she trying to bribe the president with a toy? Huh. When they saw Lin Xinxue produce the toy model, countless dwarves in the auction house burst into laughter. The president's face darkened. This white tiger dared to mock him with a child's toy. It was practically suicidal. If not for fear of damaging its sellable appearance, he would have already struck. But unlike the others, when Lin Xinxue shook her head and produced the toy model, Lu Yan and the students beside her widened their eyes. A bad premonition surged in their hearts. Damn. A toy model on a demon beast. Could this be? Wang Chong's eyes bulged as he exclaimed, completely stunned. Not only Wang Chong, but the classmates around him, as well as Su Ruashi and the other two. Could this toy model be the one sold by that shopkeeper? That toy model looks so familiar. Could it be the one that boss was selling? Long Ling stared at the fierce Tiger King model toy on the auction stage, speaking with some uncertainty. Who would bring out a toy model at a time like this? It was indeed too bizarre. Su Ruashi and the others furrowed their brows slightly. It might not be from that boss. When we bought toys before, this one wasn't on the shelf. Besides, how could a boss sell toys to demonic beasts? What would they use to pay? This is utterly baffling. Lu Yan shook her head, maintaining a skeptical attitude. After all, the very idea of selling toys to demonic beasts, and them actually buying them, was far too bizarre. It's more terrifying than a horror story. But I sense something fishy. The boss has been missing for a long time, and we haven't found him. Could he really be with Tutu selling toys in the demonic beast territory? Suruwashi spoke in a low voice. Damn, that's too wild. Selling toys on demonic turf. Wang Chong exclaimed. Regardless, let's first see what this beast intends to do. The guild master is a martial king. This white tiger clearly lacks the strength. As Lu Yen spoke, the others fell silent. Their eyes widened, fixed on the auction stage. On the stage, the guild master Kudo Koichi looked at the toy the white tiger had tossed out and laughed in exasperation. Beast, don't tell me you think a cheap toy can fool me. I'm not that stupid. Today I'll teach you a lesson and see what you're really made of. As Kudo spoke, his martial king aura surged. Since this was his own auction with so many customers around, he naturally couldn't unleash his full power. I never thought I'd witness a martial king in action at an auction. Exactly, just seeing a martial king is rare, let alone watching one fight. But it's a bit overkill. A martial king against a white tiger is like an adult beating a child. The surrounding customers murmured among themselves. Lin Xinxue watched the incoming attack and let out a cold snort. With a massive swipe of her claw, the next moment, the fierce Tiger King toy model that had been lying on the ground. Immediately, an orange-yellow shield materialized around the model. With a violent crash, the guild master was sent flying backward. What is this thing? Steadying himself, Kudo stared wide-eyed at the model. He was truly dumbfounded. A toy had actually blocked the attack of a martial king. Though he had only used 30% of his strength, no toy should have been able to withstand it. This white tiger is no ordinary beast. Could this be a divine artifact? No, if it were, why would she reveal it? An illusion? Kudo's mind raced with confusion. What was that thing? It actually blocked it. It seemed to be that toy model. Impossible. A toy blocking a martial king's attack. Don't joke around. Maybe the white tiger used some secret technique. Guildmaster Kudo will still handle her easily. After a brief moment of shock, the onlookers looked at Kudo with confidence, trusting in their martial king's strength. But Lu Yen and her group thought otherwise. It blocked it, didn't it? I'm certain I saw it. That model is no ordinary thing. Not just extraordinary. Damn it, that's definitely the boss model. Let's get out of here. Wang Chong had already risen to his feet. What were they waiting for? For the fierce Tiger King model to unleash its power and slaughter them all. The white tiger was clearly hostile. If they didn't flee now, they were doomed. Lu Yen and Suruwashi also realized the gravity of the situation. Damn, it really is the boss toy. Even the usually composed Lu Yen couldn't help cursing. There was nothing left to see. Let's run. This place is no longer safe. Lu Yen spoke without a moment's hesitation. Isn't that an overreaction? It's just a toy model. Besides, there's a martial king here. A martial king losing to a toy. That's too absurd. Long Ling had only witnessed the power of Zhang Fan's ability lock and knew nothing about the other toys, so she didn't grasp the severity of the situation. I agree, we should run. If we don't, it might be too late. Suruwashi also spoke up. Long Ling was dumbfounded. Were they all in? Just by looking at a toy model, they thought a martial king couldn't win. That was too crazy. Or were they just too obsessed with that mysterious boss, too overconfident? Ruashi, even you're saying this. That's a martial king. Even if he can't win, we don't need to run. We still have the ability locks. At worst, we can use the ability locks. Long Ling said in confusion. Long Ling, you might not understand yet. The boss toys have their power determined by price, or at least that's what we believe. Our ability locks cost only tens of thousands, but the later toys, none of them were simple. This toy model is clearly the newest, and its price goes without saying. The boss toys only get more expensive, meaning they only get more powerful. Plus, this white tiger came prepared with murderous intent in her eyes. In this situation, only a fool wouldn't run. Suruwashi spoke at length, a rare occurrence that left her classmates stunned. Was this still the aloof school beauty they knew? Enough, let's go first. Lu Yen didn't care anymore. Grabbing Long Ling, she ran straight out of the auction hall. Lin Xinxue noticed people fleeing and felt a flicker of displeasure, but killing everyone here was the priority. Don't think blocking one strike means you can defeat me. Now I'll use half my strength. Kudo spoke coldly, a katana appearing in his hand. Half strength. I suggest you use all 10% of your power. At that moment, a hoarse voice rang out. Who's there? Kudo frowned. Looking closely, he realized it was the toy model no bigger than his palm that had spoken. The toy came to life. Kudo felt his head spinning. This was beyond his comprehension. Look, the toy is talking. The crowd noticed too, and the scene grew chaotic. A talking toy. No, this isn't a toy, but it's a spiritual artifact. What? This demonic beast has a spiritual artifact. A spiritual artifact. If we could obtain it. The murmurs swelled. Kudo's eyes lit up as well. If this truly was a spiritual artifact, he would be set for life. But before he could get excited, Lin Xinxue spoke. Fierce Tiger King transform. At her command, the palm-sized model began to grow visibly larger. A brown mechanical tiger model, nearly 5 meters tall, appeared. Standing on 2 legs, its ferocious tiger head scanned the surroundings with glowing red eyes. Before everyone's eyes, the enlarged model began to disassemble. As each part dissolved into orange light, it surged straight into Lin Qiangshu's body. On Lin Qiangshu's back, a pair of orange wings sprouted. The terrifying pressure emanating from those wings left everyone gasping. This was a 4th-tier wing. A 4th-order wing, a symbol of nobility and a testament to power. It was even a rank higher than the twin-winged Tiger King. If the twin-winged white tiger king were to witness Lin Qianxue manifesting a fourth-order wing, would he not be astounded? As it was, all the spectators from the dwarf kingdom were already stunned. Lin Qianxue had actually forged a pair of fourth-order wings right before their eyes. Although they were not naturally grown, the oppressive aura emanating from these wings was undeniably real. A fourth-order wing. Impossible. What is that toy model of yours, and how can it condense into fourth-order wings? Kudo was now completely overawed. Before him, Lin Qianxue's body had expanded several times over. After merging with the ferocious Tiger King model, her physique had undergone a tremendous transformation. A pair of orange wings was naturally extremely conspicuous. Furthermore, an orange helmet had materialized on her tiger head, and her claws were now sheathed in a set of orange gauntlets. Her chest, hindquarters, and torso were adorned with several additional pieces of defensive armor. The entire white tiger was now enveloped in a palpable surge of power. This also remedied Lin Qianxue's awkward predicament of having no pants to wear. At this moment, Lin Qianxue felt an unprecedented sense of well-being, as if the cultivation she had lost in her past life had suddenly returned. That feeling was 10,000 times more exhilarating than a morning release. My God, what kind of monster is this? Is this still the twin-winged white tiger? No, what exactly is that spirit artifact? How can it make a beast wear such battle armor? This is no battle armor. This is clearly a direct evolution. Let's run, or we might die here. What's there to fear? Kudo is a war king. With a war king here, there's nothing to worry about. As someone spoke, those who had intended to flee sat back down. Die. Kudo hesitated, no longer unleashing all his power. A wisp of black flame also attached itself to his katana. With that, he swung his blade. The single strike cleaved through the auction hall's wall, yet when the blade light landed on Lin Qianxue, it merely sparked. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qianxue's massive form vanished, reappearing behind Kudo. A single claw strike sent Kudo flying. Even Lin Qianxue was surprised by the incredible speed. Was this the power of a fourth-order wing? Was this the allure of the ferocious Tiger King toy model? That shopkeeper hadn't lied to her. This model truly would make her eyes light up. It possessed unparalleled charm. This wasn't just charm, it was more absurd than all the opportunities Lin Qianxue had gained in her past life combined. She now longed to rush back, throw herself into Zhang Fan's arms, and thank him profusely. How is it so fast? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Kudo, being a war king, quickly steadied himself. He charged at Lin Qianxue's figure with his blade, but his strike only cleaved through an afterimage. The twin-winged white tiger was most renowned for its speed, a speed that was difficult for any martial technique to match. Moreover, with Lin Qianxue merged with the ferocious Tiger King model, even a junior war king like Kudo found it hard to keep up. Hundreds of attacks clashed incessantly as Lin Qianxue and Chairman Kudo fought back and forth. Given enough time, Lin Qianxue was confident she could suppress a war king. However, she worried that more war kings from the dwarf kingdom would come to hunt her down. Therefore, she decided to recoup her losses first. With a resounding crack, Lin Qianxue swung her claw, which materialized into a massive solid form. The spectators who had been watching the show suddenly turned pale. They realized the attack was coming for them. A thunderous boom echoed as more than half of the auction's audience perished. They didn't even have time to scream. Following this, Lin Qianxue launched several more attacks, leveling the auction house to the ground. "My lord, will you not intervene?" Kudo, his body covered in wounds, shouted towards the sky. As he finished, a black figure materialized out of thin air. It was the mysterious person from the auction's private room. Upon his appearance, his aura was imposing, clearly indicating he too was a war king. Lin Qianxue's expression remained calm. With two war kings joining forces, let's see how much longer this beast's strength can hold out, Kudo said coldly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Chairman Kudo, you've grown old, unable to even defeat a little tiger. But he'll assist you this time. After this tiger dies, its belongings are mine." The man in black spoke as a ball of black flame began to ignite in his hand. Kudo remained silent. He too coveted Lin Qianxue's possessions. But without combining their efforts, now subduing this white tiger would be impossible. "You think only you have allies," Lin Qianxue said calmly. With a wave of her claw, the cage imprisoning the beasts burst open. The formation was effortlessly dismantled by Lin Qianxue. The nine-tailed cat, having long been provoked by the commotion at the auction, could no longer contain itself. As the cage opened, countless beasts charged out like mad. "Chairman Kudo, what's wrong with your formation? Can't it hold even a single beast?" And now the Demon King has emerged too. Seeing the Demon King appear, the man in black was dumbfounded. He had planned to pick up an easy prize, capturing Lin Qianxue in one fell swoop after Kudo had worn her down. But now that the nine-tailed cat had broken free with two Demon Kings joining forces, even he would find it hard to withstand. Kudo's expression was equally grim. This was a high-level formation. How could this white tiger disperse it with just a wave of her hand? Could it be that destiny lies with the demon race? Were the demons about to rise? "I shall aid you." The nine-tailed cat flickered and appeared before Lin Qianxue. Adopting a battle stance, its 9 green tails swayed incessantly. It bared its fangs ferociously at the two war kings before them. "Kill them." Lin Qianxue said, her eyes filled with the flames of vengeance. The nine-tailed cat led the other beasts in a direct charge. Streams of green gas emanated from the nine-tailed cat, paralyzing any enemy it touched. Kudo and the man in black were clearly aware of this retreating as soon as they saw the green gas. Chairman Kudo, you know it's not that I want help, but that I can't. We shall meet again. With those words, the man in black transformed into black smoke and fled first. Though furious, Kudo was also contemplating his own escape. He flickered, intending to flee. But in the next second, Lin Qiangshu's form stood before him. If she couldn't catch the man in black, capturing the chairman was still possible. Countless beasts had already surrounded Kudo. After a series of earth-shaking attacks, a head was sent flying through the air. Teacher Lu, is there really a need to be so anxious? I still don't know the exact function of the toy in that white tiger's possession. A student asked, puzzled. But in the next moment, an explosive sound rang out. Everyone quickly turned to look behind them. The once towering Dwarf Merchant Association had been reduced to rubble by a single slap. A round head was being kicked around like a soccer ball. A white tiger dozens of meters in size was wreaking havoc around the association as if venting its fury. Its armor, wings, and formidable aura all testified to its extraordinary nature. Most critically, the white tiger was followed by a horde of beasts with a demon king deferring to its lead. This sight stunned everyone. Wang Chong even swallowed hard. Thank goodness he had run fast. If he had been caught up in this, he wouldn't even know how he died. Long Ling's eyes were wide with shock. What kind of monster was this? What was that thing on her? A ferocious Tiger King toy. Was this really a toy? Long Ling had thought the ability lock was already heaven-defying, but upon seeing this dozen-meter-tall beast clad in armor, Long Ling felt she had been too conservative. The boss. This must be the boss work. What exactly is— why is he selling toys to beasts? Lu Yin murmured, her eyes filled with bewilderment and shock. She couldn't understand why Zhang Fan would sell toys to beasts, and what is— this boss is way too casual, selling toys to demonic beasts. Wang Chong grumbled in frustration. He had thought the toys were only for human warriors. Selling toys to demonic beasts would only encourage them to attack humans. It's only fair. If we sell only to one race, that race will grow stronger, and it'll be unfair to the others. Besides, if a beast manages to buy a toy, it's their good fortune. Su Ruashi was more open-minded. If Zhang Fan kept selling only to humans, it would upset the balance. But isn't the dwarf kingdom pitiful? Look at the destruction and the deaths. Someone muttered. What's there to pity? The strong survive. Besides, the dwarf kingdom has no good ties with our Xia kingdom. What do their deaths matter to us? Su Ruashi spoke coldly, without mercy. She stood firmly by Zhang Fan. She supported everything he did simply because he had helped her so much. We'd better run. That white tiger has gone mad. The toys this boss sells are too insane, Lu Yin said, and the group abandoned any thought of vacation. Fleeing was the only sensible option. The group quickly escaped from East City. Inside the city, Lin Qianxue was having a killing spree, swatting down crowds with a single claw. High-rise buildings collapsed under her claws, and even skyscrapers couldn't withstand her roar. The entire city was shrouded in an aura of death. After wreaking havoc, Lin Qianxue knew she couldn't continue. The dwarf kingdom had its experts. Once they reacted and gave chase, even with the Tyrant Tiger King model, she would. Moreover, the Tyrant Tiger King model couldn't be used recklessly. After merging, her stamina drained rapidly. Without her bloodline and past life experience, she would have collapsed. Let's retreat. Lin Qianxue killed the one who had captured her, before then spread her wings and fled swiftly. The nine-tailed cat followed close behind. Lin Qiangshu's performance impressed the nine-tailed cat, who decided to stay by her side. Shortly after they vanished, several powerful figures appeared above the dwarf kingdom. Seeing the devastated city, their expressions darkened. Sniffing the lingering scent, the leader said coldly, "Damn beasts. One day the dwarf kingdom will slaughter." His body trembled with rage. Steadying himself, he asked, "How many dead, Oi?" Still counting, but estimated at over 1 million. The white tiger was captured by the Dwarf Chamber of Commerce for auction. We never expected this chaos. And the white tiger supposedly had a spiritual artifact. It was in strength beast, but with the artifact it could match a martial king. If not for another beast king appearing, Chairman Kudo wouldn't have died. The reporter bowed deeply. I will make those beasts pay 100-fold. Gather our kingdom's elites to purge the outer territories of the beast tribes. He shook violently, clearly furious. We can't, elder. The beast territories have great demons, and our kingdom lacks the strength to face them. His companion's face darkened like coal. Was the death of 1 million people to be forgiven? That white tiger. One day he would slay it and hang its head on the kingdom's walls. Compared to the dwarf kingdom's calamity, Lin Qianxue was elated. Back in the beast territory, she even hummed a tune. Hey, nine-tailed cat, why are you still following me? Lin Qianxue glanced back. This king intends to follow you. You are strong. The nine-tailed cat prostrated itself, signaling submission. You? Fine. I could use some help. Lin Qianxue initially wanted to refuse, but considering her situation, she shook her head and took the cat in. By the way, come with me to thank someone. Lin Qiangshu's eyes sparkled. She needed to thank Zhang Fan. Without him, she would have been captured and auctioned by the dwarf kingdom. Nor could she have avenged herself. Zhang Fan's Tyrant Tiger King toy was incredibly powerful, but using it drained too much stamina. It wasn't the toy's flaw, but hers. Meet someone. The nine-tailed cat's big eyes were full of confusion. Was there a human in the beast territory? By the way, my king, what is that armor you're wearing? How does it unleash such power? And do we beasts have such spiritual artifacts? Can we use them? The cat followed Lin Qianxue, asking curiously. It was the first time the nine-tailed cat had seen such an artifact, and it was an eye-opener. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Lin Qianxue felt her head about to explode. Who knew this nine-tailed cat was such a chatterbox? Meanwhile, at the foot of White Tiger Mountain, Zhang Fan and Tutu sat at their stall playing marbles. Little Flower hopped around cheering them on. Go, Little Master. You'll win this time. Go, Big Master. I believe in you. Little Flower yipped. Little Flower, don't cheer for Daddy. He's already beaten Tutu twice. Tutu pouted and glared at Little Flower. Little Flower lowered her head. Then go, Tutu. She quickly switched sides. With a clink, Tutu flicked her marble into the hole. Zhang Fan's marble flew far away. Yay? Tutu wins. Daddy, Tutu won. I want a reward. Tutu lifted her little face, beaming. Smack. Zhang Fan kissed her cheek. Yay? Yay. Tutu bounced joyfully after receiving her reward. Zhang Fan smiled. A child's happiness was so simple. Little Flower followed Tutu, hopping along. Boss, can you stop playing? Yeah, Big Daddy, sell us a glove. Not far away, the twin-winged tiger king and the black wind bear huddled together, looking pitifully at Zhang Fan. They had been waiting since morning. Unfortunately, Zhang Fan only had one meow meow glove left. Selling it to either would be unfair, so the two beast kings stubbornly refused to give, and waiting half the Zhang Fan found their pitiful expressions amusing. Weren't they just fighting a moment ago? Now they were huddled together. Beasts were truly strange. As the two beasts spoke, two figures dashed over from the distance. The twin-winged tiger king immediately went on alert. One aura was familiar, the other utterly foreign. Could it be other beasts coming to claim territory? The two kings stared nervously at the distant forest. Soon a white and a green figure arrived swiftly. Is that the nine-tailed cat? Why is it here? Wait, that's the beautiful white tiger. She didn't run away. Great. There's hope for that toy model. The twin-winged tiger king's eyes lit up. Before he could speak, Lin Qianxue slid to a stop before Zhang Fan's stall. Thank you, Senior, for granting me this opportunity. She spoke sincerely. The two beast kings were stunned. Their curiosity about the tyrant tiger king model deepened. What kind of toy could make a fleeing white tiger risk returning to thank the vendor? Now the two kings gazed at Zhang Fan with even more fervent eyes. Lin Qianxue now held extraordinary admiration for Zhang Fan. A person capable of crafting such spiritual artifacts, even usable by demonic beasts, must be incredibly formidable. Everyone admired strength, and Lin Qianxue was no exception. Even compared to her past life, this person was likely several levels, especially the Tiger King model. Lin Qianxue had never seen such an incredible thing in either of her lives. At this moment, her eyes, when looking at Zhang Fan and Tutu, had become much clearer. Zhang Fan hadn't expected this tigress to be so excited, even coming back specially to thank him. But what was that demonic beast behind her doing? It looked quite cool. The nine-tailed cat hadn't expected that the master it had just acknowledged would immediately prostrate herself at a human's feet. This was a disgrace to the demonic beast world. How could a dignified beast submit to a human? Hey, twin-winged white tiger, what exactly does the model the boss sells do? I can trade my meow meow gloves for it. Black Wind Bear King stared intently at Lin Qianxue, but Lin Qianxue would never trade treasures with Black Wind Bear. In her view, the Tiger King model was far superior to the meow meow gloves. It's just a toy model, not as good as the gloves. Lin Qianxue said softly, leaving the nine-tailed cat utterly bewildered. What toy model? What meow meow gloves? She couldn't understand any of it. Wow, what an adorable little kitten. Just then a childish, excited voice rang out. Then Tutu had somehow already run up to the nine-tailed cat, her small hand occasionally stroking its head. The little one jumped onto the nine-tailed cat, even touching its small tail. Her tiny hand gently caressed its soft fur. A bright smile spread across her face. Where did this human child come from? Get off me this instant. The nine-tailed cat shook its body, trying to throw Tutu off. Nine-tailed cat, what's wrong with letting Tutu ride you? Lin Qianxue said seriously. The nine-tailed cat was dumbfounded. Was it really someone anyone could just ride? She was still a beast king after all. Exactly, don't be ungrateful. Little Tutu, come ride Uncle White Tiger. You can ride me all you want. What's so great about riding a twin-winged white tiger? Tutu, be good, come ride Uncle Bear, I'll take you for a spin. For the meow meow gloves, these two beast kings would say anything and do anything. Hearing the two beast kings, the nine-tailed cat was stunned. Was it really worth being this desperate for a human child? Most importantly, these two were genuine beast kings, not self-proclaimed ones like her. Both beast kings treated this little girl with such deference, even uttering such outrageous words. Was this right? Oh really? Tutu's big eyes instantly sparkled. Tutu wants to ride Uncle White Tiger first. She toddled over and climbed onto the twin-winged white tiger's back. The twin-winged white tiger had shed all its former pride, flapping its wings to soar through the sky with Tutu. Only then did the nine-tailed cat notice the sympathy in Lin Qianxue's gaze. It was as if she had missed some great opportunity. The nine-tailed cat was utterly confused. Meanwhile, on a spaceship heading to Xia country, Lu Yin and the others had fled the dwarf kingdom overnight. This trip had left everyone distracted. Do you think the boss is still in the beast territory? Should we go check? Wang Chang's voice came from the side. I'm not sure. The boss' whereabouts are extremely elusive. Finding him would be too difficult. Besides, those demonic beasts aren't easy to deal with. We probably wouldn't even make it to the center. Lu Yin shook her head. She wanted to see if Zhang Fan was there, but her instincts told her not to take such a risk. I'm curious how the boss managed to sell toys to demonic beasts, and they actually bought them. Most importantly, the beasts can even use them. It's incredible. Long Ling muttered as this defied her understanding. Long Ling couldn't comprehend how a person's crafted spiritual artifact could be so powerful. Not only could martial artists use it, but even demonic beasts could. What level of craftsman was this? I don't know. That boss is probably different from others. What worries me is that if he sells toys to beasts, they might use that power to fight back against us humans. Lu Yan shook her head. The group entered Xia country with doubts. Inside the Dwarf Kingdom, after the large-scale destruction reconstruction was underway. At that moment, the Dwarf Kingdom's high-ranking officials were watching a video. The footage showed Lin Xianxue confronting President Kudo. She pulled out a Tiger King toy, and the next second her body began to grow massive. She even sprouted a pair of wings. Someone paused the video and zoomed in on the toy. What is this? The leading man asked grimly, watching the moving Tiger King. Not sure. It looks like a spiritual artifact, but aren't those only usable by martial artists? How can a beast have one? It looks like a beast cub to me. Could beasts also have craftsmen? Someone speculated wildly. Impossible. Beasts only gain significant intelligence at the Beast King level, and beast craftsmen are even rarer. They couldn't make something like this. Someone must be behind this, targeting our Dwarf Kingdom. Who is helping the beasts see? The leading man spoke, and another person chimed in. I heard a highly skilled craftsman recently appeared in Xia country. The ability locks he makes can boost martial artists several levels. Now every country is trying to recruit that genius. Could he be the one who made the beast's spiritual artifact? A short middle-aged man said. The room fell silent. No matter who it is, they must be found. And that Xia country craftsman must be found too. Our Dwarf Kingdom needs such talent. If we find him, any request can be granted. The leading man declared, and everyone nodded. Back with Zhang Fan, Tutu had tired herself out. The little one sat in front of the stall, panting, her small face beaming with joy. Boss, how about it? Sell me the meow meow gloves. The twin-winged white tiger bared its sharp teeth. Lin Xianxue silently pushed the nine-tailed cat from behind. Boss, I want to buy this toy too. The nine-tailed cat forced a smile on its scarred face. Since Lin Xianxue had hinted at it, she decided to give it a try. Looking at the three demonic beasts full of anticipation, Tutu tilted her head. Then Tutu will do eeny meeny miny mo. Eeny meeny miny mo. What's that? The beasts were baffled. Eeny meeny miny mo, catch a tiger by the toe. Tutu pointed her little hand at the three beasts. Finally, her hand landed on the nine-tailed cat. All right, you're it, little kitty. Daddy, sell the meow meow gloves to the kitty. Tutu turned to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan nodded. Selling to anyone was fine by him. What? This works. The two beast kings were dumbfounded. Was buying a toy really a matter of luck? The nine-tailed cat was startled, but took out several demonic beast corpses from its spatial ring to buy the toy. The ring was looted from humans. Ding, congratulations on successfully selling the meow meow gloves. Ding, congratulations on receiving the reward. Chi C 300. Ding, new beast toy unlocked. Toy. Ding, new toy unlocked. Super lollipop. The system notifications rang out continuously. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. New toys had been unlocked, and two at that. But was the super lollipop really considered a toy? Alright, Tutu and Daddy's goods are all sold out, so Tutu needs to pack up the stall. Uncle Tiger, Uncle Bear, well, see you another time. Tutu waved at the several demon beasts, a smile perpetually gracing her little face. Watching the adorable Tutu, the demon beasts couldn't help but wave their claws in. Black Wind Bear King even wiped away a tear. He wondered if he would ever see such a cute human child again. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Fan, Tutu, and their small stall vanished from the spot. As soon as Zhang Fan left, the twin-winged white tiger and the Black Bear King immediately distanced themselves from each other. Twin-winged white tiger, can't you uphold the dignity of a demon king? Letting a little girl ride you for so long, the Black Bear King said disdainfully. I think you're just jealous. Did Tutu play with you for long? Clearly she likes me best. I am Tutu's favorite demon beast. The twin-winged Tiger King lifted his head proudly. On the other side, Lin Xianxue and the nine-tailed cat had already fled the moment Zhang Fan left. Master, what is the use of these gloves? The nine-tailed cat held the meow meow glove somewhat at a loss. This item had cost her 10 demon beasts, and it pained her heart deeply. Lin Xianxue looked at the green meow meow gloves. Just put them on, and you'll see. She had only heard that these gloves possessed a special ability, but she wasn't sure what it was exactly. The nine-tailed cat nodded and slipped the gloves onto her paws. In the next instant, the bloodline within her body began to stir. Simultaneously, streams of power started spreading through her claws. The nine-tailed cat's eyes widened gradually. She realized she was growing stronger, as if her bloodline were being purified. No wonder those demon kings endured being toyed with just to purchase an item. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to be chosen, otherwise such an opportunity would never have come her way. The nine-tailed cat was thrilled. With these gloves she could ascend at least, and she thought of Lin Qiangshu's model toy. I could it have also been bought at that boss stall. Who exactly is that boss? Do you know, Master? Why is he helping us demon beasts? The nine-tailed cat asked, puzzled. I don't know, but one thing is clear, he harbors no ill will toward us demon beasts. He is a good person, perhaps even a master. Handing out such spiritual artifacts must be part of his plan. Maybe he intends to tame some demon beasts. Lin Qianxue spoke, yet she too could not fathom the meaning behind Zhang Fan's actions. Regardless, having accepted Zhang Fan's gifts, they owed him a great debt of gratitude, one that could even be considered a debt of life itself. Such items were something some might never obtain, even by sacrificing their lives. If I meet him again, I'll let her pet me to her heart's content. The nine-tailed cat murmured. Zhang Fan and Tutu returned to the villa. Little Flower was waiting for them there. When she saw her big master and little master return, Little Flower sniffed at them. Then she rubbed her head against them. Damn white tiger, damn black bear, contaminating my master with your lowly scents. My master's body must only bear the scent of Little Flower. Little Flower thought to herself, rubbing against Zhang Fan's pant leg with even more effort. If she could, she would have marked her territory. Daddy, Tutu wants braised pork. Tutu lay on the sofa, her big eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan hadn't had it in a while either. He smiled, nodded, tied on an apron, and rushed into the kitchen. Soon a meal was prepared. Both of them and the beast ate until their mouths were greasy. As expected of Daddy's braised pork, it's absolutely the best in the world. Tutu gave Zhang Fan a thumbs up. Her little mouth was full, her face beaming with happiness. Zhang Fan accepted Tutu's praise with a smile. Little Flower lay on the floor, eating heartily, yelping as she ate. It was hard to tell what she was saying as she just kept yelping. Zhang Fan began to look at the newly available toys. The toy dragon scale. It looked very much like the colorful dragon scales Zhang Fan had seen on TV in his past life. Yes, exactly the kind stuck on a turtle's head. Zhang Fan remembered buying one as a child in his past life. He would stick it on his forehead and fantasize about turning into a real dragon. But according to the plot, dragon scales wouldn't transform one into a true dragon, not even by leaping over the dragon gate. Zhang Fan stuck the dragon scale on his forehead. It was cool to the touch, but unfortunately nothing happened. Toy dragon scale sale limit 2 per week. After selling 5, reward 1 dragon horn. Zhang Fan saw the system sale gallery. There was also a super lollipop. Zhang Fan held a lollipop bigger than Tutu's face. This thing seemed to be a toy lollipop hammer. The stick was large, and the colorful lollipop was very hard. Zhang Fan even licked it. He discovered it was indeed a toy, made of stone and kneadable, and quite heavy to lift. Tisk, miscalculation. Zhang Fan spat out a couple of times. Toy lollipop weekly sale limit 3. Unfortunately, this lollipop didn't seem to have a sale gallery entry. Daddy, our goods are all sold. What are we going to do tomorrow? Tutu had already finished eating, and the little one had even washed the dishes with Little Flower. She came up to Zhang Fan, tugged at his clothes, and asked, "What does Tutu want to do?" Zhang Fan looked at Tutu. Tutu wants to play in the forest with Daddy. Tutu wants to ride the white tiger motorcycle with Daddy. And Tutu wants to learn to ride too. Tutu said, hopping up and down, waving her little hands. Zhang Fan didn't refuse Tutu's request, since they had nothing else to do anyway. The next day, Tutu put on her little black leather jacket again. A big pair of black sunglasses covered her small face. Her long hair was tied into a little bun. Daddy, hurry up. The little one was holding 2 quantum helmets, waiting for Zhang Fan to take her for a ride. Zhang Fan smiled and nodded. With a wave of his hand, a quantum helmet flew into his grasp. The quantum helmet could transform into any shape. It could be a dragon's head or a mecha's head. Zhang Fan casually changed the helmet's form, then mounted the white motorcycle and began cruising with Tutu. Woo! Tutu held a little pinwheel, spreading her small hands, her face beaming with joy. Daddy, Daddy, Tutu wants to ride too. After Zhang Fan had ridden a lap, Tutu spoke up eagerly. Zhang Fan gave her a quick lesson, and Tutu learned how to ride. The next second, a white blur went tearing through the demon beast territory. The twin-winged white tiger, just waking up, stood on a mountaintop and yawned. In the next instant, a white shadow rushed past him. The twin-winged white tiger was sent tumbling. Damn it, who's that? Who dares disturb my rest? The twin-winged tiger king cursed angrily. When he realized it was just a blur, he spread his wings to give chase, but couldn't catch up. What the hell is that thing? The twin-winged tiger king was slightly bewildered. Perhaps because she had just started riding and wasn't familiar with it, Tutu was charging recklessly through the mountains. Soon she arrived at the Black Wind Cave. Oh no, Tutu doesn't know how to brake. Tutu saw the Black Wind Cave right in front of her and squeezed her big eyes shut. Roar, what is this thing? Daddy, Daddy, save me. A little black bear saw a white object hurtling toward its cave and was dumbfounded. It ran away, shouting loudly. But before it could finish shouting, Tutu had already crashed into it. The little black bear was sent flying, and a large hole was bashed into the Black Wind Cave. Well, I'm going to tell my mom. The little black bear cried out as it flew through the air. Why was it so unlucky? Tutu didn't mean to. Tutu spun around a few times before finally finding the brake and stopping. She was covered in dust. Zhang Fan looked at Tutu as she got off the bike, his face darkened. He swore he would never let Tutu ride recklessly again. At that moment, the entire mountain forest was filled only with the roars of wild beasts. Tutu stuck out her little tongue. It seemed she had caused some trouble. Time flew by, and soon the weekly refresh location was updated. Zhang Fan looked at the location and was somewhat surprised. This time he was supposed to set up his stall inside a human city. Zhang Fan had assumed that his future vending locations would only grow more absurd. Yet he never anticipated that this particular site would be so disarmingly ordinary. Zhang Fan found himself feeling an uncanny sense of disbelief. Ding, the vending location has been refreshed. The vending position will be set within a random area of the Yen Kingdom Zoo and a random area of the Yen Kingdom Aquarium. Gazing upon these two locations, Zhang Fan felt a wave of relief. Finally, he had been granted a good spot. The zoo, needless to say, was an almost essential destination for family outings. Setting up his stall there selling his goods would be practically effortless. If he encountered a few rebellious children and managed to sell a couple of ability locks, wouldn't he be rewarded with a golden ability lock? And those toy marbles might just prove successful. However, upon recalling the price of these toys, Zhang Fan shook his head. Who in their right mind would buy such expensive playthings? He hoped the Yen Kingdom's zoo and aquarium were the upscale kind. Preferably exclusive venues for the wealthy, which would make selling his merchandise much easier. Tutu had also woken up. Seeing the latest vending location, the little one grew excited. This time Tutu wants to go second. Tutu wants to go to the aquarium. The little one was mesmerized at the mere thought of the aquarium, mainly because Tutu had never been to one before. Zhang Fan and Tutu's previous vending spots were either on mountains or in forests. Tutu had never seen an aquarium, let alone knew what was inside. Dad's sister Qingxue said there are many beautiful creatures in the sea. Tutu has always wanted to see them. So Dad, Tutu wants to set up the stall at the aquarium. A hint of longing shimmered in Tutu's eyes. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. After all, both vending locations were exceptionally safe. This brought Zhang Fan immense peace of mind. Tutu could go anywhere, whether it was the zoo or the aquarium, as long as there were crowds. Zhang Fan was fully supportive. Then Dad, let's hurry and go. Tutu can't wait any longer. Tutu scrambled out of bed and dressed herself in a flash. To match the aquarium's atmosphere, Tutu specifically wore a little shark onesie. The blue shark head enveloped Tutu's small head. A shark tail swayed as Tutu moved about. In her tiny hands, she held two rattle drums. Aquarium, Tutu's favorite aquarium. Tutu hugged Xiaohua, gently shaking the flower's body. If only Dad could come along too, she thought to herself. There would surely be a chance in the future. Zhang Fan gazed at the adorable little one and walked slowly into the kitchen. Even if we're going to the aquarium, Tutu must brush her teeth and eat breakfast first. Tutu knows. Eating well helps Tutu grow up fast. Tutu nodded earnestly, her little mind still fixated on the aquarium. Soon the meal was finished. Zhang Fan and Tutu stepped out of the small villa. Though they had only lived there for a week, they had left a profound mark on this place. Whether it was the black wind bear, the twin-winged white tiger, or the white tiger sister, all had left an unforgettable impression on them. Perhaps we might return someday. Zhang Fan thought to himself, waving a hand as the villa began to shrink. It quickly reverted to its original form. He placed the villa capsule into his spatial ring. Let's go, we're heading to the Yen Kingdom, Zhang Fan said, summoning the white tiger motorcycle. Rather than being directly teleported by the system, Zhang Fan preferred to travel on his own. This allowed him to become more familiar with this world. He could also admire the surrounding scenery. It was only a bit slower. After Zhang Fan left, several beast silhouettes appeared around the area where his small house had stood. Has that lord departed? It seems so. The twin-winged white tiger and the black wind bear king stood aside, gazing at the empty space, a sense of reluctance. Well, that lord bestowed such supreme treasures upon us, surely not wishing for our beast race to decline further. Tiger King, I propose we join forces. Only then can we unify the beast race. That lord would be pleased to see it. The black wind bear spoke earnestly. The twin-winged tiger king nodded. Agreed. We shall join hands. When that lord returns, we will show him a more formidable beast race. A glimmer of determination shone in the twin-winged tiger. The two beast kings now shared a common goal. This area shall be designated as a forbidden zone for the twin-winged white tigers. No beast shall approach. The twin-winged tiger king declared solemnly to the surrounding beasts. The beasts let out a unified cry of obedience. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, the place where he had once lived was revered as a forbidden ground by the beast kings, who even erected a fence to protect it. Lin Qingxue had already left White Tiger Mountain. With newfound power and companions, she was naturally eager to explore other regions. She was unwilling to remain confined to a single place. She wanted to carve out her own destiny. Soon Zhang Fan rode the White Tiger motorcycle into the territory of the Yen. The White Tiger motorcycle was incredibly fast, much swifter than the twin-winged White Tiger King. After all, it was a product of the system, its quality on the continental plate of the Yen Kingdom was quite vast. The people here, like those in the Xia Kingdom, revered martial arts. The inhabitants of the Yen Kingdom, much like those in Xia, worshipped the Flame Emperor, considering themselves his descendants. Thus, upon its founding, it was named the Yen Kingdom. The Yen Kingdom had slightly fewer martial artists than the Xia Kingdom. However, their overall strength was largely comparable. A key distinction of the Yen Kingdom was its more advanced technological development. As soon as Zhang Fan reached the Yen Kingdom's territory, he noticed not only airships, but also numerous fighter jets soaring through the sky. Upon entering the Yen Kingdom, martial artists were prohibited from flying. Only certain vehicles could traverse the heavens. There was likely an aerial restriction array in place. The Yen Kingdom was also a nation of considerable size, spanning over 10 million square kilometers. Zhang Fan had no idea where exactly the aquarium and zoo for his vending were located. Given the Yen Kingdom's vastness, he might end up in some remote rural zoo. Dad, it's so dreamy. Is this the Yen Kingdom? Tutu has unlocked another country. Tutu blinked her big eyes, looking around. The streets of the Yin Kingdom had no billboards, but advertisements were projected as blue screens on both sides of the road. It was quite similar to the system's light screen. Tall buildings lined the streets. Zhang Fan estimated that he was likely in the central city of the Yin Kingdom. Zhang Fan found a random hilltop with Tutu. After confirming no one was around, he took out the villa capsule. Staying for only 7 days, he figured no one would check on him. Compared to renting a place, Zhang Fan preferred a stable residence. Dad, let's hurry and set up the stall. Tutu can't wait any longer. Tutu tugged at Zhang Fan's hand. He nodded, handing Xiaohua to Tutu. Let Xiaohua accompany Tutu while you set up the stall. Zhang Fan said, and Tutu nodded seriously. Then both of them activated the vending mode simultaneously. As Zhang Fan opened his eyes again, a thick, foul stench assaulted. Immediately after, Zhang Fan was utterly dumbfounded. He looked at the feces surrounding him, and the plump, white sows circling him, completely bewildered. Wait, they said he'd be vending at the zoo, not inside a pigsty within the zoo. Gazing at the massive sows surrounding him, Zhang Fan's mind was a complete blank. The Yin Kingdom was, after all, a nation of advanced technology. Skyscrapers and cutting-edge innovations defined it. Zhang Fan had originally assumed that the zoo would be at the very least a high-tech marvel. But he could never have anticipated this. There were pigsties in the zoo, and to make matters worse, the system had placed his stall right inside one. A sow sniffed at his trousers, her small eyes filled with bewilderment. She swished her tail, sprayed some filth, and then waddled away to another spot. Zhang Fan stood there stunned into silence. The idea of sows in a zoo had never crossed his. Logically, there should be all sorts of demon beasts, not ordinary pigs. Shaking the pig manure off his feet, Zhang Fan began to move his stall outward. The stall had to remain within a designated area. Since his stall was assigned to the zoo, he could at least move it out of the pig pen. But it couldn't go too far. In other words, Zhang Fan had to sell his toys while circling the pig pen. System, are you messing with me? Who in this godforsaken place would actually buy toys? Zhang Fan nearly jumped in frustration. Standing outside the pig pen, he felt utterly defiled. One pig seemed to take a liking to him, poking its head out and sniffing his rear. A chill ran down his spine. He quickly stepped forward several paces. Looking around the zoo, which was vast, he placed his stall on the walkway outside the pig pen, ere it didn't take up. The only issue was the yellow mud on his shoes, which he tried to scrape off with a stone. Surrounding the pig pen were enclosures for other animals. There was a cow pen and a black pig pen. These were common livestock from his past life, but here they were considered rare zoo animals. Yin Kingdom pasture pig, rare protected animal level 1. Yin Kingdom black soil pig, rare protected animal level 2. Staring at the protection levels of the sows behind him, Zhang Fan was dumbfounded. Wait, since when did pigs become protected animals? But thinking about it, in a world overrun by demon beasts, ordinary pigs lacking special abilities or means of defense, combined with the special uses of demon beast meat and coarse common piglets, were naturally phased out. Humph. As if aware of its special status, the sow snorted at Zhang Fan. Dejected, he sat in front of his stall, wondering when visitors would come to the zoo. Meanwhile, Tutu. The moment she was teleported, she was choked by currents of water. She found herself inside a glass enclosure. Her small stall shielded her from the surrounding water, allowing her to breathe. But something felt terribly wrong. Why was Tutu the one on display in the aquarium? She blinked her big eyes, tilting her head in utter confusion. Inside a large glass tank, her little stall was placed. The tank was filled with water, and only her stall was dry, creating a bizarrely unique sight. Tutu blinked, her large eyes, confusion swirling within them. Above her head swam numerous demon beasts, and rare, colorful fish glided past overhead, their vibrant hues dazzling her. Wow, what beautiful fish! Tutu exclaimed, reaching out to grab them, but she was too small. She jumped a few times, but couldn't catch the shimmering little fish. Gurgle, gurgle. The fish spat at her before flicking their tails and swimming away swiftly. You nasty fish. Nine yanya. Tutu made faces back at them. Little master, these fish have no spirit. They're just low-level demon beasts. However, Xiaohua can sense a few high-level demon beasts here. Xiaohua, lying on the stall's chair, yapped softly. Tutu looked around. Besides the fish, there were several sea turtles. The large turtles moved slowly through the water, occasionally stretching their necks to look at her. She dipped her hand outside her stall's protected space. It was immediately met with icy cold. I wonder if I can breathe underwater or hold my breath. Tutu thought to herself. Wearing her little shark onesie, she plunged into the school of fish with a splash. She discovered she could hold her breath for dozens of minutes. Or perhaps she didn't need to breathe at all. Overjoyed, the little one began to play happily with the small fish and shrimps in the aquarium. Just then a bell rang in the aquarium. Soon after, several staff members entered to begin their daily work. The aquarium was about to open for the day. But Tutu paid no attention, as she was happily chasing a sea snake. On the other side, several staff members in blue uniforms were moving through the aquarium with brooms and feed. I really don't want to work today. Yeah, stuck with this lousy pay and having to deal with customers' weird requests. Time to feed those fish again. Can't wait to clock out. Dude, we just started our shift. Chatting and laughing, they entered the aquarium. Looking at the usual demon beasts and fish, they began their daily routine. Hey, wait, Fugue, look at that. What the heck is that? A female staff member pointed excitedly at the fish tank. Inside the glass enclosure, a small stall had materialized before their eyes. It was submerged fish swimming around it, and a strange beast was lying on top of it. The beast had fur unlike any fish. A toy stall. Fugaway murmured, squinting. How could a toy stall be in the aquarium water? Strange, too strange. Some outlaw must have sneaked into our aquarium last night. Fugaway exclaimed. Should we call the police? The female staff member stammered, panicked. A toy stall appearing underwater in the aquarium with no one around was too bizarre. It was like a ghost in broad daylight. But how did it get in? Our aquarium has seals and protective formations. Where did this toy stall come from? I've heard a rumor lately that the souls of the dead come back to claim lives. Could this be? Mom, stop it, I'm scared. The staff member's eyes filled with fear. This was too eerie. Forget it, let's call the police first. Maybe it's a criminal here to steal the fish. Fugaway said, pulling out his phone to call. Gurgle, gurgle. Tutu, gurgle not. A vengeful spirit. Suddenly, a small head swam into view in the water. At first glance, it looked like a little shark. A cute little face appeared inside the glass tank. Bubbles gurgled from its mouth as if it was trying to say something. Mom. Holy crap, you scared me. Why is there a kid in here? Staring at the suddenly appearing Tutu, the group was dumbfounded. Fugua's hand froze mid-dial. His phone clattered to the floor. How had a child materialized in the aquarium? Could it really be haunted? Tutu's little mouth puffed up, clearly straining to hold her breath. The blue shark onesie made her look even more adorable, and most strikingly the tail of the suit kept wiggling. Alive. It seems to be alive. A female staff member was the first to react. Her eyes widened as she stared at Tutu inside the glass tank. Not only was she alive, but she could also speak. Her cheeks were rosy. Where did this child come from? How did she get into our tank? There's an shrank beast in here. Get out quickly. Fugaway glared sternly at Tutu, his voice unusually severe. Tutu sniffled. No, Tutu wants to set up her stall here. I can't just leave, it's the rule. But Tutu is very well behaved. Tutu won't cause any trouble. Look, big brothers and sisters, these beasts are playing so happily with Tutu. As Tutu spoke, she swam another lap in the water. The shrank beast, upon seeing Tutu, seemed to have encountered a bane and swiftly swam away to evade her. As if afraid of being caught. The staff members were stunned. We're children all like this nowadays. Regardless, we can't just stand by. We have to get her out first. The female staff member said, worriedly, watching Tutu swimming back and forth in the water. Such a young child appearing here. It would be terrible if something went wrong. Fugaway nodded. He'll go find the supervisor. With that, he went to look for the supervisor. Soon the supervisor arrived, and when he saw the child swimming in the water, his eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes incredulously. Wasn't the formation here supposed to be highly advanced? How had this child gotten in? Without overthinking, the supervisor quickly dove underwater, grabbed Tutu by her shark onesie, and swiftly emerged again. Tutu was still making swimming motions. She cooperatively let the supervisor carry her. Soon the two were out of the tank. Tutu still felt a bit reluctant to leave. Tell me, how did you get in? Also, vending, begging, and performing acrobatics are not allowed inside our aquarium. The supervisor crossed his arms. He pointed to the warning signs on the aquarium wall. Several icons appeared, one for vending, one for begging, one for acrobatics, and even one for fishing. Clearly these absurd things had been done before by someone. I didn't think anyone could be more boring than Tutu. Tutu murmured, looking at the icons. But Uncle Tutu isn't vending, Tutu is selling toys. Would Uncle like to buy one of Tutu's toys? Tutu won't leave here until all the toys are sold. Tutu said earnestly. With a wave of her hand, the stall that was in the tank appeared before her. It was set up in the aquarium's hallway. A dazzling array of toys appeared before everyone. These are toys for warriors to buy, and these are for animals. Big brothers and sisters, would you like to buy one? Tutu looked at the surrounding staff with innocent eyes. The supervisor was now exasperated into laughter. Where did this child come from? Not only did she ignore the rules, but she was also trying to sell them toys. Go, go, go. You can't set up a stall here. The supervisor said, carrying Tutu toward the exit. Xiaohua bared her teeth, but since Tutu didn't order an attack, she obediently crawled back. Uncle, are you sure you don't want to buy one? Tutu kept talking as the supervisor carried her. No. With that, he kicked her out. It was almost time for the crowds to arrive, and as the supervisor, how could he allow a stall to be set up inside? Remember to buy a ticket next time you come in. The supervisor said without looking back. Tutu puffed out her cheeks, but didn't argue. Tutu knew the rules well, and no one understood how to follow the law better than Tutu. With a flicker, Tutu was back in front of her stall. But the stall automatically blocked the supervisor's view. Since he didn't buy anything, he wasn't a customer, and the system blocked him. As long as the supervisor couldn't see Tutu, she wasn't technically violating the vending rules. Tutu was so clever. Supervisor, look, that kid is back. Fugaway pointed at Tutu at the stall. Where? There's no one around. Are you all losing your minds? Get back to work. The supervisor snorted, put his hands behind his back, and swaggered away. Hee, this uncle can't see Tutu. Big brothers and sisters, do you want to buy something? Tutu flashed a grin, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Oh my god, it's haunted. The female staff member quickly fled, not daring to look at Tutu's little stall. Tutu scratched her little head. Was Tutu really that scary? Soon as time passed, many visitors began to file into the aquarium. Most came with their families, a few came alone. Tutu sat in the aquarium's hallway, occasionally calling out. Take a look. Tutu's toy stall has so many toys. Buy one for your kid. Tutu waved her little hands and called out happily. Little one, are you here all alone selling things? Tutu is selling all by herself. Big sister, would you like to buy a toy for your little girl? Tutu said with a grin. How much is this doll? A woman in her 30s beaming after being called big sister by Tutu. It's 100 yuan. Tutu held up a little finger. People who could afford to visit such an aquarium naturally had the means. Soon Tutu made her first sale. Though it was just a doll, it was a start. The little girl hugged the doll, her face lighting up with a bright smile. Ding, you have successfully sold a doll. Reward vitality 100, the system's voice chimed. The reward wasn't very high. Soon others came to browse, but many shook their heads and left upon hearing the prices. Only a few bought some cheaper toys like dolls. The aquarium staff occasionally glanced over. They noticed that Tutu's little stall was quite popular. The prices were also quite high. Why couldn't the supervisor see her just now? I don't know, but everyone else could see her, so it's probably not our imagination. This little one is really just selling toys. Let's not interfere, or we'll get scolded. By the way, this afternoon the aquarium is supposed to get a new beast caught by the director from the deep sea. Even General Shun is coming along with his son to tour the place. We need to be prepared. Is that General Shun the Martial King? Great. This will be my first time seeing him in person. The staff members whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, Tutu's business was booming. On the other side, Zhang Fan watched the bustling crowd with a grim expression. Mommy, why is that uncle setting up a stall near the pig pen? His toys all smell bad. Little egg, stay away from him. That guy is definitely up to no good. A mother tugged her son along, eyeing Zhang Fan's stall with suspicion. Zhang Fan's mouth twitched. Since when had he become the bad example? Just as he was feeling frustrated, a voice in the distance caught his attention. Hey, the director wants us to focus on improving the fertility of the Yin Kingdom's pastoral pigs and study why they haven't evolved into beasts. If we figure that out, we might uncover the mystery of beast evolution. But there's only one boar in the pen, making the breeding problem really tough. And the higher-ups are coming to inspect in 2 days. Zhang Fan noticed several staff members in work uniforms whispering to each other. The entire zoo had only one boar, and it had fertility issues. No wonder the sows had been looking at him so strangely. Suddenly Zhang Fan's gaze fell on a colorful lollipop in his stall. He had never figured out what it was for. Maybe he could give it a try and convince a few of them to buy one. Take a look. Come and see. Specializing in all kinds of difficult and complicated cases. Toy stall proficient in everything. A clear voice rang out in the zoo. The 2 staff members immediately spotted Zhang Fan setting up his stall. They couldn't help glancing around. That's right, it was a zoo. Yes, it was a pigsty. How could someone be setting up a stall by the pigsty? Although the zoo didn't explicitly forbid vending, the sudden appearance of a stall by the pen was simply too absurd. Bro, when did you sneak in? How can you set up a stall in our zoo's pig pen? Your move isn't something a normal person would think of. A staff member suppressed his laughter as he looked at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan smiled. Without this, how could you witness my extraordinary skill? You just said you can treat any difficult disease, is that true? Another young man asked eagerly. In their zoo, this kind of yin country field pig was very scarce. The higher-ups had sent down a boar intending to mate it to produce more piglets. In this way, not only could the continuation of this species be ensured, but it would also provide more directions for future research. However, ever since the boar arrived, it had been listless and depressed. Its demeanor was as if it had lost a loved one, utterly disheartened. Even when thrown into the sow pen, this gave them a huge headache. The most critical point was that in a few days the higher-ups would come for an inspection. The zoo's animals at least needed to have new offspring. Because of this, they were almost worried to death. Now, to their surprise, such a person had appeared, sparking their interest. Bro, have you studied veterinary medicine? Another young man also spoke. The 2 kept sizing up Zhang Fan. He seemed about the same age as them all, in their 20s. His aura didn't seem like that of a master. Yet he claimed he could cure animals' difficult diseases. Well, I can cure it as long as I can meet that boar in person. Zhang Fan nodded. He had the ability to communicate with animals. He just needed to ask the boar what was going on. However, the prerequisite was that after communicating, Zhang Fan had to find a way to promote his merchandise. If Zhang Fan was selling toys, he naturally preferred to sell the newly unlocked ones. After all, the rewards from the latest unlocks were more abundant. Seeing Zhang Fan so earnest and convincing, the 2 exchanged a glance. Meeting him couldn't hurt, and maybe he could help. Besides, the boar wasn't some rare treasure. Come on, we'll take you to see it. Saying that, the 2 led Zhang Fan to the nearby pig pen. The boar's treatment was indeed different from the sow's. It had its own independent pen, and the surroundings were in the pen. A large white pig was lying on the ground, its head drooping, listless and weak. This is the boar. See how lethargic it is. Zhang Fan nodded and looked over, then tried to communicate. Gongzi, can this guy handle it? Another person beside him asked. No choice, treat a dead horse as a living one. We haven't thought of a solution anyway. Xiao Feng, if the higher-ups come in a few days, we might as well just take leave. The 2 muttered under their breath. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, tried to communicate with the pig. Zhang Fan simply couldn't understand why the boar with such good treatment was unhappy. Moreover, there were so many sows in the sow pen. Why was this boar still so sullen? Over there are so many pretty young sows. Why are you lying here? Did something happen? Zhang Fan asked. The pig clearly hadn't expected someone to speak its language. It grunted as it spoke. Its small eyes were filled with tears. Little Hui. Other than Hui, I don't like anyone. I am a pig with dignity. And those pigs, there are too many, too fierce. Do you understand that feeling of being a middle-aged pig powerless? The boar cried like rain. Zhang Fan was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that this pig was not only a pure-hearted pig, but also an impotent husband. No, perhaps it was forced to be pure because of impotence. Bro, how did it go? Why is the pig crying? What did you say to it? Gongzi was baffled. How could it start crying after just 2 sentences? Anyone wouldn't know and would think Zhang Fan had done something. I solved it. It's because of lovesickness and also a physical reason. What? Lovesickness? Are you sure? A pig can also suffer from lovesickness. Boss, you're not fooling us, are you? Xiao Feng's eyes were wide open. This is unscientific. Really, it told me itself. You can understand pig speech. Xiao Feng was even more surprised. This guy feels so unreliable. Do you have any way to restore it? Xiao Gang took a deep breath and asked. Of course I do. Just buy the super lollipop toy from my shop. As soon as you buy it, it takes effect immediately. If it doesn't work, no refunds. Zhang Fan said cheerfully. Then a large lollipop appeared in his hand. The two were completely shocked. Confirmed this was definitely a swindler. And what lovesickness? This is pure nonsense. You really have a knack for cheating. Our zoo can't allow fraud. Do you want me to kick you out? Xiao Feng was a bit angry. How could this person be like this? Just buy one and try. It's not expensive, only 100,000 yuan apiece. Zhang Fan said with a smile. The two rolled their eyes at him. Only a fool would buy it. After saying that they couldn't be bothered with Zhang Fan anymore. Zhang Fan scratched his head, feeling frustrated too. The lollipop system price was just like this, 100,000 yuan. He didn't even know what effect it had. He had thought he could fool them, but he hadn't expected these two were not stupid. At that moment, the boar looked at Zhang Fan with a pitiful expression. This lollipop was sold to humans, spirit beasts could not purchase it. Otherwise, Zhang Fan would have asked if the pig wanted to buy it. Forget it, if you don't buy, then don't. See if anyone else buys something else. Zhang Fan shook his head. He waved his hand at the dejected boar and quickly left. Did they really take us for fools? One lollipop for 100,000. Exactly, it's too absurd. But I feel what he said did make sense. Could the pig really be suffering from lovesickness? You really believe that? The two walked away chatting as they went. Zhang Fan sat at his stall shouting out of boredom. But very few people came to buy from Zhang Fan. Meanwhile, at the same time, Zhang Fan was vending. At another zoo in Yin Country, a shocking piece of news suddenly appeared. This news exploded in Yin Country, directly topping the hot search list. Shocked. Within Longji Zoo, a first-class protected animal Yin Country field pig Huehue ran out of the zoo in the middle of the night and has since gone missing. If any citizen encounters it, please call the police immediately. It is said that little pig Huihui was once the mate of little pig Panda. After Panda left, Huihui became completely disheartened. Pieces of news exploded across the internet. Countless photos of little pig Huihui appeared online. Everyone began to care about the whereabouts of this protected animal. On the other side, when Xiao Feng and the others saw this news, they were completely stunned. That stall owner's words were actually true. Little pig Huihui actually ran away. Could it really be looking for Panda? Xiao Feng couldn't help but ask in confusion. It's possible. Otherwise, why would a perfectly fine pig suddenly run off? Most importantly, Panda has been down and out for so long. There must be something wrong. But that boss, lollipops are way too expensive. It's pure profiteering. Forget it, let's just wait and see. Maybe one day Panda will rise again. The two whispered, glancing back unintentionally at Zhang Fan, who was setting up his stall. If Zhang Fan's lollipops were cheaper, say a few dozen yuan each, they could have pooled their money to buy one. But at 100,000 yuan each, it was something no normal person could afford. Time passed quickly. People came and went at the zoo. As a first-class protected animal, Panda naturally drew many onlookers. However, Zhang Fan's toy stall had few buyers. In the morning, both Zhang Fan and Tutu's stalls managed to sell out the week's supply of doll toys. None of the more expensive toys were bought. That was rather frustrating. At noon, inside the aquarium, the staff had gradually gone to eat. Only Tutu sat alone in front of her stall. The little one hugged little flower, munching on some rations brought from the morning, her cheeks bulging. From the staff break room, not far away, wafts of aroma drifted over, making Tutu swallow her saliva. It smells like meat, so fragrant. If only Tutu could have some too. Tutu thought to herself, chewing a piece of dried meat. Meanwhile, in the break room, a group of staff were discussing something. Did you see that little girl's stall? I swear I'm not dreaming. It's right in our aquarium. A young female staff member said. The others nodded in agreement. Fugue even slammed the table. I definitely saw it. But why can't our supervisor see it? It's so strange. Could that little girl be a martial artist? She deliberately shielded our supervisor. One person speculated wildly. Impossible. Our supervisor is a master-level martial artist, someone who could thrive even by opening a martial arts school. How could a little girl shield a martial artist? True, but why can't the supervisor see her? And it's already noon. Why hasn't she gone home to eat? As they spoke, Fugue pondered for a moment. This afternoon, General Shun will arrive for an inspection, and our aquarium will also have a new... No matter what, we have to get this kid out of here as soon as possible. If General Shun finds out there's a stall in our aquarium, we're done for. Fugue said, and the others nodded. But how to get rid of her? That kid didn't seem like the type to leave voluntarily. If she shielded them too, they'd be in trouble. The kid probably hasn't eaten lunch. Let's give her a meal first and talk to her. Fugue thought of something and walked out with a boxed lunch. Tutu was feeling down about not being able to go home for lunch. The next moment, the big brother from earlier came over with food. Tutu's eyes lit up. Little one, hey, raise some food for you. Fugaway approached Tutu with a warm smile. Tutu blinked, her big eyes filled with gratitude. She never thought she'd get to eat such delicious-smelling food. But little one, the aquarium will be closed this afternoon, so you can't set up your stall here. Fugaway said as gently as possible. With General Shun arriving in the afternoon, he didn't want him to discover Tutu. If General Shun saw her, he'd surely be furious. Then not only the supervisor, but even their jobs might be at risk. Closed doy, Tutu thought while eating. The food tasted far worse than her father's cooking. But since she'd left in a hurry this morning, and her father hadn't packed a lunch, Tutu reluctantly finished it all. But Tutu hasn't sold her goods yet. Big brother, won't you buy one? Tutu looked at Fugaway expectantly. Well, what's the cheapest thing you have here? Fugaway thought he'd buy something simple to get rid of the kid. This ability lock, 28,000. Tutu pointed at the orange ability lock on her stall. What? How much? 28,000. Are you robbing me? Fugaway's face darkened as he looked at little Tutu, unsure what to do. If he chased her away, she might come back. And he might not even see her stall then. Wait. Suddenly Fugaway had an idea. Little one, can you shield others from seeing you? Our aquarium has an important guest this afternoon. Can you shield yourself then? Fugaway said quickly. That way if General Shun couldn't see her, they'd be safe. For the sake of the boxed lunch you gave, Tutu agrees. Tutu nodded her little head. It wasn't a big deal, so she readily agreed. Great, it's a deal. Fugaway smiled. He quickly left Tutu's vicinity. What a strange big brother. Tutu tilted her head, wolfed down the food, and didn't leave a single grain of rice. After eating her fill, Tutu lay down on her lounge chair to take a nap. In the Yin Kingdom inside General Shin's mansion, Shinfeng was training in the martial arts field. His mouth still carried the lingering fragrance of the sacred water from the water gun from the last beast battlefield. Since returning, Shinfeng hadn't dared to brush his teeth once, afraid of using up the last bit of spiritual liquid's power in his mouth. Since coming back, Shinfeng had also taken a step forward thanks to the water gun's spiritual liquid. He even stabilized his cultivation, which had been shaky for years due to a weak foundation. This made Shinfeng yearn even more for that mysterious little stall. Shinfeng learned from General Li that his water gun was bought from a mysterious little stall. But he had searched almost the entire beast battlefield, even the beast forest. There was no trace of any stall. He only found many stalls selling fried noodles. Helpless, Shinfeng returned to the Yin Kingdom and trained as usual in the practice field. But having experienced the thrill of a meteoric rise, now having to cultivate step by step felt difficult for Shinfeng. Bang! He punched a dummy flying and picked up a towel to wipe the sweat off his body. Dad, we promised to go to the aquarium this afternoon. Beside Shinfeng, a boy about 8 or 9 years old looked at him expectantly. Of course Dad wouldn't forget. We'll go in a bit. Shinfeng nodded and ruffled the boy's hair. This was his only son, spoiled at home, never having endured any hardship. Shin Lingfeng smiled and nodded, feeling quite happy. Had heard from his father that its level beast would be brought to the aquarium today. After seeing it, he could take a photo with his then he could brag to his classmates at school. Last time his essay, My Martial King Father, won first place in the school. This trip to the aquarium with his dad would surely come. Shin Lingfeng could already imagine the envious looks from his classmates. Just thinking about it made him look forward to it.